It's a very good morning here at MISANO Circuit, World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli, of course, who came from just down the road at Catolicia and sadly lost his life in 2011 in a motorcycle race. Not here, but the local residents thought it was a great idea to change the name of the circuit to honour him, and you'll see that 11 on quite a lot of the boards around here that honours the year that he died. If we look down towards that way, which obviously doesn't work on radio, that would have been the final corner up until around about 2007, and then in order to get World Championship Motorcycle Racing back, we actually swapped it round. And so Seb is going to go this way with me. And now the first corner is a right-hander that way, just to keep everybody on their toes. Well, here we are in Europe after a brilliant start to the season. They started, of course, in the Middle East with Abu Dhabi and Dubai, and we've been to Mugello and also to Portimao. We're here now again in Italy before we're heading to Spa-Francorchamps for a very special Porsche race, and then we'll have Barcelona before we finish up our European season. That's another big 24-hour race that everybody loves to go to. This is quite unusual because although Creventic were here back in 2017, it was only a TCE round, and that means we didn't have the multi-class system. So this is actually the first multi-class race and the first 12-hour contiguous race that we've had here at World Circuit Marco Simoncelli. Now, good news is you don't just have to look and listen to me during the race, because we have our Scottish presenter here representing at least two parts of the United Kingdom, whilst it still is united. Diana Binks is with me. Good morning, Diana. Looking forward to this?
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Yes, absolutely looking forward to this. The temperatures are rising as we speak, and it's still early in the morning, but the atmosphere here on the grid is fantastic. I can hear the teams. They've got the crew around the cars here on the grid. They're all laughing, getting ready, last-minute conversations, but the atmosphere is great. Everyone here is really looking forward to this one. It's a new one, mostly for, well, most of the drivers here, I think, haven't been here before, and it looks like a really interesting, challenging circuit. So we can't wait to get this 12-hour race underway.
What the drivers and the teams have said to us since we arrived here on Thursday at lunchtime is that this is a technical and challenging circuit for the drivers and for the engineers. Those that did it best in qualifying, sitting right here, the PTT number 74 AMG. They got the best average of everybody. I think we're going to struggle today to get drivers because it is so hot and they're staying out of the way. So let's talk. I want to have a chat, actually. What's your name, sir? Because you're the team manager.
I'm Martin.
Hello, Martin.
I'm Martin from Poland. You can trust me.
You can. We can always trust our Polish friends. Absolutely. Now, that was a tough old qualifying yesterday. You were standing there. I was standing in the pit box with you. Yeah. It was very, very tense because you weren't sure what the Herbert Porsche was doing. You must be delighted to be on pole position.
Yeah, you know, we are really happy. For sure, the car is really fast, and it was luck we are on the pole. But target for today will be on the finish line for sure. We don't accept. We always try to fight and be on the first position. But we will be happy when we will cross the finish line at 10 o'clock this night over here on this track on first race, 12 hour. Yeah.
Where will this race be won and lost? What have you guys talked about overnight, having secured pole position?
We try to sleep well. We don't go for disco last night, and it was hard for us, for sure. But yes. No, we feel full focus. We try to relax, and today it's a long day. It's very hot. Most important to drink a lot of water, and we try to finish this. For us, it's a really big experience, and we try to do the best.
Welcome to the Creventic front row. Welcome to pole position. Race well, be safe.
Thank you very much.
Right, that's Martin.
And,
he is, look, team manager, he says.
I wish luck for all the drivers, guys. Safe travel and see you on the finish line.
Good stuff, guys. Great spirit of endurance and of competition. We've got some drivers sitting around. Outside of the front row, down into the first corner, the right-hander. All the wheels off the number 91 Porsche. That's Jason Hart, Scott Noble, and Ralph Bourne, who's sitting rather sensibly here down in the shade.
Come to me. Yeah.
How are you?
Hello, I'm warm.
It's warm here. It's going to be absolutely steaming in the car. You have a slight advantage in that the engine's behind you, but that's only a slight advantage.
This makes no change to the temperature in the car in the end. But we have air condition. Huh? This is a luxury car.
It's a Porsche, of course.
It is a Porsche, yeah, for sure.
I've just asked Martins, who's the team manager of the pole sitting car, where this race will be won and lost. I'll ask you the same question. Where do you think will be the key points of this race?
To drive safely, yeah, don't touch anybody, don't make mistakes, and finish the race. Yeah.
We've had practice, we've had qualifying, we've not had racing yet. Have you worked out where is going to be the best, the safest place to make passes on some of the slower cars?
It's not so easy here. The track is very small and tight in certain situations, so we have only one or two positions where you or places on the track where you can overtake someone.
We wish you all the best. Safe travels.
Thank you.
Ralph Bourne, they'll be in the mix, you know they will, with the number 91 car. That's the Herbert Porsche. Let's move back onto the GT3 Pro-Am pole sitter. This one we can't miss. This is the black and bright green Santalock Racing team. Sven Herberger's over here. I recognise this. Look at this fella. He's even had a bit of a shave this morning. Hang on, have you got the right ones on? He has. Pierre Caffer has got them on. Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, it's a pretty nice sunny day, and it's a very good race day. Huh?
Now, this is a lap record holder here in SRO GT2, I believe.
Oh, well, that was a long time ago. No. I mean, we all know Spa was new paved with new asphalt, so it's a lot faster this time, and we also have seen it in GT3, so it's very brilliant to drive so fast in a GT in Spa.
Now, tell me about this circuit, because you have raced here before.
Yeah, here in MISANO, I really like the track. It's a unique track. It's not so easy. You have to bring everything together to be fast, and it's not so easy to bring the lap time together. And I reckon today, with this temperature, it's let's say it's difficult for the material. It's difficult for the drivers and for strategy and for the tyres.
Right, you have a little bit of an advantage having raced here before. I've just asked Ralph Bourne there from Herbert. Where do you pass the slower cars here? I drove around the outside of the circuit yesterday, and I was struggling to find a place where it's going to be obvious, where it's going to be safe. Where is it?
I think we have to play together. The slower cars and the faster cars, they need to match together, and I reckon this time will be more Code 60 than in Portimao. As you say, the track is more tight, let's say it like this, and it's more difficult to overtake. And as I said before, to keep up the concentration in the car and also the overview around you will be not so easy. And I think it will be quite an exciting race.
Who's starting?
On our car, Elia will start.
Okay, fantastic. Have a good one. Race safely.
Thank you.
Pierre Caffer, always lovely to talk to. And that car we are not going to miss, the Ravenel sponsored car. Alongside is the Hofer Racing car. A lot of guys in that garage from CP Racing. Those guys not with us for the rest of this season. We wish them all the best. Shane, the two Charleses, and Joe, love to see you back at some stage, but the crew are keeping themselves fit. Let's move back to the Kessel Ferrari on row 3, and alongside that is the number 71 Jutta racing machine. Look, everybody's in the shade over here. I should have just walked down the wall. Right, just because all the Ferrari guys are together. Who's got Davide Fuminelli?
Hello.
Ciao, how are you?
Fine, thanks. You?
That's great. That's great. What's the key here at Misano? Tight, twisty circuit, not very wide. 30 cars nearly on the track. What's the key to a clean race here?
So yeah, it's going to be a long race, very hot, so it will be down to keep your body and mind focused. It's not easy to overtake, so the start will be interesting. We just need to stay out of trouble, and then with our pace, see where we are after a few hours. We're not so many cars, so I'm not expecting a lot of Code 60 or safety cars, so let's see.
Will it get appreciably cooler as we get into the evening, and do you have to bear that in mind with the setup of the car?
Actually, we couldn't try night condition during the week, so it would be a little bit of a question mark. I don't think it will cool down so much because we saw the temperature even yesterday. They are pretty hot even in the evening. So let's see, but for us in the car will be definitely better in the evening.
Have a good one. Yes, you pick to finish, don't pick to start.
Yeah, exactly. That's the key.
Thanks very much. All right, that's the Berm-sponsored Kessel Ferrari. Three wise monkeys sitting there. That's all we need from you two. That'd been absolutely perfect. Here's the Audi guys. Good morning.
Morning.
How are you?
Good. Perfect.
Come on, tell me then. What's the strategy here?
To make a safe start and to continue on the rest of hours. So basically to survive at the very beginning and to finish the best possible.
Who's starting the race?
It's one of our best drivers, Justus Jonas. He's starting. So that's the starting order.
And hang on, here he is. Here's Justus, thank you. Come on, Justus. Right, what has been the instructions, Justus, that has been given to you to start this Audi?
Yeah, just to make a safe start. We have one important race after 2 weeks, so we don't want to make too much work for the mechanics. And of course, to finish as best as possible. But the main thing is to be as careful as possible.
It's a long race. Where are the key points on this track? Where's the difficult points? Where have you got to be careful?
Yeah, there's a lot of chicanes here. The track is quite narrow, so in the chicane it's quite hard to overtake because you have to prepare for the other corner. So the whole track is quite difficult. There are not that many long straights, so you don't have that much time to rest.
Thank you very much and race well. All right, that's what the drivers here think on the grid. Let's find out what our presenters think. Both Joe and Nick, or Giuseppe and Nico as they are this weekend, have been pounding around in virtual reality on iRacing. Let's find out what the track looks like here at Misano.
I think I kind of like Giuseppe as a name, Giuseppe and Nico show. So here we are, the Misano World Circuit, Marco Simoncelli to give it its full title, 4.18 kilometres, the penultimate round of the European Championship of the 24/8 series. It kicks off past the pits into the Variante del Parco. It's a very tight right-hander, followed by an even tighter turn 2, and then accelerating through 3, up to the hairpin of turn 4, the Rio hairpin. It's a 2-cornered hairpin. And then through the back straight, through a kink, not really much of a kink, and into a hairpin at turn 8.
We can hear him fine.
That's Quercia. And then on up the hill towards Taramonto. Out of that hairpin, an all-important run through the kinks at Curvone. That's turn 11. And then through 12. 13, turn 13, the kink there. That's a bit of a braking area because it's a bit of a compromise. Start slowing the car down for the very tight hairpin at Caro, which is turn 14. And then we're on towards the end of the lap. Through the final turn here, it's called Misano. That's the one not to forget. And that's a lap of the Misano World Circuit Marco Simoncelli. Let's head back out to the sunshine where John Hindhoff is still on the grid, capturing the atmosphere. And it looks very, very hot down there. The weather forecast is brilliant. In fact, we're going to go to Diana. Diana, how's the tan?
The tan's not so good, I have to tell you, but yet we're back down here on the grid. John was up there giving us all the insight earlier on, so now it's my turn going further down the grid just to get a few more reactions and chats with the team. The number 90 E2P Racing team are getting here. You're just about to get ready, Pablo, and Alvaro's getting in to take the start of the race. How are you feeling about this one?
I'm pleased not to be there.
You will be soon, though.
I'm number 3 today, so it's going to take a while until I get.
So you've had a chance to all have a chat with the team and talk about how you're going to run this sort of race today. What are going to be the main challenges for you, do you think?
Heat, and then our car is a bit older than the rest, so we need to play our cards in a clever way. So you'll see.
It'll be very soon. Alvaro's just getting in the car. We wish you well. Have a great race. We'll just move further down the grid just to see who else we can talk to. And of course, it's at this point now where most of the drivers are actually getting into the cars. You can see lots of brollies up here while everyone just gets ready. The Haas number 1 is here, and I've got to have a quick chat with you before you jump into the car. How are you today?
Yeah, really well. In Italy, racing car, good weather, can't get any better.
So you're looking forward to the start. What's your approach going to be?
Try and make up a few positions as always, but keep it clean. It's a long race, so just got to make sure that we survive that first stint and hand it over in good nick to the other guys.
Great stuff. Thank you so much. Go well. That was Mr. Pires there having a little chat with us as the number one Haas is down here on the grid. Now, there's quite a lot of people on the grid this weekend, which is interesting. But the atmosphere is really, really building. Lots of people ready. Can't wait to sort of get this one underway. And the number, where are we now? I'm just spotting the 34. Mr. Kirchhoff is taking photographs before the start of this race. How are you, sir?
Sorry, my English is not so good.
How are you, sir?
Fine. And we hope that we, during the race, come in the front of the race. We will see it.
What about the heat and the conditions that you're going to face?
It's not so good. I was in the last week, some ill, and so I think the condition will be good in the race.
Great. Well, look, go well with yourself and the team, and thanks for chatting to us. And I have to tell you that I haven't grown any taller since the last time I spoke to you. Last time I had a chat with him, I think it was in Portimao, we had to get a box for me to stand on because my arm didn't quite reach up to get him, but I got him today, which is great. Now the signs are out to clear the grid, so everyone's getting in behind the wheel. I can see if I can get a last minute couple of chats from anyone. I did want to have a chat with Colin White from CWS, but he's a bit further down than I thought. So Crone Racing here, the 907 alongside me. They're all ready to set, and I think it's Nick that's behind the wheel there. So the grid is clearing, guys. So I'll hand back to you.
Who's talking here, Joe? Thank you, Diana. Thank you, John, down there in the beautiful clear sky, sunshine of the MISANO World Circuit, Marco Simoncelli. We are on the Adriatic coast, just south of the world-renowned Rimini holiday resort on that Adriatic coast, and it's somewhere where you would go for a holiday, not the hard work of being at a racetrack. However, that's what today is all about, here for the Hankook 12 Hours of MISANO. It's the penultimate round of the European Championship. The Hankook 24 Hours of Barcelona is where we go next. But for now, let's have a little look at our grid. 27 cars have lined up on the underneath those. I can't believe just how beautiful the weather is here. It's going to be hot. It's going to be even hotter for the PTT by Schnitzlem Racing Mercedes. That's on the pole position. Alongside us, Herbert Motorsports Porsche. Row 2, we've got the Hofer Racing GT3 Mercedes. The Mercedes team there back and in force with a second row start. Sonderlock Junior team can never discount them. They're starting alongside. Row 3, it's the Bombay Kessel Racing Ferrari. Why wouldn't you not have a Ferrari at the front end of the grid in Italy? The Utah Racing Audi is alongside them. And on row 4, the Prime Speed Port Vantage AMR GT3. We've got the Aston Martin here in the form of that team there, with the E2P Racing Porsche alongside, rounding off the first 8. Moving on to 9th on the grid, and we've got the Audi Science Sulali Racing Team. They are alongside the Haas RT. They've been very successful here in the 24-8 series as Haas, and we look forward to seeing them make their way up the field. Row 6 is the Land Motorsport Audi with the Red Ant Racing, the first of the 992 and the 992 pole sitter, the Red Ant Racing 903 numbered car. The sister car, Red Ant Racing, is on row 7 with the Red Camel Jordan. Now, a bit of a mission here, because I believe the Red Camel car has not come out to form on the grid. Issues for that car not starting this morning. We might not see that. We'll get that confirmed. Row 8, we've got RPM's bright green car of Tracy Crowe, Nick Johnson and Philip Hamprecht. They share row 8 with the HRT Performance Porsche on row 8. So in 17th, And moving on down the order, Fulgenci Racing share row 9 with MRS GT Racings. These are 2 992 Cup class winners. The Vortex, the fan favourite Vortex V8, start on row 10 with the Orchid Racing team alongside. Row 11 is the Chevrolet Racing by Duval Racing Cup car with the Street Art Racing Vantage AMR, the GT4 Paul Sitter there on row 11. The Hamorfa Motorsport BMW will start on row 12 with the Bagheera ZM Racing Mercedes, that's the third car in the GT4 class. They are on row 12 starting in 24th. Just 3 more cars to talk about, and why wouldn't you not talk about the CWS Racing Ginetta of Colin White. The Ginetta G55 here in all its glory and starting on row 3. Colin's all about just getting that car to the finish and seeing where he will end up. The Lion Speed Porsche, that's the first of the 718 Cayman cars, that lines up alongside. And then rounding off a 27-car field for the Hankook 12 Hours of Misano, that's the SR Motorsport Porsche Cayman. That's the GT4 class car there, the Type 982. Is in the TCX class, though, because I believe that's a brand new car. Let's head back out to the sunshine. I know we're in air-conditioned splendour here, but let's head down to the grid, where at the moment I think it's not too humid for Diana.
It is definitely very, very hot, but some disappointing news, certainly for Red Camel fans. The 909 won't make it. The car is the wrong way around in the pit garage. And with Ivo Breukers here, who's, I've got to say, you're not looking very happy, which I'm assuming you're not happy. You're desperately looking forward to getting on with this race. Tell us what's happened, Ivo. There's been a bit of a tale about this one.
Yeah, really sad. The car cannot start. We had this problem also in Spa. We changed the engine, we changed the throttle body problem. We had the same issue here. We were talking to Porsche what to solve it, and finally we found out that the throttle body was not working. The actuator on the throttle body was damaged. So we changed it, and our first real laps were yesterday in qualifying. We were happy, we were qualifying third, not too bad. And this morning we started the car, we warmed it up, no problem, and Luke went out to go to the start grid, and the same problem came up again. And yeah, we were devastated. We really would like to race here, to race Red End and HRT and all the other teams. Difficult circumstances, it will be very hot, so it was really a challenge. And wow, we are so disappointed that we are here and cannot race. So it's really... yeah, it's really a pity.
Considering this was a brand new car, it must be equally frustrating that you've had to sort of basically scratch your head to find out what the issue was.
Yes, we are working closely with Porsche. We take all the advice they have, but apparently it was not enough. So the wrong diagnosis. We don't know yet what to do. We still have the old car, so we don't know what to do. For the time being, we have to look forward to the 992 Cup Endurance race in Spa, and the week after the 24-hour race in Barcelona. We definitely want to be there, but we don't know how, so we have to talk to Porsche and to see what they can do to get us on the grid back again.
Well, we hope you get it sorted. Thanks ever so much, Ivo, and disappointed, but I guess a pool might be waiting for you right at this moment.
Hopefully, let's see.
Thanks, Ivo. Back to you.
You know what? The Red Camel team did not come here to lie by the pool and watch football, that's for sure. I know Paul Trustwell, their strategist, absolutely hates that. And that really is bad luck for that team. But this is motorsport, and part of motorsport is attrition. My name is Joe Bradley, part of the comms team that are bringing you the Hankook 12 Hours of Misano. Alongside me in air-conditioned splendour is Nick Damon. Another part of the commentary team will be Peter Snowden. His staff are just gently waking him now. He'll be joining us later. Thank you to Diana and John Hindhoff, who will be out there in the heat of the day. But let me just have a talk to Nick Damon as the cars move off the grid. Nick, it's very, very hot out there, and with heat brings attrition from my experience.
Talking about getting cooler during the evening. Well, interestingly, I just pinged up the temperatures. It's currently 27 and sunny. It gets up to 32 and sunny all through the afternoon, and it drops away at race end to the massively cold figure of 28. So it is basically hot the entirety of the entire time we're here. And the interesting thing is going to be, really, as you say, how the cars, and more importantly, how the tyres handle it. Because a lot of these cars these days, I know we've just spoken to Red Camels who've had a problem, but most of the cars now, reliability is pretty much sorted out on the whole. And the heat, they will have done the things they need to do. They've opened up the brake ducts, opened up the radiators, thought about cooling. But managing the tyres in this sort of heat is going to be the key difference between, I think, victory and being on the second or third step of the podium, because that's the main performance differentiator between a lot of these cars.
Yeah, it's, you know what, you can't get enough air through those cars to keep them cool. We've got drivers, they're still weaving to get heat into their tyres. I'm pretty sure if they just stood there in the sun, the temperature in the tyre would get up there. But we're about to go racing over 12 hours. And I'm pretty sure, Nick, that we're gonna have to tap these drivers on the shoulder and tell them it is a 12-hour race, because sure enough, when things get going, it will look like a 10-lap sprint.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're going to be as what's the word for it? Determined as possible to make up places at the start. They've all sat down in their teams going, oh, it's a long race, it's 12 hours, yeah, it's a hot race, yeah, and they'll still be absolutely crazy in the first few corners, because they're racing drivers. The mind will switch into, as we know, racing drivers have very little brain on the whole, outside of the ability to press pedals and turn wheels. So try to calm them down can often be a major issue.
So we've got Jim O'Hurtling with the PTT by Schnitzel and Racing Mercedes. We've got Ralph Bourne in the Herbeth car, the number 91. We know that the Herbeth team know how to win these races, but starting from the front row is going to give them an even more of an advantage. We have got a green flag and we are underway. The timing has started, and down towards turn 1, the Mercedes leads into that very, very tight Variante del Parco, the Park Chicane, as it's known in English, and already the field out of the Park Chicane and heading towards the ever technical Rio series of bends, which is a double apex squared off corner, but effectively it's a hairpin, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, it has 17 different apexes, none of which I could find at any point during my virtual racing. Now, I have to be honest with you, I'm very impressed by the fact there's been, what I can see, no instances in the first 8 or 9 corners. So well done to the drivers for proving me wrong and being minorly sensible.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that as well. The field making their way around this MISANO circuit, 4.18 kilometres, as I mentioned. And I think it was John Hindhoff yesterday who said that he found this place, where even flat tracks have a little bit of undulation, but he confirmed that this is a very flat and squared off circuit. It's renowned for being a MotoGP track that gives us flat curbs. And as we can see already, our competitors here, our drivers here, taking advantage of those flat curbs. And you know what, Nick, if you have to hammer a curb to get a lap time, then you're going to hammer that curb.
Well, realistically, because they are MotoGP curbs, which are effectively flat to these big, heavy GT3 and GT4 cars, and then you've got a bit of that blue tarmac on the outside. That now is how wide the circuit is. It stops being a circuit when you hit the gravel. You're not going to be doing the damage you would do when you're hammering the curbs at a circuit that is designed mainly for cars. And interestingly, of course, we've been to Mugello, which is a motorcycle circuit. We've been to Portimao, which is a combination circuit. So the only real just road circuit they've gone to is Spa, and even that's been changed over the last couple of years to make it more usable for motorcycles. So these flatter curbs are becoming the norm for the major tracks around Europe.
There is not one sausage curb in sight, is there? It's
I think
it's a fabulous
I do
venue.
think I just saw 2, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it may have just been yellow paint to make you think there was a sausage curb. I'm not sure, but I think there's a couple there. But a long way off the line, because obviously, you can't have a motorcycle going over a sausage curb, as that would be very, very dangerous. Now, we're seeing some cars really already moving outside of the white line. So I'm kind of work out. I assume track limits is actually outside of the curb. It's not outside the white line. So you have to go off the curb entirely to get a track limits call.
I think you've got to put all 4 wheels off. We've got a spinner already exceeding track limits and a little bit more, and that was one of our Audis. I think that was the
that's the Land Motorsport car, the 34.
Yeah, the Land car. Yeah.
The car that always, of course, used to be Car Collection. It's still the Kirchhoff team, it's Elmer Grimm and the rest of the gang. Now, interestingly, just to be, one of the cars does have a penalty before we even started, Joe, and that was there's a 10-second penalty for the Colin White machine for improper outfit or improper uniform, effectively, improper equipment. They've got a 10-second penalty.
And we've confirmed that Stefan Weininger, who is the driver of the Land Motorsport car, just got it a little bit too wide. He tried to bring the car back and not exceed track limits there, and by tugging the car, trying to holding it within the confines of the track, ended up in a spin. And I suppose, Nick, that's the... Oh, and I've just spotted two.
Thank you.
If you are watching on the stream, I win a prize.
Hang on, I'd already spotted them.
I know you had, but I was going to put that out to the viewers on the stream. I know it's not a very good game to play on radio, so if you are listening on the radio,
there's two
you
more
can't
there.
play this game. Stop it. So we are going to have drivers who are going to sacrifice and potentially take penalties because they don't want to risk. They don't want to risk having a spin, so that you are just going to have to let the car breathe over the curb.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. I mean, there is a kind of an option, isn't there? And an option which the 34 car chose the wrong one of, I'm going a bit wide. Do I take the first of my... I think they get 6 for free, don't they, before they start getting 10-second penalties for totting up offences, effectively. Do I take my first penalty or sub-penalty, or do I try and get the car back online? And the answer is, in the early part of the race, well, you just live with it. And then, because obviously it's much more frenetic in the first few laps, you're always going to be behind someone who you're actually racing with. That's when you're more likely to make a mistake, get unsighted behind someone else, react to their movements, which can put you offline sometimes. So it's all about relaxing into the event, relaxing into this 12-hour race, and that includes how you use those track limit penalties you have in your pocket and how you actually look after the car in these early moments.
Yeah, and as John Eindoff's just messaged me, the other curbs, the schnitzel curbs covered in breadcrumbs. I'm not sure that can be the case, actually. We're in Italy, so yeah, we can certainly have Italian sausage curbs, but the flat curbs here at the Misano World Circuit, Marco Simoncelli. I'm going to say that every time I say Misano, by the way, because that's giving it its and again paying respect and tribute to Marco Simoncelli.
Misano World Circuit, Marco Simoncelli is its correct title. You have to put the world in there. It's like there's other Misanos elsewhere, like Misano European Circuit, but they're giving it the big old naming, aren't they?
Yeah, let's have a quick with already, Nick. We've had 3 laps of racing. More. In fact, you know what? Let's tweak what you want to call these curbs, because we've had pizza curbs, Parma ham curbs. Maybe Parma ham is probably more to it because they are red and white. But we've got.
Surely they're salami curbs.
Well, you could have
a big round of salami sausage.
At RSL_studio for your ideas on what we call the curbs here. We've got a few salami curbs. i.e. sausage curbs, but we've talked about the MotoGP-esque curbing here at Misano. It is a bike circuit primarily, but these cars are loving it, aren't they? And especially the 992 class, as ever, a little bit of a battle breaking out on track with the number 907, which is, just trying to find him in the order, it's Philip Hamprecht in the RPM car, currently leading the class. And that car leading around Kobe de Bruyker in the Red Ant car. Now, this is a little bit out of grid order, isn't it? Because the RPM racing car started behind the 2 Red Ant cars, and already Philip Hamprecht getting ahead, but not getting too far away as Kobe de Bruyker sits on his rear bumper.
Well, they put their hot shoe in, haven't they, with Kobe de Bruyker. The other 2 drivers not quite as quick, whereas the Red Ant team very balanced. The team that, of course, won most of the previous race this year. It's been they've had no competition from Red Camels Jordan. They aren't getting competition this week either.
No, they're not. Or are they, Nick? Because I know we've got to cycle through our AM drivers, which can certainly fool us into a false sense of security. So the race got underway about 4 laps ago, and we were deliberating, Nick, as to whether these drivers could pull it off. They appear to have pulled it off without any major incidents, and a very clean start it was, going on towards the Variante del Parco into that very sweeping right-hander. It's faster than it looks, did you find? And then the ever-tight second part of the Del Parco chicane. And then it's not as fast as it looks, the exit of that, but all of those cars making it through there.
Yeah, it's a good clean start. I mean, I think it's quite a short run to a very sharp right, but you say quick, especially if you can really steal on the inside curb. But then that turn back to the left is way tighter than you think it's going to be, and the car's obviously on relatively cold tyres will be drifting out, but they've all been very, very sensible, and we got through with absolutely no damage whatsoever.
Great. Round of applause then to all of our competitors who did get away cleanly. We had that penalty that popped up for the CWS car,
yeah.
Nick. I'd like to get some background on that.
It is for, and I'll tell you, driver's equipment not in accordance with the regulations.
Driver's equipment.
So whether they weren't wearing... what sometimes happens is that in very hot weather, naughty drivers don't wear their fireproofs underneath their fire suits, and they then get caught out and get a penalty for doing that. I'm not saying that's what it is, but that's quite common. I've seen it before in the hotter Hankook races, that there's been a lack of fireproof under the fire suit.
Right. Yeah, let's have... that's the first mission of the day to Binksy and Hindhoff. I think it's Binksy down in the pit, because Hindhoff's already let me know that he's off for an early gelato. And there are random underwear inspections, of course, by the 24H Series scrutineers, which is always there to keep drivers on their toes. It's for their benefit as well,
exactly.
wearing them. Yeah, it's for the fireproof underwear. Yeah, it's like in car insurance, isn't it? Well, apart from it being a legal requirement, but it's like house insurance. Let's say car insurance, not a good example. Do not go against the law and not insure your car.
Yeah.
But it's like house insurance. You don't need it until your roof blows
That's
off.
right. I was just thinking, when you said random underwear inspection, it's like one of those T-shirts kids used to buy. I'm walking around with a random underwear inspector. But no, it's a very good point. There is a reason that the various equipment for drivers is mandated, and the reason is not to make money for OMP and Alpenstars. It's to keep drivers safe in all conditions. Now, that conditions includes very hot conditions, but when it's trying to keep you safe from is an even hotter condition when you're involved in a fire. So yes, there's always that it'll never happen to me until it does. So absolutely, the drivers should make sure they're always fully booted and suited, because it's for their safety.
So the 419, Christopher Hoyven in the Hankook Motorsport BMW M4. It's leading the GT4 class, but before we start talking about GT4, let's head out into the sunshine where Binksy's eating an ice cream, I believe.
I am not eating an ice cream. I'm hard at work, I'll have you know, gentlemen. Dan Morris, on the other hand, from the CWS Racing and the 178 that you were talking about, the Ginetta. We saw that you had a penalty, so we thought we'd come down and find out who's been naughty, and I understand it was you.
Thanks, yeah. Cheers for this. I got shoehorned into the car at last minute to get it on the grid, and within that, so yeah, didn't have a glove on, or two.
One or two. Come on, spill the beans.
No, both the gloves are still on the table. I got pushed in the car to get it out because Colin wasn't ready, so yeah, I'm blaming Colin, but it's a long race. We'll get there. Not the greatest start really, but yeah, we'll be all right, I think.
I guess when it's all that last minute sort of, when it's the last minute change and you're rushing and it's hot and it's getting ready for the race, the adrenaline's going, I guess it's easy to do that.
Obviously, yes. Yes, indeed. Yeah, silly mistake, it's one of those, I think, but a long race, a lot can happen, and I think we're already 7 seconds up on the next, so yeah, I think we'll be all right. I just have to push a little bit harder in my stint, I think, to make up for it.
What penalty did you get? I didn't see it on the screen.
That was a 10-second time penalty, which will serve on the next pits, so yeah.
Thank you so much. You won't do that again, will you? No, you won't. He's not happy about that, but a 10-second penalty for him. And at the moment down here in the pit lane, luckily the sun is not actually in the pit lane at the moment, so we're getting a little bit of a breeze, which is quite nice. But most people are in the garages, sort of watching the screens, seeing what's going on. A few people actually are outside the garages in the paddock, in their swimming pool. So I wonder where John Heinhoff's gone. He's disappeared. Perhaps he's gone and jumped in a little pool somewhere.
Oh, I hope not. We're going to need a big pool if Hindhoff's gone off for a swim. No, I can tell you where he is. He's in the air conditioning of catering before he does his stint in the pits.
He's pulled one of those ice creams out of the machine, hasn't he?
He has. Yeah, he's eating. It's gelato, Nick. We're on the Adriatic coast, so it's gelato for the day. Shall we have a quick look at the race? I was about to tell you about GT4, currently being led by the Hankook Motorsport BMW M4, Chris Verhoeven, at the wheel of that car. They're in 20th place overall. Take no notice of that because this isn't a GT4 class. Second in GT4 is the Street Art Racing Aston Martin. Now, this is a car that suffered suspension failure in yesterday's qualifying, and a great job by the Street Art Racing team to get that car back out to complete its third segment of qualifying. At the moment, Julian Darras is at the wheel, and they are currently right behind the number 419. This is the 407 Street Art Aston Martin Vantage. Third in GT4 is the Bagheera ZM Racing Mercedes. Now, this is a car that's become a bit of a stalwart in the 24H series, but spoiling the GT4 party is Gilles Courtois in the Vortex V8. The Vortex V8 car 701, currently 22nd overall and running with the GT4s.
And leading GTX, of course, is the 701 Vortex.
Yeah, it's lead. Well, there is only one car.
Well, yeah, but interesting.
We'll still say it's leading.
Interesting, its pace.
We will say that.
Yeah, but its pace is a little bit down because it's running currently with the GT4s. Normally, it runs pretty much with the 992s. It's certainly it's a little bit quicker than GT4s normally. But incidents and accidents happening out there on the track.
Yeah, we've got people really exploiting the edges of the track there to maximise and optimise their run, and running to the beyond the track limits on the left-hand side, going into a right-hand corner. It's what drivers will do because they can open up the corner by taking a very wide entry.
Yeah, I mean, it is, effectively, the wider you make the corner, the shallower you make it, the faster you make it. It's, this is why all we ever hear about in actually all sorts of forms of racing, both two-wheel and four-wheel, is about track limits. The reason people are abusing track limits is not because they don't know where the track goes or they've made a mistake, it's because it's faster. And with this particular circuit, which, as you can see, is marked with those, the curbs and then the big blue behind it, that's obviously for MotoGP. You have a huge amount of advantage where you can get 2 or even 4 wheels off, and it just gives you so much time. You're just turning the wheel less, you're scrubbing less speed, you can carry more through, you're using the car more speed, you've got more speed, you've got more aero, certainly on these GT3s. So it's kind of win-win-win-win-win. But I'm interested to know we really interested to know where they're pulling the line, where they're saying, no, that's too wide, that's not too wide. I'm just trying to see where we've got. I'm just going on the penalties. We've got anyone called for track limits. So far, no one's even got a warning for track limits. So it looks like it's a very generous, probably off the back end. You have to go right off the back end of the curbing, so the red and white, before you get pulled.
Very similar to what we saw at Le Mans, actually, Nick, going into the Dunlop chicane. The car's pulling across to the left and the whole car being over at Le Mans, it's blue and yellow, isn't it? And here, and again, to open up the entry to the Dunlop chicane, it's exactly what we're saying here at MISANO, because these flat curbs just offer that option of opening up the corner and keeping that momentum. So I think we're going to see a lot of that.
I'd like to say it's a lot severe on iRacing.
Yes, yeah.
You get a 1x for being nothing like as far off as they are, but I mean, this is the real world, and it's the real G-force and the speed. But yeah, I mean, there's obviously been a lot of talk about it. There will be a conversation in the driver's briefing. There have been clarifications by the race organiser exactly what you can and can't do, because it is so easy to exploit. I think it's of no use to anybody to kind of make artificially tight rules, because the cars aren't going to get damaged and aren't going to have any problems going out wide. So why ban them from doing it in what is effectively a race for gentlemen? Let's just say, like, you can do that because it's easier for you for driving, it's easier for the car as well, because the cars don't pick up any problems going over these flat curves. We're going to make it the best possible track for you, which is to give you this flexibility, not rein you in. But there is a mark obviously you can't go past, and certainly in qualifying they were quite sharp on it. But perhaps in the racing a bit more loose, because that's how it's able to make the race run smoothly.
Well, I do know that Mr. Hindhoff attended the drivers' briefing, and he has. We'll talk to John when he takes over from Di, because he heard what the officials actually said. We've already got a track limit infringement, a third offence, so that's a warning.
Blimey.
And that's for car 90. Which is just looking down the order.
That's the E2P car with Alvaro Parent on it. So yes, the professional racing driver really pushing the bound. That's interesting, because that's a third offence, and so they aren't actually even raising them on the penalty board until they've done 3, which is interesting.
Yeah, there's only 2 penalties on there. One we've already heard about. That was Daniel Morris not having his gloves on. Even though he was only taking the car to the grid, you're still driving a racing car, is how the officials will look at that. And we'll keep an eye on the number 90, Alvaro Parente, in that number 90 E2P car. Currently 6th in the order, 6th in the GT3 order, 2nd in the Pro-Am class. We'll keep you up to date with our classes within classes. Currently leading the 992 class, well, that's still the Philip Hamprick driven RPM Racing Porsche. That's still ahead of the 2 Red Ant cars. And looking further down the field, cars just getting a little bit use of the curbing and more. I mean, Nick, from what we can see on track, the cars never seem to be within the confines of the white line, so there are going to be a lot of penalties pinged by the time we get to, well, I wasn't going to say half distance, but I think by the time we clicked back an hour, I think we're probably going to see some penalties if we continue in this vein.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw a few moments ago the Herberth car go very, very wide, but that to me was a slight big oversteer moment, which, is that a track limit offence? Probably is, because you've gone across, but it wasn't deliberate, it wasn't trying to gain anything from it. But as we said before, it is a methodology of gaining time. The drivers will use it. Probably we're going to see, as you say, a plethora of these come up after half an hour and 45 minutes of people begin to tick over that first 3 and more important the next 3, which will cause them a penalty. And it may very well, towards the end of this race, don't forget we're running straight through for this race, all 12 hours are today, it may become significant, because if one car picks up 1 set more or 2 sets more, that's another 20 seconds. And 20 seconds, I know we're very early in the race, is covering the first 8 cars at the moment. So it isn't a trivial situation. There are pluses and minuses to it, but and I'm sure they have observers on particular corners. I'm not sure every corner can be observed every single lap, but it will be very carefully looked at. And then, of course, there's an issue here as we see cars getting in amongst the lappery as the GT3s go past the GT4s, and they're beginning to catch up to some of the back end of the 992s. Sometimes when you're trying to overtake something, you go off the track as well. So it's you need to keep some in hand. You can't just use them all for performance. But these are racing drivers.
Yeah, and the other thing is, if you're a driver that goes out with the attitude, right, I'm going to stay within the confines of track limits, and then everyone around you is not and gaining time and speed, then you are going to have to join in.
Well,
and all we ask is consistency in the application of those rules, isn't it?
What you need is a team manager to say, "Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You will be. You're not picking up limits. They are. You'll get back it later." We have 2 more penalties have come up based around the start of the race. This is interesting. We've got a false start for the 18 car, which is the Santalok Junior team, which is currently being piloted by Elia Earhart. And we also have the same thing for the E2P teams. That's Alvaro Parente. Both of them have got a false start. Now, I would assume that means they jumped too early and gained some places, or they weren't in the right position, but they did seem to come through in the correct position, so it must have been just putting the foot down a tad too early, Joe.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that, but false start is false start, and that's how it's been deemed. So penalties for those cars. Another warning for track limit infringement, this time for the number 8 and the number 967. The number 8 is the David Fuminelli Ferrari, the Bohm by Kessel Racing Ferrari. And what was that other car I said? 967. That's a car that's
HRT Performance and Nicholas Sturzinger.
Yeah, we're going to be talking about these penalties throughout the race. We've got those penalties being given with regards to false starts. The number 90 and the number 18, wasn't it, Nick?
Yeah, let's see if we can see what's going on this one.
We can perhaps judge. We don't know what the officials can see, but they've seen something within that start that they didn't like, and maybe it was they went ahead of the green light, or they made a move and went a couple of rows further forward before the green light. I think that's what they're looking for, Nick.
Yeah, it was noticeable that the white car, which is easy to see from that above shot, which is the Fumicelli Bombo Castle Racing Ferrari, was significantly behind the cars ahead of it. There was a big gap. He was like on his own. So I expect the cars either side of him, who would be about the qualifying positions for the Santaloc Junior team and E2P, may well have just moved into a space they shouldn't have done. It wouldn't have anything to do with Red Camel Jordan not being on the grid because they were further back behind. But it's interesting. I don't think I remember seeing a full start being called at a Creventic race before, so it must have been quite a big infringement.
Yeah, they didn't like something there. I certainly couldn't tell, Nick. But the race goes on. We've got the David Fuminelli Ferrari hassling the Hofer car. David Fuminelli currently 5th. The Hofer car is, of course, Alexander Prince, the Hofer Racing Mercedes. Great to see the Kroll family. Alexander Prince, the husband of Chantal Prince, formerly Chantal Kroll, a former ladies champion in the 24H series. And if Alexander's not careful, Fuminelli is going to have that Ferrari making a move for that position, which will be 4th if he gets it.
Yeah, Alexander's interesting because obviously he is a pretty handy racer now and a pretty handy high-end am racer within these championships. But I remember when we first met him, before the marriage, when they were just meeting up, he was the physio, wasn't he, for Hofer Racing? So I can only was he a racer who had to curtail his ambitions and become a physio?
I thought he was a mechanic.
No, he was a physio. He was giving the massages and everything. And
where that got him?
Well, yes, exactly.
Two kids later.
Well, yeah. The point I'm making is: was he a racer who became a physio, or has he the fact that he's married himself into the Kroll family meant he's been able to get some track time and become a racing driver?
Yeah, I think that's how it's happened, and they've welcomed him into the family as he's no slouch. However, David Fuminelli has made the move and gone ahead of the Hofer Mercedes and into 4th place. The Kessel Racing ran Boom car, Boem. I'm saying Boom, it's spelled B-O-E-M. I'm trying to say it in a kind of a German, Swiss German way.
Boom. Our German speaker behind me is saying Boom.
Boom. Right, well, it's Boom by Kessel Racing. We'll have to find out what Boom is. When I get a chance, I'll Google that and see what sort of company that is.
So the 18 car, which is got a full start, 10-second penalty behind it. That's the Ella Arhart Santaloc Junior team car. Under heavy pressure now from Herberth Motorsport. And not far behind them is the rest of they're very, very close together. There's still, interesting, we've got a 7-second lead for J-Mo Hartling in the PTT by Schnitzelreim Racing Mercedes. And then the rest of the next 4, which is Santaloc, Herberth, Bohm and Hofer, are all really, really close and can be covered by a single shot if it's a long shot on a lens.
So a movement there then. We are seeing a little bit of movement. Elia Earhart, for instance, has gotten the Santaloc Junior team Audi into 2nd place. The gap is 7.2 seconds to the leading Mercedes. That's the Schnitzeln Racing Mercedes of J-Mo Hartling. Hertling, I think is how you pronounce it in German. 7.2 seconds. Elia Earhart with the Herberth car right on his tail though. Now Earhart has gotten by Rolf Bonn, and Rolf Bonn looking like he might be challenging or re-challenging to get that place back. These two have got a 2-second gap to the Fuminelli Bonn Ferrari, who has just cleared Alexander Prince, who's dropped back a second in 5th place. We've got another second or so to the Alvaro Parenti E2P Racing Porsche in 6th. And then we've got a 6.2 second gap to the Jutta Racing Audi, the driver of that one, the Justas Ionusis car 71. That's currently in 7th place.
Yeah, I think Fuminelli is going to very quickly move on to the tail of the Bonn-Earhart battle. That's why he's there. Yeah, he's the pro driver. He's got a limited amount of time he can be in the car, but he can make the most of it now. And I think it's interesting that there's been a kind of a movement to put some of the pro drivers in. Remember, in Creventic Racing, you very, very rarely, I think it's happened like once ever, get a safety car. So the time you gain by having your pro drivers is time you always keep. It's not like in IMSA or where you burn the amateur driver as quickly as possible, because at that point, there'll be yellow flags to get you back a lap if they lose one. Here, you keep the time the whole of the way. So the only real tactics you can have, if there is a Code 60, and of course people don't think there's going to be many Code 60s here, then you can pop your amateur driver in to do their minimum 2-hour drive time, which they have to do if you wish to, by your most amateur driver. Now, the reason people don't think there's going to be many Code 60s, there's a couple of reasons for it. First of all, of course, is it's not a massive car count at 27. Also, the majority of the cars are on similar speeds. The GT3s and 992s all do pretty similar speeds. They don't trip over each other as much. But there's those lovely wide curbs and those lovely wide runoff areas. You know, there is. If you make a mistake, it's not going to result very likely in you being punted into a wall facing the wrong way. So those Code 60s, which can sometimes really rattle certain circuits which are a bit tighter and have less runoff, you know, it seems very unlikely we're going to see that many of those ones. Yes, you'll get the ones where the cars break down, have to be taken away, but you're unlikely to get these big, long Code 60s where someone's come off a bit of a corner that's close to a bit of Hankook barrier, bashed it, and they have to repair it. So everyone's expecting this race to run green for most of the 12 hours, Joe.
Yeah, I think so. That's there's plenty of space out there as well as the nature of the track, giving people plenty of room. And if you're clever, if someone is challenging harshly and moving down the inside, you have got the room to defend in a kind of I was going to say discreet way, but you know what I mean by that, Nick. You don't have to be overly aggressive, really. You can just sort of make their job a little bit tricky. But it is hard to defend when the track is so open like we have here in MISANO.
Yeah, it's interesting actually that I did think that we were going to see Bond come back at Earhart. Earhart's now managed to put a bit of breathing room between himself and that 91 Porsche, but certainly the Fuminelli Ferrari is beginning to close up on these two. It's a slow process. He's not like 2 seconds a lap quicker. It's a bit here and a bit there. Last time round he was about 0.2 faster, but you know, he'll get there eventually. But I suppose you have to limit your rate of closing, because you have to think about leaving life in the tyres.
There is that, and with 30 minutes, we're just about to tick by the first 30 minutes of this 12-hour race, and we are seeing drivers just kind of getting to their target times with regards to tyre management, Nick. So that's what we're seeing now, and it just happens that David Fuminelli, one of the fastest cars out there on the track at the moment, he's closed the gap to Ralph Bond from just over 2 seconds to it's now just on a second, and we're very shortly not going to even need a stopwatch to see what the gap is, as we'll wait for them to come by us on the start-finish straight next time by. We'll see what the gap is next time. But I think, Nick, that it's going to be a case of that Ferrari being right on the rear bumper of the Herbert Motorsport Porsche.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a quick change, a quick catch-up, sorry, but then obviously they say catching up is one thing, getting past is another. But Fuminelli and that Ferrari look pretty racy, but it's not like Ralph Bond doesn't know what he's doing, and it's not like Herbert, they know what they're doing. Ralph's obviously turned out to be a very, very fast gentleman driver over the... How long have we been doing this now? How long has he been doing this? Was it about 15 years we've been doing this? It's for 13 years, I think. 2011, 2012, these series kicked off. And Ralph obviously has been one of the stalwarts, almost never present, not quite. Much the same for Herbert, but... Interestingly changed sort of Herbert's team this time, Joe. I mean, we were used to having a Renault or two in the team, but no Renaults whatsoever. His teammates are Jason Hart, the semi-pro from America, and his fellow American Scott Noble, who've been driving. We've had 2 car entries from Herbert in a few of the earlier races, and they've tended to be in the 92 car, those two, where we've seen the more traditional Herbert Porsche drivers, they say Bond, Dana Allman, of course, he retired earlier this year, and then of course one of the Renaults, but not this time. It's a mix and match. It's Noble, Bond and Hart for the Herbert team, and I think I've seen before from Portimao, Jason Hart's got a pretty good turn of speed as well.
Yeah, we know how quick Jason Hart can be. We've come across Jason in various series. He's the semi-pro in that number 91, and we look forward to seeing him in the car. Ralph, though, he's proved to be no slouch, and didn't we give him the 50th event award not so long back at the beginning of the season?
Yeah, a couple of races ago.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's quite nice. You get a big plaque, and you get a cake.
Yeah, you get a cake. But you know what I was disappointed in, Nick, when we have given these awards, as we've got a car in the pits.
It's quite an important car. It's the 903 Red Out Racing, the championship leading Porsche. Kobe de Bruyne has brought that car in after 18 laps, which certainly is not a scheduled stop. So be a story behind that, because obviously the great thing about the 992 is they can run so long on their first tank, because they, of course, can fill up. The tank is actually bigger than the fill they're allowed to do from then onwards. I think it's a 120 litre tank, and you can have 100 litres after that. So they can run for a huge amount of time. Not the 903, but I'm sure Dai will tell us exactly what the problem with that car is very soon.
He's already gone out. He's already left the pit lane. Kobe de Bruyne in. We'll find out what exactly went on with that car. I saw the car going up on the jacks and already leaving the pit lane, Nick.
I would say puncture then, wouldn't you? Puncture, slow puncture.
Possibly, yes. Now, though, we did say that the curbs here at MISANO aren't very harsh. But if we are seeing punctures, it might be. It's not so much going off the track, it's coming back on, as we've found in the past in various other tracks, isn't it? It's the outside edge of the curb as we come back onto the track that can cause problems in various places. But Kobe de Bruyne staying in the car. The Red Ant car now dropping back to 5th in class, back to 16th overall. He's got... I'm just trying to find out the difference in... Yeah, he's got about 3.5 seconds to the Fulgenzi Racing Porsche. Andrea Buratti is the car that is following him round. And even though there's plenty of space out there, we are still getting little squabbles breaking out, aren't we? And that was a GT4 battle that we saw there. The Bagheera car...
Getting squished.
Getting a bit squished. I'm not sure if that's going to lap down now, Nick. The Bagheera car showing 18 laps and a lap down off the Aston Martin from the Street Art Racing car. We've got Binksy in the pits. Diana, what have you got?
I came up to the Red Ant Racing number 903, as you were talking about earlier. Yes, absolutely, a puncture on the left rear. So by the time I got from one end of the pit lane, which is not a long pit lane here in MISANO, they changed the tyre and off it went back out on track. So you called that absolutely right. But other than that, they're quite happy. They've come in, made the time up, and said they'll make it back up out on track.
I'd be interested to know, Di, if you are still in that pit, as to where the puncture happened on the tyre. Was it the inside edge of the tyre and an outside edge? I mean, by the time he's made it round, the tyre could be destroyed, but it's that would be a significant piece of information that we can keep our eyes on.
Second, third and fourth nailed together again. It's a bit of traffic's brought the Earhart, Bond and Fuminelli cars together. That's the Audi, the Porsche and the Ferrari. It was noticeable actually that Ralph Bond chose a much tighter line as Earhart tried to get round some of the other traffic, and that paid dividends for him as he drove through. So those big gaps which were there, they're now visually about 4 car lengths between them, and they are right in amongst the 992 class, which isn't the easiest thing to overtake, is it, Joe? Because they are obviously incredibly fast on the straights.
Well, we're getting involved with traffic to overtake as well. The slower classes, the 992s, the GT4s, are going to be a factor. But if these 3 cars can just stay like that for another 11 hours and 22 minutes or so, that would be great. Let's head back down to the pits. Diana.
It was an answer to your question about the Red Ant car, the 903. It was the inside rim, and they do think it was the curb. So not saying they're not 100, but I think your probably assessment of that's pretty spot on.
Yeah, thank you, Di. Thank you for clarifying that. Yeah, it's going to be tricky for them to assess where that has actually happened and what curb is causing the problem, because pretty much, Nick, we're going off every curb we can here.
Yeah, it must be coming off the back curb. So someone who's not having a problem with the curb is David Fuminelli. He's just got past Ralph Bond and picked up 3rd overall. Not a massive surprise, but yeah, this is interesting because they're all off the curbs all the time. Now, it is, if you drop the tyre onto the literally right edge of the rim on a point of the back end of the curb and there's an element of sharpness on it, then that can do some problems. But there isn't an element of sharpness on motorcycle curbs. That's the whole point, because you can't have a motorcycle falling off the back of a curb, because then they'll just fall off the track and it hurts. So it may be there's a drain or something which is also a little bit sharper, or it might be that they but it might be that they just been unlucky in dragging the car back across an edge of a curb. But if there was a worry, they wouldn't all be off it the whole time. And so we've just seen the the damaged tyre. Looks like it's had a spike going into it on the inner rim there. You're all right, team manager. You must have seen many punctures in your time, Joe. Any idea what that might be?
Yeah, that looked like a drain. It's something very sharp that's taken a chunk out. This sort of the size of an egg-shaped piece of rubber has been ripped off. Now, at first, I would have thought that might have been a flat spot that had been caused, but it's right on the edge, right on the sidewall and the inside edge of the tyre. That has got about an egg, very large egg-sized delaminated piece of tread. So it's possibly, Nick, I think you might be right. I'd be, if I was in that team, I'd be looking at areas on the track where you have got drain covers and the like on the track edge. We had this problem at Mugello a few years ago, didn't we?
Yep.
Where through the Arrabbiata corners, which are very, very fast right-hand sweeps, going outside, going up the hill, out the back of the track at Mugello, we had the cars which had to basically run over. I had to run over the outside edge of the track where there was a drainage grill.
Yeah, and that's...
I'm being asked how large an egg, a duck egg or an ostrich egg. I'm going to say duck egg, Tim. That's what I'm going to say. About a duck egg sized. It certainly wasn't ostrich egg sized.
No, it was smaller. It was smaller than a chicken's egg, to be honest. I think, I'm not sure it's quite down to the quail's egg, but go to your local Waitrose, see what the quail's eggs look like. But so the action is now hotting up, not just on the track as far as the temperature is concerned, but also as the cars are beginning to move forward, including Fuminelli now getting past the Santa Lock Junior team at Earhart, so no real surprise that David's managed to get himself into second place, but he's got a big gap to make up now. A good lead has been pulled up by J-Mo Hartling and the PTT by Schnitzel Racing Mercedes. It's 11.1 seconds, Joe.
It was beautiful how he pulled it off, though. He went round the outside. He came out of turn 11, which is that very fast kink, out on the back stretch, through Cavone, and then through 12, and then around the outside at 13. And it was kind of what I said, Nick, where you can try to be defensive a little bit discreetly and not overly aggressive. And that was Elliot Earhart, who we saw taking perhaps the optimum inside line, but David Fuminelli being right on the edge there on the outside. And it was a bit brave, I would say, because that's a very fast section of track through turns 11, 12 and 13.
Yeah, it is, and it was a great move. But I think that's it. There's the kind of confidence that comes with the more professional drivers, and I think you're dealing with people who know what they're talking about as well, with Earhart and Bond, so you can kind of do that.
So we've got a fight breaking out on track because the number 18, that's Elia Earhart in the Sonderlock Junior Team Audi, that car is coming back at the Ferrari. Now, I'm not sure, Nick, whether that was David Fuminelli being held up slightly and just making his way sedately through the traffic. He's not wanting to take too much risk overtaking the slower traffic. Behind these two, though, behind the Boom Ferrari and the Sonderlock Audi, we've got the Herbert car being caught by Alexander Prince in the Hofer Mercedes.
Yeah, there's never been flow in traffic.
The Hofer Mercedes there in 5th place.
Yeah, there's never been flow in traffic.
Heading towards Ralph Bond and onto the back of that car. And if we're not careful, Nick, we're going to see Ralph Bond being overtaken or at least being challenged by that Mercedes.
Yeah. They're coming together. I mean, I think there's this situation in traffic where some people are gaining and some people are losing based on where they're meeting the traffic. But certainly it looks like Alexander Prince has picked up a little bit of a second wind. Coming back towards Ralph Bond, who's kind of moving slowly backwards overall in the field, though not particularly time-wise. So interestingly, we now have a 12.5 second lead at the front of the field. Yeah, 12.8 seconds for J-Mo Hartling and David Fuminelli. Just on the other classes, it is Philip Hamprecht in the RPM Racing, who's leading for the 904 Red Ant Racing. That's the B team in some ways of Brent Verheyen. Obviously, since the 903 now has to make up for its unscheduled stop. GT4, it's Chris Verhoeven in Hannover Motorsport with their BMW M4 GT, and then it's Julian Dallas in the Street Art Racing Aston Martin in second. And Colin White is leading Michael Sanders. So CWS Engineering are leading SR Motorsport in TCE. And can you tell me, Joe, without looking at the screens, who's leading in GTX?
I can. It will be the Vortex V8, the
That's
fan
right.
favourite. And it's the good news is, Nick, that it's still going round.
Exactly.
So that we like that. We like that. We like to see the vortex out there. Great battle though there, Nick. I know we're early in the race, 11 hours and 17 to go. This is very early, but it's our job to get excited by actual racing, and it's great to see these drivers just settling in now. And Ralph Bond, as the race has progressed, just over 40 minutes gone, and we have got Ralph Bond. It looks like he's struggling. Now, whether he's struggling with pace, I'm not saying struggling as a driver, we know how good he is, but struggling with pace, because the pace is beginning to drop off, isn't it? And he's dropping ever towards that Mercedes Alexander Prince.
Well, be the tyre situation. You know, you've perhaps overloaded them very slightly and pushed them too far, and they're now in a situation where they're not particularly happy. The GT3 cars will, burn through these tyres in an hour quite easily. I mean, we've seen the track where they can double stint them on GT3, but on the whole, they will change when they come in. Yeah, and it's interesting. I mean, my guess is you're actually right. What I thought was just a bit of traffic catching upness, if there's such a word, and it is now, is very much looking like he is struggling a little bit. And I don't think it's a performance issue, and therefore it must be a tyre issue.
Yeah. I think, Nick, he's struggling with his tyres, perhaps, just not giving him the performance. He's having to defend as well, and a little bit of contact there. There is plenty of room out there, gentlemen, but a little bit of contact into the Variante del Parco, the Park Chicane, side-by-side action already in these early stages, and Ralph Bond has hung on to it through that corner. They're into the very tight Rio. It's a hairpin, it's a double apex, 2 corners actually, forming a constant radius arc, and then out towards we'll call this the back straight, and Alexander Prince getting it all wrong there and losing traction, losing a bit of time, but not that much, because he's still on the rear bumper and under the rear wing. Can he challenge into Quest here? Not quite. He has to drop back in.
So all getting very argy-bargy out there. It's interesting. It took them, 45 minutes to lose their cool, didn't it, and just turn into racing drivers, so that's always quite useful. Bishing and bashing between the Bon and the Herberth car, absolutely. It's nice to see. They're trying quite hard. Someone's going to have to bash out that damage.
Yeah, I don't think it was a hard enough hit, though. Do you?
No,
it did have contact. There might be a little bit of paint swapping there, but I'm not sure it was a hard enough hit to affect tracking.
That's the sad thing, isn't it? Because it's not paint swapping anymore. It's wrap swapping, isn't it? No one paints a car anymore. It's just a bit of plastic that wraps off. It's just not on. It's obviously the wrapping means you can get your car in more colours than the rainbow, and it doesn't weigh as much. We have an expert rapper who's a very good friend of ours. He's not from South London and spitting the bars. He's actually doing cars, but he's told us about some of the complications. But you can do anything now with wrapping.
Does that mean, Nick, that we have to retire the term "it'll buff out"?
Do you know that's a really good point, because it doesn't buff out, because if you try and buff it, you just ruin it. So yes, but it'll be what can you say? It'll be. But you know what it is? A whole generation of children were brought up on Blue Peter, weren't they? We all watched Blue Peter, and we learned about how to use sticky back plastic, and now sticky back plastic is the way we run our cars.
Yeah, I'm a bit disappointed in that, actually. Buffing out was always a Sunday morning job.
Yeah, well, I think buffing out for road cars still exists, because when you've had your various bishes and bashes on machines, especially if it's a rental car, you have to use as much spit as possible to lick out the scratches. That's always a fun thing as you're about to take it back, isn't it?
Absolutely. Good morning to Chris Suku, who wants to join in with the Italian sausage debate that we had going. He wants to throw into the ring the wonderfully almost onomatopoeic Zampina.
Really?
I don't even know if that is that a type of sausage.
I know what a Zamboni is, but that's not any sort of sausage at all.
Yeah, I'm not really sure he's caught us off guard with that.
Rather like, it appears caught off guard there a few seconds ago, was Ralph Bon, as round the inside, I think on the inside of Curva del Cara, I think that was, went the number 11 Hoffer Racing of Alexander Prince. So Ralph drops down another place and now runs in 5th. So interesting move there. Just I don't know whether it was a move or let through, but yeah, all action, Joe.
we knew it was coming, didn't we? We knew that had been coming for a while, and he'd gone side by side, and then through the this is the section here, through 12, 13, and then into the Caro hairpin, turn 14, and that was kind of a textbook move from the Mercedes. Just got the position on the car alongside, and really Ralph Bond couldn't do anything because he would have had to have driven through him to stop him, and Alexander Prince already pulling a gap to that Porsche, Herbert Motorsport Porsche with Ralph Bond. The team will be all over that, Nick, won't they? They'll be talking to the driver. Ralph Bond will be feeding back information, and it's what the team can do, I suppose.
But was that indicative? The way he could turn tighter through 12, 13, and more importantly through 14, is that indicative his tyres are just feeling a little bit better than Ralph's, or was it just a case he effectively moved Ralph out of the position to be able to do that?
I think it was a little bit of both. I think he had the run through the... Yeah, I mean, the very fast kinks through turns 11, 12 and 13. You need a bit of grip, you need the aero to help you as well, and it seemed that Ralph Bond just did not have the same amount of pace through that section of track. And then by the time they got to the hairpin there at Caro, he couldn't do anything about it because Alexander was already down his inside. Yeah.
And the gap that is being pulled by the Hoffa car is quite remarkable. So yeah, absolutely. One thing we can say with certainty, the 91 car is struggling. Hopefully it's just a tyre issue and not indicative of anything more serious, because that can be sorted out at the next stop. They may be sitting there going, right, we put those in, we had the pressures wrong, the pressures were too low, or the pressures were too high, probably more likely to be too high to go off during the stint. And this, of course, isn't the hottest it's going to be. The track is pretty warm, it's in sun, but it's going to get even hotter in the next 3 or 4 hours. So they need to learn from that and work out how they can get a bit of extra tyre life. And
we've got, before we head down to Die, I'll just confirm that Zampina is an Italian sausage, a traditional Italian sausage. Thank you for that. And let's head down to Binksy, where I'm sure she's not eating Italian sausage in the heat of the day.
No, I'm not. Just a little update from the pit lane. Obviously, at this moment, everything has settled down, as you can see on track, apart from the front runners who are having a bit of a battle. But down here in the pit lane, I've just walked up and down just to have a look to see if anyone's getting ready with tyres or drivers, and nothing I can spot at the moment. Everyone's sort of comfortably watching the race, intently chatting with engineers, but no real movement down here. A couple of tyre warmers up ready, but other than that, it's pretty quiet, so I'm not expecting anyone in anytime soon. However, as soon as they head into the pit lane, we'll be finding out, getting some thoughts on how this first part of the race is going.
We don't normally see teams in for about 55 minutes. The thing to remember always is that they start the race with more fuel than they'll have at any other point unless we have a close run of Code 60s, because they have endurance tanks in the cars which can hold 120 litres, but they don't necessarily allow to be refuel that amount each time, so they have a long front run. Obviously, if the Code 60 came out now, they'd all peel in, but we expect it's about the hour mark, isn't it? We normally start seeing the GT3s coming in. A little bit longer for the 992s if they've taken advantage of their full fill. But yeah, I mean, Dial get busy in a minute. She can put a little deck chair up and a parasol for another few minutes, and it's going to be all action.
Yeah, no doubt about it. That's what we've got in store for you for another just over 11 hours. And if the first hour is anything to go by, it's going to be all the way to the flag. Well, I mean, we've only got a 9.4 second lead between the first place Schnitzel Racing Mercedes. J-Mo Hartling doing an absolutely sterling job there at the front of the field, and just continuing to lap in the 136 as he's got a best time of 134.6, which came very early in the stint. No one has been in the pits apart from Kobe De Bruyker in the Red Ant car, that car, the 903, currently 5th in the 992 class and 16th overall. That has been our only pit visitor, and that was for a puncture. So we are getting towards that time when we are probably, now this is the time that we'll see the first and perhaps only time we'll see these cars absolutely brimful of fuel from the start, isn't it, Nick?
Yep.
Going forward, we'll then not necessarily have a full tank of fuel.
No, I mean, the only other time they get the chance to actually do that is if we get a succession of Code 60s, where you can, stop twice or 3 times and top the thing up to the absolute max. It's not always the best solution, really, because obviously you've got 3 things you're timing which get flexible after the start. The only thing you know for certain is the time of the start and the time of the finish. But you put a driver in at the start, you can run however long you want to run them, you can react to what's going on. But once you get in the middle of the race, you're then thinking about how long do we want driver A or driver B to be in the car? How long can we get out the tyres? Do we actually want to put that sort of fuel in there, or is that not a good idea? So it's always, this is the sort of thing that Paul Trustwell is calculating 17 times a second, and we're just watching.
Yeah, and he's not at the moment, is he? Though
he's got a day off. He'll be down, but you can see him now. He's in his speedos down at the beach.
He's planning on watching the football with.
Sorry,
I know. He sent me a message saying right off to the pool and watching some football. Well, the football's not on until 6 p.m.
Well, don't forget the football. The football for Red Camel Jordan is on at 9 local time because the Netherlands are playing in the second match.
That's right. However, Fabian Dance, who is the unemployed driver today because of that Red Camel car dropping out, he's Swiss.
Wow.
So we've got...
It's all going on there.
They've got a night of football, haven't they? It's Trustwell and Fabian Dance going toe-to-toe in the early game, and then the Netherlands playing in the second
They'll
game.
need to find a random Turk to join them for the second match.
Yeah. Have we got any Turks in the field?
I don't think we have, actually.
No, we haven't. We usually do, don't we?
Yeah, we have a couple of normally, but yeah, so that's quite clear. We can all just support the Dutch then, because we won't offend anybody.
No. Just been looking at the Vortex as it continues to circulate around. It's the only car in the GTX class, so it is going to take a class win. Gilles Courtois at the wheel of the Vortex.
I think it's off pace. I think it's off pace from where it normally is. I don't know.
It usually runs with the GT3s, doesn't it?
It's normally sort of it. Sometimes it depends on the track. Sometimes it's the G992, but certainly not down behind the GT4s. Now maybe Gilles Courtois is one of the more relaxed of the drivers, but it does seem a little bit off the pace from where you'd expect it to be, because it is quick enough to lead GTX races when you've got Lamborghini Super Trofeos in there. So could just be the driver driver lineup. Sorry, but yeah.
It's a good point, Nick, because it's right now in the middle of the GT4 class. Julian Darras at the wheel of the 407, the Street Art Racing Aston Martin, leading GT4. They're in 20th overall. About 1.8 seconds behind is the Hankook Motorsport BMW, and that is Chris Verhoeven in the number 419. Then we've got the Vortex V8, currently third in that gaggle of GT4s. And I believe that the Bagheera car, the Mercedes-AMG GT4 Bagheera car of Alia Kolak, the code number 416, that's dropped off the GT4 lead lap already. And I'm not quite sure how even that has happened, because usually the Bagheera car is right up there.
No, it's still in the lead lap. It's about 3 corners off dropping off the lead, looking at the tracker. It's going around turn 14 now as the leader comes up to turn 11. So it is a long way further back than you expect. You're absolutely right, Joe. It's like 1 minute and 30 in a lap which they're doing in 1 minute 49. And that is not a result of anything we've seen. So it's just a result of the laps not being as quick as the others. Now, obviously both those two cars, Street Art Racing and Hankook Racing, are new to the championship, or certainly new to they weren't at Portimao, and they weren't in the race I've been to. I didn't go to Spa, so I'm not sure they might have been there. But they're new to the championship, and they've kind of brought an extra impetus and an extra speed, it seems.
Well, the Bagheera car, can confirm, hasn't quite dropped off the GT4 lead lap. It is 1 minute and 23 seconds behind that leading Aston Martin. So it's about to drop off that lead lap if it's not careful. They are lapping in the 1 minute 43s, 44s. So in about 10 or 12 seconds time, we could see the Bagheera car dropping off that GT4 lead lap. We'll keep an eye on that. At the moment, Alia Kolak is just under 10 seconds behind the Vortex, which is, as I said, spoiling the GT4 party. The fourth place car in GT4 is the Lion Speed car. That's the Porsche 718. Now that car is behind both of the TCX entries, as we see Jose Garcia currently in the number 26. That car, 29 laps. That's 2 laps down off the lead GT4 lap. As we continue on. We're getting towards the end of not just this fuel stint, Nick, but also tyre stint, maybe tyre life.
Oh, yeah.
Drivers beginning to a little bit overdriving, potentially asking a bit too much, and cars we're seeing sliding around out there. But that might just be over exuberant driving and have nothing whatsoever to do with tyre wear.
And I think some of it is just leaning on them, and they're going, honestly, you've been doing this for an hour now, and it's quite hot, and I'm quite, I'm a tired tyre. So, it's all controllable stuff. It's no one's been caught out by a massive slide. But, you're going to see that. They are going to start to get to the end of the life. I'm sure that there's going to be a replacement of all the tyres on all the cars. I'd be very surprised at the front end. Any double stinting. One car that's also, we've got 3 or 4 cars that are running a bit slower than you expect. The other one that's running a bit slower than you expect is the Land Motorsport car, the Audi R8. That's dropped way off the back of the GT3 class. It's down by, I think, 2 laps already with Stefan Weininger in the car. Lap times 2 to 3 seconds a lap off. Not sure if it's the car. Maybe it's Stefan is their gentleman driver. But surprising, because the Land Motorsport car obviously we're used to being the car collection machine that normally runs, very happily in the middle of the pack and normally at the top of the AM class.
Yeah, interesting, considering we're only an hour in, and Eli Earhart now has his mirrors full of a purple-nosed Mercedes, the Hofer car, in the black, almost carbon fibre looking sort of dark grey, black, gunmetal grey. A little bit darker than gunmetal grey, that Hofer car, I think. And the big purple, I think Hindhoff called it puce.
I think it's more. I think it's from memory, and I think it's a pinky purple. It's a purple with a slash of pink in it. Really, considering I was staring at it for an entire day and a half in Portimao, I should remember, really, shouldn't I? What it actually looks like with actual eyes rather than going through a TV screen, which always changes the colours slightly. But let's call it pinky purple.
Yeah, pinky purple. Well, Eli Earhart flashing his lights at cars ahead of him. He's just come onto the back of the BMW, and he has now got a train of slow class cars ahead of him, and this will be, and also, of course, Nick, Alexander Prince can see that, and Alexander Prince can see where Eli Earhart and how Eli Earhart is going to get by. It's a GT4 car, the street art car, the Amorpha Motorsport BMW is currently second in GT4, just ahead of Earhart, and he's already cleared that by the time they come by towards us. But Alexander Prince can see that, and he's going to want to take advantage if he can.
Yeah, I think the back markers is always a key chance to make up some time, but also even the following car is a chance to lose some time. Now, of course, these guys are currently running 3rd and 4th, so it means that the cars have already been warned that the GT3s are coming through again, because they've had the first and the second car go past. So often the first car to meet the traffic is held up more by those cars because they're surprised they're being lapped. But now they know they're being lapped. And they also, hopefully, this is the second time at least they've been lapped. So they should now work out where they can let the car go with let the cars go with easy breathing, effectively. So, you haven't got to run every corner when you're being lapped. It's a skill to be lapped as much as to lap someone. To know where you need to let it go, just a few seconds, just ease out, breathe out slightly, and let the car through with minimal loss to yourself and minimal chance of getting punted at the backside.
We've got the gap between the leaders coming down. Jim O'Hartling currently leading in the Schnitzel and Mercedes. We've got the Boehm Ferrari of David Fuminelli. He's reduced the gap from just over 9 seconds to now 7 seconds.
No, it's 12 when he got in. It's 12.8 when he got past. So he's taken almost half that in 15 minutes or so. Now the question is, are they going to stick David in for the full 2 hours, which is the maximum amount of time you can drive, of course, in a Creventic series? Or will they take him out of this first pit stop, which must be coming up soon? There's an hour and 2. As we said, the longest run you can do is always on that full tank you get at the start of the race. But even so, GT3 cars burn a lot of fuel. I'm not sure this is a particularly thirsty track, to be honest, Joe. I don't think there's not an awful lot of full speed acceleration down short straights. A lot of the corners we say are never ending. You're kind of off the throttle, taking multiple hairpins or multiple corners as the pit stops have indeed started.
Yeah, and a little bit sort of out of sync with the rest of the GT3 field, but it's Ralph Bond who has come in, and it's maybe the tyres that have limited that length of stint. We're just over an hour. I think initial stints we've seen sometimes an hour and 10. Yeah. We wait and see how that pans out. But right now, Ralph Bond into the fueling area to take on fuel. Now, I believe, Nick, that the fueling station is at pit in.
Yeah, it looks like it from that camera angle. So it's pit in. So they'll go to fuel first. They'll be sitting there for some time before they then roll down the pit lane and have whatever service they need to have done, be it tyres, driver. My guess is both, because it's a hot day and there's no reason to run drivers for 2 hours when you've got a good rotation. But, you know, I am not the team manager. It may be a different idea. Joined now by...
We shall see. I think we've got Binksy down there, who's right in the heat of that pit stop as the 91 rolls off the fueling area. Let's head down to Diana now. Diana?
Talking about the fueling area, yes, it is as you come into the pit in. So it's basically the other end of the pit garages. They've set that up as the fueling station, so we can see the cars in there. You're absolutely right, they stay for a long time. The 91 has just made its way Ralph Bone. It's halfway up the pit lane, so I need to make my way up there to see if he's getting out of the car, but they're definitely changing tyres. So everyone's coming out now into the pit apron. So I'm expecting a bit of a flurry of drivers and changes, so I'll come back to you, and I've got a few more bits of information for you just as we wait for them coming in.
Yeah, thank you, Di. Another car into fueling area. Liam Talbot has brought the Prime Speed Sport Aston Martin in. And
did you see, Joe?
Yeah, go on.
A man crawled into the passenger seat of the Herbeth car. One of the engineers went right into the passenger seat. Now, is he looking at something around the footwell, which Rolf isn't enjoying, which is why he went backwards? They don't really crawl right in. They'll lean in and take the card out, or lean in and put a bottle in. But he crawled right into the car like he was going along for a passenger ride, like in the that class in the Fun Cup, where you can run the classes and you have passengers, don't you? But probably not actually doing that. But yes, I'd be interested to find out what was going on in that pit stop. And is there an issue with the car that needs a little bit of a tweakage to try and sort out?
Yeah, we shall see. Maybe Diana can also climb in that car with him and find him and ask him what exactly the problems are. I've just mentioned there the other pit visitor we've got in fueling at the moment, the Prime Speed Sport Aston Martin Vantage. Great to have Aston Martin in the top class here in the 24H series, and the Prime Speed Sport team, great to have them here from New Zealand, the Kiwi team, as we will affectionately refer to them as. Meanwhile, the lead battle has gone down to 3.8 seconds. David Fuminelli lapping in the 36, last time by a 36.9 to Jim O'Hartling's 36.5. Yes, it's ebbing and flowing on a lap by lap basis. However, overall, that gap is coming down, and it's coming down rather swiftly.
Yeah, I think that to lose that amount of time that quickly sounds like Jamie Hartling had an issue in traffic at some point, either got it wrong or was held up by perhaps a couple of cars having their own battle, because that's how you can easily lose 2 or 3 seconds in a multi-class race. You know, you have to follow a car through a corner you don't want to follow them through. Now Mercedes in the pits.
That's the number 91 still in the pits, getting its where are we? 91 is out now. Scott Noble taking over the.
Oh, that's the Cayman, isn't it? I missed.
Yeah, that's the Cayman. Yeah.
Of that'll be the Jose Garcia Cayman of Lion Speed.
I did think I saw the number 91. However, it was the 419, so my brain turned that 19 around to 91.
Our brain's useful.
Yeah, that's actually the Homolfa Motorsport BMW, second in GT for that car in for its pit stop. Christopher Hoyven at the wheel. So we've got a driver change in the 91 now, Nick. The American driver, Scott Noble, taking over from Ralph Bond. And if Di's still down there, she can maybe ask Ralph what was his, and I mean this in the best possible way, most respectful way, he was lacking the pace that we saw from that car early on. That car just dropped off. Its pace dropped away from him, and he was left completely naked to advances from other drivers. Go ahead, Di.
I'm with Ralph now, who's just been talking about the Herbeth number 91. He's just jumped out of the car, very kindly come to talk to us. Ralph, you were more or less the first driver to come in and make a change. How would you describe the start?
Well, the start was fair, I would say. Everybody is respecting the space of each other, and it's a good way to go. So a long race, huh? So we don't touch in the first corners.
Was it important to be cautious at this point?
To be what, please?
Cautious in your approach.
Well, it is good to come fast in the rhythm. This is important for an amateur like me. And this was done. Then I did 2 mistakes and lost 2 positions. Unfortunately, the Mercedes touched us rear left. This wasn't so good, but car seems to be okay.
Yeah, we watched one of your teams sort of jump in and have a look inside the car, and obviously you're comfortable, everything is okay?
Sorry?
One of your team members got in the front of the car when you changed drivers. Were they just checking for anything?
No, this is a normal check-up. They just look at everything, then they change the tires and look in, and nothing special. Yeah.
Thanks, Ralph.
Thank you.
I'm not sure I agree with that, but never mind. That's what Ralph is saying, and we have to believe him, because there was a real drop off of pace, and it wasn't just the errors that I didn't even think he made. I think he's being, again, very modest, a very modest man that Ralph is. But that car was just losing pace after being quick, so they probably have worked it out. This probably is some sort of situation tyre-wise, and they'll have adjusted that through. Interestingly, we're only now, about 5 minutes afterwards, getting one of the other leaders coming in. That's Eli Arhart in the Santalok Junior team. That's currently scored 5th, because it was 3rd when it came in with the Audi. So it looks like they actually got that Porsche, which normally runs longer than the other GT3s, in as quickly as possible, once it was in a sort of a window for their strategy, Joe.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, you know what, who are we to judge or critique the Herbert team? This team, you know, you've heard me say this many times, and I'm probably going to say it a lot more times, probably this weekend, that endurance races are won on the pit wall. And how many times have we seen the Herbert Motorsport team win from the pit wall with their strategies and how they work the fueling stops, how they work their driver changes, how they work their driver cycling, and all right, it's down in 18th overall and it's dropped to 10th in GT3, but I will not be surprised to see that number 91 slowly climb back up, certainly as we get through this initial pit stop phasing, as we are seeing cars drop down the order, as we do normally at this stage of any 12-hour race. But I wouldn't be surprised to see the 91 back in there. And I couldn't help but notice, though, Nick, as you know what, I'm still going to stand by my conviction and what I could see, and that was definitely the pace dropping off for Ralph Bourne, and it was nothing he could do about it to pick up that pace and challenge those advances from those other cars that did end up overtaking him. I think we've got a very busy pit lane now, as the leader has come in. Jim O'Hartling has come in, Alexander Prince. So Jim O'Hartling in the 74, that's the Schnitzel and Racing Mercedes. He's in the pits from the lead. The number 11 Hofer Racing Mercedes in with Alexander Prince. You already mentioned Elia Earhart. He's still in fueling, according to my screen. Due to Racing, Audi number 71, Justas Jonosis, has brought that car in. That's dropped down the order. This means, though, Nick, that we've got a Ferrari leading in Italy, David Fuminelli in the number 8. Yeah, he's run longer, which is interesting. Now, Alvaro Parent, who's now scored 2nd in the E2P Racing, he has picked up a penalty for constant abuse of the track, unfortunately. He has a 10-second track limits penalty already, which he'll be serving at this next stop. But he actually isn't that close. He's 20 seconds back anyone, Fuminelli, who's put in a stellar first hour or so, hour and 10 minutes. But everyone else out of that top 5 battle we were enjoying is now either pitting or pitted. So it's a bit while for the stagger unwinds, because they're running this Ferrari very, very long. Yes, beautiful scenes here from the MISANO World Circuit, Marco Simoncelli. Now, Simoncelli was a rider that was just coming to the forefront of his career in MotoGP when he was tragically taken from us, Nick, wasn't he? Yeah, you're our MotoGP correspondent.
Yeah, he was a big personality with big hair. He had a huge white afro, which I'm particularly fond of, because my son's got one of those as well. He has been accused of cultural appropriation, but it literally just grows out of his head that way. But so it's a very, very sad situation. He was an up-and-coming racer. Unfortunately, had an accident. Came off his bike at Sepang, and the ultimate disaster for any motorcycle racer is when the following pack rides into you, because they can't do anything about it, they can't avoid you, and that unfortunately led to Simoncelli's demise. And then very quickly, he obviously the local, lived very local to this track, he's from the area, and so they very quickly, in 6 months, renamed the circuit after him. So I think it's a lovely tribute. It is, we keep saying this has always has been primarily a MotoGP track. It's really Grand Prix from the mid-70s. It ran them when the track was ran the opposite way. I think we said this track had a redesign in 2007. One of the major parts of the redesign was to change to a clockwise track from an anti-clockwise track. But it ran the Grand Prix, motorcycle Grand Prix, in that anti-clockwise period as well. Never had F1 here. I don't think he's ever had any sort of modern F2 or F3000. May have had Italian Formula 3000 here. And for those who didn't hear us yesterday, the ultimate lap record is set by that big old bruiser, the Formula Renault 3.5, with a 120.78.
Yeah, I think the fastest cars that we've had here is the Boss Formula Renault 3.5. Let's head back down to the pits, though. Diana, looks very busy down there.
It is very busy. I've come over to the pit wall, but the number 74 who were in the lead, the PTT by Triathlon Racing, have come in for a stop. They actually are having a driver change. Martin Kazmarski is getting in behind the wheel, so it's a full service stop here. They've got fuel on the way in. A very slick stop by this team, very impressive. The new team here for the 24-hour series. So a slight delay here, but I don't think there's too much to worry about. They're just strapping the driver in, making sure that everything's plugged in, seatbelts are on, radio is in. I can see them adjusting the seatbelts behind the wheel. Car looking in great order. We'll obviously grab the driver, the outgoing driver, as soon as this pit stop is over, as that pit stop is concluded. But the number 11 Hoffer Racing gets out just ahead of them on track.
Well, Di, we've got drama on the track that has made its way round to the pits, and that is a puncture on the number 419, Chris Verhoeven, in the Hankook Motorsport BMW, currently third in GT4. He has made his way back to the pits with a left front puncture, just pulling up to his garage now, and that car has not been in the pits until
Joe.
now.
No, Joe, it has. That's its second stop.
It has.
I would look down the timing, and I was thinking that must be some sort of situation where they've taken that tyre a bit too long. Now, obviously, we don't know they changed the tyres, but it had just done a stop a couple of laps earlier. This is the second visit to the pits.
Looking at the front brakes, it was quite, as I was doing that update on the 74, they're just right behind us in the next garage, so there's a little bit of a panic going on. I don't think they were obviously not expecting, so they all rushed, the team and crew rushed to get ready to come in, and the car is now here on the pit apron. They're looking at the front of the car and all around the car, but I think potentially they're changing the wheels as well. Not quite sure. Yep, they are changing the rear as well. So they're quite a delayed stop here as they check a few things at the front and sort of taking a look at the tyres. Absolutely shredded off the rim. I think that was the front left, actually. It was shredded off the rim there for sure. So still a bit of work to go on here. A little bit of panic mode. I think it's caught them unexpectedly, so they're working on that. I guess it will be a few more minutes before we see it get back out into the race.
Yeah, but drama continues, certainly in the pit lane. We've had a change of lead. The number 11 Hofer Mercedes overtaking the number 74, which was our early leader, the Schutzlam Mercedes, being overtaken purely by dint of the Hofer team getting that car out quicker, and the actual overtake for the lead, or what will be the lead when we've gone through this pit stop phase. Don't get too excited, Bradley. We've still got the first 5 or 6 cars that need to pit. But that car, the number 11, is now effectively going to overtake everybody ahead of it as they pit, and we should take the overall lead. Maximilian Parker at the wheel.
I don't think it's taking the Ferrari. So I think it'll be behind the Ferrari. Would be my guess.
I think it's going to be. It's also going to be behind Scott Noble in the Herbeth car.
Yeah, LMDV is in the Ferrari now, the Bernard Kessel racing car, and he's currently scored 7th, whereas Hoffer Racing has currently scored 13th. Interestingly, Alvaro Parent's still out there in the E2P racing team, doing a huge number of laps. Tim Muller's second in the RD Sainz car, but that's a lap or so back, despite not stopping in the Audi Huracan. Now, what's going to happen, hopefully, as far as John Hindhaugh is concerned, that those two will pull in, and he'll have the bit he loves most of all the races, when the 992s are leading for about 10 laps. He loves that.
Yeah, we all love that.
No, don't forget, I'm not the big Porsche aficionado like you guys all are.
Oh, you don't have to be a Porsche aficionado. You just have to love racing. The 992 class is where all the racing's at. Let's head back to the pits where it's still all happening. Diana.
with Hoffer Racing. Alexander, for instance, just hopped out of the car. Alexander, a tough start to the race?
Yes, really tough. It was quite tricky for me to figure out with these high temperatures how to manage the tires. And then it was a little bit chaotic at the start of the first corners. And then we sorted everything out with all the competitors. And then I just tried to figure my own rhythm. And then I saw, okay, I overused the tires too much. And then I just tried to control my tires and let pass the Ferrari because he's even not in our class. So it was a lot of fun fighting with Elia Earhart and Herbert Motorsport. It was really just pure fun. I enjoyed it really a lot.
You look as if you are. For anyone that's just listening and not seeing our pictures, you're smiling intensely there. But just tell me what happens when you're trying to adjust for the tyre temperature and manage the traffic on track. How does it feel behind the wheel?
For sure, we have all this helping system inside the car, so I can also see by vision how is the temperature and also is the pressure inside the tires. And every team has its own window where they try to hold the tires. And I just saw that I over-pushed a little bit in the first 5-6 laps. And then I tried to calm them down. And then I just adjusted my driving and also the gear changes. So and then it was quite stable. I was really surprised how good the Hankook tires worked over the whole stint. So now crossing fingers for my teammates. And then we will see how it will end at 10 p.m.
Still an awful long way to go, and obviously the temperature conditions will change all day, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think it will be much more hotter inside the car. So I just try to get rest myself, eating, drinking, and then wait for my next stint and just have fun.
Great stuff. Thanks for chatting.
Bye.
That is indeed great stuff there. Alexander Prince giving us a great insight as to what is, in effect, how to manage the tyres in this heat.
I have a question for you about that, because I was interested in what you said. Obviously, we all know the key way of managing the tyres is how you take the corners. But you also said the gear changing. So how does the gear changing affect the tyre wear?
Well, you're not going to spin the wheels, maybe.
I don't know. It's not something I've heard
you've
before.
Got traction control, haven't you?
Yeah, on these cars. I mean, it may be that perhaps if you take a corner a gear higher, you're not getting so much tyre scrub. I'm not sure.
I think he's mainly talking about maybe taking a gear slightly early, not revving the engine as to where you would, and just maybe 2 or 3.
Well, that would cool the whole car, wouldn't it? Doing that, that would be a general cooling of the car up. But which is important as well. Obviously, if the ambient is less, if you can use your brakes less, you won't put that temperature through the wheel into the tyres as well. So
that's probably more car management than overall tyre management, Nick.
Well, it's a holistic whole, though, Joe, isn't it? It's all zen together. Avara Parent is now in the pits, and any second now, Kobe De Brucker in the 992 Red Ant Racing 903. Interesting. Kobe De Brucker, who stopped out of sequence to take that tyre, he is scored with 1 pit stop, but of course it's a very quick one, not including fuel. He will rotate to the front of the race. It does look also like Santalok Junior team are the big winners from that first shuffling out, because they're currently scored 3rd with Pierre Caffer. Now they will move to the front quite soon, because Kobe will probably be able to go a few more laps on the car before he has to fuel it up. So it's going to be, we love this word, the stagger and wide. It's going to be the Santalok car from Herbert Motorsport in 2nd, the Ferrari in 3rd, then Jutta Racing's moved into 4th overall, Joe. Or have they just checking they've stopped? They have stopped. And then it's going to be Maximilian Partel, and then PTT by Schnitzel Racing. So they obviously had a very, very slow stop, the 74 car.
Yeah, they did. I think you've called it right, though, Nick. I think you called the Ferrari being at the front when we've cycled through these pit stop
No,
phases.
I don't think so anymore, Joe. I think it's going to be the Santalok Junior team at the front with Pierre Caffer. He's just ahead. He currently scored 3rd, and then Noble 4th, and then MDV in 5th. I think some of this now is which race is in. You've got Pierre Caffer is doing 135s, and Scott Noble's doing 140. So they've really put the hot shoe into the Santalok car now, and they will get into the front, build a gap, but they'll then have to move through their gentleman drivers as well, and that's the ebb and the flow.
So Pierre Caffer. There's a name. GT2 lap record holder at MISANO is now at the front of the field. He will take the overall lead next time by. Alvaro Parenti in the E2P racing car has just gone on an out lap now. So we'll let them cycle through another lap. Currently third is the Scott Noble driven Herbert car. He is the car effectively on the road behind Pierre Caffer in the Sonderlock Audi. 18.8 seconds is the gap. And then LMDV is the driver in the number 8 Ferrari, the Bohm Ferrari. Just 1.8 seconds behind the Herbert car. So we've still got, you know what, Nick? We've got an hour and just over an hour and 20 minutes gone, and still it's very, very tight at the front. And if they could just stay like this for the next 10.5 hours, that would be great, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. Now, Alvaro Parenti, I'm not sure, it seems to have stayed on board the E2P Racing. I think, is he the only driver who's double stinted at the start here? I can't see anybody else who I think is double stinted at the moment. Just waiting to see. Certainly not within the GT3 leaders, even the lower GT3 cars. It's possible some of the Porsches may have done, but they've obviously decided that for most of them an hour's enough. Parenti has stayed on board that E2P Racing, and on the tracker he's not that far behind Caffer. He was a long way behind initially, but this overall situation, he's getting past, only 4.5 seconds off the overall lead. So this section in the middle where they've been changing tyres and fueling up has really played in the E2P Racing's hands.
It really has, and that obviously bodes very well for us. That's a great pit stop for E2P Racing. The number 90 just heading towards turn 4 and 5 now. The Rio, I want to call that a hairpin, Nick, because it's the way that you drive it is a constant arc through the two right-hand apexes of turns 4 and 5. And for now, the number 90 chasing down the number 18, just going into the Quercia hairpin and then continuing round. The number 71, just as Janusis, the Juta car, that driver has stayed on board, Nick, so he will be, his stint there, 1 hour 24. He's got another 35 minutes or so before he has to get out of that car. So that number 71 car will be an early pit visitor in about 35 minutes time.
Yeah, the answer to why the PTT by Schnitzel Realm Racing car fell back is they did a 4-minute 56 pit stop. The pit stop for the car that's now in the lead, the Santalok Junior team, was 4 minutes 14, so it was 42 seconds faster. The E2P Racing pit stop, and this includes the fuel time, of course, was 4:07. So really swift work by the E2P Racing, pretty good work by Santalok, and the losers were Hoffer Racing with a 4:35, Boom by Kessel with a 4:37, and PTT Racing with a 4:56. They're all quite a bit slower, so not often we see these big variances in pit stops, certainly not early on.
And the Utah Audi that I've just mentioned there, car 71, currently 4th, it had the quickest pit stop there in the GT3 ranks of a 3 minutes 54.
That seems a little bit quick to get a full fuel in as well, but you know.
Well, maybe they didn't need that, Nick, because they're going to have to bring Janusis in the pit, back into the pit in 35 minutes.
They have to come in at the end of the 2 hours anyway. It's a good point. Di.
I'm with Laurent Bishmash from the Orchid Racing car. Now, Laurent doesn't speak, he tells me he doesn't speak very good English, but he seemed okay. I just want to ask him, and I think you're going to just give him a little translation. How was the start of that race for him?
Le début de la course était très bien, il y avait un petit peu de trafic, mais tout le monde a été très fair play, donc c'était OK.
The start of the race was a lot of traffic, but everybody played the role, and it was a nice departure.
Is he enjoying the challenge?
Est-ce que tu apprécies le challenge?
Absolutely. The challenge is OK.
Laurent, thank you. Yeah, great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Di, and always great to chat to drivers, even if they can't speak English. It's always, I think, appropriate to get a chat in their own language, especially if we've got an interpreter to hand.
That always helps. The interpreter is key, really, because I can name every single European language and I can't speak any of them. So
yes. Habla poco español.
Really?
I'm not even going to go there.
You can
Nick,
order a
I
couple
can
of
order a
beers.
sandwich
That's
and
not
a
the
beer.
same. So
Yeah.
into the pits has come the 967 HRT performance car from 8th in class, 20th overall. So that's one for Dye to find out why they've pulled that 967 car in.
And into the garage as well, Nick.
Yeah,
not
yeah.
just into the pits. Yeah, into the garage.
I should have said into the pit, shouldn't I? I should have gone singular it's gone into.
Yeah, into its pit garage, always a bad sign, being shuffled round and backed into the pit garage. Not looking like much is going on other than at that right front, underneath that right front wheel arch. So maybe we've got a suspension issue there on that car. Dropping down the order, obviously, as it sits there.
Yeah, it's you know, staying out of the pits is you know, this is going to sound obvious, but even in Creventic racing as everyone else, it's not being in the pits is the key point. That's where you're going to really make up your chance of winning. And even a very short stop is so hard to come back by in a championship in a class that does not have full course yellows.
967.
Come on, Di.
Okay, I'm down here with the 967 HRT performance. For those of you that can see the pictures, obviously the car's been moved back into the garage. They've got a broken steering. They had contact earlier on at they think it was more or less at the start of the race, and they've been managing it ever since. But it's got to the point now where they've had to bring the car in, and the team are setting about doing what they can. The driver is still behind the wheel. He's not actually jumped out of the car yet, but I suspect this one will be in the garage for some time. But of course, we're still very early on in the race. And actually, as I speak, the driver has just jumped out of the car and gone to talk to his engineer. So quite a lot of activity going on here to rectify, but they're definitely working as hard as they can on the car.
Thank you, Di. So work going on that 967, and we'll see that car drop down the order. We'll keep an eye on that car as it comes back out. The driver is out of the car to allow the team to crack on, and we'll keep an eye on that 967. I can tell you the 967's down in 20th overall, dropping to the back of the 992 class. Remember that we've already lost one of our 992 runners with a non-start, and that was quite tragic, really. The 909 numbered Red Camel car, one of the stalwart teams of the 24-8 series, having a niggly problem that's culminated in that car not starting. Nick, you're about to dive into the pits yourself, aren't you, and hand over the car, or at least your mic, to the other comms staffer.
Well, luckily we have a mic each, so we aren't sharing mics, because
Oh right.
I'm not sure what I want to share. I'm still waiting for where the cake is, to be honest. Yeah, I'm going to go and have a very brief respite, but I'm sure the race will continue at a pace. Well, Peter, take it from here.
Thank you very much, Nick. Morning, Joe.
Morning, Snowy. I'll just introduce you. We have Peter Snowden, or we're going to refer to him as Snowy throughout the next 10.5 hours or so. What do you think of it so far, Snowy?
Well, I think most importantly, first of all, thank you to Nick, and he's no need to worry. We share a mic at Le Mans, and cake is available, Nick. It's there ready for you, so that's the important bit out of the way. Yeah, interesting. You said it's going to be. I think Nick summed it up pretty perfectly earlier. Of the usual thing I always say: stay out of trouble, stay out of the pits. But tyres, it's a hot one, isn't it? And there's a long way to go.
Yeah, and I think, you know what, the track is hot. I think 56, 58 degrees track temperature. That is very, very hot indeed, and it can be so easy to destroy those tyres. Before Snowy, I talked to you about that and about how a driver can influence those tyres over the course of a stint. I just want to bring everybody up to date with where we are. We've cycled through the first of our pit stops, and we have come out of that first pit stop phase with Pierre Caffer leading the Sonderloch Junior Team Audi, car 18, has just under a 13-second lead now over the Alvaro Parenti-driven car 90, that's the E2P Racing Porsche, who has on 12 seconds before we then have the number 91, the Scott Noble Herbert Porsche, currently third. Fourth place is the Justas Dionysis Jutta Racing Audi, He's about just under 6 seconds behind, in fact, just over 6 seconds now as he just crosses in front of us. Then we've got the Ferrari of LMDV, car number 8. He has just been overtaken by Maxi Partel in the Hofer Racing Mercedes for 5th place. So a change in the order there. 6th then is the Bonecastle Ferrari. 7th is the number 74 Kazmarski driven Schnitzelum Racing Mercedes. Early leader, remember, that car now in 7th after the pit stop phases. Liam Talbot has stayed in the Prime Speed Sport Aston Martin, so expect to see Liam in the pits very soon. Car 42 and 8th. 9th is the Haas RT, car number 1. The Audi R8 of Haas RT has Theo Koundouris at the wheel of that car, and then rounding off the top 10 in GT3 is the RD Sainz Lamborghini, Nicola Michelon at the wheel of the number 69. 992, that's the Porsche Cup class. RPM Racing's leading that with Tracy Krohn at the wheel of the 907. Mantas Janavicius in the MRS GT Racing Porsche is 2nd, that's car 988, and then 3rd in class is the number 904 Michael Haverans at the wheel of the first of the Red Ant cars, the 904. Remember that the Red Ant car 903, Yannick Redont now at the wheel of that car, currently 4th. That dropped out of contention with that pit stop, so it's a bit of a recovery drive for them going forward. GT4 is being led by the Street Art Racing Aston Martin, and then the TCX class, that's being led by the Porsche 718 SR Motorsport, Wilhelm Kuhn at the wheel of the 111, and the Colin White driven Ginetta currently 2nd in the TCX class, currently 24th and 25th are TCX runners. So Snowy, we were talking about, so how can a driver influence in this heat? Surely you've just got to keep going round and round and driving and optimising everything. How can you have an influence as a driver on making your tyres last in this heat?
Well, I think optimising is the key word there, Joe, that you don't want to, you hear about it, degradation, deg, as you talk about, you don't want to be wearing them out as much as possible, running wide, etc. So you don't want to load the car. It's a difficult thing for a driver to do, because obviously you've got to race at speed and pace and what the car's capable of, but you don't want to be, certainly not sliding it, but you don't want to be getting to that point. So you want to look after those tyres, and it's a very fine balance, and that's one of the skills of a driver, whatever level they be at. You just want to, you say, keep going round and round is actually right, but just not stressing those tyres too much, because you'll just wear them out, especially in the heat.
But I was about to say there, what happens if you overheat them from a driver's perspective? How does that manifest? We talk about this, the tyres have overheated, the tyres have worn out because of the heat. What happens as a driver?
Well, they go away from you. We often hear drivers talking about the performance drop-off, and if you overheat them too much, it becomes not a drop-off but a cliff, and that performance window goes. You've got to remember, these are race tyres that are meant to work at an optimum temperature, and for so long. And one of the driver's skills is to maximise that window of temperature, that use out of the tyre. Otherwise, if they go off, then your lap times go off dramatically, and the whole thing becomes a different story. And that affects strategy, etc., and obviously performance. But that then has a net effect on strategy. So you've just got to look after them gently. So don't forget, these modern cars have ABS and traction control, so that can be helpful more to turning up traction control, so that you're not wearing tyres coming out of a corner, spinning wheels up metaphorically, or a little bit too much, or same under braking. So you'll try and use those systems to aid you with that tyre wear.
Yeah, it all sounds far too complicated, doesn't it? It's just
lots of switching to turn around in the car.
It's not just a case of going round and round, is it? And we've got, like I've always said, endurance races are won on the pit wall. We've got the team strategists who are kind of managing the cars and when indeed they come in to the pits and when they stay out, and we haven't seen a Code 60 yet, and we're about an hour and a half, we're just over 90 minutes into this race. Fingers crossed it'll be a while before we see one. I'm not sure if I'm seeing out on track right, but the Ferrari, the Bowman Ferrari, I thought for a moment going slowly, but it seems to have picked its pace back up. Currently in 7th overall, the number 8, and LMDV I'm not sure what LMDV stands for. Didn't we once find out what LMDV stands for? But that's the moniker that the driver goes under. (992), the RPM car has got an 11-second gap to the second place 992 car, and then that's Tracy Crone leading in the 907. But our overall leader, the Sonderloch Junior team, Pierre Caffer. We know how quick Pierre Caffer can be, and he's currently extended that lead and is extending that lead even more so. It's gone out at just over 21 seconds now. So the Audi R8 of the Sonderloch Junior team continuing to circulate. 1:36.3 was Caffer's last time through. He's just gone through this time on a 1:36.297. We'll call that a 36.3, I think. And we wait a few seconds more to see if the gap has extended to that Alvaro Parenti E2P Racing Porsche, who's just about to cross the line, and the gap has gone out 22.3 seconds. Lap time there from the Parenti Porsche, 1:37.5. So Caffer, fastest driver on the track at the moment. As through in third place has just gone Scott Noble. He's just gone past us in the 91. He's a further just under 14 seconds behind. But Scott Noble is increasing the gap to our fourth place car, which is another Audi R8. This time it's the Utah car. Just as Jono Sis is at the wheel of the 71, and he's getting towards his stint time. He's very close, just 22 minutes away from completing his maximum 2 hours. But then on saying that, Snowy, so is Alvaro Parenti. He's been in that car at 1 hour and 38 as well. So we'll see Parenti in the second place E2P Porsche. He will pit very shortly as well.
Yeah, it's good to see Herbert up there as ever. Pierre Caffer just doing the job that we always expect, and I always feel a little bit almost a bit sorry for these sort of people, because they've got such a reputation and such credibility that we kind of expect them to perform at this level every single time. And yes, as Nick would say, it is their job, but it is also, things can happen. Great job from Pierre Caffer there. I mean, what do we know? 59 laps in, and was it 23 seconds ahead? Yeah, 22.3. 22.3, yeah. And the lap times as well, Joe, as you've just said. I mean, the best lap for that leading car, Pierre Caffer Sonderloch Junior Team Audi R8, is a 1:35.421, and his last lap was a 1:36. So he was only 0.6 off the fastest lap of that car.
Yeah. It's going to be hard to beat when, I mean, remember though, the thing about 24H Series racing is that we do have a mix of drivers, don't we, in these cars. So at the moment, we are what I would call optimising that number 18 Audi. When we cycle through the AM drivers, that's going to come back to us. So we can't get too excited about the gap being pulled, and I'm pretty sure that's the mission statement from Pierre Caffer. He gets in and he laps and he optimises his stint in the car, and then hands it over to the AM drivers, and we'll see that throughout this grid.
Now, just remind me again, Joe, I think Nick mentioned it, the maximum time a driver can do in the car is 2 hours and a quarter, is it? Am I right on that?
2 hours.
2 hours it is, 2 hours, okay. So you say, how far are we into that? We're with Pierre Caffer and Alvaro Parenti. They've each done an hour and a bit, haven't they?
And now they've done an hour and 41 minutes at the moment. So they've got 39 minutes before they have to hand over that car. So yeah, they've gone off sequence a little. Again, I'm not here to judge certainly how I would approach this race, but we will see. We will see as things pan out. Interestingly, after that pit stop phase, we had a complete change in the 992 class with the RPM Racing. That's the bright green car, Tracy Crone Aviation liveried car, as we say. It's the Crone Aviation livery, the bright green car. Can't miss it. That's just clicked off another lap, and we were just about to see what the gap is in 992, and it's still on 8 seconds, and it has been. The second car in 992, the number 988, Mantas Janavicius in the MRS GT Porsche, 8 seconds behind, and then 6 seconds behind them is the number 904. They are 11th, 12th and 13th in that 904 car. Michael Haverantz, the Belgian driver in the Belgian team, the Red Ant Racing Belgian team, currently 6 seconds further back in third.
I'm just looking at those times, Joe, that I'm guessing it's a little bit of traffic. It's a small amount, but you don't want it to build. This is the point. I mentioned about Pierre Caffer just doing a 1. Now he's on a 1:38, so that answers my question. So he's dropped off a bit because Parente's last lap was a 1:37, which was a good second and a half off Pierre Caffer's pace. We know that can be traffic. That's just sort of being proven to me now. And Alvaro Parente is about to cross the line in 5 seconds' time in his E2P Racing Porsche, so we'll get a steer on that lap time. It's with it 1:37.2 was the previous lap. Yeah, so it's just a little bit of traffic there from a 1:38, quite a slow lap, 1:38.4 actually, for race leader Pierre Caffer, which 3 seconds off the pace. So getting towards the end of that stint, probably tyres, as we said, probably a little bit exhausted now, to say the least, nearing the end of their life. And Pierre Caffer nearing the end of his stint, which must be, what, 15 minutes away now?
Yeah, getting there. 16, 17 minutes. We've had a change for position, though, whilst you were running us through that, Snowy. Maxi Partel has taken the Hofer Mercedes ahead of the Duta Racing Audi. That's car 11 ahead of the 71 now for 4th place. The 71, drama in that pit garage, exceeding speed limit in the refuelling area. It's been given a 12-second time penalty. That's been issued. That'll serve that penalty in that next phase. Another penalty that's been given out is the number 908. That's the Sabalju Racing by Duval Porsche, currently 7th in 992. That's a 10-second penalty for track limits. So they still are looking at track limits. Talking of track limits, let's go down to the pits, where Diana Binks has got something for us. Di?
I have, and with the 922 Fulgenzi Racing, Andrea Baratti was in the car earlier on. Andrea, how did you find the stint that you just did in the car on the start of the MISANO race?
Come hai trovato il tuo stint durante l'inizio della gara?
Very good. A good buon passo.
He had a good pace. Tough conditions because it's very hot. And inside the car it's very, very like an oven, but he has done a really, really good stint, 1 hour and a half, and it's pretty demanding.
How challenging did you find it?
Quanto sfidante l'hai trovato?
It's very, very good, and, very interesting, but it was very, very long. This question tonight. Okay.
Yeah, I'll come back during the race to see how you're all getting on. But guys, you're new to the 24-hour series. How much are you enjoying it?
I'm sorry?
You're new to the 24-hour series. How much are you enjoying it?
Yeah, basically we have done already Dubai 24 hours, and Kuwait. So new, but not that new. And the team is amazing. The team is ready to fight with the others. And we accept the challenge.
Well, you've got a great team here. They were very good. We were watching the pit stops, and they were very slick, and the garage looks superb. So well done.
Yeah, we really enjoy our environment. And the guys during the pit stop were amazing, with the changing seat and the bottle of water. Everything was perfect. So we keep going like this.
Excellent. No, I didn't catch your name, sorry.
Sorry?
I didn't catch your name.
Lorenzo.
Thank you, Di. Great interview there, and a welcome to those guys and that team to the 24H series. Hopefully it'll not be the last time we see them. Remember, we have got Barcelona coming up in September, the weekend of September the 14th and 15th, for the final European round, or final round of the European Series, I should say, the 24 hours of Barcelona at the Circuit of Catalunya. That happens then, and then we'll probably save the chat going forward, Snowy, about the Middle East Championship. Plenty of time to chat about that, because that's not too far away. I know the first round of that in Kuwait, for the Kuwait 12 hours, is in December, and here we are in the middle of July talking about December, so we'll stop that now, eh?
Very wise too, but you'd be surprised. It'd be with us before we, in a blink of an eye, will it not?
Scarily so, yes. I can't believe we're in the middle of July, actually.
I know, quite extraordinary. Back in the UK, British Grand Prix weekend, which to me was always sort of, the halfway through the season sort of marker for me, and here we are, as you say, already.
Yeah, beautiful summer weather here on the coast of the Adriatic. We're just slightly south of Rimini, which is a world-renowned holiday resort and has been for decades here in Italy. And the weather today, the weather forecast, is to stay scorchio, quite frankly. 32-degree highs is what we're going to see, and a low, I think Nick mentioned it earlier on, Snowy, of 28 degrees. It's going to cool down by the time we get to the checkered flag. That's not going to make the job easy for these drivers, and you've been in a GT car with and without air conditioning, Snowy. Do you actually feel the effects of the heat being generated, not just in the car, but from the ambient temperature, and what sort of effects does it have on the physicality of the job?
Oh, hugely so. And just for record, never raced a car with air conditioning.
Oh, really?
No. That's they just started to bring cool suits in a little bit, but that was just after my time. Yeah, I mean, I can't remember who it was that John was interviewing on the grid. He mentioned about being in a rear-engine car. It doesn't make that much difference, and John quite rightly sort of pointed out that it's the engine's behind you, therefore it should have some effect. It doesn't. It's heat soak. It does. The thing that affects you is, to be honest, if you're not fit enough, then the heat will obviously make you tired, and tired drivers make mistakes, and that's the problem. You lose concentration, and it is. We call it racing, we call it competition, we watch it. It's battle. It's not far off warfare all the time, and certainly when you've got a couple of a couple of Porsches close together, or whatever it may be, i.e. equally spec cars, you've got to concentrate. And if you're struggling to drive it because you're tired and it's too hot, it's not easy. It's the wrong environment to be physical in a car. People never quite understand, the people that are not involved in racing, how physical driving a racing car is. You're strapped in, so your torso's pretty still, your limbs move a lot and do a great deal of work. Certainly forearms in these sorts of GT cars, a lot of pedal work, with a lot of activity. It's a Pilates class and some more as a workout. But you're wearing the wrong kit. You mentioned earlier, fireproof underwear, overalls, balaclava, helmet, etc. Then you're subjected to a whole lot of G-forces. So it's like sort of riding a sort of mountain bike in a sauna for a couple of hours.
Wow.
And if you happen to be in a front engine car, you've got the engine in front of you, all that heat coming back, and you can be quite literally. There's one particular car I drove, a GT1 car, where you physically your legs sat over the exhaust system. It went out underneath you and out the side by your hip. Yeah, really comfortable. Yeah. So be a racing driver. They said it'll be glamorous. They said.
Yeah, sweaty and glamorous.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why we brought in air conditioning in GT cars, isn't it? Because I remember that drivers getting out almost, needing medical attention. Some of them did indeed needing medical attention, and that sort of thing that we see, Snowy, of drivers making slight errors and just getting into slight spins. The number 917 just going off track, and then we had the number 22 there, the 922, I should say, which is, I'll just clarify who that is, Eric Wagner in the Fulgenzi car. The 917 is a car that is Alexander Motet in the Orchid Racing team. That could be a couple of elements. just getting the power on a little bit too early through the Variante del Parco. The second part of it is a very tight, almost hairpin section to that, what is an S-bend chicane type of setup. And already drivers struggling with grip, it looks like, Snowy.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is what happens is your body, you desiccate. So that's why we have fluids on board, and why drivers have fluids, and you want to have as much of that as you can. But you then have the other problem of then not being able to get rid of that fluid, although some have been known to do that in car. They remain nameless. But I've had a teammate that did that. Always a pleasure to get into a car when that's occurred from your outgoing driver. That's why levels of fitness are just so important. Because it's a brutal environment. We see it from the outside and think of the glamour of Porsche, Ferrari, Audi, other makes. It's racing, it's wonderful, and it's in the car. It's a brutal environment in there. It's certainly in these sort of conditions.
Hashtag this is endurance. It's not just about making the cars last the length of time. It's about making the drivers last the length of time. And a driver that is lasting, not just lasting the length of time in his stint, but actually making and creating an advantage. The advantage of 33 seconds is what Pierre Caffer in that number 18 Sonderlock Audi has produced. And he's continuing to increase that gap to Alvaro Parenti in the E2P Racing Porsche car 90. However, he's been in the car an hour and 53, so 7 minutes or so we're going to see that car peel off and go into the pits, because he's getting towards that 2-hour maximum.
Yeah, I was just thinking there's a couple of penalties just came up there. So car 34's just got a 10-second penalty for driving behaviour on track, which is a slightly different one, because we have exceeding speed limits in refueling areas, or most likely track limit infringements. We had the full start one earlier, but it's always track limit is the one. But driving behaviour on track, and there's an article reference to go and see that too, and that's our 34 entry. Which is Elmar Grimm in the Land Motorsport Audi R8, currently in P13. So he's been given a 10-second penalty.
Into the pits has come the number 1, and we've got Binksy there, who looks like she was slinking off into the garage to find out why the number 1 has come into the pits. Theo Koundouris is the driver at the wheel of that Audi R8. It's the Haas RT car, currently not doing very well, right at the very bottom of the GT3 class, and behind the 992 class runners, and right in the midst of the GT4 runners. So that's a problem for Haas RT. We've seen how good this team can be, and still action out on the track with cars moving ahead of one another. But right now, all the action is in the pits as the MRS GT Racing Porsche. Currently, it was third in 992. That car into the pits. Mantas Janavicius has brought the car in with problems going on. Just shout up, Di, if you have any information on that number 1 that has indeed got work going on the front end of that car. So I'm not quite sure what that could be, other than suspension problem. Diana, let's go down to the pits.
Well, I am down here. I'm just due to speak to Theo, who just wanted to grab some water, and he's just making his way to me now. He's obviously quite hot, having brought the car in, as you quite rightly pointed out. Now, another driver has jumped in, but the team are working on the car on the pit apron. But first of all, Theo, let me just ask you, how hard going is that today?
Oh yeah, it's hot. It's hard going out there, definitely. But you can see people's minds are already starting to switch off, so yeah, that's what happened.
Yeah, difficult. You've got to keep the fluids going in to sort of keep alert.
Yeah, look, we were going well. We were holding position. I don't know what the other guy was thinking. He was way too far back to have a dive, but he did, and then he continued, 4 or 5 car lengths off the track, so there was no way he could stop. It was like a bowling ball, and we're the victim.
I was about to ask you about that incident from your side. You've explained it. Do you know if there's much damage to the car?
Well, I'm not sure at this stage. Obviously, we're still in the pits, and I can see the time ticking over, so it's not good. Yeah, sad for the team.
The team are working pretty hard behind us here, and they're sort of looking, they're under the bonnet now. Any feedback at all?
No, other than the team are amazing, doing a great job. Yeah.
Well, I'll let you go and get some fluids into you. Thank you so much.
Wow, you know what, Snowy? That looks like hard work, doesn't it? Exactly what you were talking about there in that interview sequence there with Di.
Yeah, and it's going to be. It's going to be. It's just look at that car's also been in there. Look at that one. That number one's been in there. What, 60 laps now down, Joe? 69. Yeah, that's been in a very, very long time. There's some serious work going on that car. I'm not sure that's going to rejoin anytime soon, to be honest.
Yeah, that's going to lose out, isn't it? Chris de Donker is the chief engineer on that SRT team, and Chris has got a lot of experience. He's won some races as well in this series, so he'll be a bit disappointed. But now, I suppose the pressure's off, and it's all about damage limitation and about giving your drivers a run. It's a Pro-Am series, Snowy, and it's all about getting the car back on track for that purpose.
Yeah, and then again, you talk about how the drivers mix, and that's something else you've got to take into account, haven't you? It's this Pro-Am mixture, so you'll have two drivers of varying experience and potentially ability. The pro driver's job is to help the amateur driver get up to speed, no pun intended, but quite literally on all levels, with understanding data, analysing, not just about driving the car. Actually, driving the cars, should be, if you've got the job done and got the data sorted with a good professional coach, driving the car should be relatively easy, as in all the hard work is done behind the scenes, as we all know. Just like the teams of mechanics, engineers, technicians, by the time the car goes onto the track, it should be relatively plain sailing. Apart from the fact that there's 20 odd other cars around you that can also then have a slight effect. It's slightly variable, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so, and that's what we love about it. There's nothing you can really preempt in anything happening really in a 12-hour race. And I know Pia Kaffer, who's pulled, would you believe, 53 seconds now. Well, might as well call that 54 seconds. And that's, of course, because Alvaro Parenti, we suspected he was going to be bringing that car into the pits. He has done the number 90, the E2P Racing Porsche, into the pits for its pit stop, and it was a driver restricted stint there. Alvaro Parenti can only do 2 hours behind the wheel of the car. It's had to come in because of that, and has dropped down to 5th place now.
And when a driver's completed 2 hour stint in the car, is it then an hour off or 2 hours off they have to have? There'll be a minimum. It is 1 hour. Yeah, Nick's confirming it is 1 hour.
Yeah. Talking to pit stop, Snowy, I am about to pull into the pits and have my pit stop. I'm going to hand you over to Nick Damon for the foreseeable. So it's over to Nick and Snowy to take us through the remaining part, or the remaining hour or so before I'm back. So before I go, I think it would be appropriate if I had a look at the standings, just to appraise myself of what that is. So Pierre Kaffer, 56 seconds is the gap at the front of the field. He's leading for the Sonderlock Junior team, and he really is optimising his time at the wheel of that car. Herbert Motorsport, they have dropped to second, or back up to second, I should say, not dropped. Hofer Racing is third with their Mercedes. We've got early leaders, PTT Schnitzelem Racing, the number 74 in fourth. E2P Racing has just dropped out of that second place because they had to change drivers. They're in fifth. And then the RD Sainz Lamborghini Huracan, they're in sixth spot. Seventh spot is the Prime Speed Sport Vantage AMR GT3. Great to see Aston Martin here. And then the Yuta Racing Audi R8, they are in eighth place. Ninth place should be the Boom Ferrari, Boom by Kessel. But they are just behind the Red Ant Racing Porsche, who have just overtaken them. They are leading 992, and they're ninth overall, just ahead of that Boom Ferrari. 11th is the Land Motorsport Audi. 12th is the second place 992 car. That's the 907 RPM Racing entry. The 903 Red Ant car is 13th. The 917 numbered Auckland Racing Porsche is 14th. Fulgenzi Racing in the 922 numbered car is 15th, and then the 988 MRS GT Racing in 16th spot. '17th, we've got Sebelju Racing by Duvo in their Cup car. 18th is the what looks like the leading GT4 entry. That's the Bagheera ZM Racing Mercedes coming up the order after languishing down the order in GT4. They've now took the lead in GT4. 19th is the Street Art Racing Vantage Aston Martin, second in GT4. And then we've got the only GTX runner, that's the Vortex, the fan favourite Vortex 2.0 V8 in 20th. 21st is the first of our TCX runners, and that's the CWS Racing Ginetta of Colin White and Daniel Morris. 22nd is the Lion Speed Cayman. 23rd is the SR Motorsport Cayman. And in 24th is that troubled Haas RT Audi R8, car number 1, in the pits for problems. That car's 24th in the order. 25th is the Homolfa Motorsport car. We've seen that car have problems with punctures. And then 26th, the HRT Performance, number 967, that's in the 992 class. And of course, the Red Camel car that didn't take the start was a DNS from the very outset. That rounds off the 27 car field. And after a couple of hours of racing, we really did get things underway in what I can only consider fine style, because what this race lacked at the start was any kind of incident. All the drivers playing it safe and taking things relatively sedately and conservatively. Some firm driving, though, of course, some fast and firm driving. We had a couple of false starters down the order. They've already imposed and taken their, been issued, I should say, and taken their penalties. And with the race continuing, we have got just under 10 hours of racing to go. Go. I will gracefully hand you over to Nick Damon and Peter Snowden.
What I like there, Joe, was you've invented a new racing series, MotoGTP.
Did I say that, did I?
Yeah, it's a combination of a motorcycle and a hybrid racing car from Daytona.
But
I love that idea.
Nick, we know that he's copyrighted that.
Yeah.
And you're his business partner, so
Well,
he's
that's
counting you in, mate, so you're all right.
That's good,
Right.
yeah.
That's your pension sorted.
Not quite. I suppose it had to be 3 wheels, wouldn't it? It'd be like hybrid Reliant Robins, I
there's a
expect.
thought.
Yeah, it could be going particularly well. So I disappear off for a cup of coffee, which is where Joe's going. Hopefully he'll find the sugar and the milk. And I come back and Pierre Caffer has just taken a lead of 4 seconds to a minute. So, Snowy, how is he doing it?
Extremely well, I would suggest. That's why he's a pro the way he is. Let's not jinx it now, though. Okay?
Oh, I'm all for jinxing it.
Curse of the commentator and all that. As he says, running just a little bit wide there, but just get it on the new tyres. Great job, as you'd expect from Pierre Caffer. He's quick and anything. He knows an Audi quite well, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's a good peddler. This team, interesting, it's a strange team because it's Ravenel sponsored car, the same sort of colourway as it's been running before, but it's changed teams running it. It went from Phoenix to Sanderlock Juniors. You kind of wonder how much is the drivers and how much is the teams running it. And so
you might want to push him slightly closer to the mic. He sounds like he's down Wookey Hall at the moment. I'm going to step into the Prime Speed Sport pit because Liam Talbot's just got out the car. Liam, just come to the edge a bit. Don't worry, there's no camera, so it's just thee and me. Liam Talbot, the token Aussie, with two New Zealanders here. That looked rough, mate. That looked tough out there. You're as fit as a butcher's dog's personal trainer, and you look like you put a shift in there, sir.
G'day, mate. Yeah, I mean, good day in an Aston Martin. Maybe we came 7th in quali, so we had the 007 on the windscreen banner. Maybe. But yeah, I mean, it's hot. It's going to get hotter. It is what it is. We got a bit of aircon, so just whether it's a single or double stint, we just see how the day plays out. But yeah, it's heaps of fun out there.
I looked at the Hankooks as they were coming off there, and they actually looked in pretty good shape. You were getting consistency through the stint.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of traffic, and yeah, the boys are saying I was second fastest from 20 minutes. So yeah, I mean, we had our strategy of how we're going to look after the tyre and when we're going to push and when we're not. So yeah, it seems to be working.
And how do you find this track? Because I had a run round just around the outside of the circuits yesterday, and I found it really hard to pick up where I was on the outside the track. What's it like when you're actually on the circuit?
For sure. There was a little bit of doubt coming into the weekend, like looking at the onboard and you're watching and going, which corner's which? Like they kind of look the same. There's very much a flow and rhythm to the corners and intensity. You don't want to be too intense too early in the corner. A lot of focus on the exit. So yeah, you just got to find that rhythm and look after the tyre. And yeah, I mean, the circuit is a lot of fun.
I have to say, ladies and gentlemen, that when he got out of this car, he looked like he put a shift in. He's been out for the length of time that Joe and Nick have done the handover. He's had a bottle of something, half a bottle of something. It's a very weird colour.
Bit of electrolyte, so.
All right. And he looks like he could go again now. That is a professional athlete. When are you back in, Liam?
We'll see how Manor goes. He's doing a great job this weekend. It's obviously a steep learning curve for him, but geez, his quali lap was amazing, and yeah, we're just really proud, and it's good to be part of the team and help him, and just see how he goes. And Earl obviously sitting there going, putting his hand up, going, "Don't forget about me, boys."
You can forget about him. It'll all go horribly wrong when you play. I'm only kidding, Earl. He knows that. How have you found the whole Creventic experience, Liam?
Yeah, I love it. It's a bit interesting with the BOP. The AM cars have a different BOP, Pro Am and Pro, so it's a bit unique, but it's special, it's fun, and yeah, you're in Italy. How can you have a bad day?
And has it whetted your appetite for doing more of this type of racing?
Oh, I hope I get an invite back.
We hope you do as well. Thanks for talking to us, mate. Go and chill out a bit. Liam Talbot talking to us down. They're the very last pit, guys, before they head out. So there is a little bit of shade still in the early afternoon here in the pit lane. I'll let you guys get yourself sorted out for a minute. Next one down is Haas Racing Team, and they are literally chilling out. There's not a sign of a driver. They've got a set of Hankook tyres sitting ready, but they're all sitting watching the clock, watching when they're next coming in. Next one behind that is the Lajou Racing Team, exactly the same, with most of the drivers trying to get out the back of the paddock. Now, you might wonder, well, of course, why? You're not going to be sitting in the pits unless it's nice and shady. The thing is here, and it's really bizarre, the pit lane, there's barely a breath of wind, but out in the paddock, there's a lovely sea breeze coming in off the Adriatic, which is only 2.5 miles away. And if you're sitting in the shade there, it's really very lovely. And of course, we're in Italy, so there's gelato and there's coffee. So I've had a little bit of an affogato this morning and prepared myself properly for this stint. Let's nip into Lajou Racing and see.
Did you say you'd had an affogato, John?
An affogato, yeah.
Do you need cream for that, or is it so would it clear up on its own?
Well, given right, I'm going to step out of here now so that you can hear. Given that you didn't know the difference between a schnitzel and a wurst the other day,
what can I say? It's almost as though I've been kicked out of the German-Austrian-Hungarian alliance. I'm unaware of my various meat type Germanic meats. Yes.
an affogato is vanilla ice cream with an espresso.
Oh yes.
As you so desire. So we're 10 minutes into the afternoon. People are grabbing a bite to eat now. The pit lane, I mean, I am literally the only person who is standing in the pit lane. Everyone else is in the...
Are you you're the mad dog and Englishman who goes out in the pit lane in the midday sun?
It's pits or in the car. It seems as though I always get the hottest stint. And this is one of the few times that if I was asked would I like to go in the car now, I probably would still say yes, but no.
I have a bit of a bad news for you, John. It's getting hotter till 4 o'clock.
So
you've got a hotter stint. You've got a hotter stint coming. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
and John, if I may, can you define probably accurately?
Well, yes, it's a fair point. Well made, Snowy. In fact, it's been some time. It's 2017 since I was in a GT car, and that was as a quarter, and it was inside the car. It was 125 degrees Fahrenheit inside the car when I took it over, and I did just on 2 hours because we had a little bit of code 60 at the start, and that was my first ever stint in that car in a race, and I was a bit knackered after that. The next day I took it a little bit more carefully, but somehow I got the same stint again. Thank goodness for Valero and the wicking fireproof underwear using that NASA technology, because it did make a huge difference. And if it made a difference to somebody as unfit as me, think what it would do to an actual fit driver. It is literally lunch break here, guys, so you tell us what's going on the track. I've started at pit in, and I'm walking down just to see who might be.
You've only got one victim at the moment currently in the pits, obviously, which is the HRT Performance 967. Everyone else is out on the track, and of course, unfortunately, Red Camel Jordan's never started.
Yeah.
Everyone is turning laps. Actually, our leader has just come in for fuel, John, so you need to get down the Sandlock Junior team.
Do you know where they are?
18. No, where are they? The other end?
They're right at the other end. However...
Oh, what a blow.
No, actually... They are I can see them at the far end of the pit getting fuel, because there's fuel at pit in here.
Yeah,
so
that's right.
I've plotted up at Santa Luc Racing, who are doing their exercises at the moment. It's going to be full service because they've got the bottles out for the air jacks and the Milwaukee air guns. It's a single lug nut for that, and the 4 mechanics. 3 effectively
driver
over
change,
the wall.
John?
I don't see a driver at the moment. Who's in the brand new set of tyres though?
We've got Pierre Caffer in there, who's been absolutely outstanding and pulled them virtually a minute's lead just by his pure force of his talent. But of course, they've only got a limited number of hours they can use. And I think, interestingly, do you know, on the entry, I've seen 2 different entries. One where they're a 4-man team and one where they're a 5-man team. So we've got down our entry as Doppelmayr, Caffer, Earhart and Herberger, but I saw another name on one of the entry lists earlier. So
that is what is on the
car,
on the bits and pieces in the pit box.
Cool. That makes sense, because 5 drivers for 12 hours is difficult. Yeah, because 5 hours for 12 drivers is different, because it takes away a lot of flexibility when you have to run at least 2 hours.
Well,
so,
I'm going to tell you now, there's no driver here. If I quickly sneak into a set of overalls. If you see Caffer getting dragged out by a somewhat overweight curly-haired bloke, then you'll know that I've sneaked in, and that probably has become a possibly, as Peter was saying.
If you are going to steal a car, please do it when Seb can film you. Otherwise, it's just that's not the same, really, is it?
And I should mention as well, of course, we are doing Curls for Cry this weekend. Our cardiac risk in the young superhero, Harry Chandler, is on track to raise £13,000. He cycled from Crewe and the gates of Bentley to Le Mans just before the 24-hour race, and you interviewed him at the end of the pit lane when he completed his quest. And we're getting very close there, getting up towards 80%. And I have said when we get to 80%,
I know,
the sheepy locks are coming off. And that might be this weekend. We weren't that far away. Right, that engine you heard and those wheel guns you hear, perfectly on time after the plug for Cash for Curls, or Curls for Cry, is Pierre Caffer. It's a full set of 4 tyres. The Hankooks are brand new. And I'm looking at the ones that have come off. Right rear, left rear. Yeah, they look all right, actually. I mean, you can't tell. There's absolutely no graining on them. And they are looking pretty good. There's a bit of pickup, obviously, where he's come into the pit lane, guys, but these Hankook tyres are standing up in these excessively hot conditions very well indeed. And I've just pushed one back towards one of the mechanics and left me fingerprints on one of them.
Ow. Well, of course, the thing is, there is no limit on tyres here. The only limit on tyres for Hankook is your wallet. It's you know, you can use as many as you like, and so yeah, you've got to. And in fairness, Caffer is doing such a fantastic job in this with the car that they.
Why would you take him out?
But because let's be honest, they need to build a lead up because they have their gentleman driver Michael Doppelmayr has to do his 2 hours, and Michael's a couple of seconds a lap off the others, so they have to build up that cushion to work these teams through. But that's what Creventic racing is about, isn't it, Peter? It's about you have a team, you're an amateur, you're a pro, and you have to manage those drivers and those drivers' pace to produce the best possible result.
Working together, that's what you've got to do, and you've got strengths and weaknesses in the team, whether it be the car, not necessarily the drivers. The car can be the case, and it might be also that a driver, the style doesn't suit that car. It's not that they've got any lack of ability; they may not suit that style, and that's where coaching can help. And the best of the world, people like the Caffers of the world, will sit there and look at, as I mentioned earlier, analysis, data, and stuff, and say, right, the reason you don't like the cars doing this is this because it does this certain thing or behaves a certain way, or mid-corner understeer, whatever it may be, and you've got to train somebody to get round that. It's whether somebody can do that or not, and drivers do have a style, and I think you'll find that the absolute cream of the cream are the ones that don't have a style. They just have an ability, and it doesn't matter what you put under them, they find a way to make it work.
Sorry, I don't know if Joe may have asked you, have you raced here, Peter? Have you raced at MISANO?
No, never been there. Okay. Never been to here.
Because the interesting thing is, one thing I did find, and I know it's saying the virtual world is different, it was a very, very different track to drive than just about any other circuit I've pretend driven on, which is it was it's so flat. All the corners, and you've walked around it, John, all the corners have so many different apeces, some of which you have to hit, some of which you don't have to hit, and then you've got the issue of how far over the curbs do you go.
You know, Nick, what it reminds me of? It reminds me a bit of when we went up to Navarra that time.
Okay.
This Navarra had a bit more build up around it, so you could see a bit more. It's really pancake flat here. Through the pit lane, the 903 Porsche for the Red Ant Racing car. Now, is that the one that's on its comeback trail?
Yeah,
that's the red car. Yes,
that's right. That had the early stop for a puncture. That is his third stop, and he was at the point when he went in. I think he was second or equal first in 992.
And into the pit lane now, I think if I stretch my eyes down the far end, I'm right next to Herbert, and they're taking fuel. So the fuel is actually at the start of the pit lane. They don't pull out of the pit lane here. It's actually at the start of the pit lane. It's a 40k speed limit. And that is Scott Noble in that car at the moment, I think, because I've got Jason Hart here ready to get into the car. And he was suited and booted from about 5 or 6 minutes ago, probably a little bit earlier than that. There's a new set of Hankooks coming out for this car as well, stamped up and with the barcodes on them. So they have just come out of the tyre warmers. And I tell you what, those tyre warmers are pretty efficient because there's not that much difference from the tyres that came off Pierre Caffer's car a moment or two ago, just with my hand above them and my bare legs next to them. Hey, look, you do what you can. I don't have a thermometer with me.
That is true.
So you just work with what you've got. But
if the hairs in your leg catch fire, you're too close.
The sacrifices we make for art. Eh?
That's absolutely right. Yes. Are we going to tell the story about the jet car? It's
not now. No, it's fine. But you shouldn't build cars in the 1960s. Make no sense. Thank you very much. Just, Scott Noble came in from second, net second. You see Maximilian Partel now and the Hoffa Racing car who came in. Now, you're seeing the Hobeth car a little bit earlier than some of the others because they did a short first stint. Well, I say short, 5 or 6 minutes shorter because I think at the time Ralph Bond was struggling on the tyres. Now, Scott's done pretty much nearer what we expect to be a full stint at about 1:11. 1 hour 11, but it's still interesting, I think, John, and something perhaps, but this is a feeling I have, so I'd like you to confirm it. I think this track isn't as fuel hungry as some of the others, so these stints seem to be a few minutes longer on GT3s.
Well, I was talking to one or two of the teams before I came into pit lane about those shorter stops. That was all down to driver comfort. That was all down to driver comfort. That was not fuel affected at all. Quite a few of the teams saying our drivers were, they'd been out on the grid, they were getting ready, there was the excitement of getting ready, maybe they hadn't quite hydrated enough or whatever, but there was a few drivers who radioed in to say after 45, 50 minutes, guys, I'm getting towards the end. And a few of the lads that I talked to on the grid who weren't starting the race, I said to them, look, only you can know. You've got to be honest, and if you've got to come in 5 or 10 minutes early, you've got to do that. And Snowy, that's the key, isn't it? You'll have been in that situation. You've got to be honest with yourself and the team, because if you start getting fatigued, you'll start making mistakes and bad decisions.
100%. So relatively, I can go back 20 years ago, Spa 24 hour. It was the complete opposite the year before, where it was torrential rain in 03. 04 was figures you were mentioning of 35, 36 ambient, and I think we had around about 60 Celsius in the car. And you're sitting behind the engine over the exhaust system, nice and warm, no aircon in those days, and rubbish lights as well, just to remind you, as we said at Le Mans. And there was, I did a double stint on that. When the power steering had failed in the first bit, that was really helpful. Trust me, the source was quite difficult in a GT1 car with no power steering. But exactly what you said, John, I got partway into that second part of that double stint and just went, I'm going to bin this if I don't radio in, and I've got to call it. And I thought I'd just get I'll be on the naughty step and a P45 and etc. And I had a couple of laps where I thought, should I, shouldn't I? I thought no, I'm gonna bin the car. And daftly enough, never occurred to me that I could hurt myself. It was I'm gonna bin the car. The team won't like it, and did it. And all I got then was applause for doing the right thing. So there you go, surprised.
You probably heard the tortured flat 6 there being revved within an inch of its life as the Herbeth car went back out. And again...
Was that a full service with a driver change?
It was a full service with a driver change. And again, I'm looking at the tyres, and they are they're in pretty good nick. They're having a good look at the left rear inside shoulder there. There maybe has been just a little bit of a scrape on the BBS rim there, but I tell you what, it's right on the outer edges. There's a tiny little bit of graining, a bit more pickup on the front tyres of that car, but I'm saying that they're in pretty good nick. I'm going to give the outgoing driver a moment to rehydrate as we're getting, as you might imagine, a number of cars coming in. The beeps that you heard there was the Haas RT Audi, which has just gone past me towards pit out. Let me tell you what's going on there. That's a set of tyres. And, oh, hang on. I'm going to move down there because they've got the dolly jacks for that car. So this might be a little bit more than... I'll let Scott Noble sort himself out back at the Herbeth team. Yeah, dolly jacks came out really early here, guys. They're going to put a new set of tyres on, but this car now on the jolly jacks, driver's still in it, and it's going to be spun round. Remember, this is pit lane to the left-hand side circuit, and we've got another car coming in behind it. So that car, this is the I think the 24th position car, is it? Yes, it is. They haven't had a brilliant run. What's the problem?
We had a collision with car number 34, left and right hand side, front rear bend. We tried to repair like this, but car is not drivable, so no, we need to check the toe properly.
Yeah, okay, so what they've done is they've got all of the setup equipment out. So they're putting the equipment onto the hubs, and gone are the days when it used to be a piece of string that Bradley would have been using and Snowy would have seen. They still call it stringing it up, but effectively what they've got is their own little flat patch here with some very nicely Audi Sport branded bits and pieces, and then they've got lasers that are on the bottom of each of the contraptions, and that is what they'll check the caster and camber of the front and rear. Meantime, behind me, the 908 Porsche has just been in. That's the Seb Leger Racing by Duo Racing. I'll leave the guys down at Haas. They're sorting up a penalty. I wondered why they were all standing like meerkats outside of their
John.
Outside of their paddock.
Can you get
Yes?
down to the 903 Red Ant Racing pit, because Red Ant have been in for 10 minutes. Ever since we've been chatting to you, what we thought was a stop isn't.
I
So
didn't see
Yannick
that.
Redont in the 903 has been in for 10 minutes, and obviously these are the guys who are leading in 992 in the championship overall. We'll leave you to get that. We'll give you a quick update.
No, I'm
of
here.
You're up. Go
mate.
for it then.
Oh, mate, I'm here. They're looking into the engine compartment at the back of this. Do we know what the problem is?
Not yet, not yet. They're searching into it. The pilot's inside the car still, so...
This is a lack of power, or...?
Lack of power, that's all I know.
Okay. Normally aspirated engine, remember, on these 992 Cup cars. It is the venerable 4-litre flat 6, and they are looking... They're looking at all the connections right now.
Is the computer... Is the laptop of Doom plugged in?
The laptop of Doom is not plugged in, no. No, yes it is. But I think that's doing something else. But this is mechanic burning his hand down the right-hand side bank of the flat 6 and trying to find something. Do we know what the problem is, or are we just trying everything at the moment?
Yes.
Trying everything?
Yes.
Okay, good luck. This might be one of those horrible... intermittent electrical problems strikes doom into anything. Yannick has stayed in the car. Yannick Redon is in the car with his Ayrton Senna tribute helmet. Now, if you give me 1 second, guys, and unless there's anything massively exciting...
Well, you've got the first two in the pit. So Maximilian Partel and Martin Kresmaski, so Hoffer Racing and PTC by Schnitzel Racing, both Mercedes, of course, AMG GT3s. Both of them are in the pits, but they're in the fuel section at the moment, so you've got about 2.5...
Right here, right now, we've got a little bit of a breeze coming through the garage, guys, and there's still a little bit of shadow in the front of the garage. So we are able to chill down a little bit, and that's exactly what Scott's doing. What have you done to train for this? I think this is quite extreme out here, but you're from the state of Texas, so you're used to this heat.
So when we train, we'll do our normal 10-lap sessions, and then I'll go, and we went out in the heat, 91-degree heat in Texas. We're like, let's go and get used to it. And I do my normal training. I had a shoulder operation a year ago, so
you've had both of them done now. I can say that.
Done 5 times now, so it's a little bit of work. But regardless, is 4 days a week. I work out with a trainer. We do 45 minutes of rehab and then 45 minutes of cardio. But really, the big difference for this endurance is I make myself go out on my mountain bike for an hour and 15 minutes 3 times a week in the hottest part of the day, which is normally 98 degrees. And so I'm not afraid of the heat. You don't like it, but I'm not afraid of it.
I think people probably don't realise that, Scott, that how much is going on behind the scenes. We talk about non-pro drivers, and just because you are a non-pro driver doesn't mean that you're not putting the work in behind the scenes. Quite the reverse.
No, and I feel that in my last third of the stint, I can really pull on almost anybody but a pro. I think I'm in that good a shape. I worked that hard on it. So that last third, I was telling myself, you're in better shape than them. Keep it up. Don't back off. They'll back off, and you don't back off. It was working for a long time, and I was really pulling away from the other AM, so I was happy with that. You have to, when you're doing a 24-hour race and your straight stint is 75 minutes, if you don't train, you just suffer. You just suffer.
Well, you did a great job, mate, and learning all the time on a tricky circuit out here.
Yeah, it is, and it's getting a little bit slower and a little bit greasier. 4.5's a little slick, 8's a little slick, but that challenges you, and it's kind of fun, and that's what we worked on this last month. So, Yeah, it'll separate the men from the boys for sure.
And the women for the girls, I think, as well in this race.
Yeah, there is. There's some super fast girls out there now. I'm proud of that and love watching them, and I'm glad they're getting some great support.
And so what do you do now? Rehydrate, a little bit of something to eat, some carbs or something like that?
Yeah, cool down, and then drink loads of water because our drink button wasn't working. So there was no water for 75 minutes, so that's another challenge. So I'll probably drink 3-4 bottles of water, cool down. I'll probably have them work my neck just so it doesn't stiffen up. And then I've got to put on something cooler than what I got on right now and get back out there.
We'll let you do that now. Thanks for talking to us straight out the car. Scott Noble out of the Herbeth Motorsport number 91. And amazing, guys. When he got out of that car again, you could see the suit was soaked through. He was standing there, stripped to the waist, but still with his race suit on. And he's already recovered. The pace of recovery of these drivers is super impressive. Right, where do you want to send me now, Nick? I am at your command. Remote control Heindorf here. RCH.
Well, this is quite fun. Actually, really? Okay, what scale are you?
1 to 1.5, unfortunately, as Braddis was saying about the swimming pool earlier on. I found one for him as well.
Yeah, I think
it's called the Adriatic.
We've got a kind of a quieter period now, so I think you can probably just sit in the shade for a few seconds. We haven't really got anyone particularly of importance in the pits I can see. We'll
Looks
take
like
over
RPM's coming in shortly.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll just give a quick rundown while we can, because obviously we have now had just about a complete set of top class stops. So Pierre Caffer, who stopped a while ago now, about 10-15 minutes ago at the start of the hour, he has now pulled his lead back out to 36 seconds. That's from Antonio Sonera in the E2P Racing Porsche. Now, the interesting thing about that is that owes us sort of 2/3 of a stop, because they are slightly out of sync with Pierre Caffer. So when they come in, and given that a stop is between 3 minutes 50 and 4 minutes 50, that lead probably actually is nearer 2 minutes between Pierre Caffer, Santaloc and E2P Racing. In third, it's the RD Sainz team in their Lamborghini Huracan. The reason they're in third, they've got Nicolas Michelin in. They've only stopped once, Snowy, so they are running very long stints for this car. 1 hour and 15 the first one, 1 hour and 40 in this one. So that should be in the next couple of laps. In fourth place, it's the 71 Yuta Racing car, the Lithuanian team entered with Arunas Gekakaukis, I think that's how he said he'd pronounce it, with his, and they are running about another minute and 12 back, and they're off the lead lap. So only 3 cars on the lead lap at the moment. Right behind them is Alessandro Cutera in the Bone by Castle Racing Ferrari 296. That's in 5th. Then 6th is Kenneth High, who's got into the Hoffa Racing car, and he's running a few seconds, about 11 seconds behind the Kessel Racing Ferrari. And then Jason Hart, we just spoke to his teammate, Jason Hart in the 91 Herbeth Racing. That car is in 7th overall, which I should actually say, sorry, it's 7th overall, but it's 3rd in AM. The leading AM car, sorry, is that RD Sainz Lamborghini, but owes us a stop, remember. So Herbeth are in 3rd in AM, 7th overall, but they are one of 3 cars quite close together on that just off the lead lap. And PTT by Schnitzel Racing, who came in again in the lead, well, net in the lead, they had another particularly not great pit stop. So again, they lost another minute. So they've lost about 2 minutes in total from the pit stop. So I don't know what's going wrong with the PTT Racing pit stop, but it's Mateusz Lizowski's in the car. So it might be an idea when we think they're coming in next time to get John down there to stare at it in a scientific manner and work out what they're doing wrong. In 9th place, it's Prime Speed Sport. That's the Kiwi and Australian combo Aston Martin. Then we get the leading car in 992, which actually is Tracy Conn's RPM Racing, but that is actually currently in the pit stop, so that is going to drop down. So probably the net lead car is the 904. That is the other Red Ant Racing car, and really the sort of the undeniable favourite now since the 9. We didn't step the 909. Luke Broeker's car didn't even start the Reynolds Cowan Jordan, and the teammate, the 903 car, has unspecified engine problems that may or may not require a computer to be poked into them, and so therefore that looks like that 904 will get a good net lead. They are battling a little bit with the 917 Orchid Racing machine. Orchid Racing team, and they also have the 922 Fulgenzi Racing 992 car as well. They're all kind of there in the mix. In GTX, Lino Amarouche in the Vortex V8 is leading, and that car has picked up some pace it was missing earlier. Now is ahead of all the GT4 cars. And leading in GT4, it's David Brzezinski in the Bugula ZM racing car. That car was left behind the first stint, but steadily come back in the second now. In second, it's Julian Dallas in the Street Art Racing Aston Martin. Then it's Rob Verhoeven in the Hamofa Motorsport BMW GT4 that has been much delayed by some problems early on, I think punctures and repeated punctures. And the fourth place is Dennis Bonn in the Lion Speed car. And then leading in TCE, and in fact, interestingly, the leading TCE car, which is Daniel Morris in the CW Engineering car, is ahead of the second place GT4 car. So showing some real speed CW Engineering, and they are leading the only other car in TCE, which is Wilhelm Kuhn in the SR Motorsport. So it is turning back, Snowy, into the Pierre Caffer show.
Well, it is, but the battle on track, which is finally just been resolved, is the fourth position battle for Alessandro Cotera in the Kessel Racing Ferrari. That's the number 8 car, and the 71 Utah Racing Audi with Arunas Gasiauskas at the wheel. They've just spent 15-20 minutes literally dodging traffic, getting through one another, all in the Audi's favour. And I felt, as I was watching it, the number 8 Kessel Ferrari, I just felt it looked quicker if it got by. And sure enough, it's just taken advantage of a couple of, I think it was a GT4 Aston behind the 407 actually, that unsighted the Audi for a moment, and the Kessel Ferrari is through, and I think it's going to pull away now quite quickly.
It's interesting because towards the back end of the first stint, it began to look quicker as well. Now, we just thought this was just David Firmino getting his eye in and opening up, but certainly at the end of it ran long in the first stint and looked quick at the end, and it ran long in this, now obviously running to the middle end of the second stint and looked quick as well. So interesting indeed. They're 45 minutes into this stint, and the car seems to be a little bit quicker than the other GT3s immediately around it. John?
Right, so RPM is about to fire up. Oh, lots of white smoke out of the back of the Krone Aviation sponsored number 907 Porsche GT3 Cup car. And there's lots of peering at tyres going on here. Again, the Porsches seem to be graining their front tyres. The rears look absolutely fantastic. We also had a pit stop there for the number 34 Land Motorsport Kirchhoff Group machine. Elmer Grimm got out. He's recovering at the moment. Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff got into that car, and that was a full service for them. And there was damage to the left front, so that's the other half of that story, with the other damaged Audi that we talked about earlier on. Also out and in while you were talking there, Nick, is that Red Ant racing car, the Redont family outing. That I think only did one lap and has come straight back into the lane and gone straight back into its box. So whatever that intermittent engine fault is has not yet been resolved. It didn't even bother coming into the pit lane. Tracy Cron is recovering, and we'll probably have a chat with him. He's getting really congratulated by the team. He's done a really good stint. They're obviously very, very happy with that.
There is in the 992 class, there is a real chance for someone who is not from the usual suspects to get either a really good result or a win. We've lost 2 of the traditional top 3. They won't feature even if Yannick Riddle and the 903 get going again. They're already 15, 20 minutes in the pit, and you're not going to make that up even a 12-hour race with the quality of field around them.
No, totally.
There's a really good chance we're going to see a nice shake-up in the 992 class, which has been in the last couple of years probably the most competitive class. But oddly, this particular race is looking at the class most affected by attrition. So absolutely. Porsche's not good in the heat. Discuss, John.
Well, Tracy is with me now, and just recovering, as I said. Now, that was a great stint. I've known you for a long time. You're very hard on your own performances, Tracy, but even you've got to be happy with that one. That was tough, but you brought the car back in one piece. I've just seen your tyres look great.
Yeah, it felt really slow out there. It was really hot, and I ran out of fluid, so that was affecting me a bit. So, but the team did a great job. Driver change went smooth both ways, and we're in the right place.
Real opportunity with you guys in this Cup class, with Red Camel not starting today. Real opportunity for somebody to get onto the podium, or even better, and challenge the Red Ant Racing guys.
Yeah, it's 9 hours and 17 minutes to go. So yeah, I'm going to think about that a little later on. But yeah, you're right. I mean, it's a good place to be. Always good to be in the lead, no matter what.
How's the track evolving, Tracy, over this week? It's getting Hankook rubber down on it, but this is the hottest it's been.
Yeah. The track was rubbered up pretty good for the first day of practice after that day. And then the next day was very good, and it rained a little bit and took away some of the rubber. Not much, but today there's plenty of rubber. It's just heated up, so you're sliding around a little bit.
So you're really having to feel for the grip. Is it almost like you've got to go off the normal racing line?
I mean, I've tried about 50 different lines so far. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure which one is the right one at this point, because your tires are wearing at the same.
Well, I tell you what's the right one is getting the car back in one piece, and you did that. Well done.
No, that works, and I'll leave it to the younger boys to take it for a little while here now.
You sit yourself down, rehydrate. Thanks, Tracy. Tracy Crone talking to us. The other car you mentioned, by the way, was the Ginetta. That came in while you were talking about it. That seems to be a bit of a theme. Remember that there's only 2 drivers in that car, guys. It's only Colin and Dan who are doing that. So they're having to be really, really careful.
Yeah, I think you're going to need to go down there, John. You're going to go down there because the stop's now over 6 minutes, up to 7 minutes. So
that's
probably an issue. Yeah, I think it came in pretty much when you were expecting it to. But it's staying in 7 minutes. I hope that's not too far to go. I mean, just poke your head in there. That'll be great. We've had some action out on track. Snowy, who was it? Who had the problem?
It was the 42 Aston, which is the 9th place car currently, Prime Speed Sport car, with Hermano Malmetzer at the wheel. And he just, I'm not quite sure what happened. I only saw the end of it, but there was it looked like, I think there's a rotation going into the corner, mid-corner, and then has got his nose
on his own. Do you think? Or?
It looks like it's on its own. I think, to be honest, I'm not going to throw anybody else under the bus or the Aston at the moment for that one. But it does look like it's got its nose in the gravel front wheels, which means the driven wheels can at least, if you can find reverse and get it back out again, that's okay. But obviously, homologation-wise, cars should have reverse gears, but they're not always the easiest things to find in a race car with gloves on and
it's
fumbling away.
It's struggling to come back to the pits as well, so it's not a simple spin. It's not a simple spin, and I've now got, oh dear, I feel embarrassed, let's get going again.
Usual thing, cause and effect, Nick, so what caused it to be there in the first place? It might have been something else that's thrown it off mechanically.
So John's going to be getting that, he's got it, in fact, in comes that Aston Martin with the problem. John, how's it going down at your end with the other things we've asked you to do?
Right, well, this is at CWS Ginetta, and they're working on the right-hand side of the V6 at the moment, and they've got a selection of Jubilee clips. So, although they've got the front end of this car off and both the right-hand front wheel off, this could be something as simple as a loose pipe, and that's what they're working on in a very hot environment. I'll come back to that in a second, because the Aston Martin of which you spoke a moment or two ago is back in, and that seemed to be... How long have I been in the pit lane? I've been in the pit lane 45 minutes. So they just had Liam Talbot. Oh, there's damage. There's damage on this car on the left. Left rear, just in front of the left rear. They've put some tape on. They're firing it up. And I think that was Earl's helmet that got into that car, and it's taking a penalty as well.
So penalties are at pit exit, so you do fuel pit stop penalty, okay, because it spins around at all the different tracks. Now, interestingly, we did see this. Snow was very nice. He didn't want to blame anyone else that he'd been given a clunk. Obviously, he was clunked off. So now he's.
Well, interestingly enough, John just mentioned the penalty there, Nick. That car has got a penalty for causing a collision. Under articles of infringement on General Code of Driving Conduct.
Yeah, that's
Do you want to have a quick word with the driver? See if I can.
Yeah, let's see if we can get a quick word. John will come in a second. But just say so that was a penalty at midday.
Yeah.
So that was not related to this at all.
I think this is a much more recent incident, guys, than what they're taking the penalty for at the moment. And Hermanos Malzac, the French Kiwi, is not happy at all. And I'm going to respect his privacy at the moment, because he's just gathering his thoughts. But he was not a happy chap when he got out. Earl Bamber jumped into the car. They did a tyre change and sent that car into the penalty box. It's gone now, so it's back on the track. So I'm just going to let them debrief. We'll come back. There's a couple of nasty flat spots on the Hankook tyres that have come off. That's the front of that car. Well, they might clean up.
I think what's happened, John, is there has been a collision at midday or before midday, because that's when the penalty was given out. So there was a collision before they came in the last time, or something that they got called for, which may have been resulted in minor damage. There's then been a second incident a couple of minutes ago, which has either resulted or was caused by the flat spot tyres. Probably we saw him pointing in the wrong direction off the. I think they were off at turn 10. I think it may have been turn 8. And therefore, I think that at that point they've done some tyre damage. He's driven slowly back to the pit so as not to cause any more damage. I've had a look at it, think, nope, it's just the tyres, and they sent Earl out there now. But there's definitely two instances involved. There's what they got called the penalty for, and why they were off the track pointing. Pointing to. Luckily, they didn't exceed the limits because there's so much runoff here, but they were pointing in completely the wrong direction.
Yeah, and that damage looked very, very recent as they were putting some tape on it. So whether that was the first one or the second one, I can't tell you. I can give you an update now because I've done some research on Ford V6 engines in the front of Ginettas.
Excellent.
I just asked Colin actually at CWS Racing. Really odd one. This not. While it's under pressure, but they think there's a slight fracture in one of the power steering hoses or pipes.
Okay.
And it's been leaking fluid very, very slowly, which they're now topping up, as you can imagine. Hang on, let me just kick that Jubilee clip out the way so it doesn't get into somebody's tyre. And they're putting that back together now, and Colin's getting ready to take that car back out. I would think another 5 or 6 minutes for this one. But driving a car, as Pete will tell you, that has power steering, when the power steering is not working, it's pretty hard work, even when it's a little Mazda MX-5, which is the only time I've had to do that. I can't even imagine what it's like with something with downforce.
I actually have practical experience of that, because many, many years ago, I went to visit my friend in Vermont, and we needed some transport, so he bought a Buick for $300.
Nice.
And it was all fine, and then the power steering failed. We realised it was leaking out, so we were buying power steering fluid every 300 miles and topping up. It slowly got less and less and less and less and less, and you couldn't move it. And with those feather-light steering wheels they have on those, it was a mid-80s Buick. It's amazing how feather-light they're not once the power steering stops working. So and I was a young, fit man then. It was very hard to steer it. So I remember that we had to fill it up every 300 miles as we travelled across the states.
And I should say on Nick's behalf, he's an old fit man. He's an older fit man at the moment. Right, the Red Ant car. Well, it's true, mate. It's not as if you still run. You run.
I do
further
still
than
run.
me or Joe could do between us.
I don't know why, but I'm out there the whole time. Why am I doing this? Why? I left my house. I'm back at my house 45 minutes later. What was the point?
Quick update on Red Ant back in, and Yannick now out of the car with this engine problem. I'm going to quickly let's just square the circle on this hour's worth of war for a variety of people. Yeah, loss of power. What's going on?
You're a bit scratchy. Can you come out of it, please?
Yeah, I'm coming. Oh, we'll have to go the other way. Stand by. I've got Yannick here. Here we go. Sorry about that, Nick. Right. Yannick, sorry, this is a bad time to be talking to you. You wanted to be going better than this. Loss of power, what happened? How did it manifest itself?
Yeah, just slowly. Missing power every lap a little bit more, and the last laps I wasn't able to drive the car anymore, so we needed to pit.
Now, is this an engine problem? Is it a throttle sensor problem? Electrical? What do we think?
We didn't know yet.
This might only be a cup car, but they are quite sophisticated cars. So what process are the guys going through? I see you've got the laptop plugged in.
Yeah, we are looking for some issues, but for the moment, electronically, we don't find any. So
no fault codes or anything like that?
No, nothing.
Oh, my God. I'm sorry, mate. I'm sorry about that. So the red 903 in the pit lane, non-specific engine stroke throttle sensor, potentiometer, blah, blah.
That is the same issue. The 909, Red Camel Jordan, also has a hard-to-trace, non-specific engine problem. Now, I was joking actually with Peter that perhaps Red Camel got a Friday afternoon car off the line at Stuttgart, but perhaps it is the case where there is an issue somewhere deeper within these machines, the 992, and it's because once it's bad luck and twice is kind of like carelessness, isn't it?
Well, you know that I commentate on an awful lot of Porsche racing around the world.
Yes.
And these are Porsche 992, which is the current version, the type number of the 911 Cup cars. I've never seen, even in the longer races, which I think the States is the longest, they do 50 minutes. I've never seen anything like this before. So you've got to ask yourself, what, if anything, are these teams doing to the cars that makes the difference? Or is it the fact that they are going for effectively a race and a half or 2 races, stopping, refueling, going again? And it's not about ABS, because the US series has ABS. So it's nothing like that. So I think what we've got to do with these guys, and these guys will have to work with Porsche Customer Racing, because it's not just this series where we see these Cup cars. We've always said, haven't we, what a great cost-effective way it is to go racing. And of course, coming up, we've got an endurance race for a whole bunch. A whole field.
50 already entered, 50 entries.
I know, fantastic. I'm not excited about that at all.
I know we're on your favourite subject, John, but you're going to have to pop out in the pit lane because we've got a call of the 407. The multicoloured street art Aston Martin has come in with a puncture. From the pictures we saw it looked like he'd done a good job and not damaged it, but they're still doing a full service, so we can just go and meander up there and see if there's any other news to that story.
They've had a good look under the left front wheel arch. I saw that pull up, and the Hankook tyre is sitting rather forlornly, steaming gently from the left front. Now, can't get the car started at the moment. I can't see any bodywork damage there as the GT4 Street Art Aston disappears. And the Hankook team will want to have a look at that tyre. It's inside shoulder.
Was that front left again? Was that front left?
Front left inside shoulder.
Yeah, because it was front left that went on the other GT4 car, the bronze BMW as well. That was what started their problems. So sure, it's coincidence. There's a 1 in 4 chance that if car A goes with a certain tyre, car B will go with that certain tyre. But don't forget, we have had this in the past. Was it in the first year in Kuwait where we had a huge load of rear left failures? Do you remember that?
They're looking very carefully to see if they can spot where the damage started. I can't see any damage on the inside of the rim there, so I think they're as nonplussed about this as we probably were.
They've got a few of the cars.
There's a shrug of the shoulders. No damage, no contact.
No contact.
That's an odd one, that. Inside shoulder on that tyre, comprehensively pulled off the inside shoulder, and I'm not seeing signs of bad wear on the inside shoulder, and the mechanics here are having a good look at that as well. So something to keep an eye on, gents, but they turned that car around very quickly and it's already back out.
Now, Peter, we've seen a couple of these inside shoulder tyre problems. Now, admittedly, there's no kind of particular tyre that's going. We've seen the rears, but they're using a lot of curbs. The curbs are flat, but then they're coming back on them again. How sharp is that back on a curb again? Is it like bad luck you've hit the one really sharp one, or can you kind of fatigue the car by constantly coming back over the curves and dragging the car over the back end?
I think fatigue is the key word there, Nick, that if you keep rattling that over that shoulder, and they're a very low profile tyre. We watch it on warm-ups, don't we, how people weave to get heat into the sidewalls as well. If you keep stressing that sidewall over a serrated edge, or as you say, if there's a drop-off, or one particular place the concrete's a little bit sharper over, and you just happen to keep finding that bit, you're going to damage that shoulder ultimately. It's a law of averages, isn't it?
I take it when you've done that, it just goes. You don't get those sort of things are not. Oh, it's gone a bit. No, it's just got it. It's yes and then no.
It tends to be a bit of a cliff. Yeah, it's the next thing it spat you around and the tyres failed and you're facing the opposite way and just going, Mum, what happened?
So what's your mother doing in the car? Exactly. Just a quick question. It's back on that Fun Cup again, isn't it? Where we're all running with passengers. Pierre Caffer now has pulled out a lead of 1 minute and 1 second on Antonio Cernero in the E2P Racing. So he's pulled out about 25 seconds in the last 20 minutes. I can hear that John's down there. I'd like to say, John, you've been in the pits for an hour and you've brought nothing but woe to the members of the pit lane. It has to be said.
Standard pit stop for the Ferrari.
Yeah.
That's
the first one. Well done.
Yeah, Katara getting out of the car. He did make me move a little bit. I'm normally pretty cool standing in front of a car, but it didn't look like he was going to get anywhere near the stop line there. Sorry, who got in there? It was Marco Fletzer, isn't it? Who is in that car? That's who it is.
Marcus Fletcher has not run yet. He's the semi-pro. Fiminelli is the pro, and LMDV and Alessandro Cutera AM. So they have now rotated through all 4 drivers within the first, well, it was 1 minute off 3 hours ago.
And I can report absolutely no problems whatsoever. That's another very well used, but all, I mean, not pristine, obviously, but there's one flat stop, and I think that's flat spot on that zone. I think that's where he locked up coming into the pit lane, to be honest, on those Hankook tyres. So there you go. I have brought you Tracy Crone, who had no problems. He did a good stint, and I have now brought you a standard stint for Pierre Caffer and a standard stint for the Kessel Ferrari.
And we will forget the 17 cars you brought into the pits with problems because that. Oh dear. Anyway, so that's interestingly, I think, yeah, it happened. It happens. You get these runs when cars pick up problems. Now, interestingly, obviously, there's a couple of reasons. Like, one, they've run now for 2.5 to 3 hours in the hot weather. 2, some of them are stretching the tyres a little bit. And 3, they're now running for their less professional drivers.
Yeah, and I'm just intrigued though, and John will talk about the tyre there, to see if John could have a look at what the graining was like on the tyre.
Hardly anything, Peter. Honestly, really? The only graining I'm seeing at all is a little bit on the front of the Porsches, but the Cup cars more so than the. Do you know what? No, there was just a little bit. Oh, left rear puncture on the Lion Speed Porsche. Now that's a Cayman, the 424.
Yeah, it's there's 2 types of Cayman. The Lion Speed's in GT4. But you'll know why, because it's an RS. But yes. then we also have the CS version for SR Motorsport. And obviously, I don't know what the difference is, but it's the entire class. Oh, right, okay. I assume it's many, many thousands of euros and a few horsepower.
The other thing I have to report, and there's a driver change, by the way, going on that car, and they're getting full service. So it's a set of 4 Hankooks, not just the damaged wheel on the left rear, although we have one of the mechanics having a look there. This is 5 studs, so you'll hear plenty of buzzing from the power tools, and they're having a good look underneath. Again, they're looking at the inside shoulders of these tyres. That's another inside shoulder. So this, I'm going to almost bet that this is going over the sausage curves at turn 1. The other thing that's changed, by the way, the wind has changed. It's now blowing onto the front of the cars as they go to turn 1. We've had no wind in the pit lane at all, and now it's blowing right into our face as we've come to the end of another racing hour.
We're at the end of another racing hour. And that means we can get a chance to have a look at who's where and what's happened in this last very exciting hour in the pit lane. It has to be said, it's kept us very entertained indeed. So it is Pierre Caffer in the Santalok Junior team who is leading overall, and therefore, of course, in GT3 as well. The lead on my screen is about 1 minute and 1 second. Oh, now we have the provisional entry list for the first Michelin-sponsored 24 Hours of Dubai. First of all, we have GT3, and as you can see, we have a very, very... as always, for the Dubai 24 Hours, this is running on the 10th, 11th and 12th of January next year. It will be a stellar event once again for the GT3, kicking off really the whole international motorsport season. And we have, we just look at the Hoffa Racing we have here. We have Leipert, Century, MP Motorsport, Haas, Barwell, and a fantastic mix of chassis here. We've got a Porsche, Aston Martin, BMW. We have multiple Ferraris, a Huracan, a Lamborghini. So again, if you look at what the entry list is for this 24 Hours to Dubai, with the Creventic Blue Ribband event, and obviously after last year's issues where they had to delay it, it's going to be great to get onto its main date, that second weekend of January, and look at all the cars that are coming through. My believing is there are something in the region of over 20-something already entered, 22 or 23 top-line GT3 cars. And then we have, of course, as always, a very, very comprehensive 992 class. Oh, Peter's counting for me, that's useful.
28
GT3. And now we have all the usual, again, the suspects in the 992 class. Remember, we have a 992 specific race coming up at Spa, first weekend of September, where there are 50 entries. But for the 20th running of the 24 Hours of Dubai, we have obviously the pair of Red Ants. Hopefully the 903 will get a better run than it has today. And of course we also have the 909 Red Camels car. But then we have Razoo More Than Racing going with the Porsche. Last year they were there with a KTM. Obviously the MRS car, Toro Verde, who are there with a Ginetta. They're here with 2 Porsches. So moving, the teams we have within the championship are moving towards Porsche. And currently 992 entries are 27. So it's 27 992. So that's we're already up to what, 55 cars, and that's just on the 2 faster classes. And we also have GTX, GT4, and TC with 4 GTX, a double Vortex enter. Ginetta G56, the KTM Crossbow, our Razoo More Than Racing are still entering the Crossbow as well, and Lippert Motorsport with a Lamborghini Huracan. GT4 we currently have, this is currently entered, we are only in July. This race does not start till the second weekend of January, and of course you can get your car onto the boat in early December, so you've got plenty of time to enter if you want to join the massive party. There are 8 GT4s, including 2 Astons, 2 Porsches, a BMW, an Audi, a Ginetta, and that fantastic Toyota Supra, which we've had a couple of times before. TCA currently has 2 entries, this Cayman CS from Team Sorg Rennsport and Primus Racing. So it's 55, 60, 62, about 70 cars already entered for the 24 Hours of Dubai, the 20th running of the 24-hour series event, the Blue Ribbon event for the championship. And it's really nice to be able to give you this announcement of the entry list just 6 months earlier than the event.
What was interesting, I noted on the list there, was the Come To You Racing Aston. Not because it's an Aston, because that's just won the Spa 24-hour.
Oh, yeah.
So great to have that on the grid for Dubai.
Fantastic. Now, the good news is that after that slightly surprising, and I realise what happened now, because they said they were going to show it at 1 o'clock, but of course they're on CET. And we're on GMT or British Summer Time. But what I'm going to say now is, luckily, to take over for the next hour or so is my very good friend, Joe Bradley.
Thank you, Nick. And good news for the forthcoming 2025 season. But as Nick said, Snowy, we are still in July. And we're at MISANO. So let's get back to what's in front of us now. 27 car field, 26 cars took the start. We've had Tales of War in the pits, but that's what we would expect, wouldn't we? And especially in 32-degree heat.
I think we've had very few tales of woe, to be honest, in given what you've just said. You know, in this sort of heat, I think it's been remarkably good so far. That's going to jinx it, isn't it?
Yeah, you said it now, Snowy.
I've said it now.
I didn't expect you to say that.
Exactly.
Not at all.
What's that?
Not
You're back in the hot seat. I thought I'd catch you by surprise.
Yeah, you absolutely did. I'm really impressed with Pierre Caffa. However, he's only 10 minutes away from having to give up the seat of that leading Sonderlock car. The Sonderlock Audi R8 has absolutely been optimised with Pierre at the wheel, and that was, of course, his mission statement in that car, wasn't it?
As is ever the case, that's his job. It's a pretty simple brief, and he's just got to achieve it, hasn't he? But he seems to do so unfailingly so, and that is the skill of somebody of that experience and level, just quite simply. 1 minute, what's it? 1 minute 5 at the moment. He's got a lead over Antonio Sanera E2P Racing Porsche. That car, just before we did the rundown and did the little Dubai bit, that car had a. I think it had a penalty. I'll go back to that. Come back to that one. That's the second place car, which is the number 90. Let me just check on that, Joe.
All right, we've had the 903 Red Ant Racing car in the pits for 22 minutes. So let's head down to the pits where John Eindhoff is with that car, I believe. John.
As you can see, the frantic work that we had a little. As you can see, that doesn't work on radio. Sorry, I slapped my own hand there. The frantic work that was going on earlier has ceased, and now it's all about looking at data. We did have the laptop of doom plugged in. This, if you weren't with us in the last hour, This is a car that was losing power and just getting worse and worse. Yannick Redamp was behind the wheel, very experienced driver. He knows exactly what it is. They don't know whether it's a problem with the engine itself or with the electronics. I would kind of think the latter, because there didn't seem to be anything leaking or anything like that. In the meantime, right next door and on cue, we have the Vortex, the number 701. 2 of these cars in the 20th running of the Dubai 24 Hours in early January next year. Now, what's interesting here, guys, is they're putting used tyres on. And they've done a cycle, the tyres that have gone on. They are not brand new Hankooks that are going on. And they look, I mean, used, but as all of these tyres, I'm not seeing a whole host of graining. And they haven't even had the heat gun on these tyres before they've gone back on. So that's pretty much how they have come off the 701. This is the version 2 of the Vortex. Tyres are done, so it's just waiting for the driver now. The car will have been fueled on its way in. Down go the gull wing doors, down goes the car. Just pit controller pointing the way out. The engine fires up, and that very futuristic and highly aerodynamically styled car heads out and into the penalty box. Was that? No, I think it's gone straight out, guys. So that car is back on its way.
Those tyres, by the way, I mean, unless you want to throw, just keep on throwing euros at your car, you're going to get your tyre guy to inspect the tyres coming off. And all those 4 tyres could be from different sets. And you've gone and got the best, less worn tyres and put them together and put them back on the car. So, the meatiest tyres that you've got in the batch. Not just from today, of course, but from the last couple of days. Because we've been on track for a couple of days now, haven't we? So it's cost-effective racing, isn't it, really, at this stage?
John, if I may, I'm intrigued at this great update information you're giving us on these tyres all the time. It's a very technical circuit, this one, and I understand why there's not such a massive fuel load being used on these for that. But these tyres in these conditions, I'm intrigued as to how well they're doing as you're portraying them. I know we haven't got Paul Truswell down there, but is there anybody we can go and find and say why is it so good? Because I'm fascinated by this lack of tyre wear in these temperatures.
This car, by the way, the Vortex, it's had a side-by-side contact with something white. Now that might have been at the side of the side of the circuit. Both the left rear and left front have got white marks on it. But the surface of the tyre is what you're seeing, Snowy. The surface of all these tyres, they're obviously they're going to have had a little bit of pickup when they come into the pit lane and they've slowed down a little bit. But basically the tyres that went on this Vortex look exactly the same as the tyres that have just come off. And I just think, look, we've raced on Hankooks before. I know plenty of series that do. Lamborghini Super Trofeo have just gone worldwide onto Hankook tyres. They build a very, very good tyre. They've had GT3 experience in DTM up until fairly recently as well, and they use, like all the tyre companies do, they use everything that they learn to go onto their road tyres. They are original equipment tyres now for things like 718 Boxsters, and in fact Ace Boxster's got a set of Hankook Ventus on that were very cost effective and are great tyres, great road tyres. And I think was what we're seeing here. In answer to your specific question, I am not a tyre engineer, but I've seen plenty of tyres, as you will have, Peter, in the pit lane coming off that look absolutely knackered and would be no use. I mean, they're barely any use for a coffee table. These tyres will go again. They're cleaning the wheels up, and they will go again, I reckon, on that Vortex. I think it's just they've worked together.
What's the wear indicators telling you? Because it's all about how much rubber's still left on there.
There's plenty of rubber still left on
What about
on
the
these
inside
tyres.
edge? Because remember with camber,
all the way across
the tread.
Wow. All the way across from the far side, the outside, the inside is looking really good. The secondary inside, there's not one right in the middle, and then the outside two are still absolutely visible with probably, I would say, 2 to 3 mil still left on that tyre, and that was the That was off from the Vortex, and pretty much everything that I've seen, Joe, has been exactly the same. Good wear characteristics across the face of the tyre. Mind, that was hot. I've just burnt my finger again. And even wear. And what we're not seeing is either the edges of the tyres taking a pounding. You haven't got that graining or that light-coloured marks on. Now, good news for Porsche fans and for Red Ant fans is that Ayrton Red Ant is back behind the wheel. Sorry, no, it was Yannick, wasn't it, who was in that car? No, I think it is Ayrton, excuse me. In the 903. Now, it's fired up, but this was the car that was struggling with power issues.
John, can I just
takes it very
interject
easy
there
to go out.
because, John, that 903, the way that the way that those issues were described to us was very, very similar in explanation to how Paul Truswell described the issues on the 909 that have had issues all weekend and didn't take the start. And it's remarkable how similar those issues are. Like one of those niggly little electrical power failures, like something's not being fed, or an actuator, or a sensor not allowing the engine to run as smoothly as they'd like. And it's very similar to the red Camel car.
They were looking at all the connectors on the engine, Joe, around, so things like the individual plug leads, all the connectors on the top of the engine. They were looking at all that while I had the laptop, as if there was either bad information or no information going. And the way that Yannick described it to me was that it just was getting worse and worse, lap on lap. And you were on your break, but we were discussing this in the last hour and saying, you know, these cars run all around the world in Carrera Cup and Super Cup without any problem. And we haven't seen this issue until relatively recently, and this has been a couple or three different highly experienced teams who have had trouble. Now, go back to basics, you've got to ask yourself, what are they doing differently than a Carrera Cup team would be doing? And the answer to that is going longer. In the States, which I think is the longest race, it's 50 minutes. And so you have a couple of warm-up laps and then 50 minutes. Few places, Carrera Cup Asia is 30 minutes, 40 minutes in one or two others. So what we're effectively doing here is running for pretty much twice at the longest Carrera Cup race that you see, and then going again, and then going again. So is there something there? Is there something about the heat sink of stopping the engine or whatever? But it's clearly something that has to be addressed here, because there is... It's not that there's long faces here, Bradley. Clearly they're upset because this is both of the teams we're talking about here this weekend are teams that we would expect to see at the sharp end of the category. It's the fact that they have no clue, and I was even told that the car hasn't thrown any fault codes up. So
well,
that's
exactly what Truswell said. No, we have no clue, and they were looking towards the loom, which is when you're looking towards those connectors, and it's like you kind of analyze and eventually the book stops at the loom and the overall loom. And what I mean by that is the wiring harness that is basically the spine of the car, the whole nervous system of the car. And it's not about how much, it's not about how many times you've kind of switched the car off and on. It's about lifing of components. And one of those component parts of that car is, of course, the loom. And, you've got to then look at how old is the car? How long have you had it? Yeah. How often do you swap a loom out or take the loom out and have it checked by an electronics engineer?
Just while you two were discussing that, Joe, I was just thinking, it sounds like a harness issue, and something that John just said there about running longer compared to a Carrera Cup races, the start and stop method. It's not switching it on and off, as you said. It's the heat soak element, isn't it, when the car's stationary?
Yeah.
So if it's a harness right next to an exhaust or something, that area, and I've seen that on previous 458 Ferraris, they had an issue for that for a while, right next to the exhaust, it would heat soak that part of the harness, not the entire loom, and you start doing regular start-stops, it puts a cycle into it, and that was causing the problem. But it wasn't throwing up fault codes again.
So, Pete, here's the answer from the team. So, is it all right? Yeah, it's looking good. We've sent them again. Right, what did you do? We don't know. We just reset everything. So they did a full reset on everything, and the car's gone back out again. However, stay with me for a moment, because Sven Herberger is ready to go in his white and blue suit with his green, blue and white helmet. And joining him is Pierre Caffer, right on the numbers. And this will be another brand new set of Hankook rubber. I'll wait until they've done that before I have a look at those tyres and say the same thing. I'm just going to say exactly the same thing again. This is a broken record, I'm afraid. I might as well have this on a hotkey here, how appropriately, because these tyres would go again. Bradley, you and I would be using these, definitely.
Of course we would.
I mean, there's 2 or 3 mil on those wear indicators. They're nowhere near, and that's right. Beautiful wear pattern across there. I mean, you'd expect that in some respects from Caffer. Rear tyre slightly more worn, maybe 1 mil, maybe 2 mil to the inside rather than the outside. But those are well balanced wear. That's a well balanced wear pattern on that tyre. And Herberger has taken that car out. Let's see if I can quickly grab Caffer once he's sorted himself out. Do you know, they're just a different breed, aren't they? He's got out. He looks like he's been out for 10 minutes. He literally looks like he's driven down to the shops and back. Obviously, which would be a bit odd, given that he's got his full race kit on. All right, I'll let you two catch up with what's going on track, and I'll find some more victims to talk to down here in the pit lane.
Find some more ice cream, I thought you were going for, John, quite wisely.
Yeah, you couldn't. You know what? You couldn't really criticise him if he did go off.
Not at all. Absolutely. The thinking of a sensible man. Quite right.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got our 2 cars that were out from both the 18, the number 18, Sonderlock Audi, and the E2P Racing Porsche into the pits. Antonio Saniero has brought the number 90 in from the lead and is currently in the fueling area. That's going to hand the lead now, Snowy, to Jason Hart. The American driver who we know is probably the rock star, I think is his teammate described him. He's at the wheel of the Herbert car, and looking at his lap times, 37.1, low 37s, one of the fastest cars out there at the moment.
Yeah, and just remember, a few minutes ago now, in fact it's now 20 minutes ago, that car, I mentioned that I thought there was a penalty for it. Well, it is. There's a track limit infringement for this. This is the car number 90 you're talking about, which has been issued. It's a 10-second penalty for its 6th offence of track limits, and it is yet to be served. So that's still pending for that number 90 car, which is in the fuel station now. That is the number 90 Antonio Sonera E2P Racing Porsche 911 GT3 has a penalty to come yet.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on that one. I'm just, when we look at the penalty screen, Snowy, the amount of penalties that have been, well, not just penalties, but warnings as well. We've had a lot of track limit infringements, so the organisers are policing track limits. We knew, even before we arrived at MISANO, we knew that was going to be a factor because of the low curbing here, because it's, as we say, a MotoGP track. As into the pits, and is that John Hindhaugh down in the pits? Let's head down there, John.
It is the Aston Martin Earl Bamber double stinting himself, but getting a new set of Hankook rubber. He refires and straight out again. Remember, that car came in slightly earlier than we expected, with left rear damage and a left rear puncture on that car. Then soaked up a penalty from before the stint of the driver that brought it in, from Liam Talbot's stint. A penalty that was for contact around about midday, so some hour and 20 minutes ago. We're well into the afternoon here, and there's now precious little shade in the pit lane. We're down to about maybe 1.5 meters, 2 metres, and by the time I clock off in 45 minutes time, the only shade in the pit lane will be in the pit boxes themselves, and that's when the temperatures here start going up. But I'm going to say this again, the wind has noticeably changed direction. It's generally speaking been across the start-finish line for drivers left to drivers right all week, sort of coming out through an open pit box, blowing rather like an aircon fan, to be honest. now it's straight down the pit lane, coming from turn 1 and back towards the final corner at Misano. And whether that will change, I was going to say, well, that will change the weather. Do you know what? I've just looked down to turn 1, and all I can see is azure blue sky. It is absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. And even that little bit of breath of wind has started to die down.
The sun isn't shining so much for the number 8 Ferrari, John. Is that being pushed towards you now if you just turn around?
It is.
I think it's been pushed out of the fuel station.
Well, that hasn't long since been in. The driver is out, and they've got the dollies on that car, gents. It's going back into the box. Now, I reported that as being an absolutely straight-up pit stop that was expected for Kessel. So that's clearly happened within the last, 15, 20 minutes that car's been out. It certainly hasn't been in for a full stint. The PTT pole-sitting AMG is in at the moment as well, and that was showing in 6th position when it came into the pit lane.
John, I suspect that car's been in the fueling. It's been in the pit lane now for over 3 minutes, I think, and it looks like it didn't start because I caught an eye on it being pushed out of the fueling area back towards its pit garage. So I think it hasn't started after fueling.
It's in its garage. The driver is out. It was Marco Fletzer who took the car out from memory last time. The deck is coming off with just those 2 T-bars. Oh, there's some kind of fluid in the bottom coming out of the engine. Frothy fluid. Don't like the look of that. I think they've had a fire. And the fire marshals are here. The mechanics are all over it. And they are looking down into the car. This car has had a little flash fire of some description that has brought it back into the pit lane. I would have thought it... I'll be honest with you guys, I think that felt a little bit early. It might not have been. There's been a lot going on, but you've got the stats on that. It seems like only a few minutes ago that I sent Fretzer on his way, but the whole of the back of the car off in one piece with the 2 T-bars that just turn straight through. That fastens onto the end of the subframe at the back of the car. The alternator's on there as well. Gosh, so easy to work on this, Bradley. You would have loved this. All the bits that you need to get to when you pull that section off, that big section off at the back with those 2 elongated T-bars, there's just a whole heap of stuff. So all of the suspension adjustment, all of the shock adjustment, all of the toe adjustment, the alternator, all is able to be got to without any impingement of any bodywork. Absolutely brilliant piece of design. Now they've got the light in. Nick will be disappointed. It is not a phone light. It is a proper light. And they're looking at the right bank of cylinders on the car. There is a fire marshal here, so I'm sort of loath at the moment to get too close, but I don't want to get in their way. See if what happened.
So I think we broke the engine. That's I don't know. We are looking for now what's happened, but I think it's the engine.
So you were driving it at the time. How did it happen? Did you feel anything? Was there any warning?
The fuel pump doesn't work, so I have to go in recovery, and I have to go in the pit lane because it's coming fire.
Right. Okay, sorry to talk to you like this. You okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. Thank you.
That's the main thing. I know it's disappointing, but that's the main thing. There we go. So there's your answer. Motore. They are broken the motor.
It's not so much disappointing, it's downright sad to lose a Ferrari from any motor race, but even sadder to lose one from a race in Italy. It was the only Ferrari we have in the field, and that is really bad news. And also another rarity, isn't it? A Ferrari motor causing any sort of issues to the point where it's destroyed itself. So the number 8, the Baum Kessel Ferrari is out of this race. and we will see that car slowly make its way down the timing screen. Meanwhile, Jason Hart is very much in charge of the lead of this race. The Sonderlock car continues in second. It's about 1 minute and 44 according to this. However, I'm still waiting for that car to come by. It may have just dropped off the Herbert Motorsports lead lap though, Snowy, I'm thinking.
Yeah, I think you're right on that one, Joe. It's currently 144 difference. Let's see how that pans out at the end of this lap. But what a great shame for that. I mean, the Ferrari, the 296s, they've been remarkably reliable for what is effectively still quite a new car, although it's 18 months, 2 years in now, I suppose, in reality. But the reliability has not been one of its issues, has it? So great shame to see that. I just don't know what did they say? Did John actually say, or one of the drivers say, was it Vetzer say there was a short fire, small fire?
Tell you what, Snowy, let's head back down to the pits, because I think John and Seb are still with that car. Take us through that engineering, what you were trying to describe, John, because we can see it now if anyone's watching on the live stream.
So, driver reporting a loss of power in the fuel pump, packed up as he was coming through. He got it into Limp Home Road, but there was a fire in the engine bay to the right side. It looks like it was to the right side of the V8 engine. The whole of the back of the bodywork comes off with 2 T-bars that just slot straight down, and they unlock a little key at the bottom, and then that whole area, including the under tray, fastens on to the back of the back of the subframe onto these pegs here, and then the whole thing comes off. So that's how that back end comes off. Everything you need to get at. So this is about serviceability. This is not about reliability. This is about serviceability, making changes on the fly. So things like your shock absorbers, so bump, rebound, etc., etc. You've got your alternator sticking out the back. You've got the back of your gearbox and your gearbox modules and your ECMs, etc. All available. Even things like caster and camber that you're going to adjust on these on the bottom link arms. I mean, that's a thing of beauty in itself. How easy is that to get to, Bradley? You would have loved working on a car like that and not having to get your hands around 16 different corners.
You see that locating peg there? That's a work of art in itself, that locating peg on the back of the frame, on the back of the chassis. And the other thing is, no need for any gum exhaust paste on there, is it? Those exhausts just slotting over those exhausts coming off the motor as that rear bodywork attaches to the back of the car. That is really beautiful.
I've never heard you two so excited since Sunderland last won.
So you've got exhaust headers that come to an open exhaust header, and then you think, well, God, that's going to be loud. What about the manifolds? The manifolds are on the other part of the bodywork, and it slots straight in, and you've got sort of like a cherry bomb, lots of heat tape over the top of that. That's all one piece. That sort of stuff doesn't happen by accident. That is designed in from the very start. You start with a road-going car-ish, but that's race car technology, that's prototype technology, and that's why this new Ferrari has moved the game forward in terms not just of performance, but of serviceability, adjustability, and being able to race in endurance races when all of that back end comes off in one go, and it just under 30 seconds is what you have to be aiming at now to take the whole of the front off or the whole of the back off. It's moved the gear on massively, lads.
I think I did say when this car first came out, the 296, that it's a GT3 car designed to LMP2 rules, isn't it?
Yeah, really is. We've seen this design engineering, though, being to the detriment of the sport overall. I mean, that kind of reminds me a lot of the Audi R8 LMP1 car that we had to have a regulation change because they ended up being able to change the gearbox in under 4 minutes by making the rear end of the car from the flywheel back over to be in modular sort of design, so they were able to just bolt it on and back on, and they changed the regs so that you had to finish the race with the same gearbox casing as you started. And remember, GT3 is aimed at the Pro-Am side of the sport. So even though the cars, I mean, all right, is there even such a thing as cheap motorsport? You know, Nick and I are involved in the karting scene, and karting's not cheap. It all depends on how much money you've got in the bank. So GT3 cars are a cheap form of pro-am racing and amateur racing, but are things like that Ferrari design, are we going to see it being costed out? Are we going to see these cars become too expensive for the amateur driver? It's open to debate, isn't it?
Tells you, Bradley, is how seriously the manufacturers are taking this around the world, because you've got big races. You've got the Hankook series here with Creventic. You've got the Nürburgring. You've got IMSA. You've got Le Mans now. You've got Bathurst. You've got CrowdStrike Spa 24. And this is how the Nürburgring 24. This is how seriously manufacturers are taking it. This is manufacturer motor racing. It just happens to be quite a lot in the hands of privateers. It's the middle of the afternoon, but it's very, very hot. And like any good endurance race, we have to have, I'm talking a bit quieter because I don't want to wake them up, the Orchid Racing team are having 50 winks, not just... It is, to me, it's always the sign of a very well-organised team that they have lounges. Please, you just missed the team manager coming in to photo bomb that. Lounges in the garage. I like that. I like that a lot. Bagheera, right next door, are looking very, very relaxed. And again, we've got a completely empty pit lane as the sun begins to come right up over the top of the pit building here at MISANO World Circuit Marco Simoncelli. And we're about half an hour away from completing another hour of racing as we head towards a little bit, hopefully, a little bit of respite from the sun this afternoon. One thing to look forward to, guys, I'm trailing ahead quite a long way, but as I am old, I'll forget to mention this. I've talked to quite a lot of the drivers here, and we've been talking about the relatively feature-less characteristics of this circuit. They say when the sun gets low, finding your braking points and your turning points when you're facing into the setting sun is going to be really, really difficult. And they haven't had the opportunity to try that this week. We haven't gone into that sunset area. I don't think the temperature will drop that much. It was still 29:30 at 8:30, 9 o'clock last night. So I don't think we're going to lose a lot of the heat. But that setting sun is going to be a real issue for the drivers. Not just being in their eyes, just being able to spot where they are on the track and keep that consistency when, of course, they're at their lowest ebb.
Now, I've got the sun setting at 9 o'clock, but I'm not sure if that's English time, which will mean the sun won't start ebbing away until towards 10 o'clock maybe. We are going to see the sun going down towards the horizon well before that, of course, and we are going to bring ourselves some, I think we're probably going to finish in a little bit of twilight, aren't we? And I'm pretty sure that the MISANO World Circuit Marco Simoncelli is not floodlit, so that could be a factor in how these drivers approach their lappery going towards the checkered flag, I would think, Snowy.
Yes, it's an interesting stage of the race, isn't it? You've kind of settled down. You can't drop your concentration. Temperatures are still, what are we saying? 28 still?
No, that's going to cool down to 28 this
evening.
evening.
Cool down to 28.
It's over 30 at the moment. I think John said 32.
32. Okay, so you're right, cooling down to 28. So it only takes that momentary lapse of concentration, and all of a sudden the whole thing's changed, and nobody wants that, least of all people sitting in the pits. We mentioned earlier about, you build a car, put millions and millions of dollars or whatever currency into developing it, teams to run it, whatever, and then the most dangerous component is to loosen up behind the wheel, isn't it? That's the bit you've got to be really careful of.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got to be careful. We've had a change of lead by dint of Jason Hart bringing in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche 91 in for its pit stop. It was a lap ahead, but that was purely to do with the pit stops, I believe. We'll see how this thing pans out.
I think you're right, Joe, yeah.
It's still in the fueling station. This means that Sven Herberger in the Sonderlock Junior Team Audi, car 18, has gone back to the lead. We've seen this car leading this race. Pierre Cafford got the car into the lead, remember, and then did an absolutely blistering 2-hour stint. Sven Herberger, now the man with the responsibility of continuing that. And as we have, that is the Herberth Motorsport team preparing to receive Jason Hart in the 91 Porsche, so still in fueling. Gives us a chance to have a quick look down the top 5 at least, Snowy. Antonio Saniero in the E2P Racing Porsche. He's dropped off a little bit, hasn't he, from that lead battle in third. Saniero only a minute and 7 behind Sven Herberger, so he has lost touch, I would think. I mean, as a driver, Snowy, a minute and 7, you haven't really got to think about that, have you? You've just got to keep plugging away and keeping your lap times going.
Exactly. Keep chipping away. It is only a minute. That can be eradicated so quickly, and you've still got 8 hours of a 12-hour race. So you're not even you're third in. Do not even quite third in, are we? So everything to gain still. 1 minute. Was it 1 minute 7? You said yes. Yeah.
Let's head down to Hindhoff, who's in the pits as the Herberth car has finally made it to there. John?
Jason Hart already out, Ralph Byrne strapped in, and that's a very good stop. The determining time is normally the tyres, or should be the tyres on a good pit stop, and that was pretty much spot on. They changed all 4, of course. Let's not get tied up. Let's have another look at these tyres that have come off. Yeah, they're pretty good. There's a couple of 3 mil on the inside. At least that... Oh, hang on. No, we've got a front tyre. I did say the front tyres have been causing some problems. We've had blistering right in the middle of one of the front tyres. That's the left front tyre from the Herberth machine. And there's a whole... In fact, there's 2 areas that have scrubbed off. So there's been maybe a flat spot that has started it, but then... areas of the tyre that is down to the cord. So was that a little bit early for that car, or were they pretty much on time, guys? Because that quite clearly wasn't good. Jason's come out to have a look. Was that towards the end of your stint, Jason?
Oh, never paid attention to it. Full maximum effort, just everything I've got. There's so much pickup. You got vibration from the start, so for me, I couldn't even feel that.
Really?
Yeah.
It wasn't affecting your lap times, sir. It wasn't affecting your lap times.
Well, that's what drivers are supposed to do, right? Just shut up and drive.
Well, I saw you getting ready when I came into the pits just after noon, so that's a good stint for you. How's the track? How was the car?
It's mega. I mean, it's obviously very hot. The track temperature is very, very high. And even with the wonderful AC that's engineered into these GT3 cars, it's hardly keeping up. I'm absolutely drenched and a bit out of breath, mainly from the driver change in the car. It's not so bad, but you feel the dehydration. You're just sweating is at the maximum.
That's the first time I've seen blistered tyres there coming off a car. The fronts on the Porsche do scrub across a little bit. You'll probably get a bit of understeer towards the start of the stint, but I've not seen any tyres come out. But the other 3 tyres were perfect, Jason.
Yeah, I may have cut it because there are some debris out there. So I can't imagine, as much as I would like to say I'm such a maximum driver, it looks like it definitely went across something and dug into the tire, some piece of debris or something.
Well, there's plenty left on that. If you look at the tread wear markers, there's plenty left on that, and the wear across the tyre is lovely.
Yeah, it says a lot about Hankook that tire right there can still do 36s at the end of the stint. So kudos to Hankook on the tire.
Says something about the driver as well, Jason.
No, and then you can say something about the driver.
I think that
says what I'm doing.
And you're enjoying it as well, mate. Good to see you.
Yes, good to see you.
See you back in it later on. Jason Hart there, surviving and getting the car back, and all looking good.
Happy 4th of July to everybody back in America.
Oh yes,
United States of America. I want
yes,
to be respectful.
Yes, indeed. That was yesterday. All the best. Jason Hart there, having a good look at that Hankook, but giving it the kudos that I think it deserves, gentlemen, because again, the wear across the tread itself in the indicators, even in the damaged spot, that's fine. But that looks like something has cut that tyre fairly significantly, and yet he was still able to perform.
I'd say that was just blistering. That's blistering and the rubber just giving out and melting and giving out. And when you consider just how many right-hand turns where you've got that left-hand front that is, turning the car, all the load of that car triangulating through to that left-hand front corner. And if you look, Snowy, out of the Tramonto hairpin, turn 10, you then go through some 3 very fast, sweeping kinks, really. Creventic is turn 11, then 12, and then 13, perhaps the most significant one, where you're not just turning through 13, you are then braking and then turning right into the Carroll hairpin.
Yeah, but the blistering on that was absolutely radially down the centre. That wasn't standard blistering, and I tend to concur that was probably some damage or something, because there were big chunks of that down to the canvas straight away, but the rest of it was absolutely intact. So that's
I've seen that happen before, though.
Okay, I've not seen it quite like that, but I think Jason's heart quote there was just fantastic. Isn't that what a driver's supposed to do? To shut up and drive?
Yeah,
just
absolutely.
So unassuming, and even when John tried to get him to give him some credit, it's like, no, you can say something about me, but I can't. I'm just so unassuming. Wonderful to see.
So Hindhoff has
MRS 988. The car is a little bit out of its area here. They should be. Oh no, this is their pit. Yeah. So they're cycling through stuff on the information on the dashboard here, and this is not another issue with power, is it? They're cycling through. This is a GT3 Cup car. So is this the same issue that we've had before? Right, actually no, this one has got an alarm on the dashboard. It's got an ABS error on the dashboard. Now, it could be that they've disabled the ABS and maybe that's why it's coming up. There's also a little bit of damage on the left front wheel. There's been side-to-side contact there, and just behind the left front wheel arch, Laptop of Doom is coming out. So they are going to very quickly run some diagnostics on this car. I think I might have put this car in the pit lane, because the driver at the minute is sitting with no air coming through this number 988 MRS Cup car, and he's right in the sunshine. And also, because the computer has been running for such a long time, it's fried its battery as well, so it has to be on the mains. So they're just pushing the car into a place of safety. So ABS alarm on this car, side-by-side contact with something on the left front, and I'll get back to you when I find out a little bit more information. But right now, this looks like they're in the early stages of diagnosing this problem.
Yeah, another piece of bad luck. And you know what? We did call this at the beginning of this race. We said the heat was going to play a factor into this MISANO 12 hours. And I think that's what we're seeing, because, you know, Cup cars, we talk about Cup cars being absolutely bulletproof, and that's because they are. However, that's not the case here in MISANO.
Well, as you say, Joe, that they're bulletproof for what they're designed to be doing in a Cup race, which is, what, less than an hour long? 40 minutes? 30, 40 minutes? Thereabouts. That's not even a stint on one of these. Then he's got to go and do it again with a different driver. You're asking an awful lot of these cars in a not exactly the kindest environment.
Yeah, you know what? I know quite a lot of people who run Cup cars over long distance races in not just this series, but things like the GT Cup series in the UK, and very little servicing going on between events, and that's possibly why, you know, this car's such a popular car in all forms of racing, whether it be long distance endurance racing or sprint type racing in the various Cup series. I mean, when the likes of Colin White have spins, Snowy, that you know, that just proves just how tough it is going to be, and it actually is out there.
Yeah, most unlike him. Very surprised to see that, but back underway again. It's running, I think, again with it, as ever, with its Is the sunlight on it? One headlight or not? No, it hasn't got headlights on, but you never know with Colin.
Don't forget there's only
Go
two
ahead, John.
drivers in that car, guys. Don't forget there's only 2 drivers in that car, guys, so they're having to manage their drive time and their fatigue between that. I'll just update you on this MRS Porsche Cup car. It is still showing an ABS fault. We're rolling it backwards and forwards to get the wheel sensors to, I think, to re-sync with the car. They were asking the driver about how the pedal was feeling, so this is definitely a braking issue, and they're all looking at the dashboard now. There was a time when, let me go back. The ABS is an optional, as it goes back out again. Tell them to turn his hazard flashes off. The ABS is optional on Cup cars. Most of the Cup series around the world, Super Cup, etc., Porsche Carrera Cup GP, they don't have the ABS. But the US Carrera Cup, the Carrera Cup North America, they do. The reasoning behind it is quite simply they think that the drivers who are coming through that, learning their trade, will move into GT4 and GT3 cars. So they want to have experience of working with ABS. It is a proper Porsche part. It is a proper racing Porsche part. It's not just lifted from the road car. But that is definitely what the issue was there on that car. Hopefully they've fixed it. They've sent the car back out again. Meantime, our Street Art Aston is back in. That had a left front puncture the last time it came in, but this time it's got all of its Hankooks coming. Now they're doing a brake change on the front of that. Pads at the very least on the front, and by the time I get there I'll be able to tell you whether they've done discs as well. No, that was pads only.
That's
on
at 4 hours,
both
John.
Sides. Yeah, mate.
That's at 4 hours.
There's not even any big stops here. And this is a GT4 car, so this isn't an easy job to do on that. They are actually having to get a ratchet out. These aren't quick release calipers, etc. Right front is nearly done. Left front was done earlier. They've got the pad spreaders. They've had the pad spreaders out, and they've got 2 big blowers right on the front of that car because it's going to be standing still for longer than it would normally have been. And this comes back to what Peter was talking about early on about heat sink and heat soak. Cars going forward at least have, all right, it might be 32, 33 ambient, but you've got some air going through the radiators, the intercoolers, going up underneath the bonnet, around the brakes, etc., etc. But standing still for the extended period of getting filled from what are the most sophisticated fuel pumps in motor racing, because they know whether it's green or purple, and they know how much to put into the car. You don't have to worry about that anymore. The car and the pump communicate here in the Creventic series. So sitting there, filling that, then coming in, taking off tyres, doing the brakes as they did down the Street Art Aston, and then a new set of tyres on and send it. So they were keen to keep the airflow going through there. I'm pretty certain the same driver who brought it in took it out. So for me, the worst thing would have just been sitting there in the driver's seat. So, come on, guys, please. The sweat's dribbling down into my eyes now. This is awful. Please let me go. Can I go? You haven't got any brakes at the front. Don't care. Just let me go. Let me go. I need air.
Yeah,
and if you think how the driver's sitting there,
we've got a change for position. Up into 5th place has gone Lizowski in the PTT by Schutzlam Racing Mercedes. The battle of the Mercedes there for a short time out on track. Gone ahead of Chantal Prince in the number 11, the Hofer Mercedes. So a change around for that order. So up into 5th, Matthias Lizowski, and he's on a bit of a charge, isn't he, Snowy, that number 74, because he's pulled away massively already from Chantal Prince.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to how he's managed to do that quite so quickly. I've obviously missed something whilst I was busy looking at that GT4 Aston, and just enjoying looking at the inside of a GT4 Aston again. It's quite nice. I just think about with John, just think about the driver wanted to just get going despite the lack of front brakes, and if you're sitting there sweating, you think what's happening to the car. The driver can be replaced. The car cannot. It's got to complete the race.
Yeah, that's a good point actually. And you know what? You never know that it's the pit stops that could be causing a heat soak on various components on these cars, and I suppose that's what we mean by attrition creeping in, as we are seeing. But the Schnitzelem car is on a charge, isn't he? He's absolutely wringing its neck. Now, his last time by was a 1:38, which isn't exactly world beating. One of the fastest cars of anything. Lap times have slowly gone from 36s. In fact, if you look at the best times, 35s, 1 minute 35s, 1 minute 34s. But we're lapping at the front of the field now in 136, 138s, 139s, slightly losing a bit of pace, and that could be because of the midday heat.
Yeah, I think you're right, Joe. I think the heat's going to affect that, and we're talking about this tyre degradation earlier. You want to look after that. Sven Herberger in the Santalot Junior Audi, number 18, that's leading the race. His last lap was a 1:38.1, and Pierre Caffer said a 1:35.1 in that earlier in the race. In fact, he's just on 1:38.3. Sven Herberger, okay, a couple of tenths slower, but 3 seconds off the best laps of that car earlier on. Second place, Antonio Sierra in the E2P Racing number 90 Porsche. That's a 1:39.5. So that's quite ahead of it. Interestingly enough, the car we just mentioned, that Mateusz Lazowski in the number 74 Schnitzelem Mercedes, he's just on a 1:36.8, and the best race lap for that car is a 34.699. So it's not far off. It's less than 2 seconds off its fastest pace. So fastest lap, sorry, at its current pace. And that's
Let's head down to the
fifth
pits.
position.
Let's head down to the pits where John has got some cars with him. John?
That was the RD Sainz Racing Lamborghini Huracan GT3 full service and a driver change, and our driver is just rehydrating, and we're going to give him a bit of time. But that's an absolutely straightforward, properly expected pit stop. Again, let's have a look. There's a bit of pickup on these tyres. They're having a good look. They're looking at the tread wear indicators. Yeah, they're fine. I'd say that all good. Yeah, I'd say that was pretty good wear pattern on all of those. That's very good. The guys are happy. They're nodding. They're smiling. Thumbs up. So again, guys, the story we were talking about, whether the extreme heat of this relatively new surface, very dark surface, it was well up into the mid-50s Celsius earlier on, and it's still going up, whether that would be an issue for these Hankook tyres. It hasn't been. Now, for the drivers, a somewhat of a different story. This is real endurance, real Iron Man and woman stuff, because it is tough. This is a technical circuit. They're getting thrown around, not big G's, but a lot of changes of direction, back and forth, a lot of concentration required, and this is taking its toll on all of the drivers, even the fittest. We've got the Fulgenzi Racing Porsche GT3 Cup car, the number 922 coming in. This is the yellow and black car, and this is going to be full service as well, and comes in and stops on its marks. Nobody standing in front of it. Out of the pits, out of the driver's seat. I don't want to get in front of anybody's cameras here. Now, a little bit of a limp from the driver there. That was Corrado Costa who got out. And I think it was Enrico Fulgenzi who got in, actually. I'll tell you in just a second when I see his helmet. I have been doing me swatting up here, guys. That's pretty good. Oh, nice getaway. Very nice getaway for that. And so they are off and running. Who was it who got in the car? Got in. Who got in?
Enrico Fulgenzi.
I thought it was Enrico. We'll let the outgoing driver, again, I'm not going to get in the drivers' faces, guys, when they're just out of the car, because there's nothing worse. But again, looking at these tyres, they're all fine. They're standing up really, really well. All of the wear indicators still clearly visible. And that's the best set of Porsche fronts I've seen, actually, that have come off of any Porsche, a Cup car or a GT3 car. So as we're heading towards 2 o'clock in the afternoon here, gentlemen, and another hour of racing, the pit lane is all bar about maybe 18 inches now in sunshine, and we are heading towards the hottest part of the day. That's right, we've not yet hit peak temperature in the Hankook 12 hours of MISANO. Di Binks will be taking over for me for the next couple of hours. Pit stops coming fast and furious now as we head towards the end of another racing hour.
Thank you, John. We'll hear from Binksy any moment. We've had a couple of pit stops there then, Snowy. So we are just cycling through the process of this race. Just to remind everybody, the Sonderlock car still at the head of the field. Of 1 minute and 11 is the gap there, but I think that's come down, Snowy. Do you?
Yeah, it has.
That was about 1 minute 40, wasn't it?
Correct. I think it was a 1:42. I think it's spot on. Yes, Joe.
So we'll keep an eye on Antonio Siniero in the E2P Racing Porsche. Just lap times last time by were literally fractions of a second in it, and if anything, Sven Herberger clawed a little bit of time back. So keep an eye on third place as well. Ralph Bon just inside of a minute, 56 seconds. The gap to third place. That's the number 91 Herbert car chasing down the number 90 E2P. Battle of the Porsches there. And then that fourth and fifth place, that is the property now of the number 74, the Schnitzeln Racing PTT car, the Mercedes. Matthias Lazowski, the Polish driver, just getting ahead of Chantal Prince a short time ago. And the gap he's pulled out already is 22 seconds to Chantal. Chantal in the Hofer car, they're running in fifth. So we've had 4 hours of racing, so we will go to a bit of an update and a rundown throughout. We had a little bit of an update there on the leading field runners, but we'll reiterate that and then go through our other class leaders. Sonderlock leads from E2P Racing. In third place, Herbert Motorsports Porsche. The Mercedes of the PTT by Schnitzeln Racing entry is fourth. We've got the Hofer Mercedes in fifth. The Jutta Racing Audi is in sixth. The Prime Speed Sport Aston Martin Vantage lies in seventh. And then Land Motorsports R8 Audi car 34 is in eighth place. In ninth place should be the Red Ant car, the leading car in the 992 class. That's currently in amongst the GT3 runners. In ninth place, 10th place is the number 69, the RD Sainz Lamborghini. The second of the Red Ants, or the first of the Red Ants, are in 11th place. Fulgenzi Racing is 12th. Auto Racing 13th. Chevrolet Racing by Duvo 14th. The Vortex is 15th. That's where the GTX leader is. Bagheera Racing leading GT4 in 16th place overall. In 17th place, we have the MRS GT Racing Porsche Cup car. In 18th, Hannover Motorsports BMW, second in GT4. The SR Motorsport is SR Motorsport Porsche Cayman. That's in the TCX class, I believe. That's currently 19th overall. The Vantage AMR, the Aston Martin from Street Art Racing, currently third in GT4. They're 20th. The Lion Speed car is in 21st. We've got the number one, the SRT Audi. That's falling back down the order with problems in the pits, lying 22nd. We've lost the Bohème by Kessel Racing Ferrari with an engine problem. That car going out a little while ago. And then a recovery drive coming from the 178, the CWS engineering car, the Ginetta of Colin White and Daniel Morris. They are 24th. In 25th place is the HRT Performance. We've got problems being encountered from the other Red Ant car. That's the 903 in 26th. And then a non-starter was the Red Camel car that failed to take the start with those niggly little problems. That brings us to the top of the hour. I'm going to hand over to Nick Damon, who is joining Snowy back in the box in all of our air-conditioned splendours. Nick.
It's always the best bit. I personally, when I did this or this sort of racing, I always loved driving in the dark. Just great element. Adds another layer. Even better if it's raining, but that just makes me really weird, doesn't it? That just cements,
no argument there.
That cements that, doesn't it? Once and for all.
Yeah.
Yes. But of course, obviously, going to be a lot cooler later on.
No, it's not. It's actually not. No, I checked the weather forecast at the start. So the race started at 28
degree change.
Then
Yes.
it whacked up to 32, 33, and came down all the way back to 28 again. Now, obviously, the sun will go in, which will reduce the track temperature significantly. It won't reduce the car
Ambient,
temperature.
Yeah. It's psychological, though.
Yeah.
It's psychological. If you think it's cooler, then it is. Yeah,
it's all in the brain.
I've tried that one. If you think you're rich, you are. Apparently, that one doesn't work either.
That one doesn't tend to work with the debt collectors turn up, to be honest with you. It's all fun and games till they've repossessed your boat.
That's why I always give them your address.
No, that's a good point. Okay, so let's pick up where we are. So to say we are a third of the way through the race. This 12 hours of MISANO, powered by Hankook, the penultimate round of the European Championship of the 24-hour series, and a 12-hour straight through, which is something of a rarity, but always fun to have. I loved it. I always mean to write down all the different splits we've had for Hankook races. I think the shortest split we've had is a 3. We've had a 3 and a 9. We had 4 and 8. We had 5 and 6. We've had 5 and 7. We had 6 and 6. I think we had 5.5 and 6.5 once. But very few 12 straight throughs.
I think where you're going on this is, and correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm sure you will, but like you, I think you're doing, I'd prefer one straight race. You've got the 12 hours.
Well,
you go all the way through. I knew you'd do this.
As a racing purist, yes. But when there's a split race, I get to do 2 grid walks. So
I said, I prefer straight through. Yeah.
Hang on, I'm hearing everybody else agrees with you. Okay, there we are.
That'll be a first. That's a definite first.
So Sven Herberger has got himself a 2-minute lead, which is just over a lap. But luckily, the way the timing works, we can tell exactly how far it is. It's 2 minutes. And then it's 1 minute 19 seconds between Ralph Bonn in second, Herbert Motorsport 91, and Matis Lizowski in the PTT by Schnitzelham racing car, whose biggest problem has seemed to be that 74 Mercedes just running way too long in their pit stops. They've had a couple of long ones, and even the short one wasn't short, if that makes sense. They've not really got that speed up, and that's it. Obviously, I think this is the first time they've been involved in Creventic racing, the Polish team. And that's one of the things you learn. You learn how to run within the championship. Now, what they've not had to learn, unless I missed something while I wasn't around, is they haven't had to learn anything about Code 60, because we haven't had a Code 60 yet. So we could, and I'm going to touch some wood, so I'm going straight for Peter's head, we could run an entire race without Code 60, Peter.
You see, you've gone and said it, haven't you? I thought this probably in the last 15-20 minutes of there hadn't been one of those things you've just mentioned. I'm not even going to say. I'm going to do the Macbeth thing here and not say it. And I'm just like, there hasn't.
Yes.
And there we go. So it is pretty impressive, though.
Well, I think it's a combination of the way when people are broken down, they've managed to get back to the pits, so you haven't got to rescue them. People have got their cars back when they've had tyre issues, like the carcass falling off. And the track is very, very forgiving. You've got huge runoff areas in every corner. If you go slightly wrong, you just go a bit more over the curb and cop a track limit penalty. You don't have to yank it back in again and desperately go into spin. And of course, it's dry. Yeah. So you have that combination of situations, which means it's unlikely. It's much harder for a Code 60 to be caused. I'm not saying it won't be caused, because any second now something could catch fire. But you know what I mean. It is one of those. It is very track specific and volume of cars specific about the number of Code 60s you get.
I think your runoff area there is perhaps the most pertinent element of that you've got everybody's been well behaved and etc. But obviously what causes Code 60s most of the time is a car either broken down or static, where it's in a dangerous position, so they've got to Code 60 it for safety as marshals and officials come to recover it. But we've got lots of exits, of wide exits here on corner run-up, so people can afford to have a little attitude, a little bit of a mistake, run wide, and there's basically a great big safety net there.
Well, if you're not on the track, where would you be? You'd be in the pits, and if you were in the pits, you'd be lucky enough to be with Diana.
Thank you very much. I'm sure most people, when they see me in the pits and they've just jumped out of the car, don't really want to see me, but I'm here with the E2P Racing, the number 90. Antonio has just jumped out of the car. Antonio, first of all, how is the traffic out there during that one?
Hello, how are you? So, yeah, this track is difficult to to know how to overtake the traffic. So yeah, the traffic is hard here. Yeah.
And how are the conditions? We know it's very, very hot. I saw you looking at the tyres when the car came in. So first of all, are the tyres holding up? Are you comfortable and satisfied with what you've got?
Yeah, we are trying in our strategy. We are trying to go to 2 hours with the same tires. And now in 1 hour and a half, when we pit in, we realize that we have a slow puncture. So we don't know. We are not sure if the tires are going to go well in these 2 hours.
Yeah, there's been a few tyre issues for different teams up and down the pit lane. So I guess, when you know that's happening, did you feel it in the car as you made your way back into the pit lane?
Yes. It's strange because you start feeling a little bit of oversteer and it gets worse and worse and worse. And yeah, that's it. It goes worse and worse. Yeah.
Were you able to sort of radio into the team saying, I think that's an issue before you got here to the pit stop?
Yeah, that's it. It was just in the entry of the pit. So yeah, fortunately, it was just in the entry. So it takes us no time. So good for the team. Yeah.
How much hard work is it behind the wheel? It's very physical today with the heat.
Yeah, it's very, very hot here in Italy, and very physical. The GT3 cars are very physical. So yeah, it was a hard one, and let's see how it goes.
You go and get yourself hydrated.
Thank you so much.
Diana there, down at the E2P pit lane. They've emerged back out into 5th place. Something like just shy of 3 laps off the lead, though, Peter. So, we are seeing a bit of a spread, mainly because the Santalot Junior team is doing so well and putting themselves a lap and a half ahead, or a lap and 10 seconds ahead of everyone else. But there's getting that spread happening a little bit earlier than you would think, as now most people are on very similar strategies, with the exception of the 3rd place car, which is a Matas Lizowski in the PTT car, who he's very deep into his stint. Everyone else is a little bit earlier.
And a mega stint it has been as well to get that car back up to 3rd place. This is the number 74 Mercedes Schnitzelhelm. That's it's had a stellar stint in that car. And how far do you think we're into it?
Well, he's running 1 hour and 32 so far.
So he's got 28 minutes max to go.
That won't count his last pit stop, which was 4 minutes. So I assume he stopped in 1 minute 30, hour and 30. I don't think a GT3 can do that. So yeah, the 2 hours does not include your pit stop. But it does matter that when you actually do have to be in the pit lane for the clock to stop on the 2 hours. And in a traditional run, it's quite easy. You know how long each lap's going to take. You can absolutely take it to the nth degree. You can go to whichever that lap will take you closest to 2 hours exactly. The only problem is, if a code 60 falls at that point, you could be in terrible trouble. But it's probably not going to happen here, as we discussed before. But it has caught people out in the past.
But you've banned code 60s from this race.
I have. I know. Yeah. Sadly, I'm not. Oh, and in saying that, we got a problem on track for one of the Porsches, which is the 988.
The 9 which is Rolando Saka in the MRS GT Racing. That's a GT3 Cup car.
Got rolling again a couple of seconds ago, so that sounds like a whoopsie, and then kind of embarrassingly trying to find the gear and make it up. He's got the hazard warning lights on, which is good. He's telling everyone else he's got an issue. I'll put my hazards on. I think it's quite amusing that these full-on racing cars have hazards.
Well, it proves their road background, doesn't it? Geology, lineage.
Yeah, their lineage of but actually, lineage is right because they're built on the line.
Yeah.
With the rest of the Porsches, I know the GT3s aren't, but I think the 992 Cup cars are basically an option you can tick.
So that car that's still running. This is the 988 numbered Porsche. It is on its way. It's coming back at a reasonable pace, but it's. I'm sure it's going to dive into the pits. It's also, I'm intrigued by the colouring on that car because it's silver with a matte black roof, which made me think it was a Cabriolet to start with.
Right.
Which it isn't.
I would think that you don't want matte black on your car today, absorbing all the heat. You want to be as silver as possible, reflecting all the heat. I mean, that's an interesting question. Actually, you obviously have driven many cars and many colours. Does it actually make any difference? The colour of the cars, the heat you feel or anything? Because you would think it would. Basic physics tells you it does, but does it?
No.
Well, you look at me like I'm mad.
I'm sure you're absolutely... No, not at all. No, I'm agreeing with you. I'm sure you're absolutely right, but don't forget, drivers are thick, so we don't know any difference.
Very good. Di apparently has some colour-based comments.
I do. Just talking about the colour, Wearing dark blue jeans and a dark blue top in boiling 29 million degrees is not so good, I can confirm.
Right, so we found out that pit lane reporters are very colour sensitive, whereas perhaps cars are. But just, because he does make sense, but it could be just the colour. Say the matte black you think would absorb the heat. Now, perhaps it doesn't work that way when things are going on. So the 988 has got some problems in the pits. They've attached the laptop of doom, which is never a good sign.
Straight into it now.
And what I like is they've got the little extension up there. We've got another problem for the Aston, the New Zealand and Australian combination machine.
Is that the 42 entry?
Yeah. Is Earl Bamber still on board? He is. I think it's a puncture. Is my feeling. I thought I saw a flapping bit of rubber. Yeah, there's a problem on the rear left of that car. It's down.
Yeah. No, the thing is, don't want that tyre to disintegrate just yet. We've discovered, we've seen this a lot at Nürburgring and stuff this year when you've got a longer way to come back. Not so bad here at Misano, but that tyre starts to delaminate and then it flails around. And no matter how slowly you drive that car back as a driver, it's never slow enough that he has made it back into the pit straight away without any bodywork damage. It's the collateral damage there. It's not just the bodywork it does, it's sensors and wires and cables and bits in there.
And down to Di, who should have these cars coming to her feet.
Yeah, the 988 is in here. They're just going through the data now, but they think it's. Actually, no, I've just completely forgotten. Sorry, he's just told me what it was. I think it's a power steering issue they've got. They're not really sure. That's why they're going through the data to have a look. But as you see, the guys are going round the car just to sort of work out what it is. The driver's definitely staying in there for the moment, so they're hoping to resolve this as quickly as possible. But I think I can just see them getting ready to take the car into the garage. But I'll just update you in a second.
No, if you turn down to pit in, Di, you'll be seeing that Earl Bamber has bought the 42 car, the Prime Speed Sport. That's going to need to have a tyre change. He's got a puncture, so we can go down there and with Seb and wait for that one. That'd be fantastic. And it looks like Earl's done a great job of not damaging any of the wheel arch, but we can find out visually for our YouTube people and orally, because Snowy and I will tell you whether it's been damaged or not.
Yeah, we'll tell you. Other people can go and look at other opportunities and platforms that we can have we can tell you. It did make it back in one piece. Interesting again. Tyre delamination. Why? Why puncture? Loss of air. Why?
Yeah, it's a difficult thing with the heat. It's there's some issues today, but it's on the curbs. It's a new circuit, so these things can happen. Right, back on the screen now, we have the very attractive 407 Aston Martin. This one, I tell you what, that drone's doing some fantastic jobs if you're lucky enough to be able to see the YouTube screen. But I'll explain it to you. Basically, it's following the car and going higher up, and it's just making a marvellous type of trail race shot, which works particularly well with the multicoloured 407. The 407, it's called the Street Art Aston Martin, and it does look like how you'd expect a railway carriage has been left out in the siding for too many years to be treated by the local, but the artistic local use, not the ones who just write profanities. The artistic local used to have covered it in a very attractive sort of look to everything. So 407 is going forward. Now, whereabouts is he in the GT4 class? I'm just trying to find out where he is. He is currently down in third. A couple of laps. So he's 4 laps off the lead, currently held by Ali College in the Bugatti ZM Racing Mercedes AMG GT4. Now, what I've learned, Snow, from watching these GT4 races over the past, well, this year especially, is that it's not actually about who goes fastest, it's about who has the least problems. And I think Bugatti have won the last 2 races despite having some problems, but not enough problems. In Portimao, they had front wishbone failure twice on the left-hand side. The first time, it took them about 45 minutes to fix it. The second time, because they knew what to do, it took them 16 minutes.
That's a huge reduction.
Because the reason being is when they were taking the lower, so you think, right, I've got to get the wishbones off. So what effect you have to do is you end up having to take the whole corner off and put it back on again, new version. But actually, you have to take away. What they didn't realise is to actually get proper access, you actually take away the outer wheel arch, the lining. So if you think about it from the engine, if you actually come in from it from above, from the engine, rather than the side or below, they didn't realise that. And the AMG engineer came and goes, oh no, you need to do this and do it this way. And they went, okay, and they were half an hour quicker the next time.
Well, it's just all experience, isn't it? We've said this before of running cars. Why do teams quite often, when they have an issue, say takes quite a long while in the pit, puts them out of the contention? Why do they go back out again? It's to gain data and information and understand how things work. And there's a perfect example.
You see, I always think when people go out again, it's so that people are paying for get some laps. To be honest, because that's if I turned up
that's the cynic in you.
No, honestly, if I turned up and I put, I don't know how much it costs, 20 grand to run as a quarter of the team. Well, probably we run as a quarter of the team, and we had some problems. We were out of running, but the car was fixed. So I don't know. Let's think. Say it's lost its gearbox, it's lost a half shaft, and therefore you fixed it. So it's now fixed as good as it was. I go out and finish the race and do the laps.
That's why you have sliding scale contracts.
Well, see, you understand all this. To me, I've never had to pay for a drive or been paid for a drive because I never had a drive. So, I'd certainly
never had to pay for one.
I'd certainly go out and say, I'll have my laps. Thank you very much. I do remember. I can't remember when it was. It was about 4 or 5 years ago that one of the guys we know very well, J.M. Littman. I think it was at Dubai. He got a late deal to do Dubai, and got an absolutely fantastic deal for doing it, like ridiculous. I think it was like $7,000 or $8,000 or $10,000. The only problem was he was 5th of 5, and I think he ended up doing 6 laps in qualifying and practice because he knew how to work it. And then unfortunately, it didn't get round to the 5th car. So there we go.
It is always the danger, and that's why you do have to be careful of what sounds like a set amount of money. Yes, but you've got to read the small print like any contract. And at this stage, business is business still. So if you're going to go in there and you've paid your money and don't get to drive the car, well, you haven't got a return on it. If it's your money, it's private money, that's fine. If it's a sponsor's money, that's a whole different thing because you've got an obligation to them to give them a return on their investment. So that's why your contract's a little bit different then. You have to say, right, if I'm... what happens if the car crashes or gearbox breaks or something? Not crashes, that's actually mechanical's one thing. If the other driver crashes it, you're increasing the risk, like anything. So you've got to make sure you get your value.
Yeah. So just picking up on that, we've had a couple of input. We've got Colin White's back in the pits. He's in the fuel stop. He's interestingly, after that issue they had with the Jubilee clips, or something similar on the Ginetta. They lost some time. They're trying to make that up again. But Dye is going to give us an up-to-date bit of information from the pit lane.
I am with Earl Bamber, who's just brought the car in, as you were talking about a few minutes ago. Earl, you've just dropped the car back. How is everything feeling?
Yeah, it was feeling good. Apparently the pace was okay. It's very hard to tell. The track temp's so high and the degradation's massive. And at the end we just got an instantaneous tyre failure, left rear. So it seems to be a bit of a theme of the race at the moment, which is a shame. But yeah, in general the guys are doing a really good job. Mana's back out there for another stint. It's nice and hot and hopefully it cools off tonight.
Well, we've seen, as you say, quite a few teams having issues with tyres. I had a look at your tyres as they came in. Seems like quite a lot of pickup on them.
No, we just punctured one, so we had to drive back slow. And yeah, it was a shame. Like I said, we made a lot of inroad and lost it all, but that's ebbs and flows. There's still a long way to go, and we'll hopefully fight in there at the end.
The temperature doesn't seem to be letting up at all, or certainly not anytime soon. How much impact is that going to have?
It's having a big impact. Like I think we're all going to have to shorten the stint lengths a bit because, yeah, like I said, everyone's just getting punctures. So this is going to change the strategy a little bit, and it's going to be more survival.
Thanks, Earl.
Thank you.
So Earl Bamber there, as you said, there's been some issues with the inflation levels of some of the tyres, and I think we've actually got a car, the 904 car, which is the leader in 992, is also about to become an unscheduled stop for you, Dye. So Peter Gwilneck's in the Red Out Racing car, so that's the Red Out Racing car, that's the 904, the only one that's left. Of course, we've lost the 903, which is the championship leader. We've also lost the 909 Red Camels Jordan car that never started in 911, so both of those aren't out there, which kind of you thought, oh, open goal for the 904. Well, they've now come in with some tyre issues of their own, but they're not sure how bad that's going to affect them. I think it's slightly out of phase for their pit stops, but they are taking the opportunity to fill up. And they are going to then come down to Dye and do a service, and hopefully there's been no problems caused by the lack of air inside the black things.
Not ideal.
No.
To say the least. I'd actually thought until this point we'd done remarkably well. We've had a little spate of a few deflations, haven't we, in the last few minutes, shall we say, 15, 20 minutes, maybe half an hour. Up until that point, I thought we'd done remarkably well, which is exactly what John was saying when he was down in the pits of looking at that tyre wear on various cars, and that was across the board as well of different cars. Really, really good.
Yeah, it's always a challenge. It's always a challenge on a hot day with these sort of curb environments. So we have back with the Colin White. He is giving it. They've changed over again. No, they put him back on again. I think this is a standard stop. They had the problem before, I said, but just a couple of seconds ago with the power steering. That is now looks like up and away, and Dye is down with them.
Well, they've gone.
Oh, Dye, get them back. Ask them to come back so you can talk about them.
Excuse me. I was just waiting to get past, obviously, to go up to Red Ant, but I can see Colin White in the garage. There's much to grab a quick chat with him before the Red Ant car comes in, although he's looking incredibly... No, I'm going to leave him. He's just needs to sit down and a drink. I'll come back to Colin and we'll head up to Red Ant, and as that car is just making its way now onto the apron, crawling down here towards the Red Ant crawling. It was the 424, and Red Ant had to action him.
Oh, you're just cutting out a bit there, Dye. I don't know whether you're facing the wrong way or something. We're perhaps in the battery change. Just cutting out a little bit there. Walking, yeah, that's very hard to walking. We're going to ask you to chew gum as well.
and pat a head and rub a stomach at the same time.
Oh no. Okay, we'll come back to Dye in a minute. Obviously, just got a little bit of reception issues with the microphones, but back out on the track, Sven Herberger continues to lead. He's come down a little bit. Ralph Bond's taken about 12 seconds out of that lead. It's still massive. It's still 1 minute 47 seconds, but it's come down about 12 seconds in the past 7 or 8 laps. A number of very, very hot drivers being cooled down by a number of very innovative ways. I believe we do have the return of the Creventic paddling pool, Peter, which is out the back, and you just throw yourself in afterwards and hope to rehydrate.
I'm not getting involved in that on any way, level or form. Didn't bring my speedos anyway, for that matter. Colin White, we just had a great a little glimpse of him there, having the industrial air dryer basically on him.
Yes.
to get him completely cooled down, opening his overalls and getting the t-shirt out.
What we should do is we should find out what the conditions are actually like in the pit lane. Now we are absolutely at the height of summer. It's 25 past 2 local time. Dye, how warm is it?
It's incredibly warm. I actually don't know what the temperature is, but it's very hot. It must be 30 plus degrees where we are in the pit lane. It's probably even higher. Now, earlier on when I sort of got cut off, I was trying to say that the Red Ant 904 was making its way, crawling up the pit lane to sort of come to the pit apron. It did, and there's a driver change. And if I can grab Brent, he's chatting to the team. He's going to come and have a very quick chat. It's not Brent. It is Peter.
Yes.
I thought. My apologies. It's the heat. It's got to us. Peter, you've just come in here. I mean, it's incredibly hot out there on track. How difficult is it to sort of keep the focus and keep hydrated and keep racing?
Oh, it's very hot. Even liquids are not keeping the head cool, and it was a very unfortunate what happened, because I was in my last lap to come in, and in the last lap, in the last corner, my tire blew, and so we had to limp back home, and let's hope we can push again.
Yeah, there's quite a few teams that are having some tyre issues today, a number of different reasons, of course, but I guess you caught it at the right moment to get it back into the pit lane. The team were very quick on that stop.
yeah, I was very lucky that the team was all ready with the new tires. But like I said, it was a planned stop, but just one lap too early. But even keeping off the curbs, the temperature is so hot, it's really hard for the tires and for the car and the driver.
How would you describe conditions?
It's really tough. It's one of the toughest races I've done so far. Trying to keep cool, but we have a great team, keeping the drivers cool with towels, pools, whatever. So we'll manage.
I've got to say, Peter, you don't look like you've broken a sweat particularly. You look, not like a lot of drivers getting out of the car. And me in the pit lane where the sweat's just running off my head.
Don't say that too hard to the team manager, otherwise he probably said I didn't push enough. But no, we have a cooling system in the car that was working. It's helping a little bit, but still it's really, really tough on track.
You go and get hydrated. Thanks for chatting.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
I think you're being a bit generous there, Di. He looks quite warm to us on the pictures. He's kind of, he's not like bathed in the pool of sweat, but he certainly looks like he's done some work. You're about to get the leader in, actually. I've just seen from where you were sitting, the number 18 board's been pulled out for Sven Herberger. Also, he is in the fuel, so if you can stay where you are, Di, do not move, and you will receive the leader.
And for that matter, Dana, it's only 30 degrees. It's going to go up another 2 yet, so pace yourself.
Yeah, it's only 85, 86.
Exactly. Don't know what she's moaning
Fahrenheit,
about.
I know.
I mean, hailing from Scotland, she's in the good weather anyway.
She's in the sun, she's in dark clothing,
Exactly.
She's from Scotland.
It's a paid holiday.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far. Anyway, for the paid bit, that was what I was saying. It's a holiday.
Why do you think I was brave enough to say it from here?
Oh,
yeah, exactly. Well, you can't hear me in the booth. Exactly.
The safety of separation.
Standard.
Okay, I'm staying here. I'm not moving, so I'm waiting. But everyone's waiting from the team here for the Centerlock Junior team car to come in. That's up in the fueling area, I believe. So it'll be a few minutes yet before that comes back down.
No worries.
So when you say you're staying there, what you really mean is that you're actually sunbathing.
Let's not go that too far. Ralph Bond, therefore, has taken the lead because a full stop is about 4 to 4.5 minutes. So Ralph now is scored in the lead for Herbert Motorsport. I don't think he's been scored in the lead at all. I don't think that Herbert actually led a lap so far. We'll check on the stats later. But there's been a number of other cars have rotated through based on the pit stops. And because the Herbert Motorsport actually stopped one of the first cars to stop in the GT3 class, they never got a chance to rotate the front. But now they have as we move into this the second trimester of the race. Though it doesn't really make sense because it's not 3 months, it's 4 hours. But I thought, what do you divide into 3? And I just went for, pregnancy, so trimester. And I thought, anyway.
An extraordinary segue. But anyway, yeah, okay.
This is what they get me for, you know. Okay, down to Di with the pit stop. Nope, Di doesn't want to talk to us about the pit stop.
Okay.
No, she does.
I didn't quite have my mic switched on quickly enough. I was actually in the shade as the 18 just came and got onto the pit apron. Very swift stop by the team. I think Sven's behind the wheel now. But that was really good work by the team down here. A quick change. The driver that's just come out of the car.
Sven Herberger was in the car, so he's come out, he's gone.
Sven that's in the back of the garage. I will see if I can get a little chat with him. He's just having a chat with the engineer, but no, he's getting a drink. So I'll give him a few minutes just to let him have a drink and catch him.
Now, interestingly, on a Creventic pit stop, my concept of what is a good stop and what is a bad stop is if you can get your driver change done and finished in the time it takes to do the tyres, so you drop the car off the tyres and the car goes within 2 or 3 seconds, that's a great stop. Now, that wasn't a great stop because it was off the tyres for about 10, 15 seconds while a man looked at it before it went. Now, I think it's come out of the pits now, so actually the timing up was a 4:07. So you don't know how much fuel it's put into it, but, we've seen some 350s as well. I mean, the problem is it balances the fuel and the stop. But, yeah, you kind of go, when you see a really, really good Creventic stop, that's what happens. Tyres down and it just goes.
Elliot Earhart's now aboard that car. The Ralph Bond that's currently leading, obviously, on pit stop rotation moment, and the Herbert Motorsport 91 entry. 1:37.1. on its last lap, so that's putting in some decent times
Yeah,
again.
it's not getting any better for the 903 Red Ant Racing car. It's going back in the pits for possibly, this is its 7th call, and many of them have seen it in the garage, mainly because it's got this hard to fathom out engine issue. Now, I'm not sure if Dye is with the driver yet. Yes, so let's go down to Dye.
I'm just next door from the 903. I'll go in there in a second. I've got Sven from the Sandalook number 18 here ready to have a chat with me. He's had a bottle of water to sort of just get some fluids into him. Sven, how was it? How was it out there on the track? How was it out there on the track?
The track as such is fine. I mean, this is the hardest time of the day, and there you have to household with the tires and to make sure that you keep the car on the road. But overall, I think MISANO is a fantastic track. It's a good exercise, and I think it's rather a complicated track. You know, you need a very good flow, and for an old fart like me, haven't been here for quite some time, it's a challenge. But every lap is fun, and every lap is a bit better, where you find some details, you know, and then at the end we count together. The race is still open and the race is still long, so we have our hot shoes, right, Elia? And yeah, so I think there is something in for us.
Well, I think you're doing quite an incredible job. You say that, but you know, this is where experience counts and where the good teamwork all comes together, because these conditions are changing and they're challenging in different ways for different people.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, you can imagine this is a global operation, right? Sandalook is a pro team. We have some of the best drivers with Pierre and Elia, and you can imagine that Pierre is making sure that everyone is behaving. So will I, of course. And we have a good direction where we say, okay, this is what we're going to do. This is what we try to avoid. And I think, yeah, once again at the end, I think we have a good pace, and knock on wood. That we achieve a proper result.
Thanks, Ben.
Cheers.
Good work there from Sven Herberger. He managed to. He described himself as an old man, and he looks a lot younger than me to begin with. That's always a bad sign, but certainly a good performance by him in his stint. And they're running about an hour. So we're going to see Matthias Lizowski from the PTT by Schnitzel's racing team, Mercedes. Currently, he's going to come in soon, mainly because his stint's at 1 hour 57 minutes and 43 seconds. So if he doesn't come in soon, he's going to get a massive penalty. Which is not necessarily what anyone's looking for. Ellie Earhart came back out in the Sandalook Junior team into 3rd place, about a minute behind Lizowski in the PTT, so he will move back up into 2nd. He is overall, so the distance from 1st to 2nd, so Ralph Bon to Ellie Earhart, the gap is 2 minutes and 10 seconds approximately, which does tend to mean that the actual real lead is about 2 minutes, and Ralph will be in the pits probably in the next 20 minutes or so. And as if to prove me right, Matthias Lizowski has come into the pits and not gone past that 2 hour run time. So the top 3 will very quickly be Herbert Motorsport from Sandalook Junior team from E2Poo Racing.
Yeah, we need to see that settle down, don't we, Nick? But it had gone out to 1:42 at one point, dropped down to 1:11 again. Now looking like it's going to be about 2 minutes. Nice advantage for our race leader.
I think Dye's got something for us from the pits.
Yes, I'm with the 903, as you asked me earlier, to go and find out what was going on with Red Ant, and Bert's the team manager here, who's sort of shaking his head a little bit. The car has been in and out of the pit lane and into the garage. It's back in again. What's the problem?
Yeah, we're still searching the problem. So we're looking at this race now as a test session and to find the problem for the next race, because in a few weeks we have a 24 hours of Zolder, and we want to avoid that. We have to schedule an extra test session to see if everything works, and that's why we're doing now a few tests and change the things. We think that would be the origin of our problem.
So you're trying to find what the actual issue is. Any sort of ideas of what it might be? Because obviously at that point when you're scratching your head, it's very difficult to know what to do to change to get it back out.
Yeah, we know the symptoms, but the real actual problem, that's something we're still trying to put our head around, but it's something to do with and it's an electronical issue for sure, and it comes up after 3-4 laps when the engine is real hot. So, but it could be a lot of things.
So at that point, when the engine's really hot like that, you need to get it back into the pits.
Yeah, that's true.
Disappointing for your team and the drivers. Everyone's working incredibly hard, but as you say, using it as the test session now this afternoon, just so that you're ready for the next event.
Yeah, it's disappointing for everybody. We're a long way from home, and we had up till now a very good run in the championship, but at some point, luck run out.
I'll let you get back to the team to talk to the guys, and sorry to see you in the garage, but if you get it back out today, that'll be great.
Yeah, me too. We're sorry too, but
I see you're getting ice cream.
Ice cream time now. That's when we're racing, we don't have time to eat and to have ice cream. Now we have time and watch the Formula 1 later on.
Thanks very much. Enjoy your ice cream. I'll be in to watch the Formula 1.
You should be in for the ice cream. That's far more important than the Formula 1. The Formula 1 you can tape. You can't tape ice cream.
She's got a approach. She's totally wrong.
Yeah, get the ice cream. Worry about
ice cream, Diana.
So, whilst we were chatting there's plenty of action on the track. Some Porsches aren't pointing in the right direction. The 917 this particular time, which is the Orchid Racing Team. Now, the Orchid Racing Team currently is running in 4th overall. The 904, which we saw, it was helped off by the 419. So
Hamofest Motorsport car, Chris Verhoeven is in that.
And that's the GT4. Oh, and he's off the track. So the GT4, the bronze-coloured GT4 is off at turn 7. Turn 7 is actually in the middle of the straight between the Curva del Rio and Curva Cuerca. It's kind of I would call it the back straight. It's hardly a corner at all there.
Front left damage for the BMW there. That's obviously then had a little bit of.
Well, could we see the first code?
Exactly. Let's just leave it there. There's a
snatch car there on the side.
They can pull that back out of the way then.
I don't know.
There isn't going to be a Macbeth moment.
Let's hope not. But interestingly, this car's had some problems already. And code 60 is called. Code 60 is called. How long did that take? That took 38 minutes. I think that took me 36 minutes to get that one out. Now, this is interesting because the PTT by Schnitzel Racing Team was already in for fuel, so they've already got their fuel. Philip Burnell and the Vortex is in for fuel as well. They should be covered. But no one else was in the pits at that point. So this is going to play into the PTT by Schnitzel Racing because they'll get some of this stopped cheaply. Not all of it, but they've got the fuel bit cheaply. Who needs to come in?
Yeah.
Ralph Bond has been out for an hour, so I'm sure they would pull him through the pits. Even though you can only get a quarter of a tank, it gives them some more flexibility. They might even put him through twice. So if it's not going to be a long code 60 because it's just a rescue and pull back from a car that's got an issue. Now, hopefully they can tow it. If it's a full collapse of the front suspension, they'll have to get on a flatbed, won't they, Peter?
Yeah, I'm Peter. Yeah.
Are you?
Yes. 4-9 Chris Verhoeven in this Mofa Motorsport M4 GT4. We saw it spear into the side of a Porsche, didn't we?
Yes.
Take a lunge down the inside. I think it's just slightly optimistic.
It's under investigation for that. Well, you think why would a GT4 car be trying to overtake a 992? And it's a competitive 992 as well. So I think that's going to be under the realms of misunderstanding,
or something else, perhaps on the side of the driver. Perhaps there was something to do with brakes already, that he got a bit of an issue and was trying to keep out of the way. That said, he'd probably go left, wouldn't he? He wouldn't try and go right and go down the inside.
So, Di, it's all getting pretty busy for you down the pit lane. A lot of people in for fuel. Who can you see and who's doing what in the pit lane, Diana?
The Vortex 701, because I'm down this end of the pit lane, have come up and they're obviously making the most of this opportunity. They are doing a driver change and changing tyres, but they were struggling slightly with the right rear, but they've managed to get that tyre off. So they're sort of slowly going through the pit change. Now, just behind them, we're just waiting for the Haas RT, the number 1 car, to come in. The crew are waiting on the pit apron for them. The number 90 has been in, that's just making its way back out into the race, and then further up the pit lane even. There's a couple of other cars right at the other end, I'm afraid, so I can't quite hot-foot it up there. The number 91 is due to come in. I can see the crew out here with tyres and ready.
Yeah, our leader is in for fuel. That's Ralph Bond. Now they're going to probably, I assume, therefore, give him a small slurp of fuel, do the service, which will be the tyres, as Diana says, and a driver change, and then I expect they'll put him back through again, Snowy, for a second slug of fuel if it's still code 60, because of course you can only get 25% of your fuel in during a full code 60 stop at the moment. Ella Earhart from the Santalock Junior team still out. Well, they only came in 10 minutes ago, so there's no advantage to them. E2P Racing have taken a slurp of fuel and continues. They just run down, taken a quarter of a tank, carried on again, didn't do anything else, didn't do tyres, didn't do driver. PTT by Schnitzelheim have gone out, but they've just done a full service. And we have Fuel or something, we don't know, for Utah Racing and Hoffa. They're both currently getting the good stuff from the tank, and we wait to see what else they do. So just looking up, we can see there's a bit more. Some of the cars are in there. I don't think they're the Pete in the 992. Philip Hamprecht has come in from RPM Racing. He's also just picked up some fuel. Fulgenzi Racing, who are running second at the moment with the 922. They have done a slurp of fuel and that's it, not bothered with any other changing. Red Ant Race, the 904. Now, we didn't get a chance to talk about this because of the issue, but they were very, whilst they had a problem, they were very lucky because it was on the in-lap, so it didn't actually spoil in any way their strategy, did it? Oh, and we've got a problem with the Vortex. I've said that before. There's a problem for the Vortex on the pit exit. Now, that could be any number of things, but no, I think he's doing a complete Control-Alt-Delete reset. That's Gilles Quattar. He started the car for the team, and he's now started the car again for the team. Yeah, I've just come down to Daya.
They were having quite a frantic sort of pit stop when they came in on the pit apron, and the car sort of went out, with the right rear tyre. Then they got that on, and it just screamed out of the pit lane there as well. So the number 91 has just gone back out, Herbert Motorsport. That did their change. I didn't see if they did a driver change, but I'm walking up towards that garage now just to have a look. The RPM Racing, the number 907, that's just come in, and they are just taking again the opportunity. No driver change on that one. And I think they did have a driver change at Herbert, but they're obviously just gone straight out the back to get some water.
It's been confirmed. Scott Noble has been clicked in the car. Now, interesting, their stop time was 2 minutes and 43 seconds, which is effectively the small amount of fuel you're allowed under code 60, driver and tyres. So I'm certain they will come back in again at the end of this lap and get another slurp of fuel. Well, interesting, we saw there with the BMW, it did need a flatbed, Snowy.
Yeah, I think front left suspension damage, at very least, if it wasn't a bit more than that, or a broken wheel or something, which is why they...
And the other thing, guys, that's happening during these pit stops, sorry to interrupt, is that, the team and crews are running out with water for the drivers and they're getting it into them as quickly as possible, because I guess, any liquid they've got on board the car, predominantly, it's got really hot by now if they've been going round and round and round. So that's happening. That's why the drivers are sort of jumping straight out of the car and going straight into the back of the garage just to get cooled down as quickly as possible.
Well, the Hankook Motorsport car is on the flatbed. Let's find out how it got on that flatbed. And it's a misunderstanding, isn't it, Peter?
It would appear so. I mean, you need different angles always, but it's. I think it's just overcommitment from the BMW by the look of it, and it's just lost the back end. As you say, it's not even a class relative car that he's trying to get past. So why would you try and go down the side of an inside 992? Which lost the back end and clouted it in the door, which hasn't helped the Porsche's day at all, and unfortunately ended the BMWs as well. Which is a great shame, and that does answer the problem when the question when we said there wasn't going to be a code 60. I said there's a gap in the barriers right behind the orange markers on the barriers. Put it straight in, but they can't because if it's damaged, you can't roll the cars. Hence, had to go on a flatbed. Yeah, and
the bad news is obviously it's a much longer repair job once it gets into the pit lane as well, because a collapsed suspension, which is normally going to mean you've done a wishbone, or you may, if you're lucky, just have done the upright, because the upright's normally a very quick thing to replace if it's a a built-in unit, as we saw yesterday, didn't we, when the Aston Martin replaced its broken shock absorber and spring, which all come in a single coilover unit, and they replaced it in the gap between two sections of qualifying. So Code 60 will be ending quite soon. The main reason I know that is because no one's damaged the track and the car's on the flatbed, but it could take a little while to just drive round. It was the absolute opposite side of the circuit, so where it broke down kind of runs parallel to the start-finish straight and therefore the pit lane. But to get there, if you don't take any cut-throughs, you have to go through the entirety of the top of the T of MISANO. So they'll take them a while. But
I think the 917 numbered Porsche has still got a problem. It's got heavy damage on the door we saw from the BMW there, but it had missed both wheels. It was literally a door impact, but I'm not convinced that that Porsche's in full health again.
Surely then you come in. You come in during Code 60 and get it sorted. It's a third price pit
It's been
stop.
in already, though, hasn't it? It's been in and already.
Well,
I think it's back out again.
Yes,
That's
therefore
my point.
they must feel they've fixed the damage. So, or the damage is not going to. It's on the right-hand side of the car. It's quite, it's basically it's a sort of thing. It's got punted at a roundabout, really, and then right now they're exchanging details and hoping for the best. Are you sure you're insured? Yeah. There's my mobile number. Don't worry about it. So they've done that. They've had a look at it. To be honest, if you do get clunked in the middle of the car and it hasn't affected anything particularly, electrical, then it actually doesn't do a lot of damage, really, does it? It doesn't really do a lot to the performance of the car either. It's not. These cars aren't ultra sensitively aero, so you get a slightly bent door, suddenly they're understeering by 4 seconds a lap. So you don't want it because it's a very expensive. It's a very expensive bill. Obviously, on Monday from Stuttgart to get a new bits for your Porsche, but
I have to laugh at myself there. We all know about the racing driver's book of excuses there, but there's it's the car's understeering. Why is that? Oh, the door's damaged. That's just. I'm going to have to note that one down. That is absolutely epic.
Well, interestingly, I don't know if did you watch the Austrian Grand Prix?
No.
Sergio Perez got a very.
I was asleep.
Sergio Perez got a very, very small bit of damage to his side pod in a clash, I think, with Oscar Piastri, and he decided that it destroyed his entire race. And I was thinking, but probably in F1 it might even be right because the airflow is so important everywhere. Obviously, it was Sergio Perez which kind of destroyed his race to begin with.
I suggest there's a bigger issue at stake there than the side pod.
Possibly, who knows? Right, so the BMW has now made it back to the pit lane, so they'll be able any second now, when they feel it is safe to do so, to get rid of the code 60. And we will go back to full speed. And it's one of the great things when you're in the pit lane, Peter, as you know, is you sit there in the quiet and suddenly, instantly the code 60 has been withdrawn because it just goes from, and you just hear the whole noise, the whole track raise up to the normal levels after being deathly quiet for a while.
So, Orchid Racing Team, this is the 917 numbered silver GT 992 Cup car that had this. It was harpooned by the BMW that's now just been brought into the pit lane.
And has been given a 30-second time penalty for that. The 419 is a 30-second time penalty for causing a collision.
Kind of academic if the car's out of the race with broken front left suspension.
They can mend that. It's just they can mend that. Now, I'm interested why we've not gone green again.
I was just thinking exactly the same, Nick, as to why that was. And just there's.
I can't see a message about why we haven't gone green. There's a possibility they are taking the opportunity to do a general clean-up. They often do sometimes. They try and pick up some debris.
There was quite a bit of debris on the track at those points. A very good point, Nick. That could be exactly what they're doing. But all things being equal, the BMW 419 has been brought back into the pits with some fairly substantial front left damage. But so it did really clout that 917 all-good Porsche.
Well, the good news for him is they just released the Evo version of this, and one of the big changes is the front end. So rather than replacing that one, they just buy one of the new ones.
Yeah. I love your simplistic view of this racing.
Thank you very much.
These running cars, it's always enlightening.
I just feel that I think I've cracked it, to be honest.
Yeah. I think you're wasted talent, or you just wasted.
Not often, not these days. Can't stand the Monday mornings. So we have some eyes in the sky, wondering about is there an issue with the track anywhere, and they say they can't see any debris on the track at all. So this continuing code 6 is a bit of a tad of a mystery at the moment. So hopefully we will find out what it is, or it'll end. But the cars are and have been for about 2 minutes continuing to perambulate round at 60 kilometres an hour for no discernible reason. Off you go.
Yeah, the BMW 419, as you've just been talking about, come in. They've got it off the truck now, and they've got it on the wheels, just the dollies, to wheel it back into the garage. Just tried to have a chat with one of the drivers, but they didn't want to talk at the moment. But the car, obviously, the front left has got a fair bit of body damage to it. And this gentleman here, I'm sorry, I didn't know your name.
Chris, I'm Chris, yeah.
Hi, Chris. Obviously, we've been watching proceedings here. We saw there was an issue out on there on the track. How was it from your seat? What did you see?
Sorry, say again, lad.
What's your understanding of what happened out on the track?
Well, you know, it's racing and I want to bypass him, but I think I was too late on my brakes and I couldn't avoid him anymore, unfortunately. I'm gonna excuse myself as well because it's unfortunate this happened, but this is race.
And, you know, tricky conditions, isn't it? You know, everyone's doing their best to keep their focus and deal with what they need to do. As a driver, you know what's expected of you.
Yeah, for sure. It's very tough out here, especially with the sun, and also the tires are not very satisfying, but we have to deal with it. So we go ahead and we will see if we can fix the car and maybe we can drive again, but I don't think so.
Just looking at it, have you got an idea of what the extent of the damage might be? Looking at it, have you got an idea of the extent of the damage that it might be?
No, I don't say. I don't know. I think it's going to be an hour of work. I don't know. I have to fix it myself too, so.
Better let you get on then and help the team out. But okay, sorry to see you in the garage. Hope you get back out on track.
Thank you.
The unanswered question, Snowy, is why is a GT4 car aggressively trying to overtake a 992?
By outbraking it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, but that's
oh, hang on. It's not. Is it not? Is it 992? Yeah, it's not the Cayman. They're going to confuse me. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense at all because it's not a slow 992. It's a car in fourth.
I think it's just a faulty overconfidence sensor on the BMW.
It could be. He wasn't particularly willing to take responsibility, was he?
No.
But he is the person who's got to fix it. So it's kind of 6 1/2 dozen the other. He's fixing his own mess. But yeah, in TCE, we just got a brief shot of the 111 car. That is the SR Motorsport Cayman GT4 CS. That has quite a healthy lead over the second place CWS Engineering G55, which of course lost a lot of time in the pits. From what I can see, it is the score is about half an hour is the difference between the two of them. That seems quite, yeah, it might well be actually about half an hour is the distance between 143. No, I think that's possibly not right. It's 9 laps. What's 9 laps? 18 minutes? Yes, it's 18 minutes. I think the reason that difference is there is because it's still unwinding its pit stop, which you have to do sometimes in the way these timing systems work. But it's about 18 minutes back. So effectively, that means the 111 has a pretty good chance of winning if it doesn't have a problem. I'm not sure how much is that is likely to be. So we're carrying on now. We are just coming to the end, believe it or not, of hour 5. Peter, what are your feelings? It's another interesting hour because we had the previous hour where it was nothing but pit callers, or a couple of hours back, and then we had a kind of an hour where we had various little rubber-based issues, and now it's kind of calming down again after that code 60.
Yeah, I thought more people might have taken advantage of that code 60. We do have the third place car, the E2P Racing Porsche, with Pablo Guerra at the wheel, has spun and come to a halt. It's on runoff area, so it's fine. It's not in gravel, but if it doesn't get going, that's third place car, isn't it? Yeah. But that car needs to get going, otherwise we could return to.
Well, I've done a brilliant job in an hour if I can get it twice in an hour.
Yeah.
It is stopped there now. It's got the look of a car that's spun. I think that's at 14, isn't it? It's gone at Curva de Cada, I believe that is 14. There's a couple of corners that look very, very similar. So right at the far right of the T, that's got, if you visualise Misano. He's not got. He's got going a little bit there. I think he's reversed a little bit. Yeah, I think whether he lost the engine or was having an issue with it. It's interesting now he's got going again. He was off the track. It's the second Porsche we've seen off the track pointing in the wrong direction, like that. Almost like he had a. Is it? I don't know. It's a brake failure. Is he going for the pits? No, he's carrying on going. So whatever it was a momentary kerfuffle. Likely he may have lost the engine. It being hot may have taken a while to refire. But he is now up and running again. So Pablo Beguera in the E2P Racing, the issue he had there was he lost 1 minute and 20 seconds, Snowy, pointing the wrong way. But it's not all plain sailing for our leader either. Coming in and trying to do some overtaking. So I don't think Scott Noble will be particularly proud of that instant there we just saw with the 908 of Benjamin Roy. That's the Seb Lejeune Racing by Duvo Racing Team, very much one of the good competitive amateur teams we have in the 992 class. He's now going to be having a little bit of black, I say black paint, we've already established it's a wrap, so he has some black wrap on the car.
Which corner was that, Nick? Which term was that? Because that was the same one we had the Porsche and M4.
The Porsche and the M4 had the issue between 4 and 5.
I think that's the same place.
Yeah,
that was the same one.
People are stealing a lot of the inside curb there. Oh, and now I don't think the Herbeth car is moving at full speed anymore.
It's not, absolutely not. No. So this is our race
leader.
That's I think it's got going to have some potential front left damage.
It looks visually undamaged, but it's probably knocked
tracking
itself out of alignment.
Yeah, the tracking or
and he's
straight into the pits. Scott Noble straight in.
So this would be something for Diana down at the 91. So I'm sure they'll take fuel because they weren't able to completely fuel up beforehand. Now, is he going to take fuel? No, he's trundling down the pit lane. Okay, Di, you take it from us because you can see it much better than we can.
Yeah. I'm up the other end, but I'm making my way up. I've just walked down, so he didn't take fuel, came straight in, and I can see the team. They're changing tyres on the car. Seb actually was just going on a break, but he's managed to see him filming, so he's down by the car at the pit, the other end of the pit lane, so the piss out area. Not seeing any driver change happening there. It just looks like they're changing all 4 tyres. Oh no, they've brought the trolley out, so I think they're going to take that car into the garage from what I can see from this end.
Yeah, actually, Diane, thanks to Seb, we can see a little bit more. There's a problem on the front left. Something has become I don't think it's become broken because it's very wobbly, but so I think a mount's gone probably.
Yeah, they're taking that into the garage. Or they're just about to wheel it in now, so they're just turning that around. So I'm on the other side, which is typical, so I can't see. But once it goes into the garage, as you say, Seb's still here, so we can have a little look to see what's on the front there.
Yeah, front left has now has got an issue. Not quite sure what they've knocked. They've knocked some, and we're so 5 hours down. Yeah, bodywork's fine. What's happened this time? We saw they went into the. I forgot which car it was now. It was the Seb Lejeune Racing car, wasn't it? The 908. And unfortunately, they've hit, rather than taking out the bodywork, they hit with the wheel. And this is some real self-inflicted damage after 5 hours in the car that was certainly alternating for the lead with the Santalok Junior team, depending where we're on pit stops. And I am sure Scott has skulked out the back there, looking incredibly annoyed with himself because there is no one else to blame, whatever excuse he comes up with, Snowy.
Well, exactly. I just wonder what damage it's done to the 908 Benjamin Roy Seb Lejeune Porsche as well. I mean, it was... legitimate that a GT3 car making a move on a 992 car, legit, but got it slightly wrong, didn't he? It's just it's not really Scott Noble's nature that normally. Not really.
I think everyone makes mistakes. Everyone, it's a heat at the moment. Sometimes, this is the thing. Multi-class racing is all about being overtaken and overtaking. Let's see with to Di, who may be able to talk to Scott himself.
I have, yes. I'm with Scott now. I'm not sure you've got any pictures. I don't think you have, so it's just audio only. Scott, we saw some incidents out there on track, and then obviously you've had to bring the car in with some damage. What happened from your side?
I was passing a cup car coming into 4. I was fully alongside with him and had the apex in advance, and he came down on me right before the apex of 4, and it sounds like they broke the steering arm on that, so it's really unfortunate. Not happy about it. Would love for these drivers to have a little bit more awareness, but he gave me the position and decided to come down all the way down to apex, and you just can't do that when you're being passed.
And obviously you can only react to what's happening at that split second in time, and if it's not what you were expecting, then this is the sort of situation that happens.
Yeah, it does. Obviously, it happens in races, and it happens in multi-class racing, and everybody needs to be incredibly aware, and it's going to cost us the race. And we were in P1 and AM and P2 overall, and probably had a chance to win the overall. So it's really sad for my team. I guess I could have taken it through the grass, maybe to avoid it, but that didn't click fast enough because I was clearly beside him. I was front bumper to front bumper, and saw me coming. So that's just the way it works, and it's been a great race. It's a great series. It's a great track, and unfortunately, we got the downside of it now.
Do you know what damage is actually on the car right now?
I would guess a little bit of the left suspension, but I heard the steering box is broken. Is what I heard. So that's going to take time.
Sorry to see you at this point, obviously, with what's going on, but we'll no doubt see you again.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it.
Dear. Well, let's go and see exactly what did happen. He's given us his point of view. Luckily, we have cameras which can give us perhaps a more independent point of view, Peter.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. The Porsche, the 908 is staying wide.
Oh,
I have to say from that particular angle, the first bit we saw was a much foreshortened one, but I have to say there from that angle we've just seen, which is a longer shot, showing the 908 of Benjamin Roy coming out of the pits. He does stay left, and it does, I'm afraid, bear out exactly what Scott Noble said there, that he suddenly came across to the apex and no awareness of him.
I am going to actually completely revise the faces I was making during that interview to you, going, oh, really? Yeah. Because, no, he's absolutely right. He's absolutely right. When you see the whole process, there's no reason to expect the Seblejoux car to come where it did. So that is very, very bad luck for Herbert Motorsport. It's going to be a big job. If it's a steering box, that's a big job, because you've got to get it off both sides. You've then got to get it balanced in the middle. They probably have one.
Line it up and track it and string it. And
well, they should have one preset, but even so, that's not, you know,
it's not the work of 5 minutes. Is
no,
it?
Some of the suspension units can be done quite quickly. You know, you can do a toe link or a steering arm relatively quickly. Not enough to stay in the lead and not enough to win the race, but enough to still hope for a comeback to the top 3 or 4. But my feeling is, if there is a steering box, that's half an hour. You say, Snowy, minimum?
No, I was going to say 40, 45 minutes probably in reality. So yeah.
Let's hope it's not. Let's hope it's something easier, because that's a great car, and let's hope they get out again. And I absolutely do concur with Scott. He had no reason to expect the Seblejoux racing car to do what it did.
Particularly as it's so evident they came out of the pits and stayed left and looked like it was. He said he gave me the line and then took the apex. So I think Scott
very unfortunate.
Actually nailed that in his description.
Yeah, so Earhart now has a lead of 3 minutes and 32 seconds, because obviously that was where the battle was. The battle was Santalok Jr. versus PTT and E2P Racing. You know, E2P Racing have just shot themselves in a 1 minute 20-second foot by coming off the track. Now, if Santalok Racing run their entire team, they haven't always done it, they still need to put Michael Doppelmayr in the car. And Michael, who is one of our more gentleman drivers, you know, he has to do 2 hours, and that 2 hours will probably see a couple of minutes that leader be eroded away. Safe pair of hands, Michael. That car won't be falling off, and it won't be getting involved in incidents, that's for sure. But it won't be doing the fastest lap times of the GT3 cars either. But you know, they have sometimes in competitive races just changed it. They've actually dropped Michael from the run-up entirely. But not sure this happened. I think they've got a big enough lead to start to get the whole team through now. But we'll have to really wait for this one to kind of unwind slightly. Just quickly, because we haven't really had a chance to talk about it, Ali College leading in the Boogie ZM Racing AMG GT4, and they've really pulled out a decent lead over Pascal Bachmann in the Street Art Racing Aston Martin Vantage AMR that's in second, and the lead is about 3 laps, so that's about 6 minutes. Realistically, the other of the GT4s have had problems. As we know, the Hoffa Motorsport car came back on a flatbed with the collapsed suspension. That's basically out. Jose Garcia, the Lion Speed car, the GT, that really has a collection of mostly gentleman drivers, so it has a little bit of a basic pace issue. But they are still climbing up on the podium as we speak now. And the second place team, say the Street Up Racing, they've had their own battles with punctures. So keeping on going round and not having a problem again could be, I think this could be the fourth win in a row, GT4 for Buggerah.
Could be the key, couldn't it? As we say, as we said earlier on, didn't we? To pre-show, stay out of the pits, stay out of trouble. It's the key to it.
Yeah, it certainly is. Now,
so obviously, the shame to see that Porsche drop its way out. I think they will get it fixed. As Nick has just said, though, changing a whole steering rack is a bit more of a complicated issue than just a a bit on the corner there. This is the Herbert car I'm talking about. This is the car that's driven by Scott Noble, 91 entry number that was actually in the lead. Elliot Earnhardt it is at the wheel of the leading Santalock Junior Team Audi at the moment. Martin Kazmarski is second in the 74 Schnitzelau Mercedes. 3 minutes 33.1 seconds between them. Quite extraordinary. And the Elliot Earnhardt kicking in decent lap times again now, 1:37.7. It's done a 35.1 in the earlier parts of that race with Pierre Caffer aboard.
Well, it's good news for you, Snow, because you get to go and eat the cake you brought, because it's time to welcome back Joe Bradley. So it's time for Snow for some cake and some coffee, and for me and Joe to try and resolve our differences, which happen every time at a kart race meeting. How are you doing, Joe?
That's never going to happen. I just want to know how old you boys are. I mean, referring to that component part of that Porsche that was damaged as a steering box.
Well, it's a worm and roller, is it?
It's a steering rack these days.
Well, possibly.
Guys. Steering boxes have not been used on modern cars for probably about 30 years, 40 years. And then you've had to have a really sort of old-style car to have it. So it was a steering rack.
Well, I think the reason being
engineers
is, well,
out
no,
there.
what actually happened was it was actually the driver himself who referred to it as a steering box. And at that point, obviously my brain can't move it. Once Scott Noble said steering box, I wasn't going to go, oh no, I can't think of anything else now. But it could be, who knows? Don't forget, this car is basically, that Porsche is just basically a Volkswagen from 1947. So it may well have a steering box,
When's Heindorf back in the pits to defend that statement?
I don't know about that, but I wouldn't say that. I certainly wouldn't have said that if he was there, that's for sure.
I'm going to tell him when he comes back. I'm going to tell him what you said.
Oh, dear.
The concept is, isn't it? I mean, rear-engined, hanging over the rear axle, same as a Volkswagen Beetle.
Yeah.
Yeah. The driver may have called it a box, but yeah, he's the driver, not the mechanic.
Not the technical, but yeah.
Yeah. He's not. He doesn't have to be. He doesn't have to be. It's developed into one of those races that keeps on delivering, Nick. We think it's settled down, but then it doesn't, because something like that can happen at any point for the 91. That still, by the way, remains in the pits, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Having seen that the accident or incident twice, it is absolutely, as Scott described, not his fault. And it's sorry, it wasn't Scott. It was. It was not his fault, but that's endurance racing, isn't it? That's multi-class racing. Things can go very wrong very quickly. That car, we kind of surmising, will probably be in the pits between half an hour and 45 minutes. They will get out, they will do more laps, but they are out of the running for overall and even class victories. So we've got a number of penalties at the moment coming in. It's taken a while, but we've got a number of penalties. The 178, which is that is the unsurprisingly CW's engineering, has picked up another offence. This time they've managed to do speeding during code 60, which they picked up. Do you know how big the penalty is? 1 whole second. He picked up a 1 second penalty. And the 74, which is the Martin Kazmarski PGT by Schnitzelau racing car, that is currently in second. That's also picked up a 1 second penalty. Now it's a bit longer than that because they have to pull into the penalty box and get going again.
I think that might be just to give them. I've not seen a 1 second penalty ever. That might be a typo.
Oh, okay. Well, there's 2 of them in a row on the penalty track.
Yeah, I know.
I thought it was like they've just slightly gone over it. I mean, obviously it is more than a second because you are running at speed out of the pitch. You have to stop for a second and move on. So the actual loss is probably 5 or 6 seconds. But yeah, it does sound a bit low because normally exceeding speed limits is at least 10.
I'm just thinking of the regulations, Nick, and just whether or not you can impose a 1 second penalty. There are regulations that govern what penalties you can and can't give. It's not just like the stewards can make it up as they're going along. It's like, what we're going to give them. Let's give them 1.8. Yeah, 1.8 seconds.
Wouldn't it be great if they could, though? Well, the stewards have also agreed with Scott Noble as well. They've given a 30-second penalty to the 908. 992 of Seb Lejeune Racing by Duo Racing for causing that accident, which has taken the Herbert Motorsport 91 car out of the running for victory and out of the actual race for about 40 minutes. So obviously that is absolutely no compensation at all. It does help if you don't think they just got away with it, but that is just desperate bad luck.
Did you mention as well, Nick, that the number 419, that's the Hankook Motorsport BMW and GT4 that's also been given a penalty for a collision. That was a much earlier incident, wasn't it?
That was
quite a while ago.
That was the collision that took it out of the race, to be honest, or because it came and hit hit one of the other Porsches. I can't remember which one it was now. There's so many of them. Hit one of the other Porsches, and at that point it broke its suspension. So that is also that was kind of a bite a bit on that one. They not only got the penalty, they haven't been able to serve yet because they haven't left the pit, but they also broke down. However, of course, the 7 Zhu car is continuing circulating, whereas the slightly fuming in the pit lane 91 car is not.
Well, talking of the 91, I'd like to bring Diana Binks in on this one. She just sent me a message that they're not rushing to do anything, which kind of lends itself to think that they've kind of sort of feel themselves, like as you described it, Nick, out of contention. Diana, just describe what you mean by that. So they've just got what? They're going about it in a leisurely way kind of thing, or?
Yes, they are, and there's not too many team around the car at the moment, but yes, they are looking at the car. There's about 1, 2, 3 members of the crew, but Scott did allude to that in the interview we did with him just at the end of it, that he felt it was sort of not going to go back out on track, and how disappointed they were because they were doing so well at this point in the race. It's they're not rushing. They're not rushing around here, Joe. In answer to your question, they are looking. If it changes, I'll let you know. But I get the feeling that no, they're just doing what they need to do. But there's no sort of rush around, like we usually see when they want to get the car back out on track.
Yeah, I mean, all right, they have lost almost 10 laps already. So I can appreciate how very much out of contention they are. It might just come down to giving the drivers some time. I think you were talking about that a little bit earlier on, weren't you, Nick? About in this type of Pro-Am racing, it's not necessarily about, we're not going to win, so we're going to retire the car. It's about track time. It's about enjoying the MISANO track. It's about enjoying just being part of the event, and that's what customer drivers want. They want to be in the car going round and round MISANO.
Yeah, and certainly if you're an amateur driver, we heard from Scott earlier when he was chatting to you by John that they've been doing this 3 years, so every lap is a massive learning experience. You get an extra hour in a GT3 car on a race circuit, even if you're not actually fighting for a high up position, you're still going to learn a huge amount more about racing. Yeah,
well, there is that as well, gaining experience, isn't it? And sometimes we see people on the podium in the 24H series that, and it's not just about being in a small class, but sometimes just by fixing the car and getting it out there. I mean, there's 6 hours 45 minutes left, so that's still, we're still 45 minutes away from we're not even at half distance. So there's still a chance that you're going to get at least something. All right, yeah, you're not going to get on the first 3 steps of the podium, but you might even win the Spirit of the Race Award.
Well, that's very important. The Spirit of the Race Award. That is the one they all want. Yeah. It's been handed out by Nika this time, so it's not even. It's even more of an award. It's not even Peter this time. I really hope Peter's listening. It's not Peter Fry who'll be handing it out. It's Nika from the organisation. So yeah, I mean, it's kind of like that. I think it's an award which you don't want to win because it tends to mean you've had a bit of an issue. But if you have had a bit of an issue, it's kind of a little bit of a bonus. It's been recognised, your efforts to keep going and keep moving forward in the spirit of endurance racing. And it is all about endurance. And this is what the 24-hour series is about. It's about learning about endurance racing. It's about taking part in endurance racing, in multi-class racing at fantastic circuits around the world.
So with temperatures, have we reached that point in the day that we were talking about?
Or the hottest moment of the day. Let me refer to my exciting weather app, which isn't as good as yours, I must admit. You've impressed me on many occasions with your weather app's ability to have a bit of very accurate satellite information. So accurate. Often I wish it wasn't. Okay, we're currently at 33 degrees, and it is the hottest it's going to be. And it's going to start getting cooler again in about half an hour.
Yay.
Yeah, so what happens? So we are getting John in, I think, in about half an hour. So he's not actually going to get the hottest part of the day. He's going to miss it by we've given it to Di instead, and Di, in her all dark navy blue workwear has been suffering slightly.
Yeah, all in white next time for MISANO, I think.
Yeah.
Write that down in the notes going forward.
Get the white, billowing white shirts.
Whites.
Yeah.
Cricket whites.
Yeah.
It's not a bad uniform, actually. Cricket whites.
I think you'd be looking to see with the pads on, wouldn't you?
Yeah. 992. I haven't chatted about that for a little while. But before we chat about 992, I think we've got Diana in the pits. Did you want to say anything, Di? Is it about dressing in whites, maybe?
Well, that is, yeah. The 416 Bulgaria racing car has come in for a pit stop and driver change. So changing tyres on that car. It looks like it's a full service stop for them. The fans have gone on at the front to sort of cool the engine down as much as possible. But the driver just jumping out is absolutely red in the face, so you can tell how hot it is inside that Mercedes. But to come back to your point on the white clothing, I really don't think that will work in the pit lane. Can you imagine it? It would start off white in the morning and then it would just, well, basically it would be black by the end of the afternoon. But the conditions down here, getting back to the pit lane and the job in hand, it is boiling hot. It just seems to have ramped up a gear, and there's not a lot of wind either. So you know how hot
Di,
that can be.
is this the hottest you can remember being in the pit lane? There's a question for you.
For quite some time, yes. I remember being at Le Mans, I don't know, maybe 10 years ago, and it was boiling hot. But then I did have a race at one, so that didn't help.
Do you remember when we were in Imola with Creventic about 6 years ago, and it was ridiculously hot as well?
Yes, yeah. Did you not burn your forehead?
I burnt everything. We ended up doing like really short stints because we were melting. Again, another position where they not like the very clever Middle East tracks, where they kind of don't think about where to put the pit lane. It's always in the sun rather than always in the shade.
We had a very hot Paul Ricard, didn't we? One year, Paul Ricard was where drivers were literally having to use those paddling pools fully clothed to just bring their body temperature down. It was
there's a few paddling pools here, Joe. So when I finish my stint in about 20 minutes, there's a potential chance that I might go and jump in one. But I'm saying that I've got some new navy blue jeans, and I'm just worried that the colour of the dye might come out into the swimming pool.
They're not shrink to fit, are they? Because that could be even more of a problem.
The thing is
they're well fitted at the moment.
about Di's white clothing getting grubby as the race goes on. That's true endurance racing style, isn't it? And the fact that after a race, you know, like the cars that win Le Mans, you never wash the car.
That's
you
true.
always put it in a museum like that. So Di, you would have to keep your white clothing in grubby style and put it in a frame.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah. I think we may have invented a new thing. We'll just get a mannequin and we can have each race there with Di's level of grubbiness.
Yeah, I mean, and then you could sell it on eBay.
But let's not go there. Let's really not go there.
Right, I'm going to take cover.
Yes, I would if I were you.
Combust.
Yeah, the sorts of things that you could buy on eBay or what our fan base would like to see on eBay, maybe let us know on @RSL_studio on X. That'd be a thing. So we've got we're not going to see Di's grubby white jeans because she's got grubby blue jeans on at the moment that don't really
show the grub. Lack of grub.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is a very, very, very hot day out there. It's quite low humidity though, so it's not completely unpleasant. I think I've always said the most unpleasant place I've ever had to, weather-wise, have to cover a motor race was when I used to have to go to Sepang for the Formula One, because that was 33 degrees and 85 to 90% humidity, and you'd walk out of the TV centre, which was air conditioned. It was like you were hit in the face by heat and wet, and by the time you'd walk 100 yards, you were just drenched in your own sweat.
Yeah,
luckily, it was F1, so the race was only an hour and 30 and not 12 hours, which made it significantly more bearable.
I suppose the fact that we are on the Adriatic coast, if you're on a high point here at the track, of which there aren't many, you can actually see the sea. It's not exactly a stone's throw, but it's not really that far.
There's not going to be a lot of sympathy, really, is there?
No.
No, you're at a motor race, tick. It's a Creventic race, double tick. It's a fantastic endurance race, triple tick, and you're at the Adriatic coast. Could you feel sorry for me? No.
Oh, and you forgot to mention the free gelato.
Free gelato, yep, good point. Actually, it must be just about. When's dinner start? 6 o'clock, so quite soon.
Yeah. We were about to mention the 992 class, Nick, with that class of car being led by the 907. Now that's the bright green RPM Racing entry, Philip Hamprecht, back at the wheel of that car, and that's got a pretty healthy lead. It's got a lead of 1 lap over the next car in class. It's got a car in between there as well, just giving it a bit of a cushion. It's the Prime Speed Sport Aston Martin in the GT3, currently 4th in the Pro-Am class, just giving them a cushion before we see the next 992 class car. The Fulgenzi Racing car 922, that's got Enrico Fernando at the wheel of that car, and then in 3rd place Brent Verheyen in the 904. Now that is about 1 minute and 23 behind in 3rd place. That's a Red Ant car, of course, the 904, and then the 917, very aptly numbered Porsche, that, isn't it, of Orchid Racing. Jeremy Brodard, the Swiss driver, at the wheel of that car in 4th place.
Yeah, realistically, they should probably just ask the cars all to be numbered on famous Porsche models, shouldn't they, really? So 935, 936, and you just, there you go. You have them all, rather than just random numbers. The key thing about the 992 event is that the 2 pre-race favourites are both out. The 903 Yannick Redon, Red Ant Racing, and the 909 Red Camel Jordan. The other car that would normally pick up the pieces, which is the 904 Red Ant, has lost a couple of minutes with an issue about an hour ago. So it's throwing it open for a potential win by the 907 or by, the 922. They were certainly looking for a class win, because this, of course, is the 904, that second Red Ant, is in the Pro class, and they're in the AM class. So there is a chance for an AM to win overall.
But I think that could well be a good thing for those teams. There are exactly 2 calendar months to that Porsche-only race at Spa. But what this will mean for those niggly problems that, for me, were very similar in explanation. The 909 Red Camel car, the 903 Red Ant car, had what was described to me as very similar problems. That, for instance, the 909 car manifested as a loss of power, a lack of power, and then eventually that car wouldn't start this morning. And the Red Ant car in a very similar way. Now, those teams are going to take those cars away. You heard Bert Redon telling us that car has entered into the 24-hour race at Zolder. So that car is going to be readied even more so, or if they haven't, I'm pretty sure that Red Ant Racing will be able to find a replacement for that. But I think with 2 months prep time before we get to that Spa race, and that Spa race is just a week before the Barcelona 24 hours, so you're pretty much going to have prepped that car down to its bare shell and checked every single joint and nut and bolt. And in this case, you're probably going to want to renew the loom as well, because looms can give you problems that can be there one moment, gone the next, give you no clue where they are, and you basically have no choice but to take the loom out and get it serviced. Basically, take it to a, people like ProDrive, for instance, have massive electronics departments within their organisation that solely are there to build and repair and prep looms, and it's the nerve centre, it's the nerve system of a race car.
Now, yeah, it's a good point. Just a point you make there is that the Porsche only race, which is the first weekend of September, and then we have Barcelona in the second full weekend of September. But the interesting thing is that you couldn't run the same car in both, could you? Really, you couldn't run a 12-hour race and then run a 24-hour race the following week. Would you have to do a? Yeah, you could. But how much prep is involved to get from A to B? To rebuild it in time for that next race.
If you look at the Middle East races, we in January of this year, we were in Abu Dhabi for a 6-hour race, and the following week we did the 24 hours of Dubai. I know it's only add another 6 hours. It's only nuts and bolts, Nick.
You've missed out the third thing.
Go on.
Cash.
Oh, that's not a problem.
Okay, fine.
We'll think about that later. Yeah.
We'll worry about that later.
This is motor racing.
Yeah, good point. Well made.
Can't worry about that sort of thing.
Never worry about the money.
Let someone else worry about the money.
It's a good idea, actually.
Shame that I've lived by that, and that's why I'm pro now.
Yeah, sounds familiar actually. What do you mean I can't have 4 cars? Oh.
You mean I can't have a new engine?
Yeah.
This one's already done 6 races. I need another one.
No. So we have spent a little time recently watching the driving style of Philip Hamprecht in the RPM racing, and he seems pretty balanced. He's obviously a bit of a talent, isn't he, in the Porsche world?
Yeah.
Obviously, with the two guys who actually make us feel young, which is Nick Johnson and Tracy Cron. But it's a great performance by the 907. They are leading, and they are leading comfortably, as you say, Joe, by I think 2 minutes and 11 seconds actually from the second place 922 of Enrico Fernando. They're actually 3 minutes 30 ahead, or 3 minutes 35 ahead of the car that probably could usurp them with a clear run, which is the all-pro, well, the pro class car of Brent Verheyen in the Red Hat Racing 904.
Yeah, that is a race that will continue on. I mean, we're half an hour away from half distance, so you know this is the point in the race where you really have not got to be distracted into getting into any kind of unnecessary tussling, and just keep on plugging away, not making any kind of rash decisions on, you know, trying to get by or pushing harder, because you can just see that car coming towards you. You've just got to keep plugging away, nursing the tyres as ever, and none more so needed in this weather, but also this track. I mean, 4.18 kilometres is the track length. You mentioned earlier on, I think it was you, Nick, who mentioned that up until 2007 we ran in a completely opposite direction.
That's right.
To this, and I can't fathom, or I can't remember why they changed the direction of the floor of the track.
Apparently, as part of the complete rebuild and resurface, they turned it around the other way. It suited MotoGP better, apparently. It was a decision to be made. The track had been open and racing since 1972, so it had 35 years of running the wrong way, anti-clockwise where it was, but they went clockwise. And it held major events during that time.
That must have been a massive revamp of the track, because you know the realigning of barriers is perhaps the first thing that comes to mind. Realigning the barriers to the flow of the traffic is an important factor. Where the gaps are, where the gaps overlap, are configured in a completely different way, aren't they?
Yeah, I think it was a nut and bolt redesign of the perimeter of the circuits. I think at that point they were able to do it, because if you look at the older track, you know, had some more normal curbs. One of motorcycle's most saddest accidents happened here, actually, in the San Marino Grand Prix, as it was back in '92, because this is where Wayne Rainey was paralysed after an accident. He slid over a curb and it broke his back. So, you know, a track that is named after a rider who had a tragic accident, and is the scene of another rider who had obviously Wayne's still with us and very much part of the racing scene still, but was unfortunately confined to a wheelchair from that moment onwards.
Yeah, of course. We've got Diana Binks in the pits, and Diana, sounds like you've got something in the background there. What have you got?
Yep, Street Art Racing, the number 407, has just come in for a pit stop and driver change, changing all the tyres. And as I can see, the team and the crew around them picking up the tools, you know, and wiping their hands, even with gloves on, they're sort of picking them up and dropping them pretty quickly. This looks like a normal pit stop for this team. They're just sort of securing the driver in there now and dropping the car down, and that off it goes. So that's quite another slick stop by that team, who very kindly blasted me with the air gun just to give me a little bit of fresh air. I don't know what the air was, but it was cool. It was nice and cool to cool me down, which was very kind of them.
So if you have a very large fan, you are now carte blanche to blast it at Diana, and it's all fine.
Yeah, that's the skill of being in the pit lane, isn't it? Finding those
cool places, absolutely.
Yeah, and staying out of the sun. We've not got those concerns, Nick. I've had to turn my air conditioning down a little bit.
Not again. Yeah, I've had that problem before.
Yes, into the pits. Another pit visitor for Diana is the Aston Martin.
He's leaving.
He's leaving the pit. Sorry. Yes. So as Di said, that car, very long pit lane here, isn't it?
Yep.
That brings you out into what is effectively turn 3. which is the last part of the chicane.
The wrong direction, even though, I've been in the pit lane long. I think the heat must be getting to my head, but I keep walking the wrong way and then turning around and go, oh no, it's that way. CWS Engineering, Janetta, the 178, that's just come in for a pit stop up the other end of the pit lane. But the 71 Jutta Racing Audi, they're just the crew that are waiting here on the pit apron to receive that car as well.
So we're going to a phase now, Joe, where it's kind of got settled back down again. We had that very pit-intensive visiting area when John joined us about 3 hours ago. Then I spooked the entire system by calling there wouldn't be any code 6s and we managed to get one. But now for this last half hour, 45 minutes, it's got a little bit calmer. People turning laps, people perhaps realising we're in the middle of the hottest part of the day. It's just a case of surviving. We've seen some of the top teams having big issues, and there's a lot more cars now in the pits permanently, or have been for a while. We've got Scott Noble, obviously, in that Herberth car. He's been in for 34 minutes. Then we have Chris Verhoeven in the Hermofa Motorsport. That's been in for 43 minutes. Roland Saka in the MRS GT Racing GT3 Porsche has been in 1 hour and 8. Marco Fraser in the Bone by Kessel Racing, who of course one of the top competitors. They've been in for 2 hours and 13 now, and Yannick Redon has been in for about 7 or 8 hours in total, even though we were only going for 5.5 hours, with the problems he has with the Red Amp. But yeah, they will almost certainly come out, because as you said quite rightly, Joe, they need to try and get some test miles to work out if they've got to the bottom of this issue prior to other races that are coming up.
You know what it sounds like to me, just put it away, get it back to the workshop and get absolutely everything stripped out there, get the diagnostic on it, see if you can find a problem, and sometimes you just have to bite the bullet and really dive in there and strip the car down to it's almost to its bare shell.
And this is the example of with modern cars being so complicated, because if it'd been an old car, so let me tell you, you've got an old car, it gets hot, it loses power. What do you do? What are the two things you need to do?
Cool it down?
No, it's just two things. It's either the coil's breaking down because it's got hot, or the carburetor has got a leak. Anything else is probably fine. It's just losing power because it's got hot. Those are the reasons. Not it's overheating. But now you've got 700 sensors telling you different things, 14 different, different injectors and everything else. It's way more difficult to work out what the heck's going on.
And if you're getting a sensor that becomes overly emotional, it can actually freak out before it needs to, and that can again cause you problems. What was it that was wrong with the CWS Janetta, by the way?
They had a power steering issue. They had a leak in one of the power steering high pressure, not cables. What do you call them? We've all lost that word, haven't we? Hoses. Thank you. Yeah, it's got a high pressure. There was a leak and they had to replace it.
Right. Well, that's been back in. It's come back into the pits. It's been in for 5 minutes now. So I think that problem has not. And as I say, that Colin White takes the car out.
I think that's just a slow standard stop. I think.
Yeah, that's
a full tank of fuel.
Minutes.
Yeah, a full tank of fuel stop is about, depending on how. Well, actually, no, it's longer for them, of course, because they've got five nut wheels as well. So it might be absolutely a standard stop, because the tyre change takes so much longer than the GT3 guys.
They are. What is that? 12 laps. 11 laps off the other TCX class car.
Yeah, they started well.
Porsche.
Yeah, they started well, but they have slowly drifted back from it. They obviously had the problem, but they haven't then bust out of the pits and started closing that gap down again. It stayed the same, and now it's getting a bit longer again. So some pace has been found by the 111 SR Motorsport car after initially being behind. And they are currently leading TCX with a kind of a minor problem in hand, Joe.
Diana just messaged me that they have started work on the Herberth Porsche. They've been in the pits now for coming up to 38 minutes and work now beginning, so we might not have seen the last of the car on track. We've certainly seen the last of the car in contention, but that car has now dropped behind the Haas RT Audi, Theo Kundouris, at the wheel of the number one, currently in 15th place overall, has just overtaken and put a lap on that number 91.
Yeah.
And there's a car as well, Nick, that is, it's out there, it's going round and round. It dropped out of contention with issues very early on, but they are still in this race.
Well, not only in the race, they're scored 4th in GT3 AM. So they only one other GT AM car to have an issue, and they're on the podium. They get to spray the sparkling wine at the end of the day. So
about 14 laps off doing that.
Yeah, but I'm not saying they can do it by pace, but no one would have expected Scott Noble and the Herbert Motorsport team to be in the pits for the last 39 minutes, would you? These things happen in endurance racing. It wasn't an unreliability issue or anything. And saying that, the 74 car, is this to prove me right, because they are GT3 AM as well, has stopped at turn 6, which actually is the exit of the Curva del Rio, just beginning to go up that short street, that sort of short back straight before the Curva Cueca. So if Martin Kosmiski doesn't get going again, in 14 laps' time, we will see the number 1 car go onto the AM podium, but that's a long way away yet, Joe.
It's perhaps even more significant than that, Nick. It might be leading the AM class. It's second overall. It was lying second, albeit a couple of laps at least off the leader, number 18. He's had a Control-Alt-Delete moment, and Martin Kosmiski gets the car moving again. It's the Schnitzelem racing car, remember, this Mercedes started the Misano 12 hours on the pole position, and now he pulls off the track to the left again,
Joe.
It stopped again.
We've seen this before. We saw this at Portimao with the Grove racing car. Do you remember?
Yes.
The Grove racing car did exactly, the Mercedes as well, did exactly the same thing. It stopped, Control-Alt-Delete, got going, stopped, Control-Alt-Delete, got going, and that was a fuel pump problem, a fuel flow pump problem at the back of the car, which they ended up not being able to fix because they found out there was a problem with the tank as well. Huge smell of fuel, but this is exactly the same breakdown we saw. Visually, this is the same problem as we saw with that Grove racing car at Portimao, and also during qualifying at Portimao, and the Herbert Mercedes had the same issue as well. So whether there's a known issue with the fuel pumps, which I think there is, to be honest, on the SLSs, no, they're not SLS, they're AMG GTs now, remains to be seen. But yeah, that's a reminiscent problem. He's rolling again.
Yeah. He's 57 minutes into his stint, so he's not far away from potentially coming into the pits. And in these very, very hot conditions,
same thing again.
You can sometimes have condensation created in that fuel system, and basically the fuel vaporizes, and you lose fuel pressure. And it seems to me that having got the car going again, now he stops again.
It's exactly the same as Portimao for the Grove team.
It is.
Exactly the same problem manifests itself in exactly the same way. The only difference is the Grove team couldn't get the car back to the pits because of all the hills. That isn't quite the same issue here. They can't get it back because there isn't a hill to roll down.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to roll down anything here, Nick. He's going to have to Control-Alt-Delete.
Code 16.
He's doing something, and he gets going again, and he leaves a couple of black tyre marks on the track. Writes the number 11 on the track as he spins up those wheels. The code 60 flag flies, and that, I'm pretty sure, was to recover that car that's gotten moving again. So the 74 back under power and making its way around. We'll try and get a location of where that car is, and I think he's just come out of Quechia.
Yep. He's in 11, so he's going through Clavone just about now, but he's doing 60 clicks. Can he do any more? Now, obviously there's the Ginetta. Yeah, he can't. He's stopped again, so it's a bit of a confusion. Ginetta has to go past him, but this is exactly what happened to the Grove car. This is 100% that same issue with fuel pickup / the fuel pumps. It's happening again. They might manage to get enough stop-start goes to actually get it into the pits. It just wasn't possible because it Portimao, because the Grove car got stopped at the bottom of one of those very steep hills, and that's more than you need. So they're doing some debris clearing as well whilst we've got the code 60. The wobbly rubber thing is one of those front things off the front of a Porsche, the air dam that gives you quite a bit of your front downforce, and apparently costs thousands of dollars as well to replace, but clips off really easily.
He's just coming around turn 14, which is the Caro hairpin. That means he's got about 2 corners. In fact, he's got 1 curve to get through. I think that's out of the Caro hairpin, if my memory serves,
no, you're right.
Or just going into the Caro hairpin, actually. That's him there. So he's got to go through the curve at turn 15, and then it'll be pit road on his left. So if he can keep this kind of limp mode back to the pits, he's going to make it.
Yeah.
Just coming out of the Caro hairpin now, so we'll monitor his
he's lost
progress,
it,
and
has he? He's lost it again. God. Do it on the starter motor. You're so close.
problem is, Nick, you can start burning starter motors out, so that can delay. I mean, it looks to me the control will delete. Maybe it is fuel pressure.
He's got the clutch in.
There
we go again.
It certainly looks like it is.
Now, admittedly, by triggering his own code 60, he's losing less time doing this. So, but brilliant tactics that was. Apart from the fact he has lost a large amount of time.
Into the pit lane. He's made it into the pit lane. It's a very long pit entry. It's as long to get in as long to get out. But here we go.
No.
And he'll be coming into view for you, Diana, as he loops in.
Is he going to take fuel is the question, though, Joe? Are they going to risk it or are they going to take him straight through?
I think he's going to take fuel, yeah.
Fuel stop is quite busy. The petrol stop at the moment. We've got Elliot Earhart is in from first. Martin Kizmiski is in from third. Alexander Prince has already been through from second. And Pablo Buguera from fourth. The top four all came in, as did Utah Racing. They've all come in and out during this saga of whether the 74 car could get back to the pits. I've actually called Martin Bezgalski as one of those people because he was watching him in that 74. Also, the Prime Speed Sport Aston Martin's been in. Brent Verheyen in the Red Ant Racing car has been in for fuel as well. And then we've also Gilles Courtois, Adam Lacko, Theo Cordalis, it's Vortex V8, Boogie Raz ZM and the Haas RT. In fact, I would say that just about all bar about 4 cars have come through the pits during that time. Remember, most you can take during code 6 now is a quarter of your tank fill. So no one's actually sitting on the fuel stops for more than about a minute and a half, Joe.
Yeah, and you know what? That new tank of fuel might get around the fuel pump issues. It might be a fuel pressure issue.
Might be, if they're lucky it is, but everyone else has had that problem. By everyone else, I mean the 2 teams that had that problem in Portimao had to replace the pumps.
Let's see what effect that has with that code 60's come out with massive advantage to our front runners who have been able to pit and get a top up of fuel. Let's get down to the pits so I can hear Diana in the background. Diana, have you got that car with you now?
For PTTC Racing, waiting on the car. It's just arrived onto the pit apron. The crew are ready and they are doing a driver change here as well. So they're around the car now. You can hear the noise of the wheel guns taking the wheels off and changing tyres. A change of driver as well, but quite controlled pit stop here. It's just come from the fueling area, I believe. Everything looks relatively okay at the moment, so we don't know what the issue was. Did you discover, was there an issue on the car on the way in, did I hear you say? Sorry,
yeah, massive issue, yeah. It's what caused the code 60. It stopped on 4 separate occasions trying to complete the lap. With what some sort of, it looks like a fuel pressure problem or fuel system, and reminiscent of a problem that 2 of the Mercedes had at Portimao a month ago.
Okay, well, hold with me and I will try and interrupt a bit of a conversation going on here, which may go well, it may not go. They're pulling the car back on the pit apron. I can see the team manager talking to the crew who are just about to allow the car to go back out. So they haven't actually done any work on the car. There seems to be a little bit of confusion, but the car is still on the pit apron. It looks like it's just about to leave to rejoin the race, but no, it's still sitting there. So they found another issue, but they've all run to the back of the garage. So the car is fired up, sitting on the pit apron, waiting. And at the moment, it's not going anywhere.
Yeah, we've gone green flag. My feeling is that, as Joe said, the way this is manifesting itself is as a fuel pressure problem. They filled it up. They want to see they've now got fuel pressure. My guess is, Joe, they're seeing the problem saying, no, you still haven't.
Yeah. That's the thing. It could well not have any effect if it is a pump issue, if the pump is failing. It doesn't matter how much fuel you've got in the tank, you just can't get it out of the tank. That's the issue here. So we'll see. With the 74 now at its pit garage, there will be no doubt analysing and diagnosing by interrogating the system as to what exactly the problem is that's brought that car to a grinding halt.
Now, what has happened during that code 60 is Santa Lock Junior team, the Audi, they put Michael Doppelmayr in the car. Maximum Partel is in Hofer Racing, but we're going to find out more about the team that was second before they cause that problem, because Dye has an update.
Yep, the 74, they've got a fuel pump issue, so They fired the car up, then they turned it off, and they fired it up again, put it on the jacks, and they've wheeled it back in to the garage. So they've now got to check and find what that issue is. But they're telling me it's a fuel pump issue at the moment, as the team go to work here in the garage frantically to see what they can do. So all hands to the deck down here at the moment.
Okay, well, I don't want to say I told you so, but that was exactly the same as the Grove Racing car, and the Grove Racing car had to retire from Portimao. But I think they had a secondary problem with a leaking fuel cell. But yeah, that was an absolute carbon copy of the incident that happened to the other Mercedes AMG a month ago, Joe.
It was such a shame. I mean, the car was quickest in qualifying, started on the pole position. It led the first segment of this race in fine style. It then started, as it cycled through its drivers, we saw the car sort of ebbing and flowing up and down the order. It was in second place there when that issue manifested, and again we kind of said that this race could end up being a race of attrition because of the high temperatures, and a thing that does not like high temperatures is a fuel system. Those fuel pumps are very, very emotional.
Yeah, and it does seem to be a known weakness of the AMG GT3, because this is 3 times it's happened now in 2 races I've been watching closely. So I don't see every time we run a GT3 in endurance racing, but then again they've been very competitive at Spa and very competitive at Nürburgring without this issue. So perhaps it's coincidence, but that was exactly the same as the problem the Grove Racing team had. So it'll take at least a change. That's another one of our top teams, challenging teams, having a problem. And once again, that leads the Santalok Junior team even clearer into the lead. But as I said before we heard that update from Diana, we have Michael Doppelmayr in the car now, Joe. So that's going to begin to be pulled back again by Maximilian Parkel in the Hoffa Racing team, and probably U2 Racing and the RD Science Lamborghini as well. But it is getting a little bit thin at the top of GT3, but I think we could still have a decent race between the top 2.
Well, yeah, Michael Doppelmayr is the AM driver in the Sonderlock Audi, and we're aware that Michael isn't as quick as his teammates, the hotshot teammates. I mean, he's got Pierre Caffer as a teammate, for instance. So we will see Michael's times drop off slightly, and we will see that gap of what is currently 3 laps. Just click to 2 laps there. So a 2-lap lead, and this will see Michael be able to complete his time. The car that's doing the chasing, though, is the number 11, the Hoffa Mercedes. Is that gunmetal grey? It kind of is, depending what light. It's black or gunmetal grey.
Yeah, which camera's photographing it.
Yeah, Maxi Partel using all of the curbing here at Misano. The way that he attacks the corners is basically a driver that, if you can get time by using all of the track and more, then that's what I will do. And that's what we're seeing Maxi Partel do in that number 11. Currently second. The gap is 4 minutes and 6 seconds time difference, and with the way that he's lapping in the 36-second mark, and that's one of the fastest cars on the track at the moment, if not the fastest car.
Yeah, it's 240 seconds between them. Last time round he was about 9 seconds quicker than Michael, but Michael was getting up to speed from the pit stop, so it'll be more indicative when we see the next lap round for Michael. And he should be completing that very soon indeed, looking at the dancing ants of the tracker. And then, because it's likely that, it's possible they could gain 5-6 seconds a lap, and then therefore they only need about 30 laps to get that back again, which is about the 2-hour run. So it could be that by the time Doppelmayr gets out the car, these two teams will be right together again.
It depends on how long they continue to keep Michael in.
He has to do 2 hours at some point, Joe.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, I was about to say that very thing, Nick. In 12 hours, it's kind of condensed. The time to get your AM driver in and do his mandatory 2 hours is condensed, isn't it? It's not so much of a worry. We're 8 minutes away from the 6-hour mark, 6 hours to go. If this was a 24-hour race, it'd be 18 hours to go. So, you've got more time to perhaps think about putting your driver in. However, Michael Doppelmayr, if he can get his 2-hour slot, then he's done his bit. He's mission accomplished.
Yeah, absolutely.
And hang on to the lead at the same time. That's even better strategically for the Sonderlock Junior team.
But it's the point about these Creventic races, these endurance races. It's a team race. It's not, it's your team who's doing the servicing, your team who's doing the tyre changes, it's the team who's preparing the car, it's the team in the strategy, and it's the team of drivers. You have to balance the strengths and weaknesses of your various drivers across the entirety of the race and work out when is the best time to have your faster drivers and when is the best time to have your not so fast drivers.
So a 1:36.6 was Maxi Parto's lap time last time by. And further down the order, GT4 currently being led by the Bagheera ZM Racing Mercedes, Adam Lacko, the truck racer at the wheel of the number 416. They're in 14th place overall. They have got quite a chunk of lead over the next car in class. In fact, 4 laps to the Street Art Aston Martin. That we heard Diana describe the issues that car had took on. Julian Darras at the wheel of the number 407, currently 15th. That's your first two in GT4. TCX is being led by the number 111. That's the SR Motorsport Porsche Cayman. Wilhelm Kuhn at the wheel of that, and the car chasing that one down in a bit of a recovery drive is the Colin White, the number 178 Ginetta, with that distinctive pink skirt at the front of the car and the pink wing, making it easy for the team to see in a bunch of cars. Quite distinctive as it completes another lap, but that's got a massive deficit to make up, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's a long way back. At the front of the field, Maxi Parto has just taken back one of the laps that Santalok Junior team had over Hoffa Racing, so it's now below 2 laps. He's just gone past Hoffmeyer on the track, according to the tracker. So that is now under 2 laps, but, still, we are just about to hit halfway, Joe. We are at 6 hours and 6 minutes to go, so we're very close to the halfway mark of this MISANO 12 hours. I suppose we say we've seen a lot more attrition at the front than you'd expect. I just noticed that E2P Racing have been in for a long time as well. I hadn't even seen that, the E2P Racing problems. They've been in for 14 minutes. They came in basically at the start of that Code 60, which was caused by the PTT by Schnitzland Racing, and they haven't come out. So both those 2 cars, who were scored, I think they were scored 1st and 3rd in AM at the time, or 1st and 3rd overall at the time, are in the pit. So it's a lot of attrition. This hot weather is really getting to the cars.
Yeah, proper endurance racing. That car did sneak in under our noses during that Code 60, so it didn't register for me as well, Nick. So 15 minutes in the pits for the number 90.
Yeah,
we did see the 74 going in, and that the E2P racing car had gone into the pits before the problems with the 74.
I think it was during. I think it was quite a long time when we had the Code 60. It would be good if Di, just before she knocks off, could just nip down to the E2P racing pit and find out what the problem is with the 90 car. That'd be great. And we find out why that's done for 14 minutes in the pits. But, it's getting more and more like the Hassar team may find themselves on the podium, Joe.
Wow, and that just epitomises the need for pressing on, doesn't it? Yeah, you do need to press on. It's currently 4th in the GT3 AM class, and you never know. We did mention that number 74 and the E2P Racing is coming back to it. Let's head down to the pits, though, where Diana has got us an update. Di.
It just escaped us. That one must have happened as I was in the garage at the 74 finding out what was going on. Now, Alvaro wasn't behind the wheel, but he does know what the situation is, and Pablo is behind the wheel, Alvaro, as understand it, and there was an issue in the fueling area?
Yeah, unfortunately there was an issue there. From what I understood, obviously we're letting everything calm down and see exactly what happened. But unfortunately we're inside the garage. I think we were having a mega race, to be honest. It was looking really good. We had the team was on point on everything, on strategy. We had some good stuff to come later on in the race. So it's a big shame, but look, it only happens to the guys that are raced, to people that are here, if you know what I mean. There's like a saying in Portuguese about that, but so yeah, unfortunately there was this issue on the refueling station, and a bit of contact, and something, and the car is in the garage right now.
Do you know what damages there is to the car? It obviously had contact with another car in the refueling area.
Yeah, I think the best person to answer that is Pablo himself. But yeah, so that's what happened, and we've obviously got a big mechanical issue going on. So that's the race for us. A really shame, because I think we could have had a really good one, interesting one to in the later stints. So it's racing.
It's sorry to see it. Obviously, you guys have all worked incredibly hard, and this is obviously something that's just. We will try and catch up with Pablo a little bit later, of course. Just let him catch up with the rest of the team before we do that. But yeah, you were working your way up.
Yeah, we were. Well, we were there almost all the time, so it was looking really good. Just wanted to say a big shout out to the boys, to the guys with the strategy. Like I said, I think it was going to be a really good race for us, and obviously to Antonio and Pablo, who were doing a good job. And then these things happen, you know. So what a shame.
Thanks for talking to us, though.
Well, quite pragmatic approach to this motor racing malarkey there, wasn't it? It was. I suppose that is the attitude. If you've been around motor racing, I remember. It was Elton Julian, Starworks in the United States, and I think this was at Le Mans, when had a problem with his car, and he's been around more. He was a very common in Formula 3, got up to Formula 3 level as a driver. And I said to him, it's one of those character building moments, and he looked at me and I thought he was going to shoot me or something. And he said, if you've been in motor racing for even a short time, you have enough character not to warrant any further building. I thought, oh, sorry guys, I'll not mention that again. I didn't mention, I've never ever mentioned character building again. We've got issues on the track, Nick.
Yeah, the 904 car, we've just seen it going round, I think that was going round turn 4. I could be wrong, I've been wrong before, might actually be. But there's a huge amount of something, looks like liquid coming out of the rear left. Whether it's an overflow, it's not oil, so if it is anything, it's water, which is still coming out. I don't think it's fuel, as of course you fuel the Porsche at the front of the car, so you don't have a fuel tank at the back. But that whatever is falling out is still falling out. High pressure steam, it's not going to last for long. Whatever's leaking out of that, it's going to need to come into the pits and sort it out, because I don't think it's an overfill.
It is some sort of steam or fluid that's quickly dissipating. Now the engine's at the back of a Porsche 911, of course. And these 992 Porsches are configured exactly in that fashion, so that's where the important bit is. So if you have, we are trying to fathom
coming in the pits,
where that's coming from.
I think he knows. So no, now he's slowed down. He's slowed down now. That's it. So that's a problem for the 904. They've realised an issue. This is the last of the pure Pro 992s that's still running, and that's hit problems.
So we have just ticked by the half-hour mark, so let's have an update as to how the field is looking. We've got the number 18, the Sonderlock Junior team, Michael Dottmeyer, doing his part by taking the car round and round. They've completed 203 laps at the half-distance mark. They're being chased down massively by the number 11 Hofer Racing Mercedes. It's the Jutta Racing Audi in third. Then we've got the first of the Lamborghinis, the RD Science Celluli Racing Team in fourth. First of the 992 Cup cars are fifth overall, and that's the 907 numbered RPM racing car. Prime Speed Sports Aston Martin, they are sixth. And then the second car in the 992 class, seventh overall, is the number 904, the Red Ant racing car. Fulgenzi Racing are third in the 992 class and eighth overall. And then in ninth place currently is the E2P Racing. That car currently static in the pits. Yep, it still is. And in 10th place, just behind it, is another car that's static and not completing any ground at the moment. That's the number 74, the PTT by Schnitzelem Racing Mercedes. That car not continuing at the moment. In 11th, we've got the Jebelu Racing by Duval Racing team. That's a 992 Cup car. Orchid Racing's 992 Cup car is 12th. The Vortex in GTX, the 701, that's 13th. Bagheera leading GT4 car is 14th. The Street Art Racing Aston Martin, that's second in GT4 and currently 15th overall. The recovering Haas RT Audi, car number 1, is in 16th place. And then in 17th, we've got another Audi R8, this time the Land Motorsport entry. 18th is the SR Motorsport Cayman. And then the Herbeth Motorsport car, currently in the pits with steering issues. That car's 19th. 20th is the Line Speed GP GT4. And then we've got the HRT Performance entry in 21st. Colin White at the wheel of the CWS Engineering car is 22nd and recovering. The Amorpha Motorsport BMW is 23rd. MRS GT's 992 Cup car, the entry is 988. That car is 24th. In 25th and down, we have some proper retirements. We've got the number 8 Ferrari, that's the Buin by Kessel Racing. The Red Ant Racing's car 903 with niggly power issues. And the non-starter, of course, I'm sorry to have to keep mentioning this to Evo and his team, but the Red Camel Jordan's car, a problem that didn't help them even make the start. To have a bit of a reflection on the first half of the Hankook MISANO 12 hours. It was a race that continues in beautiful weather, albeit a bit hot, certainly not for me in this lovely box, but the weather being absolutely perfect. At least we've got consistent track conditions, dry and hot weather, as you would expect. So 5 hours 55 minutes remaining, gentlemen. And can I just welcome into the pits has come John Hindhaugh. Is it hot enough for you, my friend?
Oh, there's absolutely no respite now down here because the sun's come all the way over the top of the pit building here at the MISANO World Circuit, Marco Simoncelli. And that means that the only place you can be out of the sun is if you are in a car or in the pit lane, or in the box rather, or both. Now we've just had Michael Haverans has brought in the 904. This is the white Red Ant Racing and GT Cup car. And I'm sorry to have to tell you guys, but the engine cover's up again.
Yeah, John, we saw it leaking steam or fluid from the rear left for about a lap. It seemed like quite a lot. I think it's obviously an overflow or a problem with the radiator. So it's the rear left you need to have a look at because that's where it was all coming out.
Right, I'm peering in, and hopefully one of the mechanics is having a look inside. Well, the belts are all there. He's having a twizzle around there to make sure that everything's water pumped. Don't have to bother with those on the old 993s, of course, because it was an oil and air-cooled engine. That's fine. I'm just going to have a quick look round the front, see if there's any damage on the corners that might have done radiators. No, that's all right. Michael's still got his helmet on, so I'll try and have a... Well, Michael, did you feel a problem in the car?
I didn't really feel it, but I got a red message on the screen. and it said check belt alarm, and also the water temp was 130, so it was too hot, and then they were discussing if it to come in or to stay out. So we came in, and now they're fixing the belt. I had a little vibration, so I hope it's not a tire failure again. But normally I was driving pretty calmly, so I hope it's also not from the engine, that we didn't damage the engine. So let's hope it's all gonna be fine.
Well, you brought it in pretty quickly. Well done, young man. So there's 2 serpentine belts on the flat 6 engine. Oh yeah, sorry. Oh no, they've pinged them off actually. And so I don't think that had snapped. Sorry, I'm probably not getting great reception in this garage.
Okay.
I don't think it had snapped, but it may have been slipping. So they've pulled a belt off,
John,
completely, and they're going to. It looks to me as though they're going to replace the whole thing.
What is the water pump situation? Is it kind of sort of standard situation on these flat 6s? Does it just run off a belt, auxiliary belt? Because it did seem to be overheating, and that's definitely, he got the red he was getting for the overheating was definitely happening. So of course it may be that the belt is still attached, but the water pump's seized or something. But
I have in my hand. If Seb was here, you'd be able to see it. But Seb's taking our Das Pit machine, as we call him. He's just taking a time to cool down himself. I think he had a water temperature problem as well. I have a bit of shredded belt in my hand, so there was some belt left, but not enough, and that has come off. The problem is, it's quite a difficult fix because, well, you all know Porsche 911's got the engine in the back, and the Cup car has still got the engine behind the gearbox. So it's as far back as the engine can go in one of these things. Now, you access the top of the engine. If you lift up the engine cover on a road going 992, all you can see is a piece of plastic that says Porsche Carrera.
There is no engine.
And the model designation. Yeah, pretty much exactly. And you cannot see anything other than the oil filler and the water filler. So what they're going to have to do now, and in fact they're just starting it now, is the under tray, the diffuser, is going to have to come off, and they'll have to work from underneath. So they've put it on the high stands now. This flat 6 4-litre engine is a big old beast, to be honest, and there's not a lot of room under there. Now, the good news is, unlike my road-going Porsche, this one hasn't got any turbos, but it'll still be hotter than Hades under there. The turbos actually are right, when they do have the turbos, they have them right in, just inboard of the rear wheels. It's quite an extraordinary thing if you can get underneath. When I was getting my tyres changed on early on in my 992 ownership, I managed to have a good look underneath. It's a huge unit, and there's just no way you could get in from the top, guys, because it would be like trying to wallpaper your entrance hall just using the letterbox. It just wouldn't be able to be done. And so they're going to take off the diffuser and then work from underneath to put the new belt on. There was a belt on and it was turning when it came in, but obviously it started to delaminate and therefore it was slipping. Oh, in fact, here is Das Pit Machine. He's just, come with me, Seb, he's just arrived, which means you can see we'll show you people's legs, and I will show you what was happening to the belt. Basically, it was just delaminating and falling off bits and pieces. Oh. So you can see where it's got the grooves in it, which go on the grooved pulleys, but basically that should be about that thick, and it started just to come apart, and that's why those two guys are underneath taking off. Now, remember what we were saying earlier on, guys, about how serviceable GT3 cars are now. So this isn't a GT3 car, this is a GT3 Cup car. So this is not meant to come off, generally speaking, other than under planned service conditions. So instead of there being 2 bolts, we've already got a little cap full of fixings on the floor that is filling up quite nicely, and it is ratchets and T-bars and here is belt. So this is what that piece of rubber should have looked like. See, you can still see the striations. They go over the pulleys, and then that gets wrapped around and drives the water pump, which is all on the back of the engine. Which, if that whole back part came off like the Ferrari we're looking at early, it'd have been a piece of cake to do, but it doesn't. So nip down to your Porsche centre and ask them what the service time for the replacement of a serpentine belt is, or a dry belt is rather, and then step back, take a cold shower, and do 2 weeks worth of overtime to pay for it.
Yeah, apparently it's 12 hours at 217 euros per hour, plus parts obviously and a tip. Yeah, thanks for that, John. I think obviously this is the point, but this is the Cup car, which is normally running half an hour. So if this happens, you just park it and do it later in the pits, don't you? It's an element of taking a sprint car and making it an endurance car. You can't change everything overnight. Now, can you go down to the 74 pit, please? The PTT by Schnitzelheim Racing. The Mercedes has left after a stop of 28 minutes, which we are certain was due to a replacement of a fuel pump. But if you could just confirm, that would be fantastic.
So you want me to walk all the way down to the other end of pit lane in 36 degrees Celsius heat in the sun, just to confirm what you think you already know?
And do you know what?
I love you too.
Do you know why? It's because revenge is sweet.
It's what you wanted, John. It's what you wanted, my friend.
Remote control Hindorf.
It's what you wanted, though. You wanted to go to MISANO. You wanted to do the pit there.
Yeah, no, that's true. The last time I was standing in a... Hang on, that's the Vortex firing up. Hang on. There's no point in me talking when that's going.
It's an LS3, isn't it? Chevy engine?
Yes. Chevy engine, V8. The last time I was standing in a pit lane, remember, I told you could have your jobs back because it was freezing cold and pouring with rain. However, I'll tell you guys later, you can definitely have your jobs back for Spa. There you go.
Because we're freezing cold and pouring with rain again?
I'll bring me Mac.
Or not. I'm almost certain that it'll be steaming hot and the hottest you've ever been there. And I'll tell you why in a little while. I'm outside the... What is this? That's the Herbert 91 car. Work is still going on.
Yeah,
that looks like a steering rack they're doing there.
Yep, that's 100% correct. They've been in for an hour and a quarter. They had a coming together with the Seb Lejeune racing machine that took them off the track. And unfortunately took them out, and they've been doing a leisurely change. Dice, it's not an urgent change, they're doing a leisurely change. My guess is they just want to get it done, get a few laps, make sure the car's fixed before they stick it on the truck.
I'll tell you what, they're putting the underbody aero back on now, so we can't be a million miles away. What's interesting on this, so this is a GT3 car, a GT3, so this is a GT3R rather than the GT3 Cup car. And the difference is absolutely marked to that other car, which we were looking at in a moment or two ago, the Red Ant car. So same 911 Type 992, but this effectively is the purposed. Well, they're both purpose-built racing cars, but this is the GT3 category car, and where you'd normally put your wine boxes from Carrefour and your bottles of wine is taken up, and you can get 36 of them in a 992. Don't ask me how I know. Is radiator and ducting. So the radiators which are on the front outside corners of the Carrera Cup car, much as where your air conditioning intercoolers are on the street car, they would be right on the edges. For the GT3 car, your radiator is right in the middle and the air is being ducted up and through it, so there's no room to put your bottles of wine because right behind it you've got your fuel cell. And this is what we're talking about the difference between a GT3 car now and how people are thinking about designing cars. And as you can see, if you are watching the pictures, and I'll try and describe for those of you who can't. So you've got double wishbones, which you do have on the GT3 road car, but you are talking about a modular design. So the front wings, the front set, which are sitting outside the garage at the moment in a sort of Lego or Airfix kit type of way, they take the minimum number of fastenings. Again, they've got those post fasteners that go into various different places. If we come down towards the back of the car and look at the back, you'll see that Seb's got interested in the interior there. We've got a similar concept to the Ferrari, where you've got subframes that things plug into, and those are locating pegs that plug into dry brakes that go into there, and then you've got the glorious flat six engine sitting in there. Now, this one is a 4.2 litre engine, and it's completely different to the one that we were looking at before. So this one is similar to the RSR that used to run at Le Mans, and that has got a much different belt arrangement because the other one was much more road car based. This one is a racing car, and it's allowed to be modified. And if you can see, the engine's still at the back, there's no gearbox, but it is a different philosophy and a different design. It is much, much easier to service. And so these guys are doing all kinds of bits and pieces under there, which the guys at Red Hand would love to have that kind of accessibility on the back of their car. And that's the difference nowadays about how the manufacturers are having to think about GT3 cars. Remember, GT3 cars at Le Mans now, at the world's greatest motor race. So you've got to get them serviced and back into the race as quickly as possible. And tale of two Porsches there, two 911s, two Type 992s, two GT3s, one a GT3 Cup car, one a GT3R. Here endeth the Weissach lesson.
And thank you very much.
I'm off to the 74.
Yeah,
that's like an infomercial.
That's
isn't it?
great. No, it's fantastic. It's a very good point. And how you basically, everyone to say it. The GT3 car, which is being run by Herbert, is a race car, whereas the 992 Cup car, heavily converted though it is a upscaled road car, and that's the difference, and the things you can think about when you've got a race car are different from a road car. The 424 Lionspeed GT4 car had a very, very slow lap, Joe. It's just got itself back to the pits. No obvious reason for that visually.
No, he's gone into fueling as well. Dennis Bond's brought the Lionspeed car in. They are currently third in GT4. They will stay third in GT4 because we've got the Hankook Motorsport BMW that's out of the race. So that's guaranteed that third and final step, the GT4 podium. Dennis Bond in fueling, he will take the time. We've had a problem for Vortex as well. They were coming out of the Variante del Parco, the park chicane in English, and just got the power on, as we've seen many times, through the final section, which is the sweeping right-hander, and the car just swapped ends. Now, you can imagine, Nick, the power-to-weight ratio on that little carbon tub with a Chevrolet V8 engine, that car is like driving a firework. It is absolutely rapid, and they're finally getting around the quirky handling, I think I'm going to say. I mean that with the best of respects to the Vortex team. And they've really sorted it now, and the car is being driven, and it's very, very rare we see mistakes being made like that, to be honest.
Is that a different wing this time? Have they changed the rear wing for this race?
It's very low, isn't it?
I'm sure they had a swan neck job. It's hard, but I'm pretty sure they've changed the wing. They've got a new design of rear wing compared to Portsmouth. It'd be good if we could check that one way or the other. But I just visually think that is Lionspeed now been into fuel and now being wheeled back into the pit to solve whatever problem they have. That 424 car was being scored in third in GT4 and still is, because one of its major rivals, which is the Chris Verhoeven Hankook Motorsport BMW M4, has been in the pits for over an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Asked, gentlemen.
I did ask, John.
About the PTT Racing AMG. Now, Di was right. It was a fuel pump. Well, it wasn't just one fuel pump. It was two fuel pumps. Two fuel pumps because of redundancy on endurance racing cars. And Mercedes AMG are pretty savvy people. They know how to build engineer and have cars run. So the first one failed on the outlap to the grid, and then the second one failed. However, that's still not the end of the story. Mr. Bradley, guess when those fuel pumps were fitted to that car?
So, because you're asking me that, it wasn't yesterday,
Yeah.
was it? It was.
Well, it was at.
So they were brand
You're
new.
on the right track. They were fitted to that car in the workshop before this event.
Right, so they're brand
not
new.
because there was anything wrong. Not because there was anything wrong with the old ones. They thought it would be a good idea to fit 2 brand new ones, and I've just been talking to the team, and they're all going, "Wish we'd never bothered. Now the old ones were working fine." So,
John, it's
so
interesting. 'Cause,
literally unbelievable.
yeah, but John, the interesting thing is that the exact same thing happened to the Grove Racing car at Portimao, and half the thing happened during qualifying for the Hoffa Racing car. Hoffa Racing car had fuel pump failure in qualifying at Portimao. The Grove Racing car lost both of its pumps during the race. I'm thinking now, bad batch.
Now,
that's interesting.
whilst
That's
I'm-
an interesting thing, Nick. There's your steering box, Nick.
All right, steering rack.
Right. So, whilst we're talking about Porsches, then, so can I continue your education on Porsches? Because
Can we stop
we're
you?
standing next to the. No, you could fade me down, but I'll just
We
keep
can't.
talking for me and
No, we can't.
for
We
me and
can't.
Seb. Excellent. So, I'm standing next to the E2P Porsche, sponsored by Central Porsche Madrid East, and they are working on a steering rack as well. So. This is the same issue that the 91 car has had. However, what's the difference here, gentlemen, in the booth? This is a...
Previous generation one?
Yes, Nick, very well done. Very well done. This is a 991.2. And you will note the difference in, for example, the wings are still fitted because it would take more time to take them off. All of the front section is still on, including the ducting around the front subframe. They're working now to get that steering rack ready to go on, but they don't have the access that the 992 car has. And that's, as you rightly say, Nick, well spotted. All of this time spent with me is paying off on your Porsche recognition.
If you can tell me how to tell the difference between the two Caymans, the RS and the CS, visually without the livery, I'll be very impressed.
Well, there is a way to do that, and it involves the wings and the bodywork, and the rear wings and the bodywork. But it is a little bit more difficult on that. And they're both 982s as well, aren't they? Or is one of them a 981? Because that would make life much easier. So this one is this number 90 car is the, as I say, it's a GT3R 991.2, so it has completely different bodywork than the 992, and it has a different philosophy in terms of turning it into a racing car. It has the same engine, actually, as or a similar engine to the Cup car that we were looking at earlier, and if you actually not sure, if you just look at the back of the car, is the biggest giveaway, because the rear aerofoil on the back of the car is conventionally mounted, whereby on the new car it's got the swan necks, and also there's an illuminated strip between the two rear lights on the newer car. That'll give you an idea. That's just the visuals, but in terms of being able to work on the car, quite a graphic difference between what we were looking at and describing to you and the viewers and listeners from the 91 Herbert car and this number 90 from E2P. So they've still got quite a bit of work to go here, because that rack is yet to go on.
Yeah, and just to point out that these are different problems. They've had a rack failure, whereas the Herbert rack was broken in an accident. So it's not an issue across two units. It's two different situations have happened, but equally taking the same amount of quite a long time to swap.
You're still
the thing is, it's got
the unit out though.
Correct. What's going on now, Joe, is that the new unit is going on to the steering rack front subframe, whereas on the newer car they're able to do that much easier straight from underneath because of the way the steering rack is mounted. What they'll want to do is they'll want to get the track rod ends off the old ones, because this is a steering rack failure, not an issue with crash damage. They'll want to get the track rod ends off and put them straight on, the measuring up where they are, so they don't need to track the car up. And that's what the mechanic's doing at the moment on the left-hand side of the rack, and he's carefully counting how many turns he took off from one, and he's putting back on the other, because they're not, I presume they're not going to take the time to completely string it back up again and put it on there.
You're going to have to. You're going to have to, because that's not an exact science.
No.
If you've got that, the length of that rod already on the unit, and at the right length, then yes. But by putting that on, by counting the turns, that's not an exact science. So they will have to track that car.
Now, it's interesting because when I changed the steering rack on my Triumph Dolomite when it failed its MOT, I didn't string it at all. I just stuck it on.
Yeah, Nick, that doesn't surprise me, mate. Did you start running your tyres off by any chance?
No, but I did. But I got the steering rack through one of the wonders of the world that no longer exist. The wandering around the scrapyard, finding the bits you want, paying for one of them, and having 7 other pieces in your pocket. Because that's scrapyard.
Where is that wonderland?
I know, it's health and safety gone mad.
No, seriously, Nick, where is it? Because I need to visit that.
Well, it's in my past, unfortunately.
All right, okay.
It's about 85, 4.
We've all done that.
It's brilliant.
When they used to allow you to climb up to a car that is
3 cars up.
Basically, 3 cars up.
I couldn't get
nothing.
Yeah, I couldn't get the back of the first one because it was too high.
You're also going to do when you're putting these track rod ends on, by the way, these track control arms, that Porsche actually do. There's only one way they go up, but Porsche do actually rather usefully engrave that with top written on it for you. So at least you see that bit. I'm having a good look at the front suspension on the double wishful as well on that. But this 3, that is the same as the street car. Go ahead, Joe. Sorry.
Yeah, just beginning to lose you there as you were going back into the garage, being lured.
Actually, I was coming out the garage, but
were you really?
The garage door was too close, and I've lost my cameraman. He's got bored with Porsche now, so
we can give you we can give you a proper job now after the Wonder World of Porsche servicing, because Maximilian Partl, the Hoffa Racing car, has just come into pits from second. He has gained hugely on Michael Doppelmayr in this last 45 minutes. The lead was down to 1 minute and 21 from 4 minutes when Michael took over his stint. So that lead is really coming down, and we will definitely have a battle for the lead quite soon.
Would it surprise you to know that I am now standing at Hoffa?
No,
I'm here. First pit, and we're waiting for the car to come out of the fueling at the moment. There is a driver and a full set of brand new Hankook tyres. And I will tell you in a second. Let me walk round and tell you. Where's my cameraman gone? It's Kenneth Heyer who's going to get in that car, now that I can see his helmet. So Kenneth's going to get in that car. Michael Doppelmayr has done his job, and his job is to circulate and not fall off. And he's done that with aplomb. And now we're just waiting for the full fuel to go in that car, and Seb's here with me. So when that car gets here, we'll see if we can grab a word with Michael once. The problem with the interviews today, guys, and I do apologise for this, for those of you watching and listening, it is so hot in the cars that as soon as the drivers get out, they drink about 4 litres of water and then go down into a dark place to lie down. I've only been walking around in the pit lane for 2 hours after my last stint. It took me 50 minutes to dry out sitting in an air-conditioned room. And I am not kidding you. I mean, I wasn't knackered, but literally for all of the damp spots about my person.
Remember, John, it's usually us that are doing that.
Sorry, say again, Joe.
Nice pictures with words there.
Yeah.
That's usually us doing that, remember? So I know exactly how you're feeling right now, and you just sometimes struggle to cool down. It's actually a struggle, and you need to cool down before you get back in there and start heating up again. It's And you've got to be very careful, mate. I hope you're drinking lots of fluids.
Oh, yes. Here's the car.
And
Michael Doppelmayr springs out. Kenneth Hire folds himself in. I'm going back and looking at my tyres again, as all the teams. How's Max Partle? Sorry, excuse me. Max Partle got out. I thought it was Michael Doppelmayr. They got out that car. So Max Partle is out. That's another good-looking set of tyres that have got good wear right across the face of all of the tyres. That's a complete new set going on for Kenneth Hire. And he's in and ready to go. They're waiting for the right front tyre. That's done. The sonorous AMG lump fires into life and it disappears off down the pit lane. Now, that big congratulations for Max Partle, who did a really good job there. And we'll let him re. Max, congratulations. Go and get your helmet off, get a drink, and then we'll have a chat with you. Okay, no problems. Really good stint. So he'll be a couple of minutes, guys. So tell us what's going on the track, and then we'll find out how the conditions are changing. It's been 2 hours since I asked that question to any of the drivers. Let's find out how the conditions are changing. The track is still heating up, and we'll have a word with Max Partle in about a minute and a half, 2 minutes.
Well, talking of having a drink and keeping your fluids up, I welcome back Peter Snowden. Snowy's back in the box. Nick's gone off for a pit stop. Snowy, I'm pretty sure you've been keeping up to pace with what's happening on track, and with the unabated heat just beginning to build, it hasn't even started to cool off yet, has it?
Not in the slightest, no. And that's, well, I think John's described it perfectly well there, that being out in the pit lane, not even in a car, and still taking 50 minutes to even cool down in an air-conditioned room just gives you all the context you really need to know. So sitting inside these cars, as I described earlier, in entirely the wrong clothing to be exercising in, because you are exercising in a car, whether people get that or not. That is happening. They are very, very physical to drive, and you're subjected to a great deal of physicality of acceleration, deceleration, and sideways longitudinal lateral G-forces. Great description there. I'm not sure about the damp patches, though.
Yeah, and welcome along to Dave Alcock, who says he heard that we were suffering from heat issues, so he thought he would tune in and see if he can have his usual effect. Well, Dave, you're not going to have any effect whatsoever on the weather on the Adriatic coast. Hankook have put away their rain tyres because there is simply no need for them whatsoever. Temperature's still at 30 degrees out there. It's going to cool off to a balmy 28 by the time we get to sundown. Is it hotter than that, Hindhoff? It was 30.
I wish it was 30, mate. It would be absolutely lovely if it was 30 outside. 30 would be chilly. I'm standing here in me Hugh Chamberlain tribute cotton shorts and a work shirt, and if it was 30, it would be fantastic. Never mind what it is in the car. Max Partle, you've just got out. Great stint, mate. How tough was that, though?
Yeah, it was a great stint. I got my second in the row, and Alex in the front, so he's getting the car hotter and hotter, so you're getting cooked. That's awful, but after the long season we had a lot of rain and the other shit, so a little bit hot is that's okay.
Serious question. Are your feet getting hot from the pedals? You've got the engine in front of you, so you're getting heat soak backwards from the engine. How's your feet?
Yeah, sure. I don't know where you have got the information from. The feet are that hot, so I get, they get rubbed, they get red, and it's awful. It's really, really awful. So the shoes look like that. So that's not of crashing or something else. It's because of the hot.
And there's nothing you can do about that, because if you put anything on it, your foot could slip. If you put anything inside, it just cooks your foot. I know people talk about putting foil inside and stuff like that. You can't do anything like that, can you?
No. There's an air conditioning system, but...
What, for your feet?
No, not for the feet. But if you have a better solution, please talk to me, just for me. And no, the air is coming into the car, but the air is just right at 50 degrees. So,
50 degrees, guys. 50 Celsius is what we're talking about, the air coming into the car at the moment. Tell me about the track. How's the track going? It was quite well rubbered up early in the week. Then we had some rain, and as this heat is continuing to rise, the track temperature is still going up. Is it getting greasy out there?
Yeah, it's a little bit too crazy. You said it, but it's an up and down. So the rain on the last days, they make the track a little bit faster, and now it's just sliding through every corner. So yeah, a small little feet is the best thing you could have.
Soft, it's very soft, gentle.
Soft, gentle. Yeah.
Now I looked at the tyres that came off the car. They look really good, even with all this heat. Really, really even wear right across. So that the Hankooks are standing up well. Have you got to be careful when you first go out?
Yeah, it's a big game to get in the car and not to push in the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 rounds. So, is the air coming from?
Look, I'm in a Bonnie Tyler video here. We've got the wind machine. Look, total eclipse of the hair. Thank you very much indeed. So you've got to bring those tyres in gently.
Yeah, you have to be that gentle because of the heat. The tires are so hot. But it's the best thing to take care of the tires. In the first stint, I had some mistakes, so I started too slow. And I realized at the last 2 rounds there were a lot of corners to take. So, but to handle that's part of the driver's thing.
I'm so pleased you've enjoyed it, because that was proper endurance out there, my friend. Well done.
Thank you.
That's Max Partle out of the Hoffa racing car. He's now going to go and jump into a pool of water. It's 2.5 miles to the Adriatic coast, just over the back of the circuit. And do you know what? I'd be very, very tempted, if I was a driver here, to be slipping into a pair of shorts and a singlet and just going and throwing myself into the water. Thank you very much for the wind as well from Hoffa Racing. Right, that's the start of the pit lane. So I presume, Mr. Bradley Nico and Giuseppe, I presume you want me to go and see Earl Bamber now at pit out, do you?
You've got Pedro and Giuseppe at the moment, but yes.
Oh yes, Pedro. Sorry, yes.
Great, mate. Yeah, Pedro and Giuseppe.
I was wondering who it was going to be compared to Nico. Yeah.
If Mr. Hindhoff can toddle off to the other end of the pit lane and get us another interview, that would be great. It's really insightful, Snowy. I know you've done a bit of race driving, as they say. But it's really insightful getting that direct information about just how tough it is out there. And that's something that I'd never even thought of. It's something that I'm familiar with, having been around this sport for the length of time I have, but you kind of forget that in those front engine cars, your feet is slammed up against that bulkhead and all that heat is transferring through into your feet.
Yeah, it was interesting hearing Max Partle describing that, and like him, I've got race driver feet, as in small, UK size 8, European 42, tiny feet, no comment, small boots, that's all I need to know. But I remember doing a 24-hour in, I've done a couple of front engine cars, Dodge Viper and Lister Storm. The Storm was the most difficult in terms of heat, because the engine was so far back. We always used to describe it as a mid-front engine car, because the front of the engine, a long V12 as it was behind the centre line of the front wheels, and it's a very short wheelbase car anyway, so you're sitting kind of alongside the engine, or certainly your feet are, and the exhaust system therefore goes out through the floor and you sit over it. And I remember clearly having the sole of your boot melting onto the brake pedal.
Wow.
And having to almost peel it off again to get onto the power. And your power graph then wasn't as good as it should be, because you're having to peel the boot off the brake pedal.
Yeah,
a first world problem, I understand, but.
Well, I remember drivers getting out of the Viper, the Orica Vipers as they were back in the early 2000s, and having buckets of ice being readied for them, and the first thing they would do is just put their feet, with their boots on, with their race suits on, just put their feet straight into a large bucket of ice just to stop the blistering.
I mean, long before air conditioning and cool suits and things, I always used to literally, before, when you're ready to go into a stint in these sort of conditions, I'd be in the pit garage by the box with my balaclava, and I'd have it literally in a bucket of ice water, soaking wet, and put the whole thing on completely wet, and then put your helmet on top of it.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I remember that. we haven't kept an eye on, at least I haven't been keeping an eye on just what effect Michael Doppelmayr has had on that lead. Michael Doppelmayr has done an absolutely outstanding job. The AM driver in that Sonderlock junior team, we knew that the lead would reduce. However, it's still on almost 2 laps, Snowy. 2 minutes and 11 seconds. So yes, it's been coming down. We knew that, but it hasn't come down at a massive rate, and he's kept that advantage going.
Yeah, it's ebbed and flowed a bit, hasn't it? Because we mentioned earlier it was a 1:42, then it came down to 1:11. It went to well over 2 minutes, and it's just seemed a bit sort of, it's plateaued a bit now, hasn't it? This is the gap to the Leonardis Dries in the Utah Racing second place Audi. So Audi's 1 and 2. That's 18 and 71 with competition numbers. But it's still only 2 minutes. Just a lap. What would you say? A lap and a bit after.
Just under 2 laps.
Yeah, after this many hours of racing.
Yeah, let's head back down to the pits. I think Mr. Hindhoff has made his way to the other end of the pits where he's got something for us. John, is that you?
I've stopped off on the way. What is it, me? Who else is it going to be? Brad Pitt? Come on. Although, hey,
easy mistake.
Have you seen the poster? Have you seen the poster for Brad Pitt's film? It's an absolute rip of the famous Francois Sever picture. Right, I've stopped off at Street Art Racing. The Aston's just gone back out. They've been bleeding the brakes, and I want to do things you don't think about. We saw this car earlier on in my previous stint in the pit lane getting a new set of front brake pads. So here are 2 sets of brake pads, one from the right-hand side front caliper and one from the left. The right-hand side front caliper, you and I, Bradley, would say, why in the name of God have anybody brought a car in to change that? Well, that's because this is a predominantly right-hand circuit. So imagine this is the brake disc in the middle, the car's going round this way, and whilst it's going round that way, these discs on these pads on ABS are doing the thing that they're meant to do, and they're holding down and slowing the car down, and these ones are just pulsing a little bit harder. So look at how much difference there is on the left-hand brake pads. They're right down to the wear markers here on the edge, and then you put that against the right hand, it's half as much again wear. They've been keeping an eye on that, and the ABS doing its job. That's exactly what it's supposed to do, but it's causing some uneven wear because of the nature, the right-hand nature, the clockwise nature of this circuit. They've got out ahead of that, so it didn't become a problem. They've just had to bleed the brakes as well because the pro drivers want a little bit more feel, and it's still 49, 50 degrees on the track, so you've got to be careful that you don't boil that brake fluid, and then at that point the brake fluid isn't doing what it's meant to do and compress. A tale of 2 sets of brake pads there down at Street Art Racing. What's your name? Trevor, thank you very much indeed for being my lovely assistant. Fantastic stuff. So the guys are out ahead of it here at Street Art, and these are the things, gentlemen, that these aggressive, hot, baking temperatures are bringing into play. Stuff that we said earlier on, if you remember, that was early, 4 hours into the race to change those pads. That's early. That's why. And thank you to the team and to Trevor for letting us see that, because we're drilling down here into the absolute minutiae of how these guys, in the true spirit of endurance, #this is endurance, are going to get these cars through to the finish.
And the other pertinent point there, John, is about those brake pads, of course, that pads are matched to a disc before they go out, so it's a match set, isn't it?
Exactly
yeah,
right.
That's just to get
exactly
that,
right.
But that's to wear the pad to the disc. That was actually fascinating, because we think of ABS working between the front and the back axle, but that's actually working across the axle as the weight transference is taking into account the weight transference. And I mentioned earlier that there's a lot of turning and braking at the same time here at MISANO, and there is your perfect example and just epitomising what we mean by that. Fascinating stuff. That's brilliant.
Your attention, and before we go for the next update, I am now Chez RD Signs, and this is my second drive belt of this short stint because this is a drive belt on the back of the V10 engine. I can't get in that way, so and I don't want to walk around where the guys are. They are underneath the back of the engine. So the drive belt that we saw earlier on, thank you very much, I'll squeeze by. Not my first time I've squeezed past some dollies. Right, somebody talk to me. What's been going on?
Well, it was going quite well, and we have some issue with the electric. We tried to find out. We got low battery. Hopefully we can manage, because car is good. Track is okay to drive, but let's see what's going to happen now.
Looks like they're putting a new drive belt on for the alternator, yeah?
Yes.
Exactly. 3 guys underneath the back of this car, this Lamborghini, and they are stringing that on at the moment. They've got the whole of the under tray off as well. Seb's just going to join me. I'll let him step through so that what I've just been describing. So this manifested itself, dear viewer and listener, as electrical voltage issues, and that's because the alternator, and remember we were showing you the alternator and talking about the alternator and where it was positioned on the Ferrari, for example, earlier on, how easy it was to get to it. Well, you're right underneath and at the other end of the engine here in the mid-engined Lamborghini with the V10, and the guys are underneath there at the moment changing the belt. See if I can nip in and find the old one. I saw the old one coming out. It was absolutely shredded. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's I don't know where that's coming from, but it's going right up my shorts leg. So right underneath there, the guys at the front of that engine, the V10, with the gearbox behind this one, they're working on the front of the engine. They can't do that from above. They simply cannot. The whole of the under tray at the back has had to come off and has been released with the bolts, which is about half a dozen or 10 bolts, and that's now the guys working right in the middle of the car, but from underneath, because you can't get at it from the top, because the engine, like Peter Snowden was just talking about with that Jaguar engined Lister Storm, that engine pushed all the way back as far as possible. Well, this V10 is pushed all the way forwards as far as possible. So the front of the engine is actually pretty much right on the bulkhead, so the guys have got to get underneath and work on that. Do you know what, Joe? Mr. Cram in our motor vehicle technology class at Farringdon Comprehensive would be proud of us now, wouldn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. And not an inspection pit in sight. I do remember.
No, indeed not.
I've got another mission for you. The 701, that Vortex, is in the pits, and I think it's had a spin, and then it came in the pits. So we need you to toddle off there, my friend, and find out what's up with the Vortex. It's had a relatively trouble-free run, the Vortex. We've seen it have a couple of issues on track, but I think that's the first time it's been in the pits for any length of time. It's coming up to 6 minutes already.
There was a little bit of something I just noticed a few minutes ago. The 6th place car, which is the Fulgenzi Racing GT3 Cup 992 car with Andrea Burati at the wheel. That was the bonnet was very loose at the front and picking up a bit of air. So just a side note, it may appear in the pits at some point. It looked like that was catching up, and in fact it's in the fuel area right now, isn't it? This is the 922 is the entry number.
Yeah.
Not to confuse it with it being a 992. 6th place, currently in the fuel area. So it'll be intriguing to see when it comes out of the pit if they do anything on that.
Second in the 992 class as well. It's only 2 minutes and 43 seconds. That's 2 laps down off the class leader. So do you think that is a out of sequence stop, Snowy?
I don't think so. Race leader actually in for fuel now as well. Michael Doppelmayr, the Santalot Junior Audi, he's also in for fuel. That's the 18 car.
Just to tell Mr. Hindhoff that the Vortex is now left, whether that was a problem or whether that sorry mate, the Vortex has just left. It's on its outlap, and I'm not was there a problem? Lena Lamarouche at the wheel of the car now, and Lena is usually the team member who chats to us.
No, you don't. You've sent me up here, and it's out on the track.
There's a vacuum, not a vortex.
No, indeed, very good, very good. Problem?
No problem. Everything is okay.
That was an unexpected stop, though.
Yes, yes.
So why did the car come in?
For the windscreen.
Ah.
Need to clean the windscreen.
As the driver couldn't see properly.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, okay. Because of the shape of the screen, you can't use tear-offs. It's difficult.
Tear-off?
You know the film.
Oh yeah. We don't have the tear-off.
It is old school.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. What's your name?
Sebastian.
Sebastian. Thank you. Merci, Sebastian. So Sebastian there telling us it was very simple. The driver couldn't see. So they had to clean the screen properly. If you see pictures of that vortex, you will know that it has got an extremely curved front screen. And I thought that would be difficult to put the old film on. Right, in and out also for the number 18 Audi. That's the Sontalok Junior team. And that was a driver change. Was that Pierre Caffer getting into that car? I think it was by his helmet. So that car is... Oh, no, he's here. That's Pierre. Pierre, excuse me for a moment. Elliot. Is that Elliot in the car?
No, it's Sven in the car.
Sven, Elliot just got out.
No, Michael gets out.
Okay, fine. Sorry, I'm getting about a million different voices. Everything going okay at the moment?
At the minute, everything is going okay. Now we're looking for our strategy, and at the minute, everything is running after plan.
You have strategy at this point in the day. Is it not just get to the end and see where we are?
No, I think it's normal when you have the endurance races that you also look for later on, and the strategy, and the guys are all working quite hard, and at the minute we are quite satisfied.
It's been a pretty clean race so far. I'm sorry I've had to say that, but we've had very few Code 60s. Are you already, we're into the second half of the race, already looking for how many more pit stops you have to make to the end if it all goes green?
Okay, I think everyone will do this, and it's not a big secret. We just have 5 hours and 5 minutes left. So that's pretty easy, but you never know when there's a Code 60 and then everything is messed up or getting changed again. So you always need to be prepared for that.
Now, do note this, ladies and gentlemen. Pierre Caffer is still in his race suit with his fireproofs on. He's sitting there with not a bead of sweat on him. I'm in a pair of shorts and a shirt, and I'm absolutely ringing here. That is called professional race driver fitness. This is called commentator. Thank you, my friend. Always good to see you. Pierre Caffer. They've got a bit of sense, though. They've sort of built a little break so that the sun doesn't get all the way in. I like that a lot. Right, gentlemen, coming up to... Oh, no, it's only just after 10-2. We're going to have another set of pit stops. We've got the Bagheera GT4 coming in. They were looking fairly relaxed about that when last I was down there. PTT is on its way out. That car had a couple of stops and resets, that number 74. So that car is back out and into the fight after we've been down there having a look at it. That was that a dry belt as well? I can't remember now on that one.
That was the fuel issue. That was the fueling issue.
Oh, that was the fuel. Yes, that was the fuel pump.
That was the fuel pump. Yeah, that car's now on a recovery drive to get back into contention. That was a pit stop. That was just over 4 minutes. Just coming up to 5 minutes for the 74 in the pits now. Did you see the 74? Pardon me. 74 just showing us an outlap now. So that was about a 5-minute stop for that number 74. That car currently third in the GT3 AM class, 6th overall in GT3, and 9th overall in the whole field. What I was going to say, Snowy, the number 18 did have a 2-lap lead. It's relinquished that lead with that pit stop. But as Leonardo Dirtzis brings the Jutta Audi in, it's going to get that second place back at least. The race now being led by the number 11 Hofer car.
Yeah, so giveth and taketh, doesn't it? We have to always wait for this to settle down a little bit, but still relatively tight at the top there. It's not It's by no way, a commanding lead. It's comfortable and nice, but I hate that word nice, but a couple of minutes is not a bad thing to go with. Just coming up to over 5 hours to go.
3 minutes away from the top of the hour, actually. 5 hours to go. 7 hours completed. And we are 24 minutes into the stint for Kenneth Hire. I think we remember John telling us when Kenneth was getting into that car. So he's at the very early stages of his stint, and the gap between our leaders after 7 hours is only 41 seconds. That's brilliant.
Stop in a second, guys, for the Jutta Racing Audi. It's in fuel at the moment. There are 4 new Hankooks mounted on the BBS rims, and they'll be being mounted in a second, and we're swapping drivers as well. It's Yonusis who's about to jump into the car. Sorry, I can't tell you who's in it at the moment because I can't see a screen, but you'll be able to tell the team that. Meantime, in the garage next door, the drive belt on the front of the Lamborghini V10 replacement programme goes on. There's now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's three mechanics underneath, actually, and 1 on top. How the guy on top is getting his hand down between the front of that V10 and the firewall, I have got no idea whatsoever. But he's holding something that is judged to be important to the guys underneath. And the stop board is down now for Jutta Racing. It should be the tyres that take the time. We'll hear the rumble of the car as it comes in. This is another V10. This is the same V10 in a different shaped body. Comes to a stop right in front of us with the red, white and black livery. Driver now out. Seat insert in. Second driver already in and being belted up. Left-hand side tyres being changed. We're already on the right front. Nicely done. That's seated. Coming round to the left rear is going to be the last tyre. Now, something that they wanted to have a look at, they're changing the driver bottle. They've got a problem. They've got a problem on the right-hand side rear. It looks like the retaining pin hasn't popped on the wheel nut. That's the one that's meant to stop it flying off if it isn't mounted correctly, and so that had to be taken off. Fired the engine before they've put the left rear wheel on, so absolutely must not engage a gear here. That's very well managed, actually. Very well managed on a pit stop that wasn't perfect, but that could have been very much more difficult if the communication with the driver hadn't been absolutely perfect. So a little bit of a problem on that right rear, but that did not turn into a disaster, and that car is back off into the race. It's not just about doing good pit stops, Joe Bradley. It's about making sure that when things go wrong, you don't compound the error, and that was a perfect example of that for Jutta Racing.
Yeah, and it was a little bit tricky, wasn't it, with the car still up on its jacks, the driver engaging the gearbox there, and that could have gone horribly wrong, but thankfully we didn't have any mechanics with their hands on the wheel when he did that, and it quickly was addressed. So that car will quickly get back out. Justas Yonissis in the Jutta car now going out, and he's dropped behind the number 18 as we suspected he would. Kenneth Hire continues to lead. He will have completed 235 laps any second now as he comes across the line. And we will check in about 40 seconds time whether or not Sven Herberger is catching the leading Mercedes. It's Audi versus Mercedes at the front of this field. And the question is, Snowy, I'll go on, John.
Just add a little footnote to that stop. The right rear wheel that had the problem, and if we can get Seb on this, the right rear wheel that had the problem, and this was an absolutely excellent pickup. The problem was that one of the locating studs didn't want to unlocate, so the wheel came off fine. I thought it was the I thought it was the pin that held the nut because I was standing on the other side of the car. What it was this wheel came off the hub, but it left one of the locating pegs in the stub axle itself, which looks like that, and that's sheared off completely. So this gentleman here spotted it really quickly and went and got a couple of sets of pliers and physically pulled it out so that the new tyre and wheel combo would go on, because whilst that was still stuck in, obviously it wasn't going to mount, and that's what the problem was, and that's how they fixed it so quickly. So this man here is a bearded wonder.
Yeah, quick eyes there, wasn't it? He noticed that, was never going to accept the wheel. The man, the bearded wonder, there's the errant peg that he pulled out, and thankfully it came out, because that could have been a bit tricky there with the alloy wheel. I would imagine that's not an alloy piece as well. That would be kind of cold steel probably, or even stainless steel perhaps. So thankfully the 71 not too delayed and back out into the race. Sven Herberger reducing the gap. Snowy, he's pulling it in.
Yeah, John, what were we saying earlier about teamwork? It's not just it's not all about the drivers. Something, eagle eyes there to spot that and save. You could have sat there for ages trying to force that wheel to go on, and it never would have happened until that bit was removed. So it's exactly that drill all the time. That sort of just watching, knowing your job, whatever it may be. In that case, just changing a wheel. But superb spot there by the bearded wonder. I think you've named him now.
Experience as well comes into it. When he offered that wheel up and it just wouldn't go in, it wouldn't seat, I think he knew exactly what had happened, because it's probably happened to him before, and he quickly pulled the wheel off, saw what was happening, got the pliers, pulled it out, bosh, he got straight out onto it, and that comes down to experience as well. And we all did our apprenticeship somewhere, didn't we?
Allegedly.
I know I did. Served a proper apprenticeship, qualified. TCX, Snowy, they're a little bit further down the overall order. 15th, Tim Neuser in the SR Motorsport Porsche Cayman. That's currently leading TCX with 206 laps. We've only got one more TCX car in the field, and that's on 197 laps, 198. So we've got a 8-lap gap between the TCX runners, but that second car that I mentioned in that class, the number 178, Daniel Morris, at the wheel of CWS Engineering's Ginetta. It would be great to have more than one Ginetta G55, but I did notice when Nick went down had a look at the entry list for the 2025 Dubai, kicks off the 2025 season. I did notice that CWS has entered that car, I think it might be that car, it might be another car, in the GT4 category though.
Well, didn't I understand from talking to Colin White back in January at Dubai that they were looking, and looking is one thing, achieving it is another, but looking to upgrade, because I think that this particular car is, I think, could be described as venerable, to say the least now. So I would think for 2025 they're looking to upgrade that to a different car. So I would imagine what they've probably done is just got an entry in to secure, and can always change the exact vehicle, even if it's a class nearer the time. As you said, we're talking about a race in January, in July, so
yeah,
get the entry in now.
You know what though, Snowy, talking about that conversation that we were talking about there, that Colin White telling us that back in January when Mark Hizzy was in the car, in that CWS car, and we were at Abu Dhabi. You then went out to Dubai.
Owen Hizzy.
That was Owen Hizzy, Mark's his dad, isn't he?
Correct.
Yeah, of course.
My old mechanic.
Yeah, that's right. That was a fortnight ago, surely.
Yeah, January. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Got to be. Got to be a fortnight. The lead down to 39.3. He is chipping away, Sven Herberger, in the number 18 Sonderlock car, the Hofer racing car of Kenneth Hyatt. Just fractions of a second, chunks of seconds, to be honest. 7/10 last time by. As the third place car, that was the 71, that was the car we've just been talking about. And the fourth place car, I've got to say it, Snowy, all right, it's 4 laps off the lead lap, but the Prime Speed Sport Aston Martin has just slowly evolved, and I say evolved because I mean slowly, evolved up the timing screen order, hasn't it? And it's there, it's in fourth, and potentially it's got an overall podium in sight.
Always good to see an Aston just slowly evolving. We like that. Sven Herberger, by the way, just set a 1:37.5. It's the quickest lap of last lap of that race, and he's only now 38 seconds behind the Hoffa Racing Mercedes of Kenneth Heyer. So 11 and 18 entries. Good to see Liam Talbot in the Prime Sport Aston there. Just need to be that in. Need to be on third, don't we, to get it in the podium?
Yeah.
Am I showing too much bias there?
No, not at all. We know your Aston Martin Owners Club's links, Snowy.
Or just Aston Martin in general, really.
Yeah, Aston Martin in general links. Didn't your dad own a DB4?
Yes.
When you were a kid?
Yes, very nice
Yeah.
DB4 Vantage, Series 5.
That's
Caribbean
where the love
Pearl.
affair started,
There you go.
wasn't it? Wasn't that where the love affair started?
It was, yes, and I could still I still thank him for having the DB4 GT that he had for 6 months and sold and made 500 quid on in the mid-70s.
Yeah, I know, incredible.
Yeah, just don't go there. I wouldn't mind, but it was the prototype one as well.
Oh dear God!
But at the time it was, we're talking 1975, so it was a 1959 car. It was an old,
not that old.
Well, it was just a tatty old race car that caused problems. Had twin plug cylinder head and always fouled its plugs and just caused trouble. And it was just like 500 quid in the mid-70s. Well, it was probably buy a house, wouldn't it? So,
yeah, probably yes. Yeah, good. He
Yeah.
got a good deal.
Anyway,
really.
thanks, Dad.
Yeah, got a good deal selling your inheritance like that. Snowy.
Exactly. Yes.
992 still being led by RPM. Tracy Crone back in the Crone Aviation liveried car, and they've got a gap of 3 laps to the next of our 992 runners. That's Fulgenzi Racing, Eric Wagner, or he's American, so it would be Eric Wagner in the number 922. And then Orkin Racing a further 4 laps behind. So 992 uncharacteristically being spaced out. We've gotten quite used to the 992 class being very close throughout our long distance endurance races, even 24-hour races. But with this one here at MISANO, it seems that the 992 class is everyone's having a bit of a lonely time just circulating and ticking off the laps.
We're just waxing lyrical about Aston Martins and things that we should have done in the past. So we're just wondering, Nick's just wondering what cars you've got tucked away, Joe, that are sitting there just accumulating in the background, adding value.
My cars?
Yes. Some mention of a Metro. I assumed it was a 6R4, but
no, I never had a Metro. I had an Allegro.
Oh, an all aggro, brilliant.
With a square steering wheel.
Yeah, that's right. I said that to somebody the other day, and people don't believe it didn't have a round steering wheel. People did not believe you.
Yeah, it died while I was driving it. Subframe collapsed at the front. I kid you not.
No coincidence. It died whilst I was driving it. Yes, that just sounds like a driver interview. That does.
It absolutely did, and the story got better because I was being followed by a traffic cop, driven by a chap that became my training sergeant when I joined the police. He was very nice, very sympathetic,
very understanding of the situation.
An Allegro owner.
Yeah.
Was that Hindhoff in the background in the pits there, John?
Yes, just adding to old car wars, that ovoid steering wheel, that rounded off square steering wheel, which is bizarre now because quite often you have cars with flat bottom steering wheels, don't you? And if you look at GT3 cars now, they probably don't have a full steering wheel, or certainly don't have a full round steering wheel. So in fact, British Leyland were way ahead of the time. It's called Quartic steering wheel, that was. And they had.
I've never heard an Allegro being described as being. I've never heard an Allegro being described as being well ahead of its time.
There was clapping in the background.
I know.
And also, didn't they had a speaking car as well? They had a speaking dashboard, and they had a British actress voice all of the clips, and she actually only died last year, she was very, very famous, and the heat has got to my head. but somebody at RSL_studio will tweet that in. So it was a sort of synthesized dashboard that was on the MG Maestro, I think, which was kind of the spiritual successor to the Allegro. And somebody will tweet in that lady's name.
It had its own race series Maestros, didn't it? Were they MG Maestros that had their own race series?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Digital dash, speaking dash. Miles ahead of that time.
So it was the Maestro with the speaking dash, wasn't it? Not the Allegro.
Yes. Yes, the Maestro. That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
In comes I'll drag us back to the race, guys. The Vortex is in.
Thank you.
Just coming to a stop now. And I'm not sure they were ready. No, I was going to say I'm not sure they were ready for this. And now I'm absolutely sure they weren't ready for this because they've got a big trolley to go right underneath the middle of it, and it's going to go back into the dashboard. This is not cleaning of windscreen type stop, gentlemen, but that car came in and they actually have got some tyres ready, so maybe they were expecting it in, but they certainly weren't expecting to have to put it back into the garage, which is what they're doing now. So just for you, I'm back out in the searing heat, and the gull-wing door is open on the driver's side. There's not an awful lot of room to work around this car with all of the boards that they've got there. Driver is getting out. No tyres went on. Tyres to the right of the area, of the entry rather, to the garage. And they are working in the cockpit. And the inspection panel has come off on the right-hand side of the cockpit area. And that is that. Now, when we were talking earlier on about ease of service, that is not a user-friendly area for these guys to work into. I am going to stick my head in. They've put a fan in front of it to get some into the radiator. They're looking at electrics, and the engine deck, such as it is, has come off. That LS3 is buried deep in carbon fibre, air intake, and right down in the bodywork. This looks electrical to me, guys, but I'll find out. This French team, Philippe Bonnel and the rest of his crew, have worked so hard to develop this car down through the years, and they've been a great supporter of the Creventic 24H series with a variety of different designs of this car, but generally speaking, they've liked that big V8, and this Vortex 2.0, as it's called, is the latest iteration. They put a lot of work into the bodywork design of this car. Super aero. Saw its debut a couple of seasons ago now in the Middle East, and at that point it was purely carbon fibre, and it looked like it had been dropped in from another planet. There's some cleaning going on in there as well. Have they got a leak? Now they're putting the car on charge. I'm not saying that is particularly important because it's just sitting there and its systems are still running, but they are working feverishly to the right of where the driver will be sitting. Oh, big spanner coming in now. So I'm now going to say I think they had a leak of some description into the driver's compartment, and that's what they're working on. We'll let them get on with it. And where are we? 5:15 here.
John, I do have a Maestro update when you're ready.
Go on then.
Found out who it was.
If we must.
Well, you said somebody. Nicolette Mackenzie was the actress who voiced the dashboard.
Say again.
And she was Nicolette Mackenzie, and she was a Kiwi.
Nicolette Mackenzie, yes.
And she'd appeared in a BBC drama series called Triangle. Just to come, I'm happy now. You see, we're done. My work is done.
Go
on.
Do you remember what Triangle was? It was about the 3-stop North Sea crossing. It was based on a North Sea ferry, and it went in between 3 different places from the UK to continental Europe. That was Triangle. And that you're absolutely right, and I'm very sorry that I'd forgotten her name because I did know that. And I'm pretty certain she only died last year, actually. And brilliantly, the Maestro Owners Club had a big service of remembrance for her, which I thought was lovely. And apparently, she was a lovely lady, and she turned out whenever she could at the Owners Club meetings, which I think is a lovely, lovely story.
Tremendous. And she was only on the Van den Pla versions, which was your high-end. I'm going to say this right, and then I'm going to bite my lip off. The high-end Allegros. Is there such a thing?
I was going to say, isn't that an oxymoron?
Maestros, I should say. The Van den Pla Maestros.
They had the big sort of, dare I say, Rolls-Royce-esque fluted grills on the front of them. Started with the Van den Pla started off way before. Now Nick Damon is the one to get you on all British marks, but the Van den Pla was a mark on its own, and they built cars that at one stage did use Rolls-Royce engines. Interestingly enough, the straight 4-litre, I think, Van den Pla was a Rolls-Royce engine back in the day. I'm really stretching this with nowhere to look on the internet.
Well, here's one for you, John.
Yeah.
Aston Martin connection with Austin Allegro.
Tail lights.
No, it's not. It's a bit vaguer than that. The current Aston Martin historian, Steve Waddingham, is a massive Allegro fan and has one and loves it and puts it way above any Aston he's ever driven. There you go.
I can't say it any longer.
I knew that I should bring Nick in.
How's is this long, Damon?
I just was being good.
I said it would work.
Triumph TR4 rear lights that are used on the DB4, 5 and 6. But I'm very pleased that you're absolutely right about the Van den Pla and originally being a mark on its own and using the 4-litre weird engine that Rolls had, which is one overhead valve and one side valve on the engine, on the head.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah.
There you go. Every day's school day.
Well, there's a lot of really interesting things. If you ever get bored, and this is, look up the Comma Knocker, the most innovative engine I've ever heard of, the Comma Knocker. And obviously the Van den Pla then became a trim level and absolutely you had an Allegro with a ridiculous, pretentious grille and, of course, wooden picnic tables in the rear seats as well. Yeah, that's what you obviously need.
Started off with the 11 and 1300s, though, didn't it? In
fact, they did.
Was there not a Wolseley as well?
No, because what they did was they had the Wolseley and the Riley. They had the Riley Elf and the Wolseley Hornet, which were versions of the Mini, and then the very popular Austin 1100 and 1300, which for many years was the best-selling car in Britain, people forget, before BMC completely lost the plot. They then had a Wolseley version of that, not a Riley version, but then they culled both those two marks around the time of the merger in 1970, and when they realised they hadn't got a name anymore in the Austin, this is before they had Rover, that's when they brought back Van den Pla to be a top-level trim.
None of which are racing at MISANO today.
And I'll go now for the next 12 minutes.
I knew if I mentioned tail lights, I would get you in, so my single word, got him in. And
it's like going fishing.
Next time on classic British cars that you've never heard about, we'll be talking about. Oh, I think we should go through the lesser-known variants of the Hillman Imps: Chamois, Stiletto, and Californian.
Singer Chamois.
We'll do that next time.
You may have noticed.
I lusted after one of those.
You may have noticed that I've kept well out of that because I still have nightmares of doing exhausts on them and bottom ball joints, which were shimmed, and they were just awful things. They were tools of torture, medieval tools of torture for mechanics.
Do you want some racing?
Please.
I think we should drag ourselves back to it. Red Ants are back in with the white car. This is the 904 machine. And once again, we are looking into the very tight engine bay of this 992 Cub car. That's gone back on. I wonder if that would fit mine then, that rear engine cover up. It would. You'll never notice if I just always wanted a ducktail on mine. So what are they looking at underneath there? This was the car that we were crawling all over before. The red car is still in with the tail up as well. Now this one's going to have to go back in as well, gentlemen. It has not been a Porsche day, has it? Really? As the heat and the particular challenges of World Circuit, MISANO World Circuit, Marco Simoncelli has taken its toll on the flat sixes, whether it be the GT3 or the 992 Cup cars. And this is going to take another bit of a look at. I'm going to just see if I can grab somebody and see what the problem is. And they are... Who's in the car at the moment? Is it Michael? It is. Michael Haverantz who's in the car. I'll hold the door open so he gets a bit of fresh air. Michael, what's the problem?
So we have gone back out again, and we were running, and we were checking if the problems were fixed. But the water temp is still going too high. I still get the message, and when they checked in degrees how much it was, it's also too high. And I also got an oil temperature message. So they saw also that water's coming out. Right. So they're checking now to fix it, and hopefully we can go back out.
Well done for spotting it. So remember, this was the car that had that big serpentine. I'll leave that open for him, actually. That big serpentine belt on the end. I'll give him a waft, guys, while you're fixing that. That's fine. The big serpentine belt that had to be changed on the back of the engine. And Michael sitting impassively there as they're, I think, going to have to do that again. Sorry, you go through. You've got work to do. So this is the same issue, high temperatures, water and oil as well now, even after they have changed that drive belt to the water pump. The oil pump obviously is driven directly off the engine, and they're having a look under the left wheel arch, presumably to have a look at the oil pump, which is, from memory, is on that side of the engine. There's no further update on the next door garage, which is the Vortex V8. They're still scrambling around in the void behind what would be the passenger side on the right-hand side of that. And there's a bit of a not too sure kind of look at that. And so at coming on at 25 minutes past 5 on a beautiful sunny Saturday afternoon, we are starting to see this endurance race, gentlemen, really bite.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. 4.5 hours remaining, almost just over that, as you say, and it's still very much all to play for, considering the lead cars are only 34 seconds apart. All right, the third place due to Racing Audi, car 71. That's all right. It's 2 laps off. But that 2 laps on a 4.1 kilometre track can disappear in the blink of an eye. And right now, with the stint of Kenneth Heyer on 52 minutes, Sven Herberger in second on 32 minutes, only 10 minutes apart. So for me, Snowy, that is a race. That is a race with a 34-second gap. And that has come down to that 34 seconds from... What was it when we started out here, when Herberger took over the car? I can't remember
exactly what it was, but you're absolutely right, Joe. It's a
chunk of time, though.
Well, 34 seconds, it's certainly a race, but multi-point coming down to it is the incredible bit. It's gone up just very slightly that lap to 35.4.
I think
John.
You said 1 minute 42. I think you said it was 1 minute 42 at one stage, Peter.
Did I?
I seem to remember
It was.
you
It went
saying.
back out. It went back out to 2:11 at one stage.
Wow.
So
Wow.
yeah, it was 2:11 at one point. That was the high punch. Looking back through, yeah, that was the biggest gap. So
wow.
that's.
So, guys, but those gaps that you're talking about there, 2 laps is not even a pit stop cycle. by the time you've taken your fuel and got into the pit, because of the time it takes to fill here, that isn't a pit stop. So nobody who's watching or listening here should be thinking that this is a foregone conclusion, because we are not even a full pit stop apart from those top 3 cars, by no means.
You know what that is? That's a stuck wheel gun, isn't it? That could come down to a stuck wheel gun.
Or a broken lug.
Yes.
And I was just going to say, Peter, that broken lug that we took, if that hadn't been identified and they'd faffed on, or worse still, they'd put the wheel on and sent him and thought it was all right, and he'd lost a wheel and had to tour back in again, that's exactly what you're talking about there. You're spot on, Snowy.
Well, to see how this gap reduces. 35 seconds, 4 hours to go. Incredible. Never ceases to amaze me this with endurance racing, how we run for so long and for still have such tight racing, such close gaps. I think it's absolutely brilliant. And so this is endurance. This is what it's all about. So it's Mercedes, Audi at the moment. The Prime Speed Aston is in 4th. Obviously a lot of Mercedes lineage in that car as well underneath it. And then RPM Fulgenzi Racing. Orchid, they had that little issue, didn't they, earlier on, where wasn't that one of the car that was attacked? I think it was the Orchid car on turn 5, I think it was, and it was hit in the door. Had to come back and some remedial work, but that's making its way back up again. But that's now in 8th position.
Yeah, it's still, like you say, it is very much all to play for, and we are literally only a minute and a half to the 4.5 hour mark. I'm going to dive off into the pits as Nick Damon is going to pull up beside the Snowy and take you through. I think you're going into your last 1 hour stint, aren't you, mate? So I'll see you when I get back.
Yeah, indeed. Just took the last 2 lap times there. Kenneth Hare in the Hoffa Racing Mercedes, a 1:37.938. Sven Herberger in the Santalot Junior Audi, 1:37.980. Talk about matching.
Well, yeah, the thing, of course, is that Kenneth is the quickest of the Hoffa drivers, and Sven is the 3rd fastest of the drivers in the Santalot team. So the issues, I don't know how much of the 2 hours that Michael Doppelmayr has done. My feeling is it's certainly over an hour, but he's still got another chunk of time to do it, which they will lose out on unless they can get it done during a code 60. But also, I don't think we've seen Michael Kroll yet on the Hoffa Racing team. And Michael is on the gentleman's side of racing as well. But interesting, they obviously have the option not to run Michael because the team's all amateur. He doesn't bring the team into amateur level. So they haven't. If Michael decides to step aside as the team owner and manager, effectively, to see what the team can do, he doesn't need to run those 2 hours. So there's quite a lot of tactics still going on. Obviously, it doesn't run 2 hours to get the points of the championship, but seeing your car on the top step is probably better than that sometimes.
Yeah, I hadn't realised that Sven Herberger is actually a bronze rated driver. I know that's not entirely relevant to all of this Creventic series, but that's where his level is as a driver.
It just means that bronze is, if you want to go and run anything that's ACO regulated, you need to have a medal attached to you, and bronze is the lowest. Yeah. They haven't got tin yet, which is one of the reasons why I don't race in ACO rules. There isn't a low enough metal for me, you see. So what would you be then? Would you be bronze or silver?
I was a silver, but I'd be bronze
if
now.
You aged out.
Because of age.
Aged out to a bronze.
I've timed out, Nick. That's what it is.
They got no, he's way too old.
Yes, really? Exactly. Yes, tin foil at the bottom, they'll do.
So just looking at the, to pick back up again, what I think is interesting is the problems that all the 992 Pro cars have had, both the Red Ants and the Red Camel Jordans. They've all had engine problems, effectively. I mean, the engine problem for the 904, the white car, seems to have been caused initially by a belt failure, which obviously meant things overheated, and engines don't like being overheated whatsoever. But it does mean we're going to see an overall victory for one of the 992 AM cars. And at the moment, there's a bit of a cracking battle. It's less than a minute between first and second. Nicholas Jonsson in the RPM racing car, the car he shares, of course, with Tracy Cron. And the Fulgenzi Racing Porsche, which got Eric Wagner in at the moment on the 922. They're within a minute of each other, and this is we've not really seen this chance for the amateur teams to shine. And it's great to see that we've got a real battle at the front of the 992 class. Third place actually is about 11 minutes further back, and that's Alexander Motet on the Orchid Racing team in 917. And then in fourth place, it's the car that is responsible. He's responsible because they were the car that got kicked out for doing it, for removing the Herbert Racing car, which was, of course, the Septiju Racing by Duvo Racing car. They are running in fourth at the moment, about 14 minutes off the lead, whatever that is in laps. It's Gilles Blasco in the car, though he wasn't the one who caused the problem.
Just looking at that mixture of driver ability there in that Audi. So you've got 2 bronzes, a silver, and Pierre Caffer obviously being a gold. So good old mixture there in that currently second place car. Interesting you say there that so the gap's steadied at, to be honest, plateaued at 30. Well, it's just dropped down. I'm just going to say 35 seconds because I'm coming 34.
It's traffic.
It's holding that, but it ebbs and flows with traffic.
Exactly. When they get the rest of Caffer's time in, that's 2 or 3 seconds lap they're going to be gaining. But when they get Doppelmayr in the car, it's 4 or 5 seconds they're going to be losing. It's kind of the ebb and flow of a team that's made up of different levels of talent, and that's the whole point of these championships. Yeah, if everyone was a pro, then we'd all be doing the 24 hours of Spa, wouldn't we? And being relatively bored by it as well. Oh, it's John. How are you, sir? Hello, Hyde of the pit lane.
I'm very well. Right, we've done some hot races in our time, including in the Middle East.
Yes.
I have never, ever seen anything like this. It's dead easy to know who's got a pit stop because the people literally only venture out of the shade onto the pit lane at the moment the car is heading into the pit lane or into fueling. And that's what's happening now right in front of us for Seb Lajoux Racing by Duo. It's the number 908 car, which is coming in now. Interestingly, that hasn't gone into fueling. So I'm going to suggest that this isn't a scheduled stop. There is another car in the fueling.
Yeah, that's our leader. It's Kenneth Heyer, who's just popped into fueling in the 11 Hoffer racing machine. But that's pretty much on about the hour he would do normally for a tyre and fuel run. Sven Herberger in second is only on 41 minutes for his stint, so he's got another 25 to 30 minutes to go.
Why?
What have you done to your foot?
Why would you stop and change driver and not put fuel in? I've got Colin White next to us.
Genuinely don't know.
Stop and change drivers with no fuel. Yes. The problem is if he's feeling really yucky, stop at that filling station after you've done a stint. It's too hot.
This is Colin White talking, by the way, for those of you who haven't worked.
So really,
so the heat soak is just as bad for the driver as it is for the car.
Yeah, it's really bad down there and getting filled up. You've got to sit there for 4 minutes just roasting. Right.
So if you're feeling bad, better step out of the way. Then that's only going to make you worse. Colin came to inquire about my ankle, which was very kind. An old basketball injury from about 40 odd years ago.
I thought sunny weather should make it improve it.
The sunny weather. Let's talk about that sunny weather. You guys are mad. You're doing this with 2 drivers. I've just said to the guys back in the studio, we've had some hot races, but I've never seen a pit lane that is cleared like this because everybody's in the shade. How brutal is it out there, Colin?
Really, really bad. The air, you open all the vents up to try and get more air in the car, and all you can feel is warm air. It's not cold air. You'd think by going speed you get cold air, but it's not. So it gets warmer, so you've got to close the vents off, and all you can do then is stick your hand out the window a little bit and try and get a bit more in. But I snapped my helmet tube off, so I'm better to glue that back on from me. Air intake to my head.
Yeah, you know you put that in the helmet, not on your head though, don't you?
Yeah, I know.
Now, what happened with that power steering issue earlier on? You got to the bottom of that?
Yeah, it's a fatigue on a pipe with the hot weather, and it just started to drip. The reservoir of the fluid was dripping out, and then we were topping it up, but it got worse and worse, so in the end we had to sort of cut it off and repair it properly, so it cost us some time.
Now, we've been talking about the 20th anniversary of the Dubai 24. Date's already out. We've seen a pretty interesting entry list of sorts, at least sort of applications for interest. Are we going to see you there?
Yeah, we're going to try and get me GT4 car done. We haven't got enough GTXs coming out, etc. So, we've got a GT4 at home. We're on building up. I'm racing one in England at the moment. We'll either try and rent that car or build mine up, whichever, and race. But it's got more air conditioning in that car, and it works.
Dan was sitting behind me on the way out, and he was talking about the heat, and I said, I raced a Super Cup car, which was a development car many years ago that had aircon in it that only worked off throttle. It was really quite a clever little system, so you didn't lose any power when you were on the throttle. It sort of must have had a centrifugal clutch or something, and it just blew. The genetic system was just blowing your cold air in when you were off throttle.
That's what Mike Simpson was trying to say that we was going to have. But the idea is that when you come off the throttle, it then engages the air pump to help slow you up, and then you don't lose your brake horsepower.
Yeah, it's a brilliant idea. It worked really well. I mean, I was racing it at Rockingham, so I didn't really need to be cooled down. Tell us a little bit more about this race then, Colin. You guys have been such great supporters of Creventic. You keep coming here. Why do you keep coming here? Why do you keep coming and supporting these guys?
My mechanics can wear shorts.
That is a big thing, I tell you, particularly when it's like this.
The trouble is the British GT is a good series. It's well respected in England. SRO was worldwide, but their rules and regulations are very strict. And you need a team of like 12 people to be able to come in and fuel the car in here with a fuel rig and everything. The amount of time and effort to do it is quite extensive, and it's very expensive. This is a cheaper series to do, and you can rock up quite close to the time when the event's going to be on in race. The penalties here and penalisations are not as strict. And the racing is just as good. You've got all the same sort of cars, but but I do both. So, and I like people that's doing a good series, and they take us all over the world. A reason to go and do something.
Well, long may you continue to do it, Colin. Thanks for supporting the series, and I can see you're still enjoying it. So keep on trucking, mate. Keep on trucking.
Yeah, I'm going to repair my helmet.
Gun Mendy's helmet now. Colin White, CWS. So Dan's in the car at the moment. Remember, just two of them in that car, which has to be one of the most bonkers things I've ever seen. And hashtag this is endurance. That's endurance. Two of them
certainly is.
in this heat.
Yeah,
that's like just me and Di doing the pit lane for 12 hours.
Hi. Well, yeah, sort of. It is. I'm sure it seemed like a good idea when they put the entry form in and hadn't looked at the weather forecast. It's great to see Colin White back. He had that really, really bad accident about 2 years ago now, and it's fantastic to see him back and as ebullient as ever. Now, you see whenever I think of Ironman endurance cars starts, I always think of, I think it's 2011 Le Mans, when Narain Karthikeyan dislocated his shoulder before the start, and it was Andre Lotterer and who else did the entire race in the Coles Audi R10? Who was the driver who shared it with Lotterer? That made Lotterer's career, didn't it, in endurance racing? Can't remember who it was who shared it with him that year. But I remember seeing Karthikeyan
at Le Mans?
11, I think it was. John, yeah, go for it. Do you know, John? No, John's obviously just disappeared for a second. So yeah, it's just kind of a case. It was a. I remember seeing Karthikeyan as he hopped over the wall, and he literally vaulted it, and he just twisted on his arm. He dislocated the shoulder as it started. It was, and then they ran the whole. I think Lotterer did 14 hours. I think. And I'm just trying to remember who his teammate. His teammate was quite well known, but I can't think who it was. No, it wasn't until he won in 2000. It must have been before that then.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I haven't got access to Twitter where somebody's shouting at me now, going, "This is what it was." But yeah, so that's where I always think. Was John back?
Yes, I am. I was about to say you're not allowed to do that anymore now. You
No,
have
you're
to
not.
have three drivers.
Even if your other driver dislocates his shoulder on the grid. Do you remember who it was who shared it with in that year? Because it was Lotterer and somebody else who was quite well known, but I can't remember who it was. For the life
it's
of
in
me.
the back of my mind, but unfortunately my mind is gently broiling.
Yes,
at the
you have
moment.
melted your mind, haven't you? What is useful to see, though, is even though you've melted your mind, you still remember 1960s British car trivia.
Charles Volsman.
Charles Volsman. Oh, right. Charles Volsman, yeah.
Yes, it was. Well done. Well Googled.
Exactly.
You simply aren't allowed
Undeniably.
to do that now. So you're not allowed to do that now. So what you'd have to do now is find somebody or get somebody there who was a qualified driver. Otherwise, you would have to withdraw the car. And that driver probably would have to do warm-up and start the race.
So if you just skate his shoulder on the start grid, as he did, that'd be it. You'd be out.
Yeah, I think now that car would have had to have been withdrawn, unless you had somebody who just happened to be standing around, like, I don't know, I'm trying to think of who, you know,
well, how about
a works driver or something.
Yeah, but say this happened this year, and McNish was standing by, would he be aged out now, being able to just get in the car? I mean, I'm not saying he would, because obviously he's not his fitness in there. Yeah, would he be able to just jump in the car?
McNish doesn't even have a race licence. He doesn't even have a race licence. No, seriously. When he stopped. He stopped. And I said to him, I said to him, Alan, you're not really going to stop, are you? And he said, yeah. I said, you're going to not do you? No. So I've got more chance of getting in a car at Le Mans than he has. Pit stop for Haas, the number 1 car, in and out. By the way, I realise I have no chance of getting in a prototype car at Le Mans because I'm only at National C. That was a very, very good stop indeed from the Haas RT machine. I was in that pit just a moment or two ago. If you're just joining us with still more than a third of the race to go, or just on a third of the race to go, they had contact early on, which damaged the car. Then they had a slow puncture, so it's not so much a race for them as just an endurance. It really is an endurance, and they are continuing to compete.
Well, you say that, but they've now worked themselves onto the podium.
Yeah, but that's not what they wanted, was it, Nick?
Well, Haas RT, well, no, probably not, but they are now on in third in the AM class. Interestingly, we were chatting with Joe about it a couple of hours ago, and they were 14 laps off getting on the podium. But the problems for the other teams, and it's been a real attritional race. To give you an idea how attritional it is, Nicholas Jonsson in the 992 RPM racing, so an amateur 992 car, is running 5th overall, John. So that's... And then in 6th, it is the Fulgenzi Racing. So to give you Sven Herberger's leading by about 3 minutes, 20 seconds from Michael Kroll. I think it's the first time Michael's got into the Hoffa racing machine, the Mercedes. So he will be losing a little bit of time with some of the faster drivers, but this is how the ebb and flow of the 4 and 5 driver lineups go. But owing us a stop quite soon is Santalok with the number 18 car. That'll be coming in the pits relatively quick. They've done 51 minutes, another 10, 12 minutes, they'll be back in again. Just to enter the classes, David Rizecki, thank you, got there finally. Tripping over my own tongue there.
Well done.
Thank you very much. I kind of hoped you could have helped me there, but hey-ho. From the Buggy Rides ZM Racing Mercedes, that is leading in GT4, as it has ever since about an hour and a half into the race, and we are now just creeping up to 8 hours, not quite made the 2/3 mark. Second place is the 407 car, which is in the pits at the moment. I'm not sure it's in the pits in a bad way. It's been in for half an hour. So they are absolutely dominating that race. Currently, they've done 241 laps. The next closest car has done 209 laps, but that's not running at the moment. So Jose Garcia, the Lion Speed car, will, in the next 4 or 5 minutes, move into second place in the GT4. That's the Porsche Cayman GT4 RS. That will move into second place in GT4, and the Aston Martin will drop down to third. Now, obviously, not been on for a while. Do we know what the problem with the Aston Martin is? Why it's been in the pits for half an hour? The street art car?
No, I don't. I missed that bit completely.
I don't know if John's anywhere near it.
Saw it being rotated back in, in the background.
Okay, so John could perhaps find it. It's not too far a walk. Yeah, John, come in.
Guys, yeah, it's been in and out. They had a variety of problems, and they were stringing it up at one stage. I think they'd had a bit of contact on the left front.
It's
I'll have
407
down there
because it's saying it's been in for half an hour now, 31 minutes. So as you say, it's been in and out and been back in again. So that sounds quite unfortunate.
Right,
but
I've walked past. I shall go and investigate before I hand over to Diana.
Good stuff. So that is the GT4 class, which has been absolutely dominated by Buggy Rides ZM Racing, for that, which will be their third win in a row. Might be their fourth win in a row, but certainly they'll definitely be their third win in a row in the championship. TCE, Tim Nauser from SR Motorsport with the Porsche Cayman GT4 CS is on 229 laps, and Dan Morris in the CWS Engineering, we just heard from the fabulous Colin White, is on 221 laps. So they are 8 laps behind, and that is really, they've made a little bit of time up from when they lost that big chunk with the power steering hose, but they need to think in this final third of the race, they need a little bit of a problemette for SR Motorsport to give them a chance to catch up.
Yeah, it's just they say fortune favours the brave and all that, but it just, these things can happen so easily. We mentioned, didn't we, earlier about that broken lug. It can just, something so simple can just change your whole fortune, but you need it the other way as well.
Yeah. So because of the demise of several of the more favoured machines, we have a kind of an interesting look outside the top 3. So Santalock Junior team, we thought they'd be up here. Hoffa Racing, there's always a good chance they get a good run, they'll be up there. Then we've got Jutta Racing, the Lithuanians have put another good run together, and they're running in third, 9 seconds behind Michael Kroll and Hoffa Racing at the moment. So they are absolutely on par, though again they're half a pit stop behind, so like a minute and a half. Liam Talbot has got that Prime Speed Sport Aston Martin, had some problems early on, got that nicely up the field itself into 4th place, so they are a couple of laps behind third. And then in 5th place it's the recovering PTT by Schnitzler Racing with JMO Hartling, but they are back some 15 laps in the lead. John, what you got?
Now, you asked about Aston Martin, and I was right, they were stringing it up. I saw them doing that ages ago. They've partially pulled down the garage door. That does not mean retirement. This is all about getting a little bit of shade on the guys that are working on the car. No driver in the car. It's not on the hijacks, but they've got all the wheels off. And I think there was some damage to the left front when it came in, so let's have a little look. Remember, this was the car we were talking about, its brake pressure earlier on, and oh no, we're doing brake pads again. Yeah, this is brakes again on this car. And they did a set of brake pads at 4 hours on the front. Remember, this was the car that was wearing them asymmetrically, left to right. Left was going through a much more brake pad than the right-hand side. Those are fine. They've also bled the brakes and changed the brake fluid. The pro driver wanted a little bit more feel on that car. So this is front brake problems. My apologies, gents, not an incident. So they are working through some more braking problems, and I'll tell you now that this is absolutely, totally and utterly down to the excess heat that's coming up off the circuit. This is no detriment at all to the Aston Martin. What's going on here? What's your name?
I'm Matty. I'm the engineer of the car.
Hello, Matty, engineer of the car. Now, you changed your brake pads about 4 hours into the race, and we saw the difference between the left and the right because of how the ABS is compensating because of all the right-handers. Then you bled the brakes, and there's more brake problems now. What's going on?
So there are like a lot of components inside the caliper as well that wear down, and we have so high temperatures that we will have to refurbish the calipers right now, right here. Yeah, so we need to cool them down properly, easily. Otherwise, we will crack the calipers as well inside somewhere. So we need to cool them down easily. We will refurbish the calipers, and we will try to finish the race because we're still classified for our class. We are still in P3, unfortunately for the BMW because it crashed, and it's hopefully they get it fixed as well. But we want to stay close to the leader, minimum of 50% of the lap, and finish the race. Make sure we qualify for this race. We finish it properly. So we're going to do our best.
Got to remember that this is a GT4 car, so you haven't got things like quick release calipers and stuff like that.
We also have a GT3 in our team. There we have a quick release, and you're just going to completely change the brake disc, caliper, all the fluids that are inside. So that's really, really nice system. But yeah, unfortunately for our GT4, we don't have it.
Now, is this this isn't a problem because the car is under brake. This is the excessive heat that's coming for. This is a very dark surface, and we're getting a lot of heat coming up from the track.
Yeah, we've got like track temperature over 50 degrees right now. It's starting to cool down already. We've got the hottest part of the day. We already passed that, so that's fine. But yeah, it's really hot, and that heat. Just remember, it's 50 degrees on tarmac, but that also gets in the radiators. It's not just on the tarmac, it's just above it as well. It's really hot, so everything gets really hot, and it doesn't cool down properly.
I've not been in a pit lane this hot, even when we've been racing in Dubai.
Yeah, so even I've got some mechanics with a lot of years of experience, like over 20, 30 years of experience. We've got some paint on the discs, and they have never seen a red indicating disc paint. Not only changing to white is obviously more common, but changing the white into a yellow, like overheating even the paint on the disc, he hasn't seen that before.
So that's heat indicating paint, so you can have a look and see what temps the calipers are.
Yeah, so you've got green, orange and red. Obviously green is okay, orange is still alright, and then you've got red, it's too much. And this red is already turning yellow after the white, so yeah, it's really hot. Yeah.
Hard work for you guys in this as well, so keep on going. Good stuff, mate.
Cool. We will keep drinking and do our best to finish the race.
Keep the water coming. This is endurance, Nick Damon.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's interesting to say the parts of the caliper. I can only assume it means that the pistons are breaking down, because a racing caliper is normally milled from a monoblock. So you've got the monoblock caliper, which has the waterways, the ways for the fluid to run through, and that just activates as a simple pressure mark onto the pistons. The pistons have seals. I think the seals are broken down.
That's what I was thinking. That was my first thought. More initially, the seals, and of course you'll have different metals there. So the casting of the piston will be different to the piston. Yeah, casting of the caliper will be a different metal.
Of course, with a huge heat, you get the different expansions, and that causes the issue. Yeah.
So it's just a great shame that to state the obvious, but I absolutely understand all the method of cooling it down slowly so that you don't damage those oil ways inside or fluid ways inside and all that. But I'd have thought they've had a spare set of calipers that they could just put on and then refurbish other ones afterwards, not mid-race. But they did say they've got a GT3 car, so maybe maybe the GT4 is a new addition. They just haven't got to that part yet of having all the spares to run that car yet. But
I think you're probably right. I think that it's what have you got from the set? They probably have got a set of spares, but I suppose the point about it is if you take off the calipers, then you have to bleed the whole system anyway because you don't have a dry brake system.
Well, not on a GT4, no.
John, Karen?
Correct. Yeah, more brake stories and also some front end damage stories for HRT Performance. The 967 car has just been in and out, and again we are seeing very different wear rates on the left and right brake pads. I mean, literally half the width on one side to the other. That is a function of this circuit being mainly right-handed, but also,
John, I think it's actually a function of this. Sorry, it's actually a function of the fact you're doing a lot of braking and turning on this track.
And turning.
You're not doing what you normally do, which is the kart braking, which is in a straight line. You are braking and turning on this track the whole time, braking. Way more than any other track I've pretended to be on.
Yeah, awful lot of trail braking. It's a very technical circuit.
And the ABS is doing its job, and it's, it is trying to keep the pads in contact with the calipers. The other problem that the HRT Performance car is going to have, 967, don't know who's in that car at the moment, but they've been off the track and they have stripped this piece of plastic and rubber off the bottom of the front splitter. Now, it's just an interference fit. It goes on and clips into place. There is a fixing point that you can put something through at either end, but in fact, actually one's broken on the left-hand end, but a lot of people don't even do that. They just push it on. The problem is, for it being such a tiny little piece of aero on the front of the car, it has a huge effect on the front downforce and therefore the turning that the car is able to do. So that number 967 is going to be wearing its front Hankook tyres more than ever and more than it should be. Right, 5 minutes to change over. I'm going to have a wander up to pit out, and for the next couple of hours after that, you'll be in the safe and gentle hands of Diana Binks.
Oh, how marvellous. I believe those little under-chin spoilers are about €1,800. Someone told me
that's about right. Yeah, they are. Yeah,
and they get through a few of them. I want to be on the spares department on Monday at Stuttgart and go, yes, that is €1,800. Oh, that is €2,000.
I'm not quite sure about the manic panto laugh as well, but there you go.
Well, you know, hang on. If you were working in the spares department at Stuttgart, you'd be chuffed to bits, wouldn't you? Well, this is endurance race, fantastic.
I could never aspire to in such lofty heights.
Just thinking, your dad hadn't sold that car, you wouldn't have to work at all.
Exactly. Just thanks for reminding me of that again.
Oh dear. Okay, let's have a quick look at the overall running in the Porsche class again. Into the top three Porsche 992 classes are now running 5, 6, and 7 overall. It's still RPM from Fulgenzi from Orchid Racing. The gap is 1:56 now. Niklas Jonsson leads Eric Wagner, and then it's 10 minutes back to Orchid Racing. At the front of the field, Sven Ehrberger leads by 3 minutes or so from Justus Jonas. So Justus Racing now have got into second place. Michael Kroll and Hoffa Racing is third overall, and Leon Talbot in Prime Speed Sport Aston Martin is fourth. Now, the interesting thing about that is that the stint lengths are Prime Speed Sport 1 hour at 17. They will be in very, very soon. Sven Herberger, 1 hour, 4 minutes, probably in the next 12 minutes. Justus Jonas is done just shy of an hour, so he'll be in 15 minutes, but Michael Kroll only be in the car 20 minutes. So I think rotationally, we may well see the Hoffa car move to the front of the race for a 15, 20-minute period in about half an hour's time.
Yeah, troubles for the CWS engineering Ginetta with Daniel Morris aboard. That's stationary in the pit lane with the laptop plugged in. Colin White's in it. It says Daniel Morris on our screen, but Colin's actually in the car. Recognise that pale blue helmet and black and pale blue as per the colours of his business. Diana, you've got something for us on this.
Well, I'm in the garage just in the shade at the moment because I'm not joking, the temperature is
very
higher.
wise.
I think it's about 38, 39 degrees. It is, Colin, it's in the car. They're struggling at the moment, as you've just said, but Dan is in the garage just with a towel on his head. He's just got out, so he's incredibly hot. It's very hot inside that car, so they've got a delay here, which I'm just trying to find out what it is, but I know it's... they've got the laptop out and they're checking a few things. I've tried to fire it up a couple of times and not been able to. So it looks like... No result to that yet. Once I get a result, I'll let you know.
Okay. But it is the laptop of doom, isn't it? Once you see that plugged in, it doesn't mean... It never means good news, is it? It's never... Oh, I've just found an extra 20 horsepower and just put it in the car here.
Exactly so.
What bit's not working? What sensor has decided it's not going to play ball anymore is the basic thing. Are you going through Twitter to see who's talking about you?
No, I was just reading an update on Le Mans drivers, what the rules are these days.
What are they now?
I've got to just you maybe close that down.
If you've read something which is a follow-on from a previous conversation, adding extra information, this is your duty. It's your duty to tell us it.
Ready to do my duty? Okay, right. So Ian McCarthy, always good to have you on board. Thank you, Ian, for always sensible stuff. Used to be Le Mans, your driver could be switched as long as the replacement could do 5 laps in practice or attend the driver's briefing under force majeure rules.
Okay.
It may not be the same anymore, but it can be.
Okay, so it's now just coming to the end of hour number 8. Let's see the order of the cars on the track. So leading, we have Sven Herberger in the Santalok Junior team. They have a 3-minute 33-second lead over Jutta Racing, the number 71. Currently it's Justus Jonas who is in that Audi. It's Audi from Audi. It's Mercedes in third with Michael Kroll, the sort of the name above the door of Hoffa Racing. I know it's not called Kroll Racing, but he is the man who owns it, the number 11. Then we've got Prime Speed Sport with the Aston Martin, the down-under combination of New Zealand and Australia. And then we had the first of our 992 Cup cars. It's a 907 RPM racing car, Niklas Jonsson, Tracy Cronin, Philip Amprecht. Then it's the Fulgenzi Racing, the Italian 992 in second. Orchid Racing from Switzerland. in the 917 are in third in class, and then we go back to our top class, our GT3 class, and in 8th place in GT overall and 5th place overall, it is PTT by Schnitzel in Racing. Seb Lejoux Racing, Baduvo Racing are 9th overall and 4th in class, and have been very, very naughty as far as the 91 is concerned. Then it's our leader in GT4, they're up in 10th overall, that's Boogie Rise ZM Racing. Our comeback kings, Haas RT, who've come back from a very bad start, they are now up into 11th, but more importantly on the podium in class with their Audi. Then Land Motorsport, Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff, who's only 3 minutes behind them and also chasing after that final podium spot in the 12th overall. Then RD Signs with a Huracan, that's had problems recently in the GT3 class again. Nicolas Milchelon on that one. And then we have our 718 Cayman, so our leader in TCE, that's the SR Motorsport cars in 14th, then HRT Performance, and then CWS Engineering, the second car in TCE, in 16th overall. Vortex, they're on their own in GTX, but they are more importantly leading their class, and also in 17th place after just recently solving another one of a niggling set of problems. And then we begin to pick up some of the cars who've had problems and some of the cars who are just about to. Lion Speed in 18th place are actually currently in the fuel stop in GT4. Herberth Motorsport with Scott Noble are back out again after the time they spent fixing the steering rack, and they're trying to just effectively have a long-range test, make sure the car's working well. The 407 Street Art Racing GT4, that is still in the pits with a braking issue. Then it's a 904 Red Ant Racing, that's got an engine issue. The 988 MRS GT car, that is actually running again after it, again, it's also hit issues. And the E2P car, that was cars run very near the front of the field with their Porsche GT3. Unfortunately, that's been in the pits now, the 23 car, for about 2 hours and 23 minutes. And then the rest of the people are walking wounded or not running anymore. That's Hankook Motorsport with Chris Verhoeven and the 419. The number 8, the Boom by Kessel Racing, the beautiful Ferrari 296 GT3, that's been out and lounging about in the pits for a long time. Unfortunately, it's been out for 4.5 hours. And then the 2 cars that really didn't get going at all, Yannick Redont in the Red Ant Racing had engine problems very early on, and Luke Broikers, well, the entire Broiker clan in fairness, in the Red Camel. Jordan 909, that machine, I am afraid, never even took the start. And that is how they're standing, with 2/3 of the race gone, 1/3 to go. So with 8 hours gone, we are now going to have a little bit. So we are entering the final third of the race. We've had 8 hours of attritional action, Snowy. What are you looking forward to seeing in the last 4 hours?
Well, I think I'd no disrespect to anybody else. I would like to see an Aston doing well. I'd like to see that on the podium. Of course I would. That's natural. I'm looking forward to seeing the 90 car, where that gets to. The Porsche gets back a bit further up into the field. I think that could be a top 10. I think it could get there still. CWS, Ginetta. It's leading the GTX class, but it's been stationary for a little bit, isn't it? So, well, sorry, the
TCX, it's in second, unfortunately.
TCX class needs to be a little bit higher up there. That's got a few issues. In fact, we didn't know what the problem with that was. It had a laptop plugged in, didn't it?
Could be anything. Could be any about 700 in this. But it has been stationary for 12 minutes. You're quite right.
It's an engine issue, according to Di.
Di, come and tell us so we can all hear you. Di, what's the problem with the CDOS car?
Just ask the guys, they've taken it in. Colin's still behind the wheel. They're trying to rectify it, but it's an engine problem. They can't quite get to the bottom of it, but obviously they were trying to fire it up, and it just wasn't quite misfiring, but it obviously wasn't right. So could be some time before they get that one back out.
Sounds like an electrical issue. The sparks aren't happening at the right time or with the right amount of frequency or power. Because if an up and downy bit's not working, it tends to go. It tends to go bang.
I can tell your engineering-based descriptions are fantastic.
As technical as heck.
You are.
But let's
we
go.
all know what you meant.
Everyone knows what I mean.
Exactly. That's all that matters.
Because the thing is, it's very important in Formula One now to be able to differentiate between the up and downy bits, the energy recovery bits, and the really weird bit where they turn heat into power. So those are the three parts of it. So it's great. When the engines blow up and they try and pretend it's not the up and downy bits because that's the embarrassing bit. You go, not quite sure you get that much oil out of a battery, but there we go. The 907 car is your leader in the 992 class. It's a superb performance for RPM Racing, who the Tracy Cron Aviation car has been a bit of a stalwart recently of the Creventic series. Of course, I know him from years ago when I first started covering both Le Mans and some of the IMSA races. Tracy, of course, was an absolute, again, a regular in all those races. And remember the thing we always think about him, he's an incredibly rich man, runs an oil prospecting company. And to be able to drive, the insurance stipulated he had to have a reinforced driver's door. So his driver's door weighed twice as much as the other driver's door, and they would often swap the driver's door with the driver to save weight. I think that's
that is detail.
I think
fascinating intel. Well, that is some detail, isn't it?
It's true. Yeah, insurance said you must have a reinforced door. Now, something came off the car. That was it came off the track. A little bit
I think it's just been run over something. That car, yeah.
I don't think it's unlikely to come off the car because that 5 flashing is the 5th overall place the 907 will be in. But of course, he's actually leading his class. As the 4 cars ahead of him are in GT3. We have the GT3 Pro-Am leader leading overall. That's now Elliot Earhart because Hankook Junior Team have stopped again. Then Michael Kroenhofer Racing. I'm just wondering whether that actually may have changed round. I'm just wondering if Hoffer might have got ahead. No, looking on the Dancing Ants, looking on the tracker, they are still slightly behind. So my prediction that Kroll would take the lead has failed by 22.193 seconds. I was close enough. Third, it's Justus Janusis for Utah Racing, and then Prime Speed Sport, Liam Talbot. In fairness, second and third is up for grabs. In some ways, first, second and third are all up for grabs, depending on a bit of luck and also the way the stints and the drivers run through. So we're probably not going to really get a handle on exactly what those true differences are until about the last 90 minutes of the race, to be honest. Prime Speed Sport, though, are definitely in a very lonely 4th place. They're 2 laps behind the car ahead, and they are 12 laps ahead of the next car in their class. So that's going to be kind of a
very definitely lonely place.
Lonely place, yes. But they are currently on the podium. They're 3rd in Pro-Am. So we go, top 4 is Pro-Am, Am, Pro-Am, Pro-Am. So, it's a great performance indeed by the Hoffer Racing team to be 2nd overall. They've beaten the Pro-Am, all the other 3 Pro-Ams and the 1 Pro team, which is the Kessel Racing car, which obviously had that problem many, many hours ago. The biggest lead, though, I suppose, must be in GT4, where it's now Aliana Collett in the Bugatti ZM racing machine. She is on lap 252. The second place car is on lap 218. So they only have those 34 laps in the lead, which is about an hour. So they only have to run till an hour to go, and they're still with at the moment. And it is the Lion Speed car, which is coming back from a very, very disappointing outing in Portimao, where they only really got going for the first half hour for some real setup and tyre issues. But they come back and they put the car down. It's not the fastest, let's be honest. It's not the fastest car out there, but it's doing what you need to do in an endurance car race. It's running. And that is, absolutely key. It's beating the Street Art Aston Martin, which is, again, now 10 laps behind and not yet going with those brake issues. And, of course, in 4th place of the 4 GT4 cars, it's the Hemoffa Motorsport BMW M4, which is still in the pits and has been in the pits for 3 hours and 20 minutes, Noe.
That's too long in the pits, isn't it? That's not exactly following this is endurance, stay out of the pit, stay out of trouble.
Yeah.
You're staying out of trouble, but you're not staying out of the pits when you've been in there that long.
So we'll just have a look at, I think we did see some track debris has been all over the track at the moment. So It's causing problems. I think I don't know where it's come from. Whether it's another one of those strips. It's one of those
splitter,
those
isn't it?
splitters.
Yeah.
It's another €1,800 for Porsche. Well, while someone thinks about picking it up, we'll go down to the pits and Di. What have you got for us?
I think you probably covered it a little bit earlier before I came back into the pit lane, the 91 Herberth car. Where earlier on, obviously, we weren't sure what was happening. It seemed as if it was, they were repairing the car and then it wasn't, but they've rebuilt the car and it's obviously been out on track. It just come in, had a driver change, and off it goes back out onto the circuit, looking like an absolutely brand new car.
No, that is good. That is good news. They're getting those laps in. They've paid for you. So. I think it's been out for about an hour. We get a few. There's been so much action really in the pits of people having problems that sometimes sneaking out is possible, isn't it? And you don't kind of notice it when it's so far down the listing anyway. But that's good. That car, of course, taken out by a misunderstanding. Well, a mistake, in fact, by the 908 Sebla Racing, my Duvo racing car. Not deliberate, obviously, just an accident. But unfortunately, it doesn't put you back in the race and doesn't mend your car and doesn't give you the chance to win. But they are now doing what you should do, which is mend the car, get it out, and finish as many laps as possible.
No, the first evidence I've seen of this in the race so far, it's the 8th position car, 74 PTT Schnitzelau Racing Mercedes with Martin Kaczmarski at the wheel. Coming out of some of the corners there, it was almost as if the traction control was turned off or the tyres were completely degraded, and having some real back-end stipping out issues, which an AMG or rear-wheel drive car will tend to do, but not seeing that in this race so far.
That's interesting. Yeah,
whether I just caught it out of the corner of mine, it was over a curb or something, and it was a catch. But there was a certain amount of opposite lock required to get that car pushing back where it was required. Yeah,
really interesting, that one, because he's only been out for 20 minutes. So unless he didn't change the tyres, that would be an issue. Diana, what have you got for us?
We have audio only at the moment, but the CWS Colin White car is being pushed up the pit lane, back down the pit lane to the refuelling centre. Refuelling centre area. Sorry.
It's fine.
So I can only assume they've run out of fuel, but actually they've just stopped halfway up outside someone else. No, they're still going to be pushing it. They've obviously just got to be a little bit careful getting that backed up. There's a Mercedes. Hoffer Racing have just come in behind for a pit stop. Thankfully, they've stopped the CWS car from going backwards at the moment while the Hoffer car comes in. So they're pushing it around the Hoffer car, which is at the pit entry in area of the pit lane. Of course, the marshals are out now helping them get to the refueling area back up there because that's quite far up the pit lane. So those mechanics and crew have been working incredibly hard, and in this heat, pushing that car all the way up there to get fuel in it.
Yeah. Diana, it would be interesting to know if that really is the case, because Colin White described to us quite vividly earlier why that car had a driver change with no fuel earlier, because it was the heat soak for the driver sitting in the fuel refueling station for 4 minutes didn't do any good, and I just wonder if they've perhaps caught themselves out, and could it be as simple as running out of fuel? Yeah, I'm not suggesting they have, but if we could find out, Diana, that would be absolutely brilliant, because they definitely did that.
They were having some issues, but interestingly, that's what's happened since.
Have you just walked past Hoffer Racing, by the way, Di?
I'm nearly at them, and they've gone back out. They've done their pit.
Do you know?
Pit stop.
Can you tell me if Michael Kroll's staying on board, or whether they've changed drivers? Because it's he needs to do his 2 hours, and
I'll let you
all
know.
As the teams are running through some of their more gentleman drivers, we're seeing some big differences in lap times and gaps opening up, which will close again when the fast drivers do it. Because at the moment, Santilok do have Elia Earhart, their second fastest driver, well, second fastest theoretical driver, it's cum say cum ça, in the car, and they are out now by 3 minutes, leading by 3 minutes from U2 Racing, who owe us a pit stop. So this has worked out well for Santilok. They're looking a little bit ahead of the game at the moment, but they do have more time, I think, to run with Michael Doppelmayr, and that will pull the field back towards them again.
Yeah, I was just looking after that little sort of Schnitzelau Mercedes stepping out moment I required, and I don't mean he's gone dating, but I think it might have just been just a bit of curb, and I just caught the end of it there, going out of position. But he's not out of shape in terms of time or anything moment. So I think it was just one of those caught my eye moments.
Well, luckily the computer can answer the question I'd asked Di. Alexander Prince has got back into the Hoffer Racing car, so that would be, again, a little bit uptick in speed over Michael Kroll. I just wondering whether Michael's going to get the 2 hours. I mean, it doesn't matter for the team, because the team...
Michael is out of the car.
Yeah.
Nick, he's in there with a towel on his head, so he's obviously just jumped out of the car.
What would be interesting to know, I mean, it's just to know how much time, because obviously we haven't seen every single stint for every single driver in the car, whether that was his first stint or his second stint, and how close he is to the 2 hours, because that will obviously depend if he decides to do the 2 hours. If he doesn't, it doesn't affect the car, it just affects his personal points, as they are, of course, chasing hard, not just for the win of AM, but also for the overall podium as well, the overall win.
Quite impressive though to see that, and I appreciate it's all about attrition and what happens here, but we haven't just got an AM 992 car in 5th place. We've got in 5th, 6th and 7th, so there's only 4 the top 4 places of the GT3 cars. There's been a bit of attrition there. Schnitzel, as we say, is making its way back up. I think that will gain at least 1, if not 2 places to go. We've still got a substantial amount of time to go.
You keep forgetting that,
3 hours 43, exactly. We're starting to talk as if it's winding down. It's not. We're in the final third of the race, but that's still just under 4 hours.
Yeah, we're 17 minutes into an ELMS race, so that's
exactly.
It's the great thing about endurance racing. It keeps giving and giving. Now, the point about 992 is there are 9 entries, and in 7th, 8th, and 9th places will be the 3 pro cars, because it all hit problems. Now, I'm sure that is coincidental. They're running the cars. The Pro and AM, the cars are exactly the same. The only differentiator is the driver lineup, which then leads other differences in the amount of fuel you have. But, this is the thing. It's like, it's a really weird situation, isn't it, where we just lost the 3 pro cars. One didn't even start. But it is great to see those AM cars going through. So, yeah, it's been a difficult time for all the pro cars, because the only pro registered GT3 we had, that's also failed about 5 hours ago. So it only ran for 3-4 hours. But that is the way of the world with the endurance racing. It's no respecter of the talent you may acquire for your driver lineup. If something goes wrong, it goes wrong, and it goes wrong regardless.
Yeah, it's there's only really one winner. That's the race, the series, isn't it? Always gets to. What happened to our RD Sainz Lamborghini? That's currently in 13th.
Yeah, that had a stop.
So that's a significant stop, didn't it, in the pits for... because John was describing that in detail.
Engine.
Underneath front end of the engine, but right up against the bulkhead, so not too easy to work on.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very... The cars that are going to be at the top at the end of this 12 hours are going to be the cars who've not had these long stops, who perhaps at worst have had a puncture at the wrong time, or at worst have had a 2-minute top-up of fluids. Once you talk about spending 15 minutes in the pits for anything, which really is anything that needs fixing properly, not on your standard service schedule, then you are really not going to be in contention for a win. You might scrape the bottom of the podium if you're lucky, but you're not going to be winning the class. Now, the 34 Lamb Motorsport Audi R8 in that blue and white livery that's anyone who's followed Creventic will know very, very well, wasn't recently been run by Lamb, but previously was run by the car collection team, and they've obviously got a slightly different lineup from normal, but they've also got a slightly different performance from normal, because that car just seems slow, the 34. It's not seemed to have any particular issues. It's just not seemed like it's particularly quick. And they haven't got Max Edelhoff in the car, who's by far the fastest driver. Max Edelhoff is by far the fastest driver and often runs this Kirchhoff car. Whether they just, the combination of drivers they've got are just, not quite as quick, or the thing's slightly off pace because it's carrying a slight problem. Hard to tell, but it's not been the performance you'd expect. The 34 car currently in 12th place overall, 7th place in GT3, 4th place in AM, but more importantly, they've done 256 laps. The leader in AM has done 278. And I don't remember seeing an issue. I think they've got a little bit of bodywork damage, I think in hour 1 or hour 2, but I don't think it significantly stopped them running for any length of time. I'm prepared to be corrected that they may have lost 5 or 10 minutes, but certainly not this kind of gap that they currently have.
Exactly, you're not going to pull that back in a hurry, are you?
Very attractive car, the R8 still, but the R8 again is a previous version of GT3 concept, where you take a sports car and make it a GT3 car. And as John beautifully illustrated with the Porsche earlier, and we've obviously seen previously with the Ferrari 296, nowadays they're mini prototypes, and they have this kind of much more modular concept. Audis are known for shedding the bit behind the rear wheels, and that takes away a bit of the rear downforce. They lose dive planes, and of course those parts are all individual and particularly difficult to actually stick on in one go. You got a Ferrari, if you just take off the rim, put a new rear in 15 seconds, you got a whole new setup. If you wanted to, you can change the downforce levels as well. But that's where they'll all go. They'll all get that way soon enough. Over the years, as people develop GT3s, they will develop this modular concept as well, and they will get more easy to service. Di, what do you know?
You were talking about Hopper Racing and how long Michael had been in the car. He'd been in the car an hour,
right.
And he won't be going back out. He's done what he wants to do, and he will stay in the garage. He's obviously at the moment got a wet towel around him, like everyone is when they get out of the cars to rehydrate again. But as I understand it, he won't go back out.
Okay, I mean, I'm just wondering whether perhaps for a 12-hour race, the minimum drive time's an hour. Because again, they are in a pure amateur car, and it's more flexible at that point because they aren't trying to stop you putting your pro in or your faster driver in non-stop.
Just going back to the Audi thing, I was just thinking that I think we'd mentioned before, it's even back at the Nürburgring 24-hour back in May, June, that it was this Audi's it's quite long in the tooth, even though it's been evolved. This is the Evo 2 version. Even this is in its third season of racing now. 2022, this came out, so it's done 2, 23, and this is 24. The original R8 LMS came out in 2009. It's that long ago that shape came out.
Yeah,
so it's been around a while.
Yeah, and it's been very successful. We all thought it was going to die with the announcement 18 months ago that Audi Custom Sport was stopping, but then Audi Custom Sport decided not to stop and sort of carried on in a halfway house sort of situation. But it's interesting. I'm just going to try and look something up, Peter. So can you fill for a couple of seconds?
Indeed, I can manage that. At the same time, I was looking up something on how long the Mercedes AMGs have been around, but we'll come back to that. That's absolutely fine. So we're talking about, because these are the three cars at the top. Two Audis at the top, Elliot Earhart and the number 18 Santalok Junior team. This is the GT3 Evo 2 Audi we've just been talking about, R8 LMS to give it its full title. Yuta Racing, Eustace Jonas is in second place. Currently 3 minutes 21 difference, is that right? Yes, two laps difference between the top two. Hoffer Racing, Alexander Prince in the Mercedes, the car we were just talking about as well, in third place. Fourth is also a GT3, this is a Pro-Am lineup in Hermano Malmesed in the Prime Speed Sport Aston Martin. Pretty impressive that you've got Pro-Am 1, 2 and 4, but an amateur in P3, which is actually very, very impressive.
I've just found out something which is I should have looked up a bit earlier. In a 12-hour race, you only have to run an hour. It's not 2 hours as I thought it was. It's just an hour you have to run. It's only if a race goes over 15 hours, you need to run 2 hours. So Michael Kroll has qualified. Michael Doppelmayr has qualified. So at this point, most of the teams have qualified their least quick driver, which means the leads you're seeing are relatively realistic. So that 3 minutes that Santalok Junior team have is not far off 3 minutes of a lead, because they haven't got to stagger in a driver who's going to lose them a couple of seconds a lap. So interesting. So the minimum drive time is an hour, and that's an hour, and you can score points.
So I was just looking up, I said I was going to look up the AMG GT3. That came out in 2015, so that was it's a full 6 years newer than or more to the point, the Audi R8 is 6 years older by design. Obviously it's an Evo 2 they've been involved in. I'm sure put an 09 car next to a 2022 car, the Evo 2, people probably think they're light years apart, but it's still, its platform is back to 2009, whereas the Mercedes is 2015.
Yep, and then we have... So that's so Mercedes is 15, it's gone 2 Evos, and then I believe there's another update coming soon. So the Lamborghini also is not a new car. That's been out for several years. The Lamborghini's been out for several years. Huracan.
I'll take that as a cue.
Okay,
yes,
that's a cue.
I know how this works.
So there's more big smoke. Is it an engine or is it a tyre? That is the Aston Martin's tyre for the Aston Martin GT3 car. Very convenient, my screen went to sleep at that point, of the fourth place 42 Prime Sport Speed Sport with Hermano Manelnes. Yeah, he's lost the
right rear tyre.
Yeah, he's lost the right rear tyre.
It almost looks like a suspension because actually the wheel has got like a ton of camber on it.
Yeah, it could be. It could
catching
be both.
on the bodywork.
Could be both, but it's certainly going to be. It's going to be visiting. Yeah, it's got a big lead. I don't know. I think that might be another.
Yeah, there's
that might be another.
There's something on the opposite side as well.
Yeah, they've got a problem. So, Di, you need to get yourself down to Prime Speed Sport because they are going to be coming in very soon.
That's what he had contact.
It looks like it may just be. It may just be a tyre. The car has been in the wars, as they say, during the course of this event. But let's see what's happening on. It's the suspension gone. It's exactly the same as happened to them in the warm-up, in the pre-test, and exactly the same as happened to them in qualifying. They've had a failure of the shock absorber coil spring unit. Now, the good news for them is if they've got one, it's a really quick fix. It's 4 or 5 minutes. It's undo 2 or 3 screws and put them back in again. If it hasn't damaged anything else. It is. It's 2 or 3 bolts either end. So it die.
42, they are getting ready to receive the car into the pit lane, which is just making its way in now down to the garage. And the team are looking like they're clearing the garage, making room to take the car into the garage. Now, it will be with us in just a few seconds' time, so we'll see. They had some sofas in there that they've moved out of the way in preparation. The team are ready. The car is just about to pull up on the apron, which it does now. That's your stop. They're changing tyres first, but I don't see any indication that they're going to take the car in. But they're changing the tyres first and having a look around the car.
Have they got a shock absorber unit ready to go in, or is that in the garage, Di?
I'll just stick my head in there. No, I can't see that in there. They're obviously having a debate and a talk with the driver at the moment. So at the moment it's up on the jacks, and they're bringing out the wheels now to put them underneath the car and take it into the garage to have a better look at it.
Yeah, I don't know whether it looked like a relatively simple issue. But a big issue, but a very simple one to fix. If they're not coming out with a ready-made shock and spring, maybe there's some other issue. But it seems they've lost 3 of them now, so there's something wrong. You have to say there's something wrong in their setup, because the Aston Martin GT3s are not doing this elsewhere, so there's obviously something amiss somewhere in the way that everything has been put together. And the history of GT3s is about to be added to by Snowy's information about the Lamborghini Huracan. Snowy, tell me about the Lamborghini Huracan and its debuts and stuff.
I'm just trying to find an actual debut of the original car, but certainly the Evo 2 version, which we've got running here, is exactly the same as the R8 LMS Audi, as in 2022. So it too is in its 3rd season of racing. I'm just trying to find out when it first came out. It's got its replacement coming out in 2026.
Okay.
We know that much.
Which I expect will be very much a modular design. They'll have learned everything that Ferrari's taught them, and probably learned that they can charge more for the spares as well. So Land Motorsport continue their comeback. The sonorous sound of the V10 engine. Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff on board. But it's a bit of a vain hope back. It's one of those situations where even with 3 hours 31 minutes to go, they're only going to make anything up if someone else has a problem. And I suppose there is an element of wishing for bad luck. Yeah, so do you ever get into that, Snowy? When you're in endurance race, you start wishing on bad luck on other teams, or do you try and be play the good guy and just think, no, I hope you have a good race as well?
You wouldn't be very sporting to wish it. I think if it happens, you don't lose a lot of sleep over it, and you capitalise on it. But I don't think you wish it upon anybody. I don't think that's really the way to go. That's not the way to go racing.
Yeah.
So I still can't get to the bottom of when the original the GT3 Evo 2 was 2022. Its predecessor, called the Evo, not 2, was 2019. So that implies that the original car was around about, I'm going to guess, 2015, 2016, because it would have debuted in Blancpain, wouldn't it, as it was in those days? That's what it would have started out in.
Yeah. So we start, yeah, that's true. We didn't come in here for a couple of years into Creventic, that's true. So, coming now, I think I can reintroduce my very good friend Joe Bradley. Joe, are you ready to talk with young Mr. Snow for half an hour or so?
2015,
I
I've
think
got it.
we can try to be our entertaining best and bring people what is happening on track, because
marvellous. I'll speak to you soon.
I'll say goodbye to you, Nick, and see you in a bit. We're getting 3.5 hours to go, Snow. I always get the feeling that time is running out for certain people. Do you know what I kind of mean by that?
Diana, you have something for us.
Yeah, let's head down to the pits. Diana.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. The number 42 Prime Speed Sport that you saw come in and was on the pit apron that we talked about, it has actually gone into the garage. Drivers jumped out, and they think they've got suspension failure on the right rear, so they're looking at that now, but they're sort of shaking their heads a little bit. They're not sure if it's going to be terminal. They're looking and checking, but there's no urgency around the garage, I guess, till they actually assess what it really is, but some delays for them for sure.
Right, and that's a bit of a shame, isn't it, at this stage? Because you've kind of broken its back now with 3.5 hours to go. It's not necessarily a cruise to the flag, though, is it, Snow?
Certainly not. And we were Nick was discussing a few minutes ago about that Aston having this issue once before, that it's actually quite an easily changeable component if it is just a damper failure, which has happened before. But it appears that, as Diana's just said, there's no sense of urgency down there in the Aston pit. Then it looks like it's not really going to happen, which is a great shame. To see cars going out at this point, particularly ones with an Aston Martin badge on it. I'm just going to say it there now. We're out there.
Yeah, I mean, it happened to them yesterday in qualifying, and they had to repair the car. It happened in the second 15-minute segment, and they started work on it. It was a damper it looked like the damper failed to the point where it had snapped because the suspension dropped.
Well, that's just how the car came in there, with massive negative camber on the right rear.
Right.
Yeah. Hence it was smoking, because we thought it was we thought it was an engine failure to start with, because there was so much smoke, but it was actually the camber had come in, or collapsed, the suspension collapsed so much that the tyres rubbing on the inner wheel arch, etc. That's what was causing it. So it wasn't a tyre failure; it was a suspension failure. But if it doesn't look like that's going to go out again in a hurry, and there comes a point in a race of this far that if your car goes out early and you have an issue earlier on, you don't mind losing an hour or two. You can absorb it in a 12-hour race when you've got another 9 hours to go. When you've got 3 hours and a bit to go and an hour's work, let's say, it's not really overly motivating to get the car back out for a couple of hours at the end.
Well, whatever happens, Snowy, they will be meeting up with. I think it's Hindhoff who's doing the podium. They will be meeting up with Hindhoff on the podium because they are third in the Pro-Am class, and the other car in that class is the E2P Racing Porsche that went out after 190 laps. So if they were to park it up now, they'd still be on the podium in 3.5 hours. So I suppose it's a small consolation, because that team will not want to have finished their race in this fashion. It goes without saying. The Kiwi team, Earl Bamber is, consummate professional. Liam Talbot, another driver of experience, and her mama, Malmazak, 3 drivers that wanted to have a very good run in this race and be fighting for a podium proper. Overall, that is.
Yeah, but of course what it does now is it promotes the RPM Racing 992 Porsche to 4th overall, which is from the 992 class and AM as well, which is hugely impressive. It's only going to have any kind of issues at the front, and you've suddenly got a 992 AM car potentially on the podium. I know it's a little bit way off yet, but it is also 3.5 hours, just under 3.5 hours to go. You never know. One of those front 3 leading cars, whether it be the Santalot Junior team, Uta Racing Audis, or the Hoffa Mercedes, only one going to have a problem, and it's you're suddenly in there. We've got a slowing Porsche, which is the 424 entry, which is Dennis Bourne at the Lion Speed GP car. Number 424. That's one of the 718 Cayman GT4s. In fact, that's second in the GT4 class.
Yeah, that's
and that's got a left rear issue again, a bit like the opposite side of the Aston had. So that's why that's coming back slowly. Now, whether that's a tyre or suspension or whatever that's causing that, but the left
that
rear
looks like
tyre.
a tyre, Snowy.
It's a
That's
tyre, is it? Okay.
It's delaminating. Yes, it's almost off the rim. That'll be there for Dye. That's when the tyre finally gave way, and that car now limping into the pits. Dinah Binks down there, she'll confirm that, but the tyre was delaminating, I should say, and basically just beginning to destroy itself. We'll see if the drivers manage to get it back without destroying too much of that inside of that wheel arch, Snowy, because it's very easy to do, isn't it, when you've got a tyre that's basically coming apart, and those big pieces of rubber can be then start flailing around, and you can do. We've seen cars destroy themselves quite literally.
Absolutely, but as we've said so many times, it's collateral damage, and this being a Cayman, it's inherently a road-based car, as in a little less race-orientated than some of the GT3 cars. So those inner wheel liners, inner wheel arch liners, will be very much a road-based, thin, relatively thin plastic. They're kind of like a splash guard, really, to stop water getting everywhere else on a road car, but obviously on the race car as well. If that damages, they need to tear that round. It's always the collateral damage. We say there's so many, lines and sensors and electrics, and we talked about harnesses and wiring looms before, and you can just damage things, all sorts of brake sensors, ABS, traction control, all sorts. You start ripping that apart, and it's then, well, it's just dollars out the window, or euros in this case. So Nick will be opening up the parts shop on Monday again, right in there, going, ka-ching, thank you very much. That'll be so many €1,000, thank you very much, and a little bit of Nick tax on top, which is always good. But he's got to run that car somehow.
Yeah, that's very true. Let's head down to the pits, where Dye is waiting for that car to arrive at its pit box. The Lion Speed car now towards its pit box. Dye. Yeah, I thought.
Clear of that there, so they're replacing all of the tyres. The driver looks like he's staying in. He's he's having an extra drinks bottle handle turn, so he's having a good portion of water to rehydrate as the team go about changing the other tyres. But slowly made its way in here. Is now on the pit apron, and the team are now. Yep, he's still having another drink, so clearly, needs as much water to hydrate as possible. So they're just about to drop that car down, which they have, and off he goes back out. That's the 424.
So thankfully, only a puncture and no repairs to be made, no damage caused, I should say. So all credit to
and no driver change. Dinah, just Dennis Bone stayed in.
They were just
brilliant, thank you.
Yeah. The 907 RPM car was in just behind, which is why I needed to ask which car, because I just caught the tail end of it, and as I came up here, they were both coming in together. But that was just a usual pit stop for the RPM team of the 907.
So the 907 car that's in the pits now. That's the fourth overall car, which is first in 992 class, AM as well. Just behind that is its 922 sister class car. That's the Fulgenzi Racing Cup car with Enrico Fernando at the wheel.
That's Philip Hamprecht taking over the 907, bright green in the Crone Aviation livery, just making his way out of the pits, and almost getting in the way of the number 11 Hofer car. That pit exit, Snowy, has caused some consternation throughout, hasn't it? It blends in with comes out onto the outside of turn 3, which is the right-hand last part of the Variante del Parco. And there's nothing the driver can do coming out the pits, of course.
No, it reminds me of the pit exit at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve in Montreal. Of that blend out, you've got a very limited view, certainly in a closed GT car, with a full face helmet and a hands device on, and you're sent out and you're concentrating on the limiter and getting over the line and not the blend line, but you won't necessarily know of a car coming up on your right hand side as you pick up speed. So all the more reason not to blend out onto the track too much, but you suddenly accelerate, and you suddenly you pick up your speed, and all of a sudden do I acquiesce or not, and you can suddenly be side by side with a car that you didn't expect to be there. And you have to judge very, very quickly what class car that is, because if it's Pierre Caffer in a GT3 Evo 2, you kind of just say after you, Claude, and if it's in your same class and it's the position, you don't.
And what about peripheral these days? We're easy to judge drivers not seeing cars to their left or right. However, when you consider they've got a full face helmet on, in some cases they have, but they've got a hands device. And your head movement is quite restricted with a hands device, isn't it? And as well as the wraparound seats, what sort of peripheral vision do you have? It's not 90 degrees either, left and right, is it?
It's not far off these days. The early hands devices, when I first had them, they came into FIA GT in 2004, I think it was. It became mandatory partway through. I think it was actually for the Spa 24-hour, and the tethers were locked, so it was a very, very short movement on it. I remember first testing with one at a Dijon test, and getting to where it is. You've got the sweepers on the back of Dijon, and there's a big hairpin back, and went to turn my head as you did normally, and it was suddenly locked. Which is like, what? How on earth are we going to do this? So you end up standing on the gas and rotating the car and wearing the rear tyres, which is really popular with your team manager to get around your hands device problem. You did that for one lap, and that was it only. Soon relieved of that notion. The more modern hands device ones now, they move within the device. It actually moves with it, so it's there for restriction initially, obviously in an impact, exactly what it should be there, head and neck support. But they move, so the vision's a lot better than you would think actually in some ways. But it is still a racing environment. It's not massive. It's not like your road car.
Yeah. It's nothing like what we would experience driving to the shops. So
depends how you drive to the shops, I guess.
Well, no excuse for the next accident that you were involved in. What was my peripheral vision officer? Honestly.
Yeah, I think any officer that thinks you can say peripheral to them, I think they probably just book you on principle, just for using poncy words, wouldn't they?
Well, words of more than 3 syllables.
Exactly.
You've always
so it would in my day.
You've always struggled with that, Snow.
I resemble that comment.
You mentioned the 992 leader, the class leader, the RPM racing car. We just saw Philip Hamprick take that car out. Considering that, that car is 4th overall, and it is all right. It's a huge amount of laps off the back of the Hofer Racing Mercedes, which is 3rd overall. So to see potentially, it wouldn't be the first time we've seen a 992 car on the overall grid. My memory doesn't serve me. Please, everybody out there who can remember or indeed has time to look it up, remind me when the last time we saw
overall
that.
podium, you mean?
Yes, the overall podium.
Not the overall grid,
in the top 3.
Rule on the grid, mate.
Sorry? What did I say?
Overall grid. I was thinking.
Did I? Podium.
He means podium. I know he means podium.
Of course I mean podium, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. You knew what I meant, everybody.
Exactly.
You knew what I meant. Let me know. But that car, again, we've seen cars just evolve into the positions they have, and that's through what we thought was going to be a race of attrition. It's proved to be that, and there's no doubt that the weather has had has become a massive factor in that, and we kind of knew that it would with extreme, I wouldn't say extreme for the Riviera Rimini, but certainly extreme for racing. It's very rare these days that we tend to do that. 33 degrees to date.
Well, again, another example of this is endurance, isn't it? It's,
very much.
It can have such an effect. We tend to get the opposite at Nürburgring and other races there, so NLS races and 4 hours and 6 hours and a couple of 112 and the 24-hour, of course, and the weather can just change the entire pattern of a race, as we've seen this year. We had a cracking race up until 23 hours. And then it's red flagged, and it's just fog. And we did have 5 laps behind the safety car, 5 laps around the Nürburgring. Is what I think they were 22-minute laps or something. And the weather just suddenly changes the whole thing. Complete opposite here near Rimini at the moment. With I think we're still 30 degrees. Are we not?
Yeah,
thereabouts?
I think so. Di will be able to tell us if it's too rough.
I'm sure she's monitoring it. Yes.
Yeah, I'm sure
she's certainly aware of it.
Well, Binksy's bobble hat has been left well in the case, to be honest. No need for that. But it was, at Le Mans this year with the with the no tyre warmer rule, we were concerned about cars coming in with and going out of the pits and getting any heat into their tyres for quite a while because the ambient temperature was so low, unseasonably low in that part of France for June. And here we are, completely opposite. Maybe we should always run in Italy in July. Well, the 24 series tries to.
Gets my vote.
Yeah, absolutely. But the reason it gets your vote is just for the gelato. It's not really. Here we are.
I don't mind sharing.
The TCX class, which is there are only 2 cars in TCX, but they are part of our TCE, our Touring Car Endurance class, and the SR Motorsport Porsche. That's a 718 Cayman, 718 Cayman. Michael Sander at the wheel, currently 14th overall, the 111. Now it's completed 258 laps. It is 18 laps ahead of the other car in that class, and that's the CWS Engineering Ginetta. That's a Ginetta G55. You heard Colin say they're breaking out their GT4 car for the 2025 season. I'm not sure if John asked him about Barcelona. I know that Colin is a big fan of the Circuit of Catalunya. It's that's not too far away. It's exactly 2 months. What am I talking about? It's not exactly 2 months. It's 2 and a bit months, isn't it? 2 months and a week, to be exact, before we get to Barcelona. But I'm not sure if this Ginetta G55 will see it being brought out in Barcelona, perhaps potentially for the last time. And it'll be a sad occasion if that's the case.
It will. It deserve a send off because it served TWS incredibly well. It's been I think it's quite fair to describe it as an old war horse. It's done a lot for them, and it's been fairly battle scarred, and it's seen a few lows in its time and a lot of highs as well. So it will be sad to see that car go for the last time. Colin did say, wasn't it? They were building it up. So as you say, whether that's going to come out later in the season, I know it'd be great to see it in Dubai. That'll be wonderful. That's we're talking about 2 months away. We're talking about 6 months away in Dubai, but in January. But we'll see. That would be wonderful to see Colin, and a huge, long-standing supporter of this series, has he not?
Yeah, he really has. And if anybody epitomises the term, our hashtag, which is hashtag This Is Endurance, it's CWS Engineering and Colin White. It really does, and you know what? We constantly see Colin never ever giving up and getting the car. Doesn't matter what state it comes in, he will endeavour to get that car repaired and put it out, and that really is hashtag This Is Endurance.
I think one of the funniest bits I managed to interview him in Dubai this year for Radio Show, and he was. He, as ever, compliant and helpful as he was with John a bit earlier, going into details of this, that and the other. And I just ran through the couple of things on the car that they were having to sort out at that particular time while it was in the pits. I mentioned something about they were sorting something out, which you were describing the lads were doing, and I said, and you had a power steering pump fail, belt failed, hadn't it? And he went,
yeah.
You're right. He said, I'm supposed to be fixing that. I've got to go. What a way to end the interview. And he literally turned round and got his hands into the engine bay like, you're right, I should be doing that. And he was off, and I was like, brilliant. I mean, you cannot get more hands-on, can you, than that?
No, even, hands-on being the perfect way to explain Colin's attitude. There was one of his cars clapped out at the Circuit of Catalunya, and it had broken down and was taken behind the barrier on the outside of the final turn. And Colin got on his little motorcycle, and we saw Colin arrive at the scene where he'd seen his car being pushed behind the barrier. However, by the time he got there, the car had already been put on a flatbed and it was back in the pits, and it'd been offloaded onto the garage, and there was Colin having to ride his bike all the way back to the pits. But that's the kind of attitude of like, right, I'm going to go out and I'm going to fettle that car even before it's got to its pit garage.
Quite right. You
sleeves rolled up.
You never give up, do you? Never give up. Find a way of getting it back into the race, and of course, the sort of traditional rules of endurance racing is that you're not permitted outside assistance, so you've got to go and do it yourself. You couldn't. But this is one of the things that I do love about the Creventic series, is that they will do as much as they possibly can from an official point of view to ensure cars are returned safely, obviously, back to the pits, so that teams can continue in the race and get them back out there again. And I love that aspect of it. I think it's so much better than just parking the car at the side of the track for something that could be a minor fuse or a pump or a belt or something. Get it back and get it back in the race. Brilliant.
Well, I mean, when you think about the very essence, the concept of the 24/8 series is about their customers. The series customers are the drivers, the teams and drivers. The teams fill the cars with drivers, and the drivers want to go round and round. And there is a race series which I'll not name, whose excuse for not allowing cars back into the race having been recovered was that down to the inconsistency of the recovery process. It's like, we can't be consistent, and therefore we can't be fair to everyone equally. We can't equally get people back to their pit garage in an equal amount of time. And what I said to that was, well, that's the jeopardy. If you don't want that to happen, then don't have a problem. Don't come off. Don't spin off. It's just you either are out of the race completely, or are offered a chance to get back in the race. And I personally can't see what's wrong with that. And I'm all for that, because we don't lose cars. The cars are not stacked up. I mean, the 91 Herbert car, that car has been it's come back into the pits. Ralph Bonners it at the wheel of the 91. It's down in 18th. It's out of contention. It was running at the front of this field from the very outset. However, it had a problem, damage to a steering rack. They've repaired the car. They've took their time. Whether they're treating the rest of this race as a test session, they're still going round and round, and they're still giving their drivers seat time, and that's what it's all about.
Absolutely, and it needs to be. And I'm just with you, Joe. We're racing nuts and enthusiasts, and at the end of the day, it's we want more racing, not less. So every opportunity to get cars out. Now we I've just seen us say, I've heard you go, ooh, Joe. Just in a little replay there on a bit of VT of a Marshall going to pick something up, but it's pick something up.
What it was?
I know exactly what it was. It was a coil spring.
Yes.
It was a suspension spring. So I'm guessing that. I'm wondering if that came off the Aston.
I think if I put my little Sherlock Holmes hat on and light up my pipe, I would say that was connected. I'd say that was a clue. Now, I know I know that car is in the pits at the moment, and we knew that was a suspension issue. So put 2 and 2 together, Snowy, and you get 4. You don't get 3 or 5. You get 4 there.
Well, you mentioned
we'll get Di to check that out, I think.
Yeah, because you mentioned that car had an issue in the damper was it in qualifying? You said.
Yes. Yeah, that's right.
And I just which Aston was it? It's not the Street Art one. That's the GT4, isn't it? It's the one.
No, it's the Prime Speed Sport.
Thank you, the Prime Speed. Yes.
One, yeah.
And that was you said a complete damper failure. The actual damper had failed. So.
No, sorry. I'm getting my Astons mixed up. It was the the Street Art Racing GT4 that had the broken shocker. It's the Speed Sport car, which is slightly different in the suspension config, isn't it, between the GT4 and the GT3?
Oh, hugely, yes. I mean, the GT4 is very much road-based and really, relatively simple. The GT3 car is entirely different. So, so whatever that spring has come off, that's a there's a phrase we use, isn't there? A coil over, as in the coiled spring is over the damper quite often. So that's a pretty comprehensive failure to have a piece of coil spring on the track, a Marshall picking it up, and quite rightly picking it up, because it's a heavy piece of metal as well, to weigh a couple of kilos on its own.
Well, that spring is probably from the rear end of a car, because the front end of a McPherson strut coil over damper configuration, that spring can't really break away from that unless the damper strut has completely collapsed on itself. Plus, the circumference of that spring did look quite big And
Yeah.
I'm thinking that's probably a rear spring from something.
I don't know why, but I would. Well, I know why I'm agreeing with you. I would agree entirely on what little sight we had of that for a minute. I would agree it was a rear spring. Yes.
We'll wait and see what manifests, and I know Di is just waiting for to head down there.
We'll probably find out now that it's used as a buffer on the flatbed truck and got nothing to do with the race car and just fell off the flatbed truck and have all our wonderful engineering theories completely blown out the water.
Yeah, I know.
The jeopardy of commentary. There you go.
As ever, we don't mind sticking our neck out and making ridiculous predictions. I'm not going to make any kind of ridiculous prediction with just over 3 hours to go, because 3 hours doesn't seem like much in a 12-hour race. However, 3 hours is a lot of time and a lot of laps to be still completed here. As Elia Earhart, we take for granted, don't we, Snowy, drivers like Elia Earhart making their way through traffic, but as we've seen, it can be the blink of an eye where just a misjudgment of a braking area or even a back marker, not moving the way you think it's going to move, and it all goes horribly wrong. And at the moment, Earhart has a gap of about 4 minutes and 9 seconds, which equates to just over 3 laps, or just under 3. Yeah.
Well, the danger is not to get complacent, is it? Because you just sit there, and this is it's a very technical circuit, very smooth, very very flowing. Compared to somewhere like the Nürburgring, there's very few cars on it by comparison. We've only got 2 or 3 classes, not a huge number of cars on there, massive speed differentials. We haven't got too many chess pieces on there, and the danger of that is you start to become complacent and just think, oh yeah, it's easy, whatever, and that's exactly when you get tripped up and make a mistake.
Yeah, of course.
And you can't just get on the radio and say soz. Well, you can, but then you'll get a corresponding message in return, usually quite Anglo-Saxon, from memory.
Yeah, that's right. You've got to keep the focus, got to keep the concentration. And talking of focus and concentration, the Vortex currently in 16th overall. Lena Lamarouche in that car at the moment. And the rear wing that we thought we hadn't seen before, we have, of course, seen that before. And we were reminded of that. I'm just trying to find out who it was that did remind us. The low slung wing is how that car was first brought out. I'm just trying to find out who it was that mentioned, and I can't find it, Snowy. I can't find who confirmed that the Vortex had already been out with that configuration of rear wing. Too many tweets. They're not called tweets now, though, are they?
So that
Snowy,
gap. Yes, sorry, go on.
Before you go on, you haven't noticed the clock, have you? This is your time to say goodbye.
Indeed.
Your a quick reflection on the first 9 hours, then, if you like, and your thoughts on MISANO before you leave us.
Well, I mean, it's been an interesting race. It's thrown up a few things. I think we've had minimal of a bit of nick interference over code 60. He managed to. He is back alongside me now, ready to go back on again. So he's managed to instigate 2 of them just by his presence. That's it. Everybody sees Nick in the commentary box and they go, "Oh, code 60." It's understandable reaction. We get that. He is smiling at me. I think. Is that or it's wind? But I thought there'd be more of those, actually. I thought there'd be more things potentially spinning off in the gravel and stuff and causing those code 60s, but that's absolutely great so far. 3 hours to go. Is it the gap at the front, though? We were talking down to 30-odd seconds at one point, weren't we? And we're now 4 minutes between first and second. So I can't really see anything changing at the moment. I'm going to risk it on. I hear Santalock Junior team. Surely they've just been absolutely seamless all the way through, just metronomic. Is it going to stay the same? I think it potentially is.
Yeah, thank you, Snowy. We bid you farewell, mate. Thank you for your assistance today. Snowy's MISANO 12 hours has come to an end, and we welcome back Nick Damon. Nick and I will be taking you, our viewers and listeners, through to the checkered flag, which is only 3 hours away.
I can't wait.
It's one of those races, Nick, where we, like the drivers and teams, can't be too complacent, because at the moment, there's 2 laps, I should say, between first and second, 3 laps between second and third. However, on a track that's only 4.18 kilometres, that can disappear. So we've got to keep our focus, got to keep plugging away, and we've got to keep our eye on things that might and potentially can happen. We are, in fact, I want to ask you, Nick, have you checked the weather? I know the forecast's great.
I have checked the weather.
What the ambient is?
Check it again. Give me 2 seconds.
I just want to know what the ambient is. I mean, I could go to die.
No, because she just oversell it to make out everything's awful.
Well, she'll be in a pit garage with somebody's fan blowing on her.
Someone
like an advert for hairspray.
Yeah, that'd be it. Only the crumbliest.
Here we go, Binksy. How's the hairspray ad going?
Had several hairspray ads.
Flake ad.
This today. It's still very hot, but it has dropped slightly.
31 now.
Picking up 31, but it was 39 earlier, so that's great news. But I'm thinking of jumping in a swimming pool though.
I think the 39 was you know how it depends where you're measuring it. The official one was 31 or 32, but I think obviously in the sun it's about 170. It is going to drop. Good news. It sunsets at 8:54, which I think is 8:54 your time, which is about an hour and a half away, is it? And then then it goes down to 29. So you might need a jumper. Yeah. Get the bobble hat, Binksy. Get the bobble.
So here in the pit lane, it's relatively quiet. The number 1 Haas RT team are waiting on their car to arrive onto the pit apron. I think it's in refueling now, but the crew are ready to receive that car. But it could be some time. But other than that, normal service has resumed for the moment.
Yeah, we need Hindhoff in there because he'll ruin it. There'll be thousands of pit stops as soon as he turns up. They're all desperate to get onto John's show. That's why.
Earhart is due in not long, to be honest.
About 12 minutes, I think. Possibly.
I think so too. He's done 55 minutes. Alexander Prince has done 48.
I don't think you were there. Sorry, Joe. I don't think you were there. My eureka moment. I realised actually the minimum drive time is only an hour, not 2 hours for a 12-hour race. So they only have to do an hour, which means that all of the gentleman drivers, the Doppelmayers, the Michael Krolls, and everyone have done their hours. So we are running to the end now with the faster drivers for all the teams.
Right. Okay. So what you're saying, Nick, is everyone is having now a relatively optimised run with their quicker drivers now on the rotor going forward into the last 3 hours or so.
Well, it's noticeable we haven't seen Pierre Caffer since he got that little bit of run right at the start of the race. So they're obviously going to try and the Santa Lock team, number 18 team, is going to try and finish with Caffer, which would certainly prevent anyone from overtaking him on the track. But as you very rightly pointed out, you've got a 2-lap lead. 2 laps is 4 minutes. 4 minutes isn't even one problem.
No,
4 minutes is like half a problem.
4 minutes, Nick, is hobbling back to the pits.
It is, yeah. You puncture, hobble, repair, bit of tape, that's 4 minutes straight away. Now, what is interesting, actually, is we had that spate of issues with tyres about, 6 hours ago? And since then, it's all calmed itself down again, which is really strange, isn't it? I don't know if the particular temperature on the track caused a problem, but suddenly, after that spate of tyres going, it's been business as usual for any other endurance race, isn't it, Joe?
Yeah, I mean, I know Di has mentioned the slight drop-off in temperature. It's not really that discernible, is it? 31 degrees still. However, you can see by the shadows being cast that the sun is dropping in the sky. And when the sun starts going off at an angle, the tarmac doesn't soak up the heat so much. So the tarmac will be cooling. So as well as that, the tyres are running cooler, which then helps with the way that the cars use the curbs, maybe. So yeah, we are getting. I don't think we're getting into a point where the drivers can disregard tyre wear.
Oh no.
And just go out and drive absolutely flat out. They are driving as fast as they can, but in the back of their mind is keeping it smooth, not really ragging the car through the corner, not too much of a steering input, getting the car to do the work and just, scrubbing off a bit of speed to help the car through the corner rather than trying to drive absolutely on the edge of adhesion.
Yeah, I wonder whether also there's been a bit of an identification about possible curbs that are causing more issues than others, and people are going, right, I'll be a little more careful at, I don't know, turn 15, for example. It could be any of the particular turns. But it is interesting, we had that spate and then they just stopped. So something worked something out. But yeah, the temperature's dropping. You're absolutely right, Joe. The air temperature isn't going to do an awful lot because it's a hot day and the land holds the heat. But the track temperature is going to go down probably, I would think, once it gets dark. 15 degrees, 16 degrees? It won't quite get down to ambient because obviously it's black and holds the temperature, but it's been running at 50 something. So it's running at 20 above ambient. I think it will end up a bit, probably that you'll lose 15 degrees of track temperature, which is just going to make things a lot easier.
Is that Diana Binks in the pits? Diana, have you got anything?
No, I was just trying to find Seb, our cameraman, who couldn't find me because I was hiding on the pit wall just for a moment.
Playing hide and seek with Seb, honestly. You have such japes in the pit lane.
Yeah, this is your opportunity, Di, to head down to Prime Speed Sport, the Aston Martin, and just check whether that was their red road spring, their coil spring that was retrieved by a marshal. And maybe even get a chance to speak to somebody there and get an update. That car been in the pits now for 40 minutes. So 40 minutes for the Prime Speed car. Still third on the Pro-Am, in the Pro-Am field. Still third in class, but dropped to 7th overall in the GT3 class and dropped to 12th overall in the overall standings.
Yeah, obviously a rather more serious issue, though it seemed to appear the same as the issue they had in qualifying yesterday, which was fixed within 6 minutes, wasn't it? They managed to get it fixed between qualifying 2 and qualifying 3, but just by putting in a new coilover and damper unit.
That was the GT4 car, though, wasn't it?
No, that was the GT3.
I thought that was the street art car.
Oh, have I got my Aston Martins confused?
I did this earlier with Snowy. I got my Aston Martins mixed up. It was the street art car, wasn't it?
Do you know what? I have not got the confidence now to bluff it out. You say no, no. It was the no. Do you know what? I think you're right. Because I think if it had been the Antipodean team, I would have that would have registered. So I think you're probably correct there.
Yeah, so slightly different suspension.
Yeah, obviously at that point they may well have a separate damper spring and everything else unit, and also when it collapses, it may do more damage to the under tray, which may explain why they've been in the pits for rather longer.
Yeah, that will indeed explain that one. GT4, well, GT4 is, I'm not going to say dominated because they haven't really. They came out of the blocks and had a very, very conservative start of this race. However, the Bagheera ZM Racing Mercedes dropped to the tail of the very tail of the GT4 field. However, they've just evolved up the timing order. They've evolved up the running order. They're currently 8th overall and first in the GT4 class. Ali Akolik is at the wheel.
They're only 37 laps ahead though, Joe.
Yeah, that's right. Only 37. Let's head down to the pits where Dinah Binks has found something to talk about. Di.
The 42 Prime Speed Sport that you were talking about earlier, Phil, the team manager, is here with me now as the car is still in the garage. Phil, you've been in here for some time, but first of all, tell me what happened to bring the car into the garage.
We've had a damper fail, but whether that's been caused by a tyre puncture. I mean, earlier on, lots of tyres were going through the middle of the day and flapping around and possibly may have caused some damage or whatnot, but the damper's let go into turn 2 for Mana and basically destroyed the tyre. We don't know if it's tyre first or damper first.
I think we spotted a Marshall sort of picking it up off the track earlier on.
So as it's come apart, and again, we suspect it may have been the tyre letting go again, but the bottom of the damper's come out or been taken out, and the spring and things have come off there. So it's sort of dismantled itself out there, and he's done a really good job to bring it back in effectively one piece apart from the bits that were left out there at the scene of the crime. So we're just working on a plan. We sort of didn't come all this way not to finish, and it's a bit of a shame that the guys were after a bit of an iffy start with some traffic and some questionable driving and whatnot, and some incidents. We managed to sort of clawing our way back to it and get sitting fourth, and we just needed one of the front three guys to have little bit of an issue, or we pop Earl in later on and run them down. It was looking pretty good. Unfortunately, now that's gone, but it's endurance racing sometimes. So we've got a pretty darn good crew here. So if anyone can get back together, these boys can.
Yeah, well, they're still working on it now, and we've still got some time to go. So I'm guessing you'll never give up till you really have to.
Oh, till the checkered flag drops, nothing's over.
Right, thanks, Phil. I'll let you get back to work. Thanks for that.
Thanks, Phil. Thanks for that insight. Yeah, that spring, the damper unit just dismantling itself, as you described there. Very, very odd failure there. But they will get the car back out because, like you said, that's endurance racing, and it is part of the game, how you react to the adversity, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And they've made the decision they want to finish. They've got 2 hours, 50 minutes. Obviously, there is a bit of damage within that wheel, because putting in a new damper, putting in a new spring is quite simple, isn't it, really? These units are one of the easiest things to do. And even then you need to restring it. It's still not a major disaster. But they've been sitting there looking at it for a while, so there must be something a little bit more serious going on within that rear end of the Aston Martin.
Well, you shouldn't need to restring it, Nick, because the damper is just a bit.
Well, I'm just saying what I'm thinking about. If it was just the damper, that's a really easy fix, isn't it? It's unscrew what's left of the bits and put a new one in. Therefore, the fact they haven't done that infers that something else has been taken with it.
Yes, I think so. I think they've had probably a suspension failure of sorts, haven't they? I think you can put it under the umbrella of a suspension issue.
Yeah.
I think that's what we'll put in the race report.
Yeah, shall we? E2P Racing are back out again, Joe. We've had a number of the cars that had big problems. We had obviously we had Herberth rejoin the race, and now the Spanish GT3 Porsche is back on and running. I'm not quite sure how. It's only been out for the last three minutes or so, but they are back in after a 3.5 hour pit stop.
Yeah, I was going to say, Nick.
They're rolling back up. They're not. They are currently 10th in GT3, and they have to make up about 50 laps on the Porsche of Ralph Bond. So they are absolutely spirit of endurance in there. Just want to enjoy Misano, enjoy whether it cools off, perhaps go for their fastest lap of the race as the weather drops away, and have some fun. And that's, they've got to be honest, if I had a GT3 in this track and it was available to me, I'd be out having some fun as well. The car was fixed.
It's it down to the pits. We've already had Elliot Earhart into the pits, and I think that's him on his way out. Di.
It is, yes. As you were chatting there, the number 18 Santalop Junior team came in. No driver change, quick stop by the team, changed tyres, and away they go.
So we were spot on with Elliot Earhart needing to pit stop. He has. He stayed in the car, Nick, because his stint time now will take him for another 59 minutes. Which, of course, is perfect.
Yeah, less than 2 hours to go, and they will just stick Pierre in for the final 2 hours. Everyone else has done their minimum drive time, Herberger and Doppelmayr, but Herberger's done quite a lot more than minimum drive time. So Elliot Hart will take it to within 2 hours to go, and in will get Pierre Caffer, which means that car, I don't want to kind of write off competition, but that car is untouchable on race pace, I would say. But so many other things can go wrong in the last 2.5 hours of an endurance race.
Yeah, but you covered that, Nick, by saying race pace, which I think you are absolutely spot on. That car is utterly optimised with Pierre Caffer. It's slightly optimised with Elliot Earhart.
Oh, yeah.
He's proved to be quite a superstar in this series, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. I think Elliot's really upped his game. Just got better from experience, I think, over the past couple of years when we've obviously been looking at this car when it was called the Phoenix Audi, exactly the same paint scheme, exactly the same sponsors, but it just changed the operating team to Santalop Junior team. That was only about 2 races ago, wasn't it? Decided to do that.
Yeah,
but right. The results, it's a car that's when it runs is pretty much it's always going to the podium. But they have had some less than good luck. And in fact, I think actually in the last race at Portimao they were 3rd. But they just couldn't match the pace of the 2 Porsches because it was a 1-2 for Herberth in Portimao. And they just, whilst they ran a pretty clean race again with that car, the Audi, it just wasn't a match round Portimao for the GT3 Porsche. It just really suited that circuit.
Yeah. Earhart, by the way, is an AM+. With regards to his status. Sven Herberger is the AM. Michael Doppelmayr is the AM. And, of course, Pierre Caffer still showing as a pro. So we will finish with the pro in that number 18, which is bad news for everyone else if that car can continue. The gap has come down to 23 seconds between the leaders. That's the Earhart number 18.
Yeah, but the difference is that Sansalot car's got a full tank of fuel and the Hoffa certainly hasn't.
Well, Alex has been in the car for about an hour now, so he is very much due a pit stop. So keep your eyes open, Diana Binks. We'll be getting the second place Hofer car in, and then that gap will again just ebb out to, I think it was 2 laps there as the Sanderlock car came in. And that gap will go back out to 2 laps. So let's not get overly excited because they've come back together with the ebb and flow of the pit stop phases.
Yeah, these races are the ones which often fire into life in the last half hour, aren't they? You sit around going, yep, that's going to be doing that. I remember do you remember the Q8 race where it all looked absolutely done and dusted for the Dutch Porsche, and it had a problem with about half an hour to go, and the CP Racing car won. But whilst we're reminiscing about races in Q8 2 years ago, Diana has information right now from the pit lane.
Just on the pit wall, just sort of having a look, back into the garage, and the 407 Street Art Racing car looks like that will be going back out on track. A lot of them have been working on that car, as you know, for quite a lot. I don't know, about a couple of hours potentially. But I've just seen the driver get in behind the wheel, still in the garage, and it looks like they're doing some last-minute checks. They're checking tyre pressures at the moment. That car will be going back out onto the racetrack, which is great to see.
Yeah, they had a big braking issue with that car, which obviously John discussed with the team whilst he was on air a couple of hours ago. They had to rebuild the calipers, which had got way too hot, and apparently the internal components had begun to degrade, which is probably the seals on the pistons themselves inside the calipers. They've now done that work, and they are looking to send the car again. Of course, by sending it again when it's a lot cooler, it probably won't happen again. Those few degrees they've lost as the sun sets will probably make it much, much more friendly towards the brakes of that Aston Martin.
Yeah, you would hope so. I mean, braking is all about a harsher environment, isn't it? It's all about heat and dissipating the heat from the system, and just a few degrees of ambient can be the change that the car will need. The GT4 Bagheera Mercedes into the pits for its pit stop. The car has been already into fueling, and now it's on its pit box. I'm not sure if I saw a driver change going on there. Elia Collock, I think, will get out of the car. She's been in there quite a while now.
Yeah, there's no need to double stint in the drive. Their team pretty much runs a rotation of 3 in. They're not favouring or whatever the opposite of favouring is, detracting from any particular driver. They just run through the three drivers on rotation, probably doing a stint where that be 55 minutes or just over an hour, and then going from there.
Yeah, I would have thought so. We'll keep an eye on that car when it's finished its pit stop and will resume its leading GT4. It's completed 289 laps, and the next car in class is on 250 laps. And that's Dennis Bond in the Lion Speed car, which is now still in the pits and has been for, let me have a look.
It sits on the apron at the moment. We'll sit on the apron with no wheels on.
Yeah, it's been in for 5 minutes, so they are
pulling away
pretty much the same time. Yeah.
Well, now of course the Boogie car is running again. They're increasing their already substantial lead to the point where they can probably park up with an hour to go.
Yeah, Adam Lacko now back at the wheel of the number 416. You're right, Nick. They have just steady away, just kept their driver rotation, just going through their drivers. Everybody getting a turn to contribute to the race. 2 hours 40 remaining. And we've got a code 60.
Have we? Oh, yes.
We have.
Sorry, I just look at the wrong screen. You have got a code 60. My guess is, and I'm going to just throw this out because there's no yellow flag. This is a debris code 60 because there's been a lot of stuff dropped on the track, most of it very expensive Porsche parts and springs from Aston Martins. But I think that there's a point now where they're going to be looking to pick that stuff up. Just a quick one. Chance when the cars are going a bit slower for a marshal to run out, pick up some rubbish and get it back off again before it causes more serious problems to the cars. Lots of cars stopping in the pits. They obviously start with fuel first, so I'll be busy in about 2 minutes because they're only allowed to put 25% of the fuel in of the capacity of the car, and that normally takes about a minute to a minute and a quarter to get that done, and they'll start running through.
This is gonna be to an advantage for the number 11 Hofer car. Now we expect that this car was due into the pits I'm not sure whether it got into fueling under green or whether it was under purple. Not that it matters now, because when it goes purple, that's when you start pumping fuel.
Yeah.
And he's only going to be allowed his code 60 amount of fuel. But he is not going to lose as much as 2 laps now under code 60, basically because the cars are only doing 60 kilometres an hour.
But they'll need to stop at least twice and not 3 times to get the thing back up to tank capacity size. Yes, they'll save on the next bit that happens after it pulls out of the fuel station, the bit where it's trundling up the pit lane, and they're changing the tyres and they put a new driver in. They'll save time on all of that. But you know, but of course, what will happen then is they can get through 2 or 3 times. I don't think this is going to be a long enough code 60 for 2 visits, even as I thought we would see some bits of Porsche splitter pulled off the track and other bits of carbon fibre. All the detritus from the various incidents and accidents are being taken off the track and probably sent back to the Porsche service for repair and refurbishment. And that's another €1,800 to you, sir.
We'll set up a little car boot seal at the
That's the second one of those, isn't it? The rubber splitters. I'm not sure that's actually a Porsche one. It looks like different. That's another car's rubber splitter. So, Diana down with Diana in the pits.
Yeah, I'm sort of halfway down the pit lane, but I can see Hoffa Racing now. Did you say that they were in just earlier?
No. It was Santalot was in earlier. This is actually.
Sorry, I misheard that.
This is Alexander
Hoffa Racing
Prince.
are in and they've made a driver change and service. So I'm assuming they were in fuel first.
Yeah, they were, but then, of course you only have a short amount of fuel under code 60. They will need to come in again, which they won't get a chance to do. I wouldn't think under code 60, but they will be able to do. Is when it goes green, is absolutely fill this thing to the brim, and that's going to give them extra strategy, because of course you don't get these cars filled back to the brim unless they're not in AM Plus, are they? Just in AM, aren't they? AM Plus can fill to the brim each time, but AM I think are limited to 100 or 105 litres depending on the car itself, and the tanks are 120 litres, so it may well open a bit of flexibility on the stops, Joe, but I don't think this is going to be in any way bring them much closer overall to the Santalot.
Alex Prince is an AM driver, Nick.
Mm-hmm.
So what does that mean about his fueling?
No, if the car is entered as an AM advantage, which CP Racing used to do, then you can fulfill it every time. If you're AM, then you are limited to whatever it is, 100, 110 litres, whatever it may be.
I misheard you there, mate. I misheard you.
There's a lot of engine noise, and frankly, I don't think you even bothered to listen to me. There's a bit of damage. I suppose there's a bit of damage inside the Hoffa, but it's not. It's that cutout for the side exiting exhaust, which is, of course, is a feature of the AMG GT3s, be it the original SLS with the gull-wing doors or the new, well, I say new now, it's like 8 years old, AMG GT.
Let's head down to the pits where we've got Diana Binks for a very special occasion. Diana? I thought we had Di down there. Diana, you've got the Land Audi coming to you now, the Land Motorsport car. Stefan Weininger is at the wheel of that car at the moment. 34 just coming to... 34 going out of the pits with Stefan at the wheel.
Sorry, Joe, we just had a slight hitch there. But no, it's
Go
not
ahead,
Di.
Di.
So I'm in the pit lane. We're not here to do what you think. But we've had just a slight hitch, so bear with us. But I'm in the pit lane as the cars are making their way in. The 922 has just driven past us, but the RPM car, they're out on the pit apron waiting for that. That's the 907, which has just come in, and they are making a driver change, and I think that's Nick Janssen getting in behind the wheel and changing tyres on that car. Quite a slick. I saw them sort of warming up, getting ready for that one just behind me. And as I stand here, the 701 Vortex comes through, as does the number 1 Haas, making its way down to the pit apron as well. So quite a flurry, as you've just said, of activity down here in the pit lane for the moment.
Thank you, Di.
We
expected the pits to get busy for that code 60, didn't we, Nick? And that's certainly what they are.
Yeah, it's been a bit longer than I thought it would be for just picking up some stuff, but but they are all coming in, and then people are taking the advantage of doing some full services, which what they'll then do, of course, is I'm sure come in again and fill it up. Di, you have some more for us?
I have, yes. We've got a special award going on down here, which we were not quite ready for a few minutes ago. I'm very sorry, but the number 34 Land Motorsport. And Gary, you're going to make a presentation here today. Tell us what it's for.
This is Johannes Kirchhoff, one of our most respected customers, and we are here to celebrate his 50th time that he enters the Creventic event. So here in MISANO, you are 50 times run with us, and that's why we have a nice present for you.
Wow! This is a surprise.
1, 2, 3 overall wins,
Yeah.
2-time championship.
Yeah, thank you. Wow.
We really appreciate that you are coming back and back and back again. And it's not only to become first, but I hope you enjoy it with us. But we really appreciate you as a really gentleman, good driver in this series. So you are one of the examples where we made our series for, and that's why we are so proud that we can hand over this to you for the 50th time. Congratulations.
Dr. Johannes, you said that was a big surprise. What does that mean?
Thank you very much. Yeah, you know, we love this series because it's in nice places. It's a lot of driving time. It's a lot of training time. It's a fair competition. The judges are strong, so it's the rules are strong. And that's what we like. And the only thing we have to do is we have to drive fast enough. Sometimes that works, and sometimes that does not work. So, but overall, I think you are having a very good race series. So, and thank you very much for this surprise.
Wonderful.
The drivers and the teams make our series great. So thank you for coming, Johannes, because without you we can do nothing.
Thank you very much, Gary. So and thank you all the team, because you make it happen, and that's very important for the drivers, that they are taken care of, and that's a perfect organization.
And you've got a great team behind you here at Land Motorsport.
Yeah, we have also a great team behind us. Was always a pleasure to work with these guys together, and also our group of drivers. We are driving since many years, and so the next one we are looking forward is Barcelona, and we hope today that we still can get the third place, so we are fighting for it. Despite the 16 laps we lost during this race because of the cooking engine. So.
Well, we've still got a bit of time to go. We never know till that flag comes out, so we'll wait and see. In the meantime, enjoy your cake.
Oh, thank you very much. It's like a birthday.
It is a bit of a birthday, 50th race
birthday.
anniversary for Johannes Dr. Kirchhoff. And I noticed that cake die just snaffle us a couple of bits. They have been stalwarts to this series over the years, haven't they?
Yeah.
They've been with a couple of teams, 2 or 3 teams. Here they are with Land Motorsport in 2024, and moving swiftly on from a point of celebration to a point of despair, because once again we've got the number 74 out on the track and it has stopped.
Let's hope it's not another fuel pump, because they can't have many spares left.
They can't. It's the Schnitzler Racing Mercedes. Maciej Lazowski at the wheel of the car. Was it Lazowski who was at the wheel of the car?
I think it was, yeah.
I think it was, yeah.
He's obviously pushing the throttle in a particular way to annoy the fuel pumps. That's a joke, by the way.
Yeah, no, it was.
Yeah, just to say, obviously, it's great to see Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff. That blue and white car, as you say, run by 2 or 3 different teams over the course of the time we've been covering Creventic, has absolutely been a stalwart of the championship. You know, with Elmar Grimm, with Max Edelhoff and his dad, whose name basically suddenly escapes me, and Ingo Vogler has also been in the team. So they've between them been in that team's been entered many times, but it's obviously Dr. Johannes who's done the most individual races, and they have actually won overall 3 of the races. So it's sometimes never been entered anything more than AM. They're all AMs. The only one, the one with the real pace is Max, of course. But it's a great performance. And also, thank you very much, because I wondered why they got so far behind, and then we found out they lost 16 laps earlier on with an overheating engine. So that's good to know. That filled in that gap, as we have another Code 60, this time again, second time for appear to be fuel flow stroke broken down issues of the 74 PTT by Schnitzler Racing Mercedes.
Yeah, let's... I thought for a moment there the Vortex is moving slowly, and then I
think it is.
realised
I think it is as well.
Code 60.
I think there's a double issue.
The Vortex has had an issue, Nick, somewhere out on track, and we've got the car information coming in that the the car has had a bit of a spin. I'm not quite sure if it's damaged itself, but it's got liquid coming out of the back of the car, and with that, the car now making its way to the pits. That looks like it's not so much liquid. That looks
Steam
like smoke.
again.
Or
Is that
something,
steam
doesn't it? Or
again?
Steam. Yeah, I think so.
Steam
and smoke, never a good thing.
The
But it's not coming out of the. It's not coming out the car now as it limps round to the pits.
I think that what we saw was shots from when we were running at full speed, and now we're
Yes.
down to code 60. That means whatever was centrifugally or causing it to go out, or perhaps by running a bit slower on virtually no throttle, it's managed to cool whatever's overheating down. But that is something you tend losing liquid. Any sort of liquid on a racing car is never good. Some are worse than others, but it's never good.
No. All liquids must be kept on board, apart from an engine made by Colin Chapman, who always said that an engine that doesn't use oil is not a proper engine. And as long as it's seized after the checkered flag, he was quite happy.
Yeah, I wish I'd followed that advice during my karting career, rather than seizing down the main straight with 2 laps to go most of the time. If I don't choke the engine, I'll go that bit quicker.
So we wait for, I think, the 74 to be towed back. The 701 Vortex limps back, and all of those cars that were fueled under code 60 can now come back in under code 60. And another car to top off as well, Nick, is Ellie Earhart in the leading Sonderlock Junior Audi. So all of the front runners choosing, I think, to make it back to the pits for a little fuel top off under this purple.
Yeah, it's cheap. It's a cheap bit of fueling, I think. Even though you're only getting quarter of a tank, it's still a cheap way of doing it. So they probably think, especially LR Heart's trying to push out to the full 2 hours, we believe. It's a case to get the fuel on board. The 922 in the pits has lost its splitter, was losing its splitter, as you've just seen. Half of it is hanging off. That's a bit that costs €1,800, so it's another good day for Stuttgart spares. Because that one will not last the whole rest of the race. Then it's not going to last 2.5 hours without being coming off entirely, and then perhaps you have to have another stop for a service item.
So we are once again under purple. Ellie Earhart comes into the pits out of fueling. I'm not sure if Ellie Earhart will now hand. It's far too early to be handing over the car. He's been in the car just over an hour now, so. He's in the pits for just coming up to 2 minutes. So I think it's too early, Nick. I think their plan was to run Elia to the 2 hour mark, like you said earlier.
Well, they may just be using it as a bit of cheap fuel. Now, I don't know whether he's actually going to. Is he at the pit stop? Is he actually going to change drivers? That's the question. I don't know if Dye's with them right now at the Santalok pit lane or not, but it's whether they change drivers or not. They're not currently out. Obviously, they're still towing back the 74 car.
Yeah,
up the other end of the pit lane. So the 74 has arrived onto the pit apron. They're now backing it into the garage as we speak.
Yeah, that's another issue for that Mercedes. As we know, it's already had a double fuel pump failure. Stopping in the middle of the track, that can be many things, but often it is a lack of actual fuel flowing along, so that could be another problem for it.
Yeah, we have gone green. The green flag flies, and Earhart
still saying Earhart, still saying him. So I think they're giving him a fresh set of boots, to be honest, for the next run for a bit of fuel.
He's on his outlap, Nick.
Yep, he's out there. I think he's had a bit of a stop. The stop was 2 minutes 47 because obviously it's a short amount of fuel that goes in. They've given him some shoes as well, and we're interested to see what the lead actually is because they're now a little bit closer on fuel, the Hoffa team and Elliot Earhart. So Earhart and Maximilian Partel, who's in the Hoffa car, they're in sort of more similar on fuel. When the stagger unwinds to the code 60, be interesting to see what that actual gap is, and it's going to come down quite a lot. It might be even down below a minute, and that I think is a real gap. I'm not quite sure what the offset is, but it's quite close to a real gap because Maximilian Partel's only on 10 minutes of his run, of his stint, so he has been in recently.
Well, the number 11 is on the back straight heading towards Quercia, turn 8, and the leader is just coming through into turn 14 now. So they are both on the same lap, Nick. They have the number 11, the Hofer car, the Hofer Mercedes, has brought that gap down to 52 seconds last time by. We'll get a proper look at it as out of the final turn comes Earhart. He's just turning left through the final turn now, which is called MISANO. That's handy.
Yeah, it's
and he will cross the line.
It's a bit like, it's a bit kind of like the boxers who speak of themselves in the third person, isn't it? Naming a corner after your own track.
MISANO corner at MISANO. Yeah. We've got the 11, the Hofer card, just coming through the Carrow hairpin. He's got turn 15 to get through, which is an acceleration zone out of the hairpin, and now heading down to the final turn. We'll be able to get a check on the gap to second place, just coming through the kink there at 15, and now into the left-hander at the end of the lap. 11 crossing the line now. Let's see what the gap is. It's 36 seconds. So 36 seconds, Nick. Let's head down to the pits, though. Dyer's got something.
Yeah, I'm with Martin. We're here with the 74, as we were just talking about earlier. It's come into the garage and the team are working on it. Martin, what's the problem?
Yeah, you know what? We changed the fuel pump before the race weekend directly, like we do every time. And it's broke. Both pumps it's broken. We changed one more time for the new one today, and they still are broken. It's the problem with this Mercedes. I don't like it. I'm not happy about this because it's not issue when you change 2 times the same part from the brand new one and it's broken. It's for us it's disaster. Okay, we try to repair it. For us the most important to be on the finish line this day, like I told you in the morning. But I'm really angry about this. It's not should be like this, you know. For sure I want to have an answer why it's happened like this, because we put so much heart to racing, you know. We try to manage, we really have the fast car, and in the end something the pump or something small things like this destroyed everything what we work fully weekend, you know. And I'm fully angry, I'll be honest, I'm fully angry. 2 times the same problem and nobody tell me. Yeah, I'm not happy.
Yeah, we understand, we can hear you. I mean, the team and yourself and the drivers have been working incredibly hard.
For the guys, it's still work hard. It's, temperature like it is. We have 12 hours on my feet and we still, we fight, we try to catch, and we finish to P2 on the class, and right now everything's in the ruin, but okay, we try to get it on the finish line, but I'm not happy for sure. It will be one of the best weekends in my life, but we try to manage, okay?
Look, thanks for talking to us, we really appreciate that. We know it's not easy.
I'm not surprised he's not happy. Martin Kosmarski there, not happy because that's a brand new pair of fuel pumps that have failed. The fuel pumps failed, and then if they are brand new out the box, I'm not surprised. Remember, Nick, that the Schnitzelum car was on the pole position. So when he says we had the fastest car, he absolutely means that. That is absolutely spot on. It was on pole position.
And I keep referring back to the same problem that happened for the Grove Racing machine, the same problem happened to the Hoffman machine at Portimao. The only thing you can think of, there is a bad batch of fuel pumps that's come out of AMG. Now, it happens. Bad. But we know that teams. Don't forget that Peugeot were completely destroyed at one Le Mans because they had a bad batch of cylinders, which took out all the cars. It can happen, but someone at AMG needs to have a conversation. Now, interestingly, of course, it's been a month since Portimao. I've not seen all the other GT3 racing. Has this been happening to other cars? Or is there a certain sort of pump that gets provided to cars that are going to do Creventic races? But there's a Oscar Wilde quote that to lose one parent is sad, but to lose 2 parents is like carelessness. But it's a very similar thing. But you lose 1 fuel pump, it's just bad luck. But to lose 2, or lose 4, or lose 5, just like we've been watching recently, does make you think that there may be, it does seem to be a bad batch, because the other cars are now running fine with probably old pumps from years ago, which have never given any issue.
Yeah, it is. It's not what you would expect, though, is it? And I can understand why Martin. I can understand why Martin is so angry. I mean, they had so much promise coming into this race. They led the race in the first hour, and they were very much in contention until that fuel pump issue was manifested. And here we are with 2 hours 20 and time pretty much running out to do anything about that, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, really disappointing for them, because you say they've had a great weekend. in running time. Before they had the first failure, they were very much on the case of a top 3, possibly even a top 2. It's a new team to the series. It's good to see a good Polish representation in the series, and they've really fallen foul. I wouldn't say it's bad luck. It sounds like they did all the things you should do in preparation. They've refreshed the right parts, and they've been let down. They've been let down by a supplier. I'm sure they're not made in Stuttgart by Mercedes. They've got a fuel pump bought from a supplier, and they've been let down by that.
Yeah, I'm not sure what system they're using, but that's going to put that car now. All right, it's potentially going to put them off the GT3 AM podium actually, and the car that will take advantage of that. Let's have a look at it. It's the Land car, the Land Motorsport car. Stefan Weininger at the wheel of the car, currently 11th overall. He's on 297 laps. There's only 2 laps in it, Nick. So that's going to be a matter of moments before we see the Schnitzlem car dropping off that podium, that GT3 AM podium, which is even more unfortunate, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be some unhappy people, some unhappy Poles in the Misano pit lane in 2 hours, 20 minutes when it finishes, unless things spin back round again. But I think certainly what they've done and what they've achieved deserves more than just a 4th place. It deserves a chance to meet John Hindhaugh, to receive a trophy from whoever's representing Hankook and probably Gary, and get a chance to spray the what was probably quite close to champagne. A couple of penalties have come in, including a speeding penalty for Haas RT. Haas RT, who were completely cast adrift not many hours ago, now running 2nd in the AM class. You do the AM class, Joe. It's an amazing comeback for a team that lost about an hour right at the start of the race. They've kept plugging away, and they are in 2nd place overall in the GT3 AM, 4th overall in GT3. But they are behind 3992s because of those problems.
Yeah, and you know what? Endurance Racing were on the pit wall. Krista Donker and his crew there just strategizing and getting that car back into contention. And I know there's been a race of attrition, but to plug on and push on with that number 1 Haas RT, anybody with an ounce of sense would have packed in hours ago.
Yeah, hang on, there's no one with an ounce of sense in that paddock.
Exactly. I've worked with Chris actually in Trustwell. Worked in the Fun Cup with Chris as one of the engineers. Great fun, but great to see that Haas RT entry now back into contention for at least we'll see them on the podium. But there's still a while to go, Nick. It's 2 hours 17, and there's still a lot of laps to be completed. And as we've seen with the 74, who would have thought that 74 would have had another problem with the same issue?
Yeah.
After renewing, brand new. I take it they're brand new fuel pumps.
I presume so. Yeah.
You would have put your house on that one, wouldn't you, for it not to happen again?
Given the fact they built redundancy into the system anyway, we have a stellar moment for the race. We have a new fastest lap of the race, Joe, a 1:34.366 from the recovering Herberth Motorsport car, the number 91 with Jason Hart on board. So that's another car that can sit around feeling very unlucky after a no-fault incident on their part with Cedric Racing by Duvo Racing. 908 took them out with damage to the steering rack, not the steering box, the steering rack. They are back out and doing what they do, is turning laps, but nowhere 18th when they also should have been contesting for the overall main prize.
The overall main prize might be one thing, but there is another prize
that
is very, very, what's the word, coveted. And perhaps, you know what, the Haas RT team, car number 1, getting back into contention and on a class a class podium, I should say, that's got to be a contender for our Spirit of the Race award. Now, we usually award and make a call on the winner of that about 45 minutes to the end, Nick.
Yep.
So with 2 hours 15 to go, maybe time to start thinking about that and putting some thought to that. And I think, to kick things off, the number 1 Audi is perhaps a contender for that accolade.
Absolutely. I do like the Spirit of the Race award because it's something that we can award. I don't want to make it all about us, but it's an award it's an award between ourselves and some of the members of the Creventic team. But we will announce the award. Well, we won't announce. What we will do is I think it's John who's in the pits for the last couple of hours. We will secretly send John a message, and he will find out and gather the group together, and then surprise the lucky winner with the Spirit of the Race award. So one of the cars that has a chance of winning this, which is the recovering Land Motorsport Audi, has just gone round and round, but appears to be okay. Is that turn 1 or 2? Oh, he's got himself slightly confused by the 988 car, and he's gone round under braking. So effectively what's happened there is he's come up behind the car and just rammed the brakes on. That's made it completely unstable. He's on a 360, but I think genuinely no harm, no foul. Possibly, Joe, those tyres were a little bit tired.
That looks like he was kind of distracted, and when I say he, I mean Stefan Weininger at the wheel of the number 34 Land Motorsport Audi. He seemed a bit distracted, and I think that was coming out of the Variante del Parco.
It was first couple of corners, yeah.
And he came upon it was possibly, Nick, lift-off oversteer.
Yep.
As he came out the corner, he'd have been flat on the throttle, and he lifted for the Porsche, and maybe it swapped ends there. And the problem he's now got is he's probably flat spotted those Hankook tyres spinning through a 360 like that, and whether or not he's flat spotted to the point where they've gone through and taken the rubber off, he won't just be getting a vibration, but he may end up sort of prematurely having to bring that car into the pits.
The front left was very smoky as he went round. Now the question is, did he have it locked as he went, or was it actually still slightly rotating? Because it wasn't like when you obviously you can't lock the wheels of these cars because they're GT3s and they've got ABS. But if you look at other racing series where they lock the tyres in a straight line in braking and they do put a flat spot, that was a spin spot, which does sometimes do it. But other times not. So we get a chance to see this again now.
We get a chance to analyse it, don't we, to see if just to what extent his tyres may have been damaged, because that is going to be a significant factor, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm not sure it's lift-off oversteer, actually. I think it might be panic braking. I think he suddenly went, oh, and just rammed the brakes on, and that just made the car unstable. It looks like that front there, the front left was locked the whole way through, wasn't it? And he's certainly taken some rubber off that. Now, not sure about the balance on the car, not sure how long he needs to be in the machine. How long has he been in? 34. He's been in for, I've got to pull my hand across, Mr. Jim Coates. Been in for 45 minutes. He's probably only got another 15 minutes or so to go anyway. So that'll probably be, a bit better for him. With 15 minutes or so to go, but it's probably uncomfortable. If he's running on the 50 pp's, that's going to be quite uncomfortable for him. And certainly, the thing to remember is that the lucky thing is with ABS, you don't have the problem you normally have. And the problem is that once you've flat spotted a tyre, it'll catch again as it's not quite circular. Your chance of flattening it even more happens every time you brake. But of course, you don't have any brake locking with an ABS system. So that additional damage is lessened.
I want to go down to Diana Binks in a moment, Nick. And Diana, while we wait to come down to you, let me know when you've had a think about this. But I need a nomination for your Spirit of the Race Award, Diana. And my nomination will
Hang on, it's hours away.
Yeah, I know, but Di's out in 11 minutes.
Oh, Di's out. Oh, very good. Sorry, I take that back entirely. I do apologise.
Yeah. Do you want to do that? Oh, Di's back at 9, is she? Right. That's the end of the race, Di. Yeah, 9 o'clock is the end of the race, Di, isn't it? Oh,
no, not there. Not there. So they're swapping round. I see. So
I'm going
John's
off for an hour
now.
for a break. John's taking over, then I'll come back, and then John will take another break, and then join me right at the end.
Oh, all right, do you know what you'll get? Is this less like pit work and more like Richard and Judy, isn't it? As you come on the couch together at the end.
But I'm quite happy to give you my nomination now, if you would like.
No. If she's coming on the last hour, things could change in the next hour. So no.
I don't know, Nick. I need Di to give us our consideration for the fans to let us give us some idea of considerations for the Spirit of the Race. So Di, give us your reasoning and your rationale behind your nomination.
The reasoning is because I've watched this team all, the last few days that we've been here, and their whole sort of presentation and teamwork, and the garage looks incredible, and every time we go in there, they're so accommodating to chat with us, and the drivers, they're just outstanding, and they're pretty new to the series. So for me, I'm going with the Fulgenzi team, the 922. Because they just look superb, and they're really enjoying it, they're loving it, they've really embraced the atmosphere and the competition element.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good one.
I've just written
Spirit
that down.
Of the race being, it's not necessarily about how
I
you
could
do
see
with...
you're excited by that nomination.
Well, I am, Di, and
Working
I'll
here.
tell you why I like that. It's because we kind of err towards how teams have addressed adversity. Like, for instance, my nomination is the Haas RT team, because they could have easily have packed up and gone home. But no, they've kept going, and they're already, we're going to see them on the podium. But your nomination was because of the how the team has approached the whole weekend, not just about how they've gone through the race, but the whole weekend. So that is very much the spirit of the race.
Yeah, and I think the other thing is that there's been a lot of challenges for a lot of teams in this race, hasn't there? We've certainly encountered quite a few unexpected areas and problems for teams that that we wouldn't have thought that things would happen to, that have. As we know, endurance racing could throw up anything. But there's so many, it feels a shame to sort of go, oh, you get the Spirit of Race Award for your team effort of getting the car back on track when there's been a number of sort of situations like that. So that was my reasoning.
Yeah, it's like choosing your favourite child, isn't it, I suppose?
Yeah. I completely understand what Di's saying. Sometimes it's just about the impression you get from a team and what they give to you, and how you feel they work with the series and work with the media side. So it's an interesting nomination, even an exciting one, Di. The 992 Fulgenzi Racing Porsche team. And you're going for Haas, are you?
Yeah, I think. I mean, all right, it's our job going forward to maybe put a few more contenders up there. Hindhoff's back in a few minutes as well.
He'll have some.
It'll be out of character for John to have an opinion, but he will. We'll squeeze one out of him, I'm pretty sure. And remember that John, he's not in his natural habitat down there in the pit lane, and he's absolutely looking like he's having a ball. So he'll be full of drama and stories and soap operas from behind the garage doors.
Oh, hang on.
So,
Is that copyright you?
It absolutely is, mate. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I look forward to hearing what he has to say, because he's been down there. He's been right in amongst it, hasn't he?
Yep. I'm trying to think who I'd nominate at this point. I don't know. I kind of want to hold fire, because there's a couple of teams I'm thinking about as the Vortex grinds to a halt again. May well cause a code 6 this time, I'm afraid.
That's on an outlap. That's on an outlap.
T8, that's at the Curva Cuerca, probably just approaching it on that straight, looking at the angle we got from that picture a few seconds ago. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of thinking I'm perhaps a bit more traditional, going for cars that have recovered from adversity, or just giving it some in some ways. I'm finding it hard not to throw my hat into the ring of the much troubled PTT by Schnitzelgem Racing Mercedes, because they showed their performance yesterday, and they're showing their perseverance today against things that really haven't been their fault. So that's my pre-nomination, is the PTT by Schnitzelgem.
Yeah, just by the way that they've kind of had some bad luck, haven't they? Really, the spirit of the race was to perhaps keep plugging away and coming back into it. They had the highs and lows. They've experienced the highs and lows of motorsport this weekend here in MISANO, haven't they?
Yeah. They've been at the top. They've been near the top, and they've tumbled down due to things not of their making.
Yeah, and I was going to say kept smiling. They haven't actually. They've kept angry.
Got a bit grumpy. Don't blame them, to be honest.
I'm not. Yeah, don't blame them. Quite justified. We are 6 minutes away from the 10th hour completed. 331 laps completed by our leading Audi. That's the Sonderlock Junior team. Elia Earhart at the wheel. And only 23 seconds split the first two cars overall. And that's Maxi Partel in the Hofer Racing Mercedes car 11. 23 seconds after 10 hours of racing, Nick. You can't ask for much more, can you?
No, I mean, it is closer than I thought it was. If that makes any sense. After those kind of code 6s and a bit of the shuffling about with Earhart and Partel, it has ended up being, I thought it was still going to be 2 minutes, but it's down to 23 seconds. Now, we know that Elia Earhart has to come in the next 19 minutes, because that's how long he's got to run on his 2 hours. But in fairness, he can come in the next 6 minutes, because that would put Pierre in for the rest of the race. Pierre Caffer, Maximilian Partel, they've got plenty of Kenneth Hire time to use after Maximilian. He's been in the car for 30 minutes, so he's got at least 35 minutes before he needs to come back in again. So I think that somehow during those Code 60, the fuel stagger unwound. I think you actually said, oh, this is going to be great for Hoffer, and I went, oh, I don't think so. But I think you've been proven right there, Joe. It has really played into their hands some way. I probably need a Trustwellian level of Excel spreadsheet analysis to work out how it happened, but the numbers in front of us don't lie, and they are effectively just 23 seconds behind, or 22 seconds behind, with 2 hours to go.
Yeah, and we know that Elie Earhart in about 19 minutes' time will have had to have come into the pits.
Mm. Then you release the CAFA, which is the downside, obviously, for Hoffer.
Yes, I support, but that's great for us.
Absolutely.
We're in the entertainment business, and all right, we've got the number 11 Hofer car at 30, coming up to 32 minutes for Maxi Partel in the car, and so he's got a 90-minute stint. He's going to have to come in for fuel and potentially tyres in that 90 minutes, but they can keep him in the car for another hour and a half.
Yeah,
so
but I would think that Hoffer want to get Kenneth Hire in the car for at least for most of the end. So yeah, that's what we need Kenneth in the car.
Well, Partel has been lapping very, very well, and what you don't want to do is to give back that advantage you're going to gain when the Sonderlock car has to pit. Partel will,
Partel can't get to the end because it's 2 hours and 3 minutes to go, so he has to stop, and they will know. They will know who is quicker. They will know where they are on tyre wear. They will know where they are on fuel stops, and they need to minimise the time through the pits. And then one of those times through the pits, they need to change drivers. And they may decide they need to change drivers in half an hour, or they may think it needs to be an hour and a half. My guess is they'll get Kenneth in relatively early, give him at least 90 minutes to push against Pierre Caffa.
3 minutes to the top of the hour, and the 701 Vortex has made it back to the pits.
How many times has that been in the pits now? I'm just trying to. It's 14th pit stop. It has more pit stops than any other car in the field, with the exception of the Lion Speed Cayman, which also has 14 pit stops, but has been in the pits for 43 minutes. So those two are the most often stoppers, which is kind of indicative of driving through the pits with a problem and coming back and driving through the pits with a problem.
The CWS Engineering Ginetta, second in TCX, has overtaken the Vortex for an overall place position, up to 17th now. Daniel Morris now at the wheel of the number 178. That's the Ginetta G55, and he has just left the pits and on his out lap.
Yeah, they're 17 laps behind the leader in class, which is the 111 SR Motorsport Porsche Cayman GT4 CS. The CS is very important. But they've had a lot of niggly little issues where the fact that we really haven't seen much of the 111 makes me think they've had no niggly issues whatsoever.
Yeah, we've seen very little of that car, certainly in the pits. I tell you what, Nick, the Code 60 affected the gap between the 992 class cars as well. We did have a gap of about, I think, 2 to 3 laps, if my memory serves me, between the 907 and the 922. That's down to 1 lap now.
It's about
2 minutes 42.
It's about
so that's less than 2 laps.
1 2/3 laps, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes.
But you're right. It's come down from. That's been shuffled by about a minute as well. So there were winners and losers on that Code 60. I think one of the reasons it is because it initially looked like it was going to be really short. Let's just nip out, get 1,800 euros worth of Porsche front splitter off the track. But it lasted a bit longer, a bit more sweeping and clearing going on. And I think some cars managed to get through for 2 top-ups of fuel. Some didn't. Some decided not to come in thinking it wasn't going to be long enough and then missed out. So, it's weird. Often the short Code 60s are way more tactically important than the long ones.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I mean by endurance races are run on the pit wall, because it's how you react to those. It's how you react to those Code 60s, Nick, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, and the point about it is, you see a Code 60, you know where your car is on the track, and it can take anything up to 4 minutes for you to come back round again because you're in the wrong part of the circuit. A Code 60 lap's about 5 minutes. And then you think, well, what's this Code 60 for? It's for debris. That's not going to last very long at all. I mean, we had a Code 60 before where I'll take the fuel any time. But towards the end, when you're back timing, it's way more difficult. And we have seen some useful changes for us. It's made the whole thing way closer at the top, Joe.
Yeah, it's great. We absolutely love this situation going into the final 2 hours of this Hankook 12 hours of MISANO. Let's have a rundown. The Sonderlock car is now within 22 seconds in the lead. And the Hofer car in second is now within 22 seconds of taking the lead. Whether that happens, we're going to find out in the next 120 minutes. In third place is the Utah Racing Audi. Fourth place is the first of the 992 Cup cars. That's the RPM Racing entry. Fulgenzi closing the gap slightly. Second in 992 Cup class and fifth overall. Six is the Orchid Racing team. And then we have the number one, Haas RT. It's been a recovery drive for them, and they're up to seventh overall. Fourth in 992 is the Sebelju Racing by Duvo Racing. And then in ninth, the Land Motorsport car with Johannes Dr. Kirchhoff, Elmar Grimm and Stefan Weiniger at the wheel. The Bagheera Mercedes in 10th place overall and leading GT4. That car has been in that position for a while now. The Lamborghini of the RD Sainz team are 11th, and then we've got the Schnitzelum Racing team in the pits, but 12th overall. HRT Performance Porsche are 13th. The SR Motorsport entry is 14th. Prime Speed Sport with problems with the suspension are 15th, and then the Herbeth car, which is having a bit of a test run with the number 91, that's in 16th place. 17th is CWS Engineering, making its way up the order from Vortex in 18th, MRS GT Racing in 19th, the Lion Speed cars in 20th. The E2P Racing has come back out of the pits and is currently in 21st. The Street Art Aston Martin Vantage is 22nd. Classified in 23rd is the number 904 Red Ant car, and then the Hamorfa Motorsport BMW classified in 24th. Just getting towards the end of the field now. Three more cars to mention. In 25th place is the Buen by Kessel Ferrari. We lost that earlier on. The Red Ant car went out with niggly problems, and the Red Camel car, we haven't seen it all today because unfortunately that car did not make the start. Final 2 hours, Nick, and it gets all very exciting. Let's welcome back into the pits Mr. Hindhoff, who's hopefully full of gelato. John, have you been keeping up to date with the race and how things have been going?
Not sure if John's actually made it to the pitch. I think he's having a conversation. He and Dyer are discussing who's going to sit where on the sofa for the bit at the end of the race.
I would like to call it a production meeting regarding
I'm
the
sure
end of the race.
I think it's an ice cream-based production meeting. You know, when you have a meeting with no coffee is a bad meeting. This is a good meeting. It's a meeting with ice cream.
It should be.
Yeah.
It should be, Nick.
But
no one's brought us ice cream, have they?
No. Had to make do with a bit of lemon cake from Snowy. That was it, really. And it wasn't, and he apologised because it wasn't the farm shop lemon cake. It was just from Waitrose. But I love the fact that Snowy is a person who thinks Waitrose is a downgrade. Brilliant.
Yeah, it's only Snowy.
The rest of us dream of going to Waitrose, not being bankrupt when we come out.
I mean it.
The gap's gone out to 24 seconds, so Elia Earhart has managed to pull a couple of seconds over the last couple of laps. I'm pretty sure, given the fact their last laps within 300 of a second of each other, this is effectively just down to traffic at the moment. So the two are running at the same speed, so Your question has to be, where are they going to find, and I mean Hoffa Racing, going to find this almost half minute to catch up and overhaul the Santalock team for the overall win? Can they do it just on the track, Joe?
It's exciting, isn't it? I mean, yeah, we got Maxi Partle. He's been in the car now 41 minutes, so he's still got a chunk of time. They can run him for another hour and 10. But you posed the question, Nick, as to whether or not they'll plug in Kenneth Hire. I mean, is Kenneth the quickest driver? Because Maxi Partle isn't that far off those lap times. 36.8 from Maxi Partle. Nothing wrong with that. He's matching Ellie Earhart, who's also in the 36.8s last time by. Gap has gone out to 24 seconds, but I think that was by no fault of anybody.
Fastest lap we've seen is a 34.3 from the Herberth car. So there are that sort of lap times, or thereabouts, in these cars. I'm not saying necessarily that that's in that car after running for 10 hours, but it's interesting to see. I mean, there is a kind of a battle going on at the moment. Really, one of those marvellous sort of, I don't know how you put it, kind of like virtual battles you get, isn't it, where the cars aren't on the same part of the track and where they aren't doing the same thing, but they are really racing against someone you can't see. It's almost like you're racing, perhaps like the Nürburgring a couple of weeks ago, where you're racing the fog, but the fog is caused by the fact that you are up against a car and competing against a car that is 3 or 4 or perhaps even 6 corners ahead of you, and that's what's happening at the front here. Hoffa Racing now 25 seconds behind. That's just a third of a lap. So, but they know every lap is absolutely vital. The other, let's look at the gaps further on. So the gap between the two cars in 992 and also therefore 992 AM, because all the pro cars aren't in there, that's now running on just shy of 3 minutes, is that gap. So that is about a lap and a half, again, well within a problematic. Just looking on this, they are running exactly the same stint. So both Corrado Costa in the Forgenzi Racing 992 and Nicholas Johnson around the RPM Racing came in during that last Code 6. So there's nothing to take them on tactics. So at the moment, it is advantage RPM with 1 hour 52 minutes to go. GT4, I could try and pretend it's close. I could build it up and go, oh, it's really close. But the leader, Adam Lacko in the Boogie Rat ZM racing car, he's done 313 laps. And the second place car, Lion Speed, have done 250 laps and aren't even running. In fact, none of the other cars in GT4 are running. Lion Speed stopped 50 minutes ago with their Porsche Cayman GT4 RS. The 407, the Street Art Racing Aston Martin, that stopped 2 hours 53 minutes ago. And Chris Verhoeven in the Hamofa racing car, the BMW M4 GT4 that had that accident and therefore had a collapsed front suspension, that stopped 5 hours ago. So you could say the GT4 class hasn't really worked at this particular race. We had some fantastic GT4 races in the last couple of events where they've been constantly ebbing and flowing between the various competitors. This time, Boogie Ra are the only team to have got anything like a clear run. I think pretty much, despite starting quite slowly, they really seem to have managed to be clear through the whole way. And the other three have all had problems. Not quite sure what Dennis Bond's problem is. When we get John in the pits, we'll just try and just pick up that story about what's happened to the 424 Lion Speed, who will actually, unless the other two cars get going, he will be classified second, I think, because there's no way that the Boogie Rad team is going to get to 500 laps. So he would have done more than 50%. He's on 250 laps already. And they are 41 laps ahead of the Street Art Racing Aston Martin. So that is in itself about an hour and 20, an hour and 30 ahead. So Street Art would have to get going pretty soon to overhaul that and get into second. And we know that Hamofa Racing have actually retired. So the question is, are Street Art going to try and get back on the track again? Can Lion Speed get back on the track again in this GT4 battle? And finally, the final class was his TCX. And that's really been dominated by SR Motorsport with their GT4 Cayman CS. 297 laps they've completed to the 280 laps of CWS Engineering. Now, the actual lap time side, I have interest, look at the fastest laps. And the fastest lap for the Ginetta is 2 seconds faster than the fastest lap for the 111 car. Currently has Willem Hukuna in the car. But the Cayman has run, from our memory, an absolutely clean race. It hasn't been in the pits. It's beyond fueling and tiring and driver changing. Whereas there's been a number of little niggly problems for Colin White and Daniel Morris, the main one being that hose failure in the power steering. But they've also had a bit of overheating on the engine, a bit of misfire. So it's all been a little bit frustrating for them, which has meant they've dropped back these, 17 laps. Now, that's the closing class. So we are very much now looking at the front of the grid for the Hoffa Racing car currently in second, Maximilian Partel. He's down by about 26 seconds now. Behind them, the Utah Racing have really come stealthily through the field with another very good, reliable performance. That's the all-Lithuanian Audi R8. That's Arūnas Kekinakis is currently in that position. Unfortunately, though, he is about another 5 minutes, 4.5, 5 minutes further back from the lead. Then we have the three Porsches. In fourth place, it's the recovering Haas RT, and the car that currently has Joe Bradley's seal of approval on the spirit of the race. And that's coming back into second in amateur and fourth overall. And then, of course, Lamb Motorsport are also on a massive recovery drive. They're in third in AM and fifth overall. But just wondering, actually, because we've recently, the Buggy Ra ZM Racing, if you can see the stream, that's the beautiful multicoloured Mercedes on the pictures. If you can't see the stream, it's a beautiful multicoloured Mercedes GT4. And that is the car that may well win this race in about 45 minutes. I think it'll have won the race, because currently it is 65 laps ahead, which by my reckoning actually is the speed they're going about an hour and a half. So I think that only has to run 20 more minutes to win the class, Joe.
Yeah, and that I'm pretty sure the team won't park it up.
No, of course not. No, they'll keep going.
The challenge is to see the checkered flag, isn't it?
Absolutely. Yeah, they could do, but they won't.
No, they won't. Well, like you say, technically speaking, Nick, that's a very good point.
Yeah, because the point is, unlike Le Mans, you do not have to take the checkered flag to be classified as a finish or even classified as a winner.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we'll see people on the podium, and that just again, the very essence of this series is all about the drivers and the teams. They are customers, and we will see them on the podium. Even cars that have been out for 3 or 4 hours, we will see them on the podium if they are classified in a prize-winning position. Trophies will be given.
Yeah, including our own trophy. Which is actually a trophy. It's not like a virtual award. It's an actual physical award presented by an actual member of the Creventic staff.
Yes, I'm not sure who's presenting.
It's Nika. Nika's doing it apparently.
Nika, is she?
Yeah.
So we'll see that. It will probably be Binksy who will get the job of doing that, as it's usually about 40 minutes before the checkered flag. Into the pits, it's come the two leaders. 26 seconds the gap. They've come in together, both into fueling together. So Elie Earhart and Maximilian Partel. Now then,
driver changes.
We may see driver changes here, Nick. We are, and now we're in 46 to the flag.
I absolutely guarantee we'll see one, which is Elie Earhart getting out and being replaced by Pierre Caffer.
We'd definitely see Partel because he can't go to the end.
But he could go for another stint, couldn't he? Because he's under an hour. So they could put him in for another stint, but I think they're going to also put Kenneth Heyer in there. I think they'll battle them down, and it'll be a race for those two to the end. It was 28 seconds when they both came in for fuel. Now, I don't know if they both... I don't know if they both need the same amount of fuel to top up. I think they'll probably both take a full slug. I don't think they've got enough fuel to residually from the various Code 60s to be able to get an advantage out of it. But I think they'll take a slug of that and then go forward. But it's interesting, just so you know, there are two fuel pumps out of service and have been. Well, we've gone Code 60. We've gone Code 60. Now, that would have been a massive advantage. Now, hang on a second. When you go Code 60, you have to stop fueling immediately, don't you? You can't take any more fuel. You have to stop at the quarter point. So they may have got past that already by having been in the fuel stop for a while. But interestingly, Maximilian Partel appears to be in longer in the pit. So I think this could be a real swinger. If Elie Earhart hasn't got a fuel fill and had to stop because of the Code 60, the timing says that it's been 3 minutes in the pits for Maximilian Partel, only 1 minute and 50 in for Elie Earhart. Therefore, there is at least 1 minute more fuel in Partel's car. This could be a major, major change of luck. It's been caused by the Haas RT car stopping out on the circuit at turn 10, which is right in the middle of that big top straight going from over through Curve 1. So
Theo Kondouris is at the wheel of the number one, and there is smoke coming from the back of the car. Now, I'm not sure whether that smoke is coming from the left-hand rear wheel, which I know that could be brakes, or whether that's coming from the engine.
No, it's the engine, because
it's a mid-engine car.
But this is a problem because we've got a slippery track T8 to 210. That engine has blown, and you can actually. There is if you're looking at the onboard, look at the track. There is a nasty, shiny line coming out the back of that Audi V10. That's dropped oil. That's dropped oil, which means we are going to have a long code 60 for the clear up. They're going to move the car, they're going to clear up, and this may even things back up again because they'll be able to come in and take a quarter slug of fuel. I wouldn't be surprised to see a change in the lead if Elliott Earhart and Sandlock did not get enough fuel in and Hoffer did.
Well, that will transpire, but there's the oil slick that the number 1 Audi has put down. It's had a catastrophic failure of some sort, and I would say that was the engine, as there is, leaving the pit, Pierre Caffer now at the wheel, confirmed. Pierre Caffer now at the wheel of the number 18. They've plugged in their optimum opportunity here. We're still waiting for the Hofer car to make an appearance at that pit exit, and Pierre, he blasts out the pit lane at 60 k's and continues.
But he doesn't have a full set of fuel. He's only stopped for 3 minutes and 7 seconds.
Well, Nick, the thing is, with an hour and 46 to go, those cars were always going to be needing to visit the pits at least once more.
Yeah.
This one just throws a bit of uncertainty into exactly how much fuel they're running. But still no sign of Max.
No, they've been in for 5 minutes and 12 seconds. And they did get more fuel, but even so, they should be able to do this complete changeover in just the 4 minutes and 10. So they are a minute longer in the pits than they should be.
Well, when they came in, the gap was 26 seconds. It's not 26 seconds now.
No, it's a lot longer.
It's a lot longer.
Obviously, there's once they both get on the track, the gap gets extended, of course, by the distances. But interestingly, they just left the pits now. So they've just left the pits now. I'm wondering that there might be a timing issue because it suddenly moved to a stint of 40. Oh no, you're right. Maximilian Partel stayed on board. So Maximilian has stayed on board. They haven't put in Kenneth Heyer. They're happy with Maximilian, but it was a very, very long stop. 5:36. I'm not sure why it was 5:36, but it was a long stop, and that is going to be one of the perhaps the pivotal moments there.
Yeah, I think so. The race could be won or lost at that very point, Nick, when that code 60 came out for that engine on the number 1. The number 1 catastrophic failure on the number 1 Haas RT Audi R8. And with the treatment going down onto the track surface is never really right again, is it? You know?
Yeah.
We are going to be.
It's like once that's down, the first few laps over, they'll just be blowing the dust around, and hopefully they'll get it. It shouldn't be dangerous, but it's certainly going to. If you're racing and qualifying, you think, I've lost a half a second there on that corner. But yeah, I mean, it's. Do you know what? When was I on when I was saying this is all done by the shouting? What a fool I am! I've done enough endurance races and that doesn't happen.
Can I just say that in my summary?
I know.
I said we've got 2 hours, and I'm sure this race is not finished with us yet.
I was with you at 2 hours. I think at 3 hours I was going, nah, it's done.
No,
but
honestly.
now I've seen the swing in the roundabouts of outrageous fortune hitting various people. Absolutely. I don't know. It's really going to come down to why did the Hoffer machine lose a minute in the pits then, and does the Sandlock team need more fuel? Like more than one stop more in fuel. They only got a quarter of a tank. They will need to roll. I would think that what they need to do now is roll through the pits, pick up another quarter tank, and then at that point, with that quarter tank and another full tank in an hour's time, and don't forget they're using not much fuel now, that should get them to the end.
Pierre Caffer could, in fact, he has got time to do that, hasn't he?
Yeah, because of that minute that was lost by the Hoffer car, yeah.
And he would still keep the lead, I think. Gap's gone out to 5.5 minutes.
Well, we have
let's welcome back John Hindhoff. John, we've got a few missions for you. Whilst you've been away, all right, okay.
Well, you know what they are then.
The race has become.
I'm on my way.
The race has, I wouldn't say turned on its head. It's just taken a different direction.
Yeah.
We thought it was done and dusted, but it's certainly not as done and dusted as we perhaps thought.
No, I mean, it's a real situation where what is happening with Hoffer? Why have they taken longer? They've not changed drivers. They've got one full stop to come, so they will have to do a complete stop, driver change and tyres. But you can do those at the same time if you time it correctly. And then, of course, the next thing you have to work out is what's the situation in fuel for the Audi.
Right. So the Audi that you are talking about is Santalock,
Santalock
yes?
18, yeah.
Right. So
But
I'm at Santalock now.
The question more at the moment is for the Hoffa team about why the stop took so long, and they didn't change the driver.
They came in exactly together, John. There was 26 seconds
Yes,
between the number 18 and the number 11, and the Hoffa car spent 5.5 minutes on its pit stop, whilst Pierre Caffer took over that car and got himself out and back on track. And we're just wondering why the Hoffa pit stop took so long. They didn't change drivers as well. Maxi Partle stayed at the wheel.
Well, Maxi put a great stint in earlier on, and so we've also got 2 fuel pumps out of service at the moment. I'll just mention that because that could make a decision about who comes in and when they come in. Coming in now is the Audi, and Seb's there already. He's beat me to it because I was having a look into. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't expect to see this car. This is the Haas RT car, which has come in leaking oil. So no power from the V10. So this is the car that has comprehensively, what is it that they say on SpaceX? Unexpected
disassembly, unexpected disassembly of the module, unexpected disassembly of the engine. Yes. That's not. I predict now that car is not going anywhere for the next hour and 38 minutes.
Right, they're rolling it back on its dolly jacks. They've taken the car's been off on the grass as well. Obviously, when it was trying to get out of the way, it has left residual fluids. Is all I'm saying on the track as well, and there's a warning out for that. So they're having a look as if they think they might know what's going on in the back of that. It hasn't just sprung a pipe or something, has it?
Well, you hope so for them.
It looked like a catastrophic failure. It came to a halt mid-track after spewing out and leaving a trail of what looks like oil. So it's either it could have been gearbox related, but it looked like it stopped.
It's the left bank. It's the left bank of the V10, and there's a man with Audi Sport Customer Racing trousers on, and he's just said there's an oil hose come loose. So they're having a look under the left-hand side of that car at the left rear. Right. The car is, by the way, battered. All of the cars today, there's been some leaking oil on the pit lane, which has been looked at. But we're talking drips here. We're not talking something that's gone through the side of an engine block. Now,
okay.
Why did the car stop then?
Probably an oil pressure warning light stop immediately.
An alarm? Yeah. An alarm.
Maybe
but he would have limp home. He would have just pulled in. He was stopped in the middle of the track.
That's a good point, actually.
Seized. He would have limped to the side if it was an alarm. If he'd got a message saying, switch it off now to save it because we're losing oil, he would have pulled off to the side. He wouldn't have just stopped middle of the track.
Well, so there's too much work going on here.
And he was facing the wrong way.
So he spun on his own oil.
There it is.
Well, we've all done
There's
that,
your
haven't
answer,
we?
boys.
Let's be honest.
There's your answer, boys. There's your
we've all
answer.
done
He's spun
that.
on his oil out. So
We've
the
all
pipes
done
come
that.
off.
The
pipes come off, John, we think, because he was facing the wrong way. I've just been reminded in my ear. So the pipes come off, caused him to spin. That's why he stopped in the middle of the road.
There's too much work going on that car there's too much work going on in that car for a car that has had a catastrophic engine failure. And it almost looked like they certainly knew the area to be looking at straight away on that. I thought I heard the engine fired as I was coming down to it, but I convinced myself against that, and it was something that was going back on the track. They put it up on the high stands, so the work there continues. So let's now go and answer the other question. We're still under code 60 for the clean-up on the far side of the circuit. So you wanted to know why the long stop
for Hoffa Racing.
Hoffer, right, that is
Yeah.
pit 1, of course. One of the things just to be careful of as well, if you're looking at the timings on line, everybody, and you're saying, oh, look at the gap between first and second. We're under code 60, so the gaps will be considerably longer. So just bear that in mind, and also bear in mind that a pit stop here is going to cost you 2 laps. If you need, you stand still for a fuel load for 4 minutes here, 4 minutes. So Street Art Aston now abandoned. Nobody working on that, I'm afraid. There's quite a few pit boxes that have been cleared out. There is an edict that everybody's got to be out of the paddock by, I think, 3 a.m. in this morning.
Okay.
Right, past the Land Motorsport, they're still expecting a car to come by. So all the way down to Hofer, E2P, they've had a tough old one as well, haven't they? Bagheera, they're just standing around looking pretty cool, to be honest. Orchid Racing Team, still as absolutely laid back as they have been. Sounds like we've just gone back green. Yes, we have. 74, did you say? No, 74's in the pits. That's the PT.
It's 11.
That's the 74 class had another fuel pump, by the way.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
that's at least 3, possibly 4 that it's had now. So I think there will be some words there.
We've
AMG.
already had those words, John. We've had words from Martin, and he was very, very disgruntled, understandably so, because fitting new parts and those new parts failing, it's just really beyond unthinkable, really.
Right, I'm in with Hofer, and I'm going to have a quick word with Alex Prince here, if I may. Alex, how are you, first of all?
I'm fine, thank you. Enjoying now the cooler weather, so it's quite comfortable right now. Yeah,
it's great. I've picked the right time to come back into the pit lane. Explain to me what happened at that last pit stop. You seemed to spend quite a long time in the pit lane, but didn't change drivers, I believe.
Yes, that's right. We came in for fueling, and then code 60 came out, and then spontaneous we decided to check the brakes, and that's why we decided under code 60, okay, we changed for safety reasons. And then we changed it, and now he is back out and he can push, and now maybe we try to give Pierre Caffer a hard time now.
So that was brake pads or discs and pads, a full change at the front?
Just the pads.
Just pads, okay. And who's in the car at the moment, sorry?
It's Max.
Right, yes, of course, it was Max Bartle. And he can't stay until the end now, so what's the rotation to the end?
We will decide, I think, later on. Now Max is in for the next full stint, and then we will see if Kenneth or me is going in. But we will decide later.
Did you get full fuel before the code 60 came out?
No, because the rules say that directly when code 60 comes out and you are in the fuel station, from that point on you're just allowed to put 30 liters more in, so we are not completely full now.
So that means at least one more pit stop then, one more full stint.
Yeah, right.
Okay. It's been a gripping thing to watch. What's it like for you? Would you rather be in the car now or rather sitting here watching the timing screen?
Honestly, I would like to be in the car, because then I can just be focused on driving, having fun, enjoying now with the downcoming sun. So I would love to be in the car and push. So this is more like killing my nerves. But we cross fingers that everything runs well.
What have you made of this event? This is the first time we've had all the classes here at this circuit. How have you found it?
It's just amazing. I was a little bit skeptical once before I heard it, because even I was never here before. It's the first time also for us as a team, for me as a driver. I tried it for sure. I tried it on the simulator. Okay, this will be interesting. But I think after 5, 6, 7 laps, it was just pure fun to enjoy here this racetrack. Even the people, the atmosphere here is really nice. This year we were not so lucky with good weather, but now we get the full heat. It's also challenging for us, but we just love to be here at Creventic at the events. And now it looks quite good for us, so it's double fun.
And a party on the beach tomorrow?
Yes, for sure.
Okay, I'll be there. I'll be there. Alex Prince, thank you very much for joining us. So there you go, gents. There's the answer to your question you asked. I deliver. I'm a bit like, you know, Uber Eats. And if I don't get it in 5 minutes, then you know, you can have it for free.
Well,
no, hang on a minute.
As long as you're not like Hermes, that's fine.
Yeah, what? Just throw it over the back gate. Even
Exactly.
If it says Fragile on it.
Here's your information.
So, yeah.
So the interesting thing is,
there you go. Front brakes.
Yeah, the interesting thing is, John, that's really good information to find that out. But they still got 1 minute and 5 seconds more fuel in the car than the Audi of Santalok, and if they're not full, then Santalok certainly aren't anywhere near full because they hit on the timing. They all got some more time anyway.
So,
but it's, you know.
So the key thing there, though, Nick, is that what you want to be is as close as you can to 25%. Well, actually, you want to be over 25% when the Code 60 comes out, because you can have 30 more litres at that point. It doesn't immediately cut you off. So depending on how far they were, they didn't get a full tank, but it sounds like they got nearly a full tank because of what he said about Maxi Bartel being out there for almost a full stint. And now the number crunching will go on to the end of the race. What have we got? 90 minutes just over to the end of the race. Maxi can't stay until the end because of the 2-hour rule. So somebody's got to go in there at the end. And the same's going to be said for... when did Kaffer get in?
No, Kaffer can go to the end. He came in with less than 2 hours to go. So Kaffer will be into the end now.
Oh, did he? Fewer?
Yep.
Yeah.
16.
Right, okay. So, well, there you go then. And there's...
I think
what would you do, Joe?
Well, the most significant thing I'm taking from that information where the number 11 took on brakes, they came in, the gap was 26 seconds. It's now only 2 minutes and 3. So all they did was lose 90 seconds to change brakes.
That's nothing.
That's phenomenal.
Brake pads.
Phenomenal.
Yes,
brake pads.
Because it was Code 60. Brake pads only. They left the discs on, but that's because of the Code 60.
Yeah, brake pads.
The key. So here's the thing, Bradders. Team manager hat on now. We know that there could be a Code 60. That might not help you anymore now if you're not in the pits at the right time. When do you bring Kaffer in? Do you bring him in at the absolute earliest that he can get full fuel to the end under green?
No. You wait. You stay out until your fuel goes and you have to come in. And then you just hope that there's a Code 60. And the Code 60 comes at a point of time with 90 minutes, just under 90 minutes to go now.
Okay.
So you may get enough of a Code 60 fill to get you to the finish.
Yeah,
possibly. I think.
Or else you could end up doing 2 stops.
I think Kaffer needs a full fill.
Right,
I think
Nick,
he can probably do it on 1 though.
I'm going to ask you, Nick. Okay, so same question to you, except I'm going to add in, because you know these tabletop exercises, you end up with as Bradley always used to when he was on the police force, take off epaulets and blend with crowd, because they just keep adding more in. So, same question to you: do you leave Pierre out until he has no fuel, or do you bring him in when he can go at the end? And what happens if Maxi Bartel comes in under green, takes a full fuel from a position to be able to go to the end? You've got to cover him at that point, haven't you?
Because there's no full course yellows, it's a much simpler decision. You're not having to cover off the chance of a safety car effectively. The question is whether the Santalok team got enough fuel in so they can do the whole thing with 1 more stop. If they can, then you just, as soon as you're at the point where you can get to the end, you get in. Because there's no advantage in waiting for a Code 60 anymore, because you only get quarter of a fill. And therefore, we know this car needs a huge amount of fuel because it didn't get a full slug last time. And they're an hour and 40 minutes out. Admittedly, the first 15 minutes that was at Code 60. So the question is really, can they do it with the fuel they got in before the code, just after the Code 60 was called? Can they do it on 1 stop? If they can, you stop as soon as you possibly can, because all you need to do is fuel the car and probably put some tyres on it and go to the end.
Are you surprised that neither of them came in for the extra bit of fuel?
I'm not surprised about the Hoffa team because they got a minute more than Kaffer. I am a little bit surprised that Kaffer didn't, which makes you think possibly can do it on 1.
Yeah. The other thing is, if they're not going to change Kaffer out, do you double stint the tyres? Because that is going to be actual time.
It is cooling down, so possibly you do.
Yeah? And what have we been saying about the tyres? Every set of tyres that I've seen come off, I've looked at them and went, they could do another stint, probably. And it might not be a full stint, as Brad was rightly saying. Now, at the other end, at Hoffa, where we've just been standing there, the Swiss-flagged team, which obviously we may not be talking about in the next 10 minutes, they could just disappear. Unbelievable. They are going to have to change the driver, so they might as well have put a new set of tyres on to go to the end. However far that is, I think the new tyre advantage will be mighty here at the end of the race. I really do.
Yeah, I think with the lead being 2 minutes, so it has come down a little bit actually from Maximilian partly, which makes me think that whether Kaffer's perhaps not pushing 100% just to make sure he can get to the end on one stop. Yeah, with a 2 minute lead, there's going to have to be another kind of weird miracle event to pull the Hoffa team back to them. But we've seen 3 or 4 times it's happened already, so there's no reason why it shouldn't happen again.
I think they're doing the right thing, keeping the pressure on, aren't they? That's what they've got to do. Shall I go back? Shall I go back to Santalok now, which is at the diametrically opposite end of the pit lane, and say, how much fuel have you got then? And see what they say. They'll look at me blankly, won't they?
Yeah, but they say we have some fuel, probably enough. But I don't know. This is why we love endurance racing. This is why I love the way things turn around the last few hours, Joe. It's just this kind of random. You just don't know some of the points of interest.
If you do ask that question, John, their reply will be
yes.
Pierre Kaffer.
Yes, true.
What are you going to do?
Very true.
What are you going to do about him then? Pierre Kaffer.
Yeah.
Pierre Kaffer.
No,
say it how you want.
That's fine. The floodlights have come on now, gents, and the sun is sinking down below the trees at the far end of the circuit. Actually, there's a line of plane trees around the bottom end of the circuit. So
John,
the sun is getting down, and it's now. Go on.
I didn't know the floodlights, John. Does that mean that, so is the circuit quite well lit, or are you just talking about the lights in the pit lane, or are the lights around the track as well?
No. There's lighting towers all around the track.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
That are pointing onto the track. I mean, we're not talking Bahrain or Abu Dhabi sort of levels of light, but we are talking supplemental lighting, and they are on the track. They're not just pointing onto the infield so people don't trip over and hurt themselves. So
at lunchtime, guys, Rob in London told us that he recalled a DTM race that took place under floodlights a few years ago.
In the dark, yeah.
In the dark, yeah.
I'm at
here at MISANO.
I'm at Santa.
I suppose that's an advantage of having a very flat circuit. Is that it's much easier to light the flat circuit than a circuit with undulations.
Right. So Pierre Kaffer is going to be the answer to this question.
Go on,
you
then.
think?
I expect so.
Yeah. See what we can do. Drone work is unbelievable, isn't it? That is absolutely great. An hour and
Fabulous.
21 and a half minutes to go. And who's going to talk to me? Is anybody going to talk to me? They look quite confident.
Sure, Sven Herberg will talk to you. He always talks to you.
Well, hang on. I'll nip down the back, see if I can find Sven. And where's your drivers? Where's the drivers who aren't driving? Well, there's been bags out the back, and people are sort of lying around at the moment. Where's Sven? Is Sven about? Sven about? No? He's gone? Okay. They've just left it to Pierre now. I think they're off down the beach, if I'm honest. Let's have a... Here's a man with a headset on. Let's see. Oh, he's watching the England match. It's still ones each. Oh, it's penalties.
Don't watch, mate.
Right.
Don't say that. You can't say that on air.
Yeah.
Right, too late. Right.
If you go quiet, Hankook, we know what we're doing in there.
Do you know?
No, I don't.
Enough? Not enough? We don't know?
No, not enough.
No? All right, okay. Right, well, I'll stay here until somebody...
of course you will.
Yeah, what you need to do is just stand over...
to tell me.
Yeah, stand over their shoulder and try and see the virtual... I'm sure somewhere they've got a virtual cockpit display, because they normally do have, and you can just kind of go, there's no fuel warning light on, things are probably all right then.
Yeah, you know what?
Okay.
With the way that the Code 60 refueling works here, I actually believe they're not quite sure as to exactly how much they would have.
I think
you
you're
can
not far
easily
short
lose
of that.
track. Yeah.
But are you telling
disagree.
then, in that case, are you telling Pierre to push, or save? That's
Save.
the question.
He's still going quicker than
He's
going quicker than Maxi overall. It's back up to 2. It's back up to 2 minutes and 2 minutes and 1 now. So we've picked up 3 or 4 seconds over the past couple of laps. But he's doing 1:36.6s, and we know that these cars can do. Well, we've seen the fastest lap. It's 1:34.3, and the track is getting quicker all the time as it cools down. So he is not on the ragged edge of the potential speed of that car. I would not be surprised. There's quite a bit of lift and coasting already happening as far as Pierre's concerned, and he can still do a pace that is quicker than the Hoffa racing machine.
Well, he's. I'm told he's been told to push. So the thing is, pushing with Pierre is pushing without risk, isn't it? It's the old Lena Gade saying, it's push without risk, and just keep the time up. So long as he's not leaking 5 seconds a lap right now, he's all right, isn't he? If he loses half a tenth here or a tenth there, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. Have you still got me?
A quick pace this evening has been 1 minute 36s, and he's doing a 36.
Yeah.
His last time by was a 36.6, so he's on target.
It's fine.
He's on target and if he can keep, and Pierre Caffer, can do. If I said to Pierre Caffer I want a 1:36.4. He'll give me a 1:36.4. He won't give me a 1:36.3 or a 1:36.5. He'll give me a 1:36.4. That's how good these pro drivers are. And you can bet that he's managing his tyres and he's also managing his fuel.
Well, he's not saving, I'll tell you that. I don't think he's saving. And I won't make the obvious joke. There's no virtual dashboard here, but I like your thoughts. There's just the mere 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 screens that they're looking at there. So I don't think we're any further forward with that, guys, other than the temperature. I'd be interested to know what the track temperature is now. You guys have probably got that on a screen somewhere, because the air temperature has
hang on, let me see if I can find that. I think it is here. Hold on a second.
I'm looking as well, Nick, and I haven't found it all day.
Is it not on the stats page?
No, I haven't found it all day.
It's normally there. Okay, well, obviously there's an issue. I thought it was on the stats page.
I'm scrolling down.
Right, we've got a pit stop for...
Just put your hand out, John. Tell me how hot it is. Just use your hand to measure it.
We've got a pit stop for Herberth, which is getting... What we're in now, 80 minutes away, so it's not quite close enough to go to the end from here, although the driver could. It might just be a splash.
They've got themselves up to 6th in class. They are 3 laps behind the 5th in class, which is the PTT by Schnitzler Racing, which isn't running at the moment. So looks like this comeback run from Herberth will get them 5th. 4th is 20 laps ahead, which I think is not going to happen. So... I mean, they were very, very unlucky. The accident that happened with Scott Noble was absolutely not Scott's fault, and 100% a mistake.
No.
None of this is vindictive. People make mistakes. That's what happened. A mistake by the Seb Lejeune racing car. It had a side-to-side contact that looked quite innocent, but had a huge effect because it broke the steering arm. So therefore, they had to replace the rack, and that's a long process on any racing car. And I just feel really sorry for them.
Well, it's Scott that's getting in, Nick.
Well, it's nice that he gets some laps to finish it, because absolutely that problem was not of his causing. He's the sort of person we want to see in the Creventic series, a gentleman driver who's on the upward curve. And but this is endurance racing, isn't it? Sometimes the best car or the equal best car doesn't win because of reasons nothing to do with them. And I think if they come back and they can finish 5th, they can absolutely hold their head up high from what they've achieved this weekend at the 12 Hours MISANO, powered by Hankook.
And the other thing is 5 shoulder operations between his 2 shoulders.
I mean, has he got the same dislocation problem I've got? Because I've obviously had one rebuilt. Yeah.
So here comes the car.
Quick question, John. Are either of the Renaults in the garage doing the management? Sometimes they do the management even when they're not racing. My guess is they're both off doing something else GT3 around somewhere in Germany, probably. But sometimes Alfred or Robert are there just managing.
DTM this weekend, I think, if I remember rightly. I'm trying to keep across that? The short answer to that is I think not. And
Okay.
the other thing is, I wasn't on shift when the pizzas came round either, quite clearly.
We haven't seen the pizzas. There was no film of the pizzas. This is a nightmare.
There was pizza.
Oh,
Are you
right,
sure
okay,
there
then
was
I don't feel
pizza?
so bad.
I don't think there's been pizza, John. We would have had some
empty
pizza
boxes.
Oh, really?
Oh,
right.
perhaps it's Herbert pizza. That was very sassy. The lollipop person on from Herbert there.
Next, it's Fulgenzi, who are a full one pit stop further down.
And also, of course, Dye's nomination for Spirit of the Race for their professionalism and overall embracing of the series and the people involved in it. Sound like a person bringing out an Oscar nomination, don't I?
Yes, you do. And it's Enrico Fulgenzi who is going to get into the car when it comes in. Two cars coming towards me side by side here. One which is stopping, that's Colin White is going further down. And here comes the Porsche, which ran on a little bit. And they are going to refit what's left of the front splitter has come off. And I was talking about this the last time I was in here 2 hours ago. This is the interference fit piece of rubber and plastic that goes onto the leading edge of the bottom of the front air dam. And there's a number of plastic clips there that you've got to lean on. They're a bit like body trim panels, but there's nothing to actually fasten it to. And they're going to try and do this in the time that it's taken to get the wheels up. That's a fabulous bit of work by that young lady who's the crew member, who's now hoisting a wheel round to the front to put the front tyre on. She put that whole piece of lower bodywork on before she had to pick up the front tyre and put it round the front. That is 0 time lost, and a car that will handle way better and be much, much kinder to its front Hankooks. Did they do brakes as well? They did brakes as well?
I don't think so.
I have to be honest, I think that interference fit air dam is the most brilliant piece of money-making Porsche have ever come up with. Because
I heard you say that, yes.
At least half a dozen have got through every single race, and they ain't cheap, and they're easy to fall off, and if you don't have them, the car handles like rubbish. So, honestly, this is a genius move by whoever thought of this.
There's a tiny bit of wear on the outside edge. Sorry, Joe.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm just reiterating what you said. It's not just about the car understeering; it destroys your front tyres because there's no downforce. So you end up, and what it does is it grains the front tyres because the tyres are just scuffing the across the tarmac because they're not biting in.
It hasn't worn the front tyres particularly more, but there is a bit more graining on the outer edge. That's the right front tyre. There's just a tiny bit more, and I guarantee you that's because that air dam wasn't functioning correctly. There's just a darker line round the outside. But I tell you what, hats off to that crew member who did that as if she'd done it 1,000,000 billion times before in the race. Which
Worryingly for their budget, she has.
Yeah, well,
English,
John. There was one on the track at one stage. I saw
There's
somebody
been
cycle down to pick it up.
been two on the track. We've had two Code 60 clear-ups that have involved those splitters. And I think it's because it's all this curb hopping backwards and forwards. Obviously the cars are heavily leant over as they turn, so the corners are leaning in towards the ground before they then cover the curbs, even though they're flat, and they're just clipping the corners. And after 10, 15, 20 times, it goes, no, I've had enough now. And it declips itself. And once one clip's fallen off, the other clips fall off, and then suddenly you are not steering very well and 1,800 euros out of pocket.
What's the longest green flag stint that's been done by a GT3 car?
Hour 17, I think, or it might be an hour 19. But obviously not including the first stint when they got more fuel.
Yes, that's a very good point.
So I think an hour 17, an hour 19. Yeah, an hour 19, I think, is the most I've ever actually. Yeah, an hour 19, is what I've seen without stopping for fuel. Because obviously, look up right now. Maxime Parker has an hour 19 on his stint, but he has obviously stopped for fuel. They can run 2 hours.
We've only done 43 minutes under Code 60 as well. It's been a very it's lacked any real Code 60.
And two of those were the debris. One of those was for picking up that BMW that collapsed front suspension, and one of them was for the Audi that dropped its engine oil.
The last Code 60 ended at 2025, so we've been green now for 25 minutes, haven't we?
John.
Near enough. And I think we're in the window now. We're
yes.
almost in the window.
I think we are in the window, but you probably would give it a couple more laps just to be safe. If it's not a massive walk, can you just go and have a quick shifty at Haas and see whether it was a wire, whether it was a hose, or whether it was a spontaneous disassembly of the components? If it's not too far to go, because I want to send you the whole way just for that.
Yeah. No, that's fine. I just lost my bearings. The thing is, it's very, very disconcerting when what you've been looking at all race is now empty garages.
Of course,
people are dismantling and gone. So all my reference points is gone. Seb's going to catch up with me.
Can you give us a weather update? Is it pleasant now? We've got the sun going down. Or is it still a bit toasty?
It's still a bit toasty, but it's much more pleasanter than it was before.
It's the Nictionary, not the Johnchery.
All right, sorry. The car is in a state of disassembly in terms of its bodywork, the inner wheel arch on the left-hand side, the rear cheese wedge, the underfloor, and there's no work going on.
Yeah, that's. I think the point is.
Whatever it was. Go on, Nick. Sorry.
No, I think as Joe said, the way that went, and it was, whilst they were saying it's a hose, that was kind of a positive spin, sort of like when it used to be the alternator failure on the Honda engines when the alternator failed because the piston has shot it off the side of the block. It's probably it's something has gone badly wrong because it was a hose and they could put it back together again if they wanted to.
Is there any point? Is the question you've got to ask yourself, though, gentlemen. And even if I can't see where I was expecting to see loads of oil sort of on the subframe, etc. I can't see that now.
Okay.
So let me have a quick word with somebody.
You've got Sandrine Haas is in that pit. You've also got to think about how long that engine's been running with low oil pressure because it's been losing it. So you can bring the car in now and probably just give yourself an engine inspection bill. Whereas if you were to put it back together and send it back out, you might have got damage in there that could then manifest in a much more costly bill at the end of this race. And for what? I mean, this is a team that runs for overall honours.
Yeah.
So they're not really going to... Discretion being the better part of valour, I think, there.
John, who's the engineer here? Who's the engineer here?
It's Chris
This guy here. The man... The guy wearing
Chris.
the Glickenhaus shorts. Excellent stuff.
Oh, hello.
Excellent. Right. Was that a... Sorry, what's your name, sir?
Chris.
Oh, it is Chris, yes. I didn't recognise you. So was that a loose hose or was it something more serious?
Oh, we don't know yet. We just lost the engine on the straight, and that's it. It's not.
So it didn't seize or anything like that.
No, something bigger. It's not a simple hose, or it's something inside the engine.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it didn't seize, and there's no bits of the engine lying out on the track there. There's no holes that you can see in the block or anything like that.
No, nothing.
So it's something internal.
Yeah, something inside takes longer.
Yeah. Okay. Bad luck.
Yeah.
I know you'd had a difficult day already to that point, but you were trying to come back. Bad luck.
Yeah, started difficult. We had a contact with the other Audi. We came back without any problems. It was good. We used the code 60, and then we came back to P2 in class. I know it was a bit unlucky in the end, but yeah, it's racing.
It's called motor racing, not motor winning, isn't it?
Correct, yeah.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
So there you go. Something internal. So I was right. There wasn't any gaping hole and bits sticking out of it, but it's not going any further. So how far is that up the road for anybody to catch it, boys?
Well,
that's already dropped to fourth.
It's 16 laps ahead of fifth, which is Herberth, and it is 19 laps ahead. Well, the PTT budget version isn't running, so Herberth will get it. They've got to do 16 laps, which is about 30 minutes, so they will get past it in half an hour, and Herberth will move up to fourth in AM. I don't think they'll get past that. The RD Science car, which is third, is still running, as is this is in class, not overall in GT3. And Elmer Grimm, Lamb Motorsport is in second in AM. That's an unbelievable comeback from the problems that they had earlier on, and 16 laps lost because it was too hot, and the contact, Joe. That's a real comeback for Lamb Motorsport.
Yeah, it's what we thought was going to happen up onto the podium. I can see the Herbert car overtaking the Haas car. That's very, very doable. And as well as that, I can also see. Well, I can't see. No, I'm not going to see the Schnitzelum car. That was within grasp. However, not when it's in the pits and not moving.
But it looks like Prime. It looks like the Prime Speed Sport car, which is only a few laps behind the Herbert car and back out on the track again. It's also going to get past the PTT by Schnitzelum Racing Machine and may have enough time to get past Haas as well. So they could go pull themselves up. Actually, that'll only pull up in the overall because they're in the Pro-Am class and they're a main third in Pro-Am. But they'll get pulled up in the overall GT3 rankings.
I'm just going to throw this in, guys. Can you remember a race? Now, I know we were just under 30 cars, so it's not as if we started with a 60-car field, but it was a good field, a good variety of cars in the different classes. Can you remember as many reliability issues? We're not talking about people having big shunts. There's been some contact which has been dealt with, but can you, either of you, remember a Creventic race, particularly recently in the GT3, this version of the GT3 era, that has seen so many reliability wars?
No, I would say not in the last 3 or 4 years. Absolutely not. I remember there were a couple of races when it was really multi-class, when we had the TCRs and the small stuff, and then a lot of cars were falling by the wayside because they were from smaller teams, and there were cars being pushed a bit more by more amateur drivers. But certainly since the last, I would say this is the highest percentage of dropouts definitely since COVID, definitely.
I would say that the last race that we had where the temperatures were in the high 30s, which I believe was Paul Ricard. I'm not even going to guess.
It's a long time ago. It's 19 or 18, wasn't that? 18 or 19
yeah,
that was?
18 or 19. But yeah, I mean, coming into today when we saw that the weather was going to be in the mid to high 30s, we suspected that it was going to be a race of attrition. I think we said in one of our opening statements that the weather was going to play a part, and not in a way that we would normally expect consider the weather, because the weather usually plays a part with weather that rains normally. However, with the temperatures being so hot, you just can't get enough air into these cars. So the brakes are working in a harsh environment, the engines are working the way that they don't like to, extreme temperatures, and that just brings attrition into the play, and that's what we've seen.
It was very hot, Joe, that time at Portimao.
Portimao's another one.
You, Di, and I. That was really hot. But I still don't remember as many cars having purely reliability running issues. The door's going down now on the Aston Martin, and they've taken their sign in as well on the street art car. They've turned it round. It is now tail out, nose in. So I think they're not even going to hang around for the end. They'll be getting packed up as quickly as they can. I can see lights in the fueling bay, and this is long fueling. That's the Hoffa car.
It is.
That is the Hoffa car.
And you need to go up there and see Maxi Partle, who will be getting out because he can't do any more of a stint, and see whether they've gone for Alex Prince or Kenneth Hire to take the car to the end. The Hoffa car rolling towards you. Me, I'd take Kenneth Hire. The experience in the dark, the whole thing. He'll get it home safely, and there is a possibility of getting close to Pierre Caffer, which will take a problem for the Santa Lot team, but only a very tiny problem. He's the man to take the advantage, in my opinion.
It's tyres going on that car.
That's Kenneth getting in.
It is Kenneth getting in. Kenneth Hire getting in that car, and Maxi Partle, having done his bit, is staying out of the way. Kenneth being bolted in, and they can't afford any time, and they are taking a little bit of time. The driver wasn't quite sorted. There's the low rumble that hits you in the sternum. Alex Prince was helping to bolt Kenneth in. So that, gentlemen, is a full load of fuel and fuel till the end of the race. Yes?
Yep, the thing to remember is that Hoffer Racing, if they just complete this out, will win their class. So whilst they're also thinking about an overall win, they are going to win their class, which is just as important for the points and for the championships and for the trophies, and also for the podium. You get a separate podium for the AM, so they'll be on 2 podiums at the moment, which is always fun. Hopefully they drove there, because they'll never get the trophies back otherwise.
Lots of people have driven here at the moment. There's a little group meeting going on here from the crew. Effectively, they've done all they can now, because that car is out and it should not be coming back in. I'm just going to wait for Max to get his breath back for a moment. The green armband on the left arm of Alex Prince, he was doing the driver assisting duties there. And we spoke to Max earlier on. He recovered incredibly quickly. And you keep an eye on the track to see if the Audi of Santalok covers them off. I'm just giving him some time because he's getting all his gear together.
We find it unlikely. It is interesting that they managed to get enough fuel on board. It just goes to show that you get a minute and then the extra 30 litres, which I didn't realise until Alex told us about that. I thought you had to stop immediately. I suppose that's very difficult to police. So they would have got 60, 70 litres on board, which would have given them a chance. So they are, whatever happens, if they get to the end of this hour cleanly, they are winners, Hoffer. Just how big a winner they are this weekend.
Yes. How was Max doing against Kaffer's times? He was right there, wasn't he?
He lost a few seconds. I mean, it was like, I think he lost about 5 seconds over the course of 45 minutes. So you can't really argue with that.
Yeah, he's been up against him all day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uta Racing are now in second, by the way. So Uta Racing have taken over second. They're second in Pro-Am, second overall, with Simius Judeveres with his Mercedes, with his Audi RS. So the Audi 1-2 them. They won't stay that way because obviously they can't get to the end. They've been running 43 minutes in the Uta
hang on,
Racing
guys.
machine.
Something's happening here. Something is happening. The car's back in, and it's coming into the garage. This is the number 11 car that has just gone back out again. This is the end of the first or the second lap. And Kenneth Hare is back in the pit lane. There was a scramble just as I was about to talk to Max. I've moved out of the way. And here goes this car into the garage. What a heartbreak. This is another turn of the cards, another roll of the dice. My goodness me, they seem to know what's going on. We've got Alex Prince in the driver's side of this car. You'll appreciate I'm not going to dive in there at the moment because it's not panic, but they're taking off the left rear wheel. So Kenneth has felt something at the back of this car.
The thing to remember, John, is they have some time as far as the AM class is concerned. They are leading the AM class. Second place in the AM class is 23 laps behind them. So that is about 35 minutes. They have 35 minutes in hand to sort out whatever this is and still win the AM class overall. They dropped to third overall, but they will win the AM class. So it's not a disaster as long as they can fix it.
No, well, I think this is a wheel that hasn't seated properly or hasn't fastened on properly. They're working on the left rear of this car, and I'm going to whiz to the back and see if I can grab Maxi and see what's going on here. They're having a look, and they've got the wheel off, which took a little bit of time. There's time certainly for the arm category, as you rightly say. Maxi, great stint. What's going on here?
I don't know what's going on. Even though my stint was okay, so I had nothing. Yeah, so I don't know what they are checking. I think it's a pedal box or something else. So
you were up against you were up against your old adversary again, trying to chase down that Santalak car with the pro driver in, and you held your own there, mate.
Yeah, I think Kenny's the best man in the car right now. So he knows the car like his garage. So. He could handle it, and now in a few minutes we are getting out.
Yeah. And what are we aiming for here? You were going to try and put some pressure on Santalok and the guys at the front of the field, but you've got the AM category to think about here, and you've got 23 laps there.
Yeah, I wouldn't say I put some pressure on them. I would say I had a lot of fun in the car. The Mercedes is a great car here. So, yeah. And the Code 60, I had the opportunity to recover a little bit. So I got more than an hour in the car right now. So, yeah. Maybe we're out in a few minutes.
We hope so. You've got plenty of time for the class win. I know you wanted a bit more than that, but there's no need to panic right now, okay?
We're here for the pod, yeah?
Yeah, you'll be on the podium. You'll be on at least one podium, still possibly two. All right, guys. So it's not panic. It's working quickly. They're looking at the right-hand side at the rear, and they're not happy with something. Kenneth's perhaps felt something on that outlap, some kind of vibration, either on the shifting or the braking or something. I thought originally because they had a big torque wrench out. I thought they had
possibly. John, drive shaft?
That would be
cruel. Because obviously you get strain as you put the car down and boot it out.
Yeah, good point. Alex is talking to the driver at the minute. The right rear wheel's going back on. I thought it was a wheel that hadn't seated properly, and they are wiggling that right rear wheel. There's nothing wrong with that at all. So it's not suspension, and the left rear is still not going on. So now we've got a piece of something or other that's going in to the car to sit, I think, behind maybe as a footrest or something like that. Has the footrest come adrift because there was something put in the car? Now they're working.
You've got Michael Kroll's right next to you on your left-hand side, John. See if he knows what's going on.
Yes, so he is. Michael, do you know what's happening?
The pedal box came loose.
As simple as that?
Not simple, that's tragic.
Oh, my goodness me. Have you ever had this problem before with this car?
No, never.
Racing is cruel sometimes, isn't it?
It has to be.
Now, the good news is, I know you wanted a good result in the overall, but in the class, you had 23 laps when this car was put in, so there's time to get this fixed and get it fixed properly. So that's got to be your priority now, yeah?
It will be fixed properly, and then we go out again.
Smashing. Wish you all the best. Thank you, Michael Kroll there, watching on. So they've put sort of a packing piece down by the feet of the driver, which I think was some kind of piece of foam or something like that.
So, how tall is Maxi Partle? Is he a lot taller than Kenneth?
He's a little bit taller.
Because I think that the Mercedes has either a ratchet situation where you can you move the pedal box. You move the pedal box. I don't know if it's electric or ratchet. Now, if that ratchet has failed, then that would be the problem, wouldn't it? Because suddenly it's going to go to maximum distance away, and therefore you would have to find a way of packing behind it to basically wedge it. So that's what I think may have happened.
I think what they are doing is they are jamming. Right, what they're going to do is they're going to put Alex Prince in the car because he's taller. He's the tallest of them. I think you've nailed that, mate.
Idea. Yeah.
Kenneth is in the car at the moment, but Alex has just taken off the driver assistance band and he's getting his earbuds in, and what they've decided to do is rather than try and fix it, they'll leave the pedal box at max distance away from the driver's seat and put the tallest driver in. That is incredible. Well, you know, sometimes if you can't fix it, and Bradders knows all about this, sometimes if you can't fix something, you've got to think out of the box, or out of the pedal box in this case. And they've done that. Now, hang on. Alex is ready. He's not got in the car, so they're going to give this fix a go first. That's what they're doing. No, he can't get the clutch.
Surely it's a hand clutch, isn't it?
Right, there's something not right with that because there was something coming out the right exhaust as well. Oh my goodness, drama piled upon drama at the moment, and they're all heading for the pit wall, and they're going to see what's down there. They've done the Bradley test, They've done the Bradley test, and I think this is going to be the retirement of this car. Alex has just come over.
Oh.
Let's go and see what that was. I think they're going to bring this car straight back in. There's some fluid on the pit lane. That to me smells, I'm not going to taste it, I'm not Bradley, but that smells like gearbox oil or diff oil. That's,
oh gosh.
I don't think that's... So let me... Alex was the first one to get to it. Alex, sorry to speak to you. Is that diff oil or gearbox oil?
We have to check exactly, but there came really a lot now when he started going. There came a lot of oil out. We have to check now. We bring the car back in, and then we will check.
It wasn't engine oil, though. It didn't feel like engine oil.
No, engine not. It's not engine oil. No.
Sorry, mate. Terrible look. No. So that car's gonna have to come back in. So now, ladies and gentlemen, who's in the hunt for the AM victory?
The AM victory is up there. Land Motorsport.
No way.
But they're a long way behind, though. Land Motorsport are they're 19 laps behind now, which is about 34 minutes.
They've got enough time.
But they've got enough time. If the car doesn't get out again, Land Motorsport could win this, which would be quite remarkable.
And what about second overall then? That's already gone, has it?
Yes. Utah Racing are up and running and 4 or 5 laps ahead.
Wow, and indeed, wow. I've seen a lot in my years in this sport, but never so many twists and turns as we've had today. We were talking about the usually bulletproof reliability of GT3 cars, and here's another car that's, for whatever else is the problem with the pedal box, there's something far more fundamentally wrong with a huge amount of oily substance, is what I'm going to say. It's now on the pit lane, and Joe knows what I'm talking about. It does. It's too thin to be engine. I mean, I know engine oils are super thin now, zero viscosity on Mobil 1, but it doesn't have that feel, Joe. And it has that slightly more acrid smell. It was warm but not hot.
Yes, you see,
That's why you have to.
What does it taste like?
Out.
What does it taste like? How do I know if it's
thinking
engine oil or it's hypoid?
Are you thinking it's hydraulic fluid?
I think it could be hydraulic fluid, or it could be gearbox or diff oil. I don't think it's engine oil. It's got that slightly sweet but acrid smell that engine oil doesn't, if you know what I mean.
Right.
And more drama on track.
So that car's coming back in.
We've got more drama on track. The number 908, the Sebelju car, 4th in the 992 class, 4th in the 992 AM class. But the significance, all right, this car has dropped off out of contention for a class podium, but I think we're about to see a code 60.
Yeah, and that would help offer.
I'm trying to think where that is. I think it's towards the end of the lap, that one, Nick.
Turn 15, it says yellow flag at turn 15, so that is actually, the 2 corners from the end, in fact.
Corner, yes.
Just to give you an idea of the state of the GT3 cars, we had 11 GT3 cars enter. By my reckoning, only 2 have had clean runs, Santa Lock Jr. and Utah Racing, and the Herberth car, the damage was due to an accident. The others have all had mechanical problems.
Over to Di. I find myself a bit scared to say this. Did that Hofer car actually get back out on the track? Is it on the track?
It's in pit again now. It's back in the pit.
No, it's never left the pit. I don't think it's left the pit. I don't think it's left the pits, guys.
It's at pit
I
exit,
think it's at the end of pit lane, and if it hasn't tripped, it does mean they can push it backwards. But they obviously can't drive it back.
You're right. It's still counting up. It says it's been in the pits for 12 minutes and 22 seconds. They're still counting up.
Yeah. I've just seen some of the guys going down that way, and that's what I thought. Now, the good news is if it hasn't tripped pit exit, it means they can, with
Code 60.
the marshal's
Code 60.
position. Well, they can, with Marshall's permission, push that car back down the pit lane. The other thing they could potentially do is push it down back through the paddock and come in through the back. I presume they could do that. All right, guys, I'm going to take a little break before we come back to what I'm sure will be the crescendo of drama that is the end of this race. Diana is going to take over in a relative period of calm because there's a code 60. Di, are you ready for this? Because you know it's going to all kick off again, don't you?
It is. Well, they do say it's you, apparently, when
It
you
is.
come into the pit lane, you cause chaos.
It's totally been John every time. It's totally been John.
Hindhoff the
Blame
harbinger of doom.
Blame Hindhoff is what I'd actually say.
We're going to have a bit of calm now. You've got me, but yeah, the Hoffa guys are still running from some few more of the guys from the garage up here. We're in basically garage 42, and you've got to run all the way up to the pit exit entrance, but they're running down there now. So I'll update you as soon as I get any information or see anything happening. But obviously,
Well, the driver's back, and well, Kennett's walking back past Seb with a big thumbs down. So it looks like it is, unfortunately, not well.
Unfortunately, walked straight past me, yes. I didn't even see him. I had my back to him.
Looks like that has died a death, and that is it for the Hoffa car.
It's lost drive, hasn't it?
So it may end up third in the AM class, possibly even fourth. So we're going to have even more amazing comebacks if it goes green. We don't get more code 60, and we're going to see Lamb Motorsport potentially, if they have enough time to catch up, winning the AM class. RD Signs being second, they've had problems. Haas RT being third. It's one of these. The attrition has been quite remarkable, Joe, hasn't it? Really, for these GT3 cars that are so well developed and so reliable normally.
Yeah, Di, get a word with Kenneth Heyer, who's now got his helmet off. Give us a shout up when. Are you with him now? Let's head down to Di. Let's hear what Kenneth has to say.
Kenneth, I'm guessing you're probably struggling to find the right words for this moment, because at this point in time, after all the hard work, you've had an abrupt halt.
Yeah, it was very warm in the car all the day, so we drive our asses off really today. It was a bit of a gamble, and we start to already judge where we can be at the end. And Max, 2 laps before the regular pit stop was planned, already shouted that he had some strange noise in the car. I jump in, go out, and directly the gearbox break down. So it's a for sure finish for us here.
Very frustrating, as you say, after all the hard work and everything that's gone into today. But how do you deal with disappointments like this?
Yeah, that's also part of endurance. So you come here, let's say the day for the drivers itself was okay. We're fit enough, but for the car, it's very warm. So a lot of things can happen. For sure, an hour before the end. It feels not so nice, but it's the same when the GT Open race is just an hour long. So when you struggle, you struggle. So it's a pity, but we take it as it is. It is an endurance race, and we come back in Barcelona.
We look forward to seeing you there. But just before this episode happened, to take you out of the race, how was the car? Were you sort of all pretty happy and satisfied with the performance that you were getting?
Yeah, we had a race without any incident. All the drivers, no scratch in the car. We not even touched the wrong curbs until now, so it was a perfect race. But it's like it is. So we stay here now. The cars broke down. Good team effort from last time to this time. That's what we can take with us to Barcelona. But now it ends for the MISANO race for us.
We're disappointed for you. We look forward to seeing you in Barcelona.
Yeah, thank you very much.
That is absolutely that's harsh, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's harsh. I mean, Kenneth's been around a long time. Again, he doesn't need any character building. He's already built a massive character from motorsport, and this is the sort of, you know what? We knew it was going to be a race of attrition. We knew with a race in these conditions, we're going to really stretch the reliability of even these robust and bulletproof GT3 cars.
Yeah.
But I think even our expectations have been surpassed as to just what is normally the cars that we see just going round and round and round, and without affecting any kind of issues. We've had all sorts of issues, haven't we? Fueling issues, drive shaft issues, suspension failure issues on a track that has flat curbs. We've had it all. What we are needing to think about is the Spirit of the Race Award.
Yeah, let's give it to Hoffer. I don't know. No, it's just, you just kind of feel a bit sad about the whole thing.
Well, the problem is, Nick, with the Spirit of the Race Award, all 27 teams deserve the Spirit of the Race Award, even the Red Camels team who didn't make the start. You know, the time and effort and energy, the emotion that goes into just getting these cars here and then competing is it's mad. And you know, people might think they have an idea, but unless you've actually done it, then you can only presume how hard and how much energy and physicality there is to you know, being part of any kind of organisation up and down this pit lane. It is massive. I don't think I could ever be a team manager again, for instance.
No,
I'm too old. I'm too old. I haven't got the energy.
Well, 12 hours of constant calculation.
I was in my early 40s, and you know, and I just wouldn't have the energy these days. It's a massive, massive ask.
Yeah. So the problem is, there, as you say, the 27 cars enter, 26 cars starting. It's kind of hard to eliminate any of the cars from potentially winning the Spirit of the Race because they've all shown such spirit to race in these conditions here. So I think for once there's no one who's shouting out that they've, because you say, I want to give that car because they've been on a comeback, but then 3 other cars have been on a comeback, and why is their comeback better than the other comeback? It's oddly difficult. It's almost like you want to give Spirit of the Race to the entire field.
Yeah, I've kind of just said that. You know, everybody there has got a soap opera to discuss, and you know, the dramas and trials and tribulations up and down the pit lane. I think you know, one of the teams really. I'm trying to, you know, I'm looking down the order, Nick.
CWS.
Oh, Herbert. They're up into 5th now in class. Yeah. Prime Speed Sport. They're still going round. They should have called it a day and gone to the pool, and they're going to be on the podium. They've won a Pro-Am trophy for 3rd in the Pro-Am class. Yeah. Lion Speed.
They've kept plugging away. I don't know. Whichever the rest of the team or the listeners choose, I'll be happy to go with it. I've got splinters in my backside. I'm sitting on the fence so hard.
Right, we need to tell ourselves.
But you need to win this. You need to tell the people in charge.
Yes,
who it is.
I do. Yes.
So as I've said, I've abdicated responsibility like every.
Right. No. You Di, if you want to message me your nomination.
Well, she went for Fulgenzi 922.
Yes, she did.
Unless it's changed.
I actually think that's a good shout.
You can't say that on air because it's got to be a secret.
No, I haven't said who's won yet. I think the Haas RT team are a good shout. I think the Fulgenzi Racing team are a good shout for the rationale that Di described.
Well, I backed the PTT team 2 hours ago, but they haven't bothered coming back out again, so I'm scrubbing that one.
That's right.
I'm sure not bothered is not fair, but you know what I'm saying. They elected not to try to get the car over the finish. At least it doesn't look like it with 37 minutes to go. I don't know. Is it Haas? Is it Land? Because Land could win after all the problems they had. Their class.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
It's a tough one. It's a tough one. Yeah. Good one, Di.
You're very consistent, Di. We knew you wouldn't forsake a lover so quickly.
Made my mind up.
So Di, I'm going to secretly message you where you need to be for this, as I've just been informed. Okay.
And you need to find Nika as well, who's doing the award.
Please do.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, she knows. She's ready. I've got to let her know. So.
Cool.
Yeah.
My way down the pit lane is the 908.
No, it's because the 908's come in from breaking down. The 908 came in from breaking down, so
it was not breaking down. It's now rejoining the racetrack.
Is it? Oh, excellent. That's good news. Just to kind of square the circle, Pierre Caffer, who has just continued doing laps during all the various dramas, now leads by 11 minutes, which is 5.5 laps. Second place, it's Leonardo